Qianye traversed the continent of Douluo for 6 years, on the eve of his 6th birthday. When he was to awaken his martial soul, he finally activated the extraordinary checkpoint system, which granted him the divine dual martial souls. Right from the start, raised by the esteemed title Douluo Qindao, Lu of the Spirit Hall, Qianye grew up alongside Qianrenxue in the Elder Hall. At the age of 6, he awakened the checkpoint system, allowing him to receive various divine rewards through simple tasks. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for checking in with the 6-winged angel goddess Qianrenxue. You are rewarded with the 24-winged eternal angel martial soul. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for checking in at the Spirit Hall Academy. You are rewarded with the Buddha's palm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for checking in with the Silver Dragon King Yuena. You are rewarded with. Qianye became a prodigious talent within the Spirit Hall, astonishing all with his prowess. Under the tutelage of his class teacher Bibi Dong at the Spirit Hall Academy, and alongside Qianrenxue, he emerged as the foremost genius, leaving a lasting impression on the academy. Commissioned by Qindao Lu, Qianye infiltrated the Tindo Empire, assuming the identity of the crown prince Xue Qinghe in place of Qianrenxue, shocking the entire empire. As a guest instructor at the Nodding Academy, he transformed his entire first-year class into exceptional talents, leaving the continent of Douluo in awe. Chapter 1 Ding. Check-in with Qianrenxue. Reward. 24-winged eternal martial soul. Ding. Reward. Nunchaku martial soul. Chapter 1 Ding. Check-in with Qianrenxue. Reward. 24-winged eternal martial soul. Ding. Reward. Nunchaku martial soul. The continent of Douluo, a realm belonging to soul masters. Spirit City, the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, a small grove on the back mountain. At this moment, a boy of about 6 years lay atop a massive rock on a hillside, casually humming a tune one that did not exist in this world. Wolves fall in love with sheep. Love so wildly, who could have imagined such a true love? Wolves fall in love with sheep. It is not absurd, they say, where there is love, there is direction. Wolves fall in love with sheep. The beauty of love they break through the walls of convention. Wolves fall in love with sheep. Love so fervent they support each other as they journey afar. The wolf says, "Dearest, thank you for healing my wounds. No matter how many storms the future may bring, I will bear them for you." The sheep replies, "No need for thanks. How could I not love you? Despite the dangers of being by your side, I will always accompany you." Wolves fall in love with sheep. Love so fervent they break through the walls of convention. It is not absurd. Brother Qianye, I've been looking for you for quite a while. Turns out you're here, singing Wolves Fall in Love with Sheep. Suddenly, a sweet voice reached his ears, startling him upright. "And no matter how well I hide, she always finds me," the boy murmured sincerely to himself. The girl, seemingly of a similar age, possessed exquisite features. Her nose was straight, her phoenix-like eyes slightly delicate, and her countenance angelic. Slender in form, she exuded an enchanting beauty for one so young. She had approached him, gazing intently with her beautiful eyes. His name was Qianye, a wanderer from another world, where Qian represented 1,000, and he signified Li Vi's a name that embodied his essence. 6 years prior, he had inadvertently traversed into this realm. This world, known as Douluo continent, is the setting of our tale. At this moment, Qianye is observing a little girl before him, who is merely a month or so younger than himself. Approximately 6 years ago, he was abandoned by his parents on Douluo continent and became an orphan, ultimately being taken away by AMT that time. Qianye was merely an infant in swaddling clothes, yet he retained memories of his past life and was well-versed in the narrative of Douluo continent. He had a good inkling of who the man that took him away was. In the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, aside from Qindao Lu, the Grand Priest and inheritor of the angelic spirit, and the unparalleled title ranked 99 there, remained only Qian Xuanji and Qianrenxue. The Qian family has a lineage of singular descent. Qian Xuanji, the son, and Qianrenxue, the granddaughter, are both known to Qianye. Following Qianrenxue, it seems the inheritance of the 6-winged angel spirit from the Qian family has become extinct. Although the original text does not explicitly state this, it has never been depicted otherwise. He was given a new name, Qianye, effectively taking on the surname of Qindao Lu. Qianrenxue, of similar age, resided in the Elder Hall as well, and the two grew up together, playing side by side. Thus, Qianye survived in the Elder Hall for 6 years, marking the passage of time in his life on Douluo continent. In a fleeting moment, 6 years have already elapsed. Yet, after traversing Douluo continent for 6 years, the longed-for golden finger has yet to manifest. Now, as the time approaches for him to awaken his martial soul, Qianye contemplates the possibility of possessing soul power. If he were to lack soul power and the coveted golden finger, he must escape the Elder Hall promptly. Otherwise, he firmly believes the consequences would be severe. After all, how could Douluo raise an ordinary person devoid of soul power within the Spirit Hall? Especially one who is aware of Qianrenxue's existence and her secrets. The little girl before Qianye is none other than Douluo's granddaughter, the last scion of the six-winged angel spirit lineage. She is the only daughter of Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue, the young mistress of the Spirit Hall, Qianrenxue. The outside world whispers tales that Qianrenxue has perished, but in truth, she has not. This fact is known best by Qianye, for he has grown up alongside Qianrenxue. Serving as her sparring partner, no one understands this matter better than he. The reason Douluo has publicly claimed that his granddaughter has passed away is for a purpose. He has long harbored a plan to unify Douluo continent, with Qianrenxue as his first choice, intending to send her to the Tindo Empire as an undercover operative when she turns 9. Given Qianye's familiarity with the narrative of Douluo continent, he is even more aware of Douluo's scheme than the man himself. Having grown up with Qianrenxue, their relationship is exceptionally close. She seeks him out to play nearly every day. Shue, why are you out playing instead of cultivating in the secret chamber? Qianye inquired. He wished to enjoy a moment of peace, yet it seemed a difficult endeavor. Qianrenxue giggled, climbing onto a rock and lying down beside him. As Qianye drew nearer, he could still catch a faint fragrance emanating from her, a reminder of her tender youth. Training is rather tedious. I believe it is far more enjoyable too. Practice alongside brother Qianye, remarked Qianrenxue. Qianye sighed in exasperation. While Qianrenxue was delightful in many respects, her insistence on having him accompany her during training was a persistent annoyance. At present, Qianrenxue had yet to awaken her martial soul. Her training merely served to cultivate her temperament. Once she awakened her martial soul, her progress would surely accelerate, yielding far greater results with less effort. This was precisely the daily regimen that Douluo had devised for his granddaughter, and Qianye found himself obliged to be her training partner. As time passed, Qianye inadvertently became Qianrenxue's sparring companion. Giggling, Qianrenxue playfully lay back and stealthily planted a kiss on Qianye's cheek. She was indeed charming. Brother Qianye, shall we wrestle? Qianrenxue proposed eagerly. Qianye sighed again. When it came to wrestling, Qianrenxue possessed considerable strength. As the heir of the six-winged angel martial soul, her capabilities were undeniable. Each time, Qianye had to exert tremendous effort to bring her down, and the secret lay in him deliberately allowing her to gain the upper hand. Thus, he was reluctant to engage in wrestling with Qianrenxue. He would rather spend his time lounging in leisure. Though his golden finger had yet to manifest, it did not hinder his enjoyment of life in the Douluo continent. Reflecting upon the matter, Qianrenxue was a decade younger than Tang San at this moment. She was merely 6 years old, with 4 more years to wait until he could traverse to her world. Before Qianye could respond, Qianrenxue pounced upon him, initiating their playful tussle. With another sigh, Qianye found himself unable to resist and joined her in their playful scuffle. In that world, he had learned a few martial arts techniques, including Tai Chi. Over the years, he had accompanied Qianrenxue in her training, engaging in daily runs, boxing, wooden dummy practice, and running in iron shoes to enhance their physical conditioning. That he eagerly anticipated the day she would turn 6 and awaken a formidable martial soul. That, of course, possessing soul power was essential after all. In the Douluo continent, becoming a soul master was the most direct path to strength. With a swift kick, Qianye sent Qianrenxue tumbling to the ground. Qianrenxue squealed, her blood surging from the vigorous activity, her cheeks flushed and her body warm. She reached out, wrapping her arms around one of Qianye's legs, causing him to stumble backward. Hearty laughter bubbled from Qianrenxue's lips. Brother Qianye, am I not impressive? Qianye smiled silently, knowing well that he had intentionally let her win. Otherwise, she might genuinely believe she could best him. Douluo had devoted great effort to cultivate Qianrenxue's strength from a young age, employing various training methods, including early morning runs. Their wrestling sessions involved a playful exchange of blows, serving not only to test their strength, but also to significantly enhance their muscle and endurance. After all, while objects are inanimate, humans are alive. Only through real combat can one truly hone their combat capabilities. Ding. Your check-in system has awakened. Ding. The system is detecting the host, S1, who had traversed from Earth. Qianye was no stranger to systems akin to this golden finger, capable of transcending heaven and earth, rendering one invincible. Thus, the awakening of his system did not come as a surprise. Moreover, he has waited for 6 years, and at last, the system is finally awakened. It appears that this check-in system was already activated upon his arrival in the realm of Douluo continent. yet it remained dormant until now. However, one question lingers in his mind. From whence did this system originate? Who crafted it? And how was it implanted within him? Currently, this remains a mystery. It is often said that every transmigrator possesses some form of a golden finger. Some are endowed with memories from their past lives, others with extraordinary artifacts, while some are gifted with systems. Among these, the system is arguably the most advantageous and holds greater potential than the others. Host: Qianye. Gender male. Age 6. Physique: 5 normal is 10. Martial soul count: singleton martial soul. Food martial soul. Carrot. Soul rings none. Martial soul awakening: not awakened. Soul bones none. Soul power level 0. Carrot martial soul. Qianye pondered. It seems he possesses a food type martial soul. As for soul power, that would only be revealed post-awakening. However, food-type soul masters lack formidable combat strength and offer little advantage at best. One might awaken with a commendable innate soul power of level 5 or higher. But they remain merely auxiliary soul masters that, in Qianye's perspective, he favors attack-type martial souls. Naturally, if he could possess dual martial souls, that would be even better, one for offense and one for support, achieving the best of both worlds. Take Oscar's food-type sausage martial soul, which merely provides sustenance to his companions and replenishes their soul power and speed. Without his replicating soul ring, he would have merely served as an embellishment. Ding! Congratulations on checking in with the goddess Qianrenxue. Reward: 1 24-winged eternal angel martial soul. Note: integrated into the host body and ready for awakening. Ding! Reward: 1 nunchaku martial soul. Note: integrated into the host body and ready for awakening. A 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, a nunchaku martial soul. When my brother Yi appears, who can rival me? Qianye was elated with a golden finger. He would be invincible. Thankfully, it was not just a carrot martial soul. Otherwise, how could he contend with Tang San and aspire to become the strongest in the Douluo continent? Host: Qianye. Gender male. Age 6. Physique: 8 normal is 10. Martial soul count: 3 martial souls. Food martial soul. Carrot. Divine martial soul. 24-winged eternal angel. Soul rings none. Weapon martial soul. Nunchaku. Martial soul awakening: not awakened. Soul bones none. Soul power level 0. Qianye glanced at the system panel. Indeed, 2 formidable martial souls had been added. Yet a singular question persisted in his mind, refusing to dissipate. How had Fengzhi met an untimely demise? And how had Bibi Dong ascended prematurely? This does not align with the original narrative. As the system has awakened, he decided to inquire whether it possessed any knowledge regarding this matter. Dear system, I have a query that perplexes me. Could you kindly elucidate? Qianye cautiously asked. Ding. Master, feel free to inquire. However, do take note not to refer to this system as Annie's sister will suffice. What a delightful thought. But now, it seems that Qianrenxue has been slain by Bibi Dong ahead of time, which appears inconsistent with the original narrative of the Douluo continent. Does it not? Ding. Allow me to speak candidly, Master. The premature demise of Qianrenxue is a result of this system's intervention. There is no need for concern. Ding. Bibi Dong's ascension to power poses no detriment to you, Master, only advantages. There is no need for any inner turmoil. As for Tang San's birth, it bears no relevance to Qianrenxue. You need not fret. Are there any further inquiries? Oh, Qianye shook his head. Very well, system sister. You truly are impressive. Chapter 2. Douluo. Golden Crocodile Douluo. The Crisis of Martial Soul Awakening. Great Elder, have you summoned me? Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired, gazing at the imposing figure before him. Indeed, it happens to be a matter of your 6-year-old. I wonder what your interest in this is. Golden Crocodile Douluo pondered deeply, his expression dimming slightly. Douluo smiled. As you are aware, it is time for Xiaoshui to awaken her martial soul, and likewise for Qianye. Naturally, Xiaoshui, being the pride of the Qian family, is destined to awaken as a 6-winged angel. Our martial soul Hull's ascent heavily relies on her. However, Qianye is merely an orphan I found by the roadside. Over the years, having him accompany and train with Xiaoshui has greatly benefited her. Therefore, today I intend to facilitate his martial soul awakening. And then what? Golden Crocodile Douluo's countenance darkened further. Douluo maintained his smile. His life was given by me and nurtured under my care. In the realm of soul masters, the law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong are entitled to survive. Should he possess soul power and a decent martial soul, I can offer him a path to survival. Otherwise, the outcome is rather self-evident. Wouldn't you agree? Golden Crocodile Douluo's expression grew increasingly grave. What if? There are no what-ifs. Xiaoshue's secret must remain undisclosed, and our martial soul hall has no need for the inept. Let him bear the consequences of his own misfortune. Douluo asserted. Enough. Bring him to awaken his martial soul alongside Xiaoshue. Yes. Golden Crocodile Douluo sighed, turning to depart. Despite his formidable strength, in the presence of Douluo, he was merely a subordinate bound to obey. Douluo's commands held supreme authority within the martial soul hall. No matter how powerful Golden Crocodile Douluo was, he had to comply with orders, having obtained a sacred martial soul and a dual-wielding martial soul weapon. Alongside a food-based martial soul, it was anticipated that his innate soul power would reach level 10 upon awakening. At that moment, a figure approached them. Hearing the footsteps, Qianye turned to see the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, arriving. He and Xiaoshue immediately ceased their training and rose from the ground. Second grandfather. What brings you here? Xiaoshue exclaimed, rushing over to embrace one of Golden Crocodile Douluo's legs. Xiaoshue, your second grandfather has come specifically to see you, he replied, bending down to lift her up. Giggling, Xiaoshue was delighted, her innocence shining through as she was just 6 years old. Second grandfather. Qianye greeted as well. This man was the second strongest in the Elder Hall, known as the Golden Crocodile King, also titled Golden Crocodile Douluo, a 98-level Super Douluo. Second only to the great Elder Douluo, who was a 99-level Limit Douluo. Golden Crocodile Douluo acknowledged, albeit somewhat displeased, Qianye. Your Qian grandfather is looking for you. Go find him at the entrance of the Elder Hall. Okay, second grandfather. Qianye discerned an unusual expression on Golden Crocodile Douluo's face, suggesting there was a matter concerning him at hand. Moreover, Douluo summoned me alone today, leaving me uncertain about his intentions. Could it be that he seeks to silence me permanently? To sever ties once I've crossed the river? Qianrenxue's demise has remained a closely guarded secret, known only to Bibi Dong and the elders. No one else is aware. If Douluo fears I might divulge this secret and intends to eliminate me, I am left in a precarious position. Even with a system at my disposal, I have yet to awaken my martial soul, making it implausible for me to escape a rank 99 limit Douluo. Furthermore, the Elder Hall is home to an additional 9 super Douluos of rank 95 and above, rendering any confrontation futile. Should I contemplate fleeing? I dare not entertain such thoughts further, swiftly dismissing them. Escaping from here seems an utterly fanciful notion. Even if I were to escape the Elder Hall, I could never flee the confines of Spirit City. Perhaps it won't come to such dire straits. Should the unthinkable occur, I would adapt as the situation unfolds. At the entrance of the Elder Hall stood a tall man, around 30 years of age. He possessed striking features, exuding calmness and serenity, clad in a simple gray robe. His long black hair cascaded down his back, bestowing upon him an aura of sanctity. Approaching the man, I felt a twinge of unease as I gazed at his back. This man was none other than Douluo. I halted a distance of 10 feet away and addressed him. Grandfather Qian, did you summon me? Indeed, Douluo replied, his gaze fixed on the imposing statue of a 6-winged angel before him. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. You must now be 6 years old. Correct? Yes, precisely 6, I replied, perplexed. I could not discern whether Douluo's words were born from sentiment or held ulterior motives. Was it possible he intended to awaken my martial soul? In truth, Douluo did indeed intend to facilitate the awakening of my martial soul. However, unbeknownst to me, his recent private conversation with the Golden Crocodile Douluo bore a clear message. If I were to awaken my martial soul without any soul power, I would be deemed useless and face dire consequences. Originally, Douluo might have spared my life, but having learned of Qianrenxue's secret, my fate was sealed. My only chance of survival lay in awakening my martial soul with sufficient soul power to cultivate as a soul master, rendering me of value to him. At this moment, Douluo turned to me, placing his hand gently upon my head, a smile gracing his features. Qianye, how has your grandfather treated you all these years? Well, I have received everything little Shui has, Grandfather Qian. Why do you ask? I responded truthfully. My treatment within the Elder Hall had been nearly identical to that of Qianrenxue, sharing meals, recreation, and living arrangements. We had formed a familial bond. Additionally, I enjoyed the care of 9 super Douluo grandfathers. The only difference being, I lacked the bloodline of the Qian family. Douluo smiled gently once more. If I were to assign you a task, would you be willing to undertake it? Oh, if I were to express my unwillingness, would there be any hope left for me? It was evident that such a response would imply a death wish. As an experienced adult traversing this world, I was no novice. I would not make such a grave mistake. Having been granted a second chance at life, I could not afford to lose hope. Chiba pondered little, focusing solely on survival, believing that everything else would eventually follow. I would gladly sacrifice my life for you, he declared, playfully thumping his chest like a child. striving to appear youthful and innocent, thereby avoiding any suspicion. After all, Qianye was nearly 120 years old, a seasoned elder, capable of delivering a deadly blow should he sense anything amiss. There was no alternative. He had to maintain a low profile for the time being. Once he grew stronger, it would be time to unleash his true potential. Qiba felt a surge of cleverness at his own cunning. Very well, then, grandfather shall guide your awakening. Chapter 3. Qianrenxue's Martial Soul Awakening. The divine six-winged angel martial soul, the inherited holy maiden, with an innate soul power of level 20. Brother Qiba, you have come too. Upon entering a room with Qianye, Qiba was greeted by Qianrenxue and Golden Crocodile Douluo. Seeing him, Qianrenxue hurriedly approached. Grandfather, she exclaimed, leaping into Qianye's embrace, filled with joy. The little girl, blissfully unaware, was just that, a child. Qiba sighed inwardly. After living alongside this lovely girl for 6 years, they had indeed formed a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. It was impossible to feel no affection, especially considering her charming demeanor that endeared her to all. As for his own awakening, he harbored no concerns. However, it seemed from Qianye's words that his awakening would lead him to undertake some tasks for his grandfather. The nature and timing of these tasks remained uncertain. Old Jean, we may begin, Qianye instructed. Yes, Golden Crocodile Douluo responded, releasing his martial soul. One by one, soul rings illuminated around him. Qiba gazed in awe at the brilliant display of soul rings encircling Golden Crocodile Douluo, each radiating a dazzling light that was difficult to look away from. He also felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Super Douluo. Golden Crocodile Douluo exhibited a total of 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. This configuration, comprising 200-year rings, 2,000-year rings, 4 10,000-year rings, and 100,000-year ring, represented the optimal arrangement for a soul master and title Douluo, complemented by a red soul ring. Naturally, the variations in strength corresponded to the differing levels of the soul rings. With 9 soul rings, Golden Crocodile Douluo was at level 98. Even Qianye, at 99, was limited to 9 soul rings until he reached level 100, whereupon he would acquire a divine soul ring, totaling 10. Qiba also beheld the enormous Golden Crocodile King materializing behind Golden Crocodile Douluo, an awe-inspiring sight. However, in comparison to his own 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, this one paled in significance. Yet, as his own martial soul had yet to awaken, he remained at a disadvantage, unable to contend with it. This was Qiba's first encounter witnessing Golden Crocodile Douluo unleash 9 soul rings alongside his martial soul. The spectacle was truly remarkable, akin to a burst of golden light, reminiscent of a cinematic experience. It was nothing short of enchanting, a testament to the wonders of the martial souls, soul rings, and soul beasts within the Douluo continent. Qiba, aside from being familiar with the original storyline, has spent the years in the Elder Hall alongside Qianrenxue, acquiring substantial knowledge. Essentially, he has grasped the majority of the teachings, mastering all that is to be learned. As a time traveler well-versed in the narrative of Douluo continent, Qiba is acutely aware of the destinies of its characters, spanning decades, even millennia, into the future. For instance, he foresees that one prominent figure will perish as a sacrifice for his granddaughter, while another will take his own life during the divine battle to save Qianrenxue. There are further tragedies, such as Qianrenxue losing her divine status at the hands of Tang San and Bibi Dong meeting her demise as well. Qiba is resolute. He cannot allow Qianrenxue to be victimized by Tang San again, and he must intervene to save Bibi Dong. As Qiba perceives the infusion of the Golden Crocodile Douluo's soul power, the 6 black stones arranged in a circle upon the awakening chamber's floor illuminate. Qian Douluo gently cradles Qianrenxue, placing her within and saying, "Shuer, your great uncle is about to awaken your martial soul. There is no need to fear." "All right, grandfather." Though Qianrenxue responds affirmatively, the radiance surrounding her still induces a hint of anxiety. "Little Shui, now focus your thoughts and slowly feel. Extend your right hand and gently release your martial soul," the Golden Crocodile Douluo instructs. "Okay, grandfather." Despite being merely 6 years old, Qianrenxue has already studied this domain with Qiba and is mentally prepared. Following the instructions, she inhales deeply, closes her eyes, and opens her right hand. Qiba's gaze is fixated on the palm of Qianrenxue, eager to witness the moment of her martial soul awakening. Although he has witnessed it through the original text and animation, experiencing it live is undeniably more vivid and awe-inspiring. Qiba is engulfed in such sentiment. Suddenly, a magnificent golden light descends from above, enveloping Qianrenxue in its divine brilliance. At that moment, Qiba observes her entire being bathed in golden luminescence, reminiscent of an angelic deity descending from the heavens, radiating an ethereal glow. Just then, a resplendent golden object emerges from the center of Qianrenxue's right palm. A radiant six-winged figure appears, smiling with its hands gracefully folded between its legs, golden hair flowing, eyes slightly ajar, exuding an infinite light as if imbued with life itself. This six-winged figure is unmistakably familiar to Chiba. It bears a striking resemblance to the female six-winged angel statue at the entrance of the Elder Hall. The distinction lies in the fact that this is a living embodiment, exquisitely lifelike. The brilliance of the six-winged angel martial soul illuminates the entire awakening chamber. Chiba nods, affirming that indeed, as the inheritor of the Qian family's six-winged angel martial soul, little Xue has successfully awakened her sacred martial soul. Wonderful! Exclaims the golden crocodile Douluo in delight. Great offering. Little Xue has succeeded. Douluo nods repeatedly, his smile growing ever more radiant. Yet, a flicker of concern lingers within him. After all, the inheritance of martial souls can sometimes yield unpredictable mutations. There exists the possibility of inheriting from her mother, resulting in a transformed martial soul, or perhaps it may not be her father's martial soul either. There is always the chance that neither lineage is represented. For instance, Yu Xiaojing's martial soul has undergone a complete mutation, becoming an amalgamation of various forms that does not resemble either of his parents' martial souls. In contrast, Qianrenxue has awakened a perfectly aligned six-winged angel martial soul. Douluo, with a heart that had been suspended in anxious anticipation, finally found relief. He then produced a large crystal ball and approached Qianrenxue, saying, "Little Xue, place your hand upon it to test your soul power." "All right, Grandpa." Qianrenxue nodded eagerly, extending her left hand to rest upon the orb. Qianye, with a sly smile, recalled from the original text of the Douluo continent that little Xue's soul power should be at a remarkable innate full soul power of level 20. She is hailed as the first soul master in a century to possess an innate full soul power exceeding level 10. However, he pondered whether she might indeed reach level 20. Even if she fell short, an innate full soul power of level 10 would suffice. His expectations were modest. Just level 10 would be satisfactory. As he entertained these thoughts, the crystal ball began to glow. The light intensified, illuminating the entire awakening chamber in radiant brilliance. 20. Level 20. Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. The golden crocodile Douluo, equally astonished, hurried forward to verify. Indeed, it is level 20. Douluo carefully stowed the crystal ball away, swiftly lifting Qianrenxue into his arms. Little Xue, you are truly remarkable. You have awakened with an innate full soul power of level 20. Upon hearing that her soul power was at level 20, Qianrenxue felt an overwhelming surge of joy and pride, smiling broadly. Grandpa, do I really have soul power of level 20? She remained somewhat skeptical, fearing that her grandfather might be jesting. Douluo planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, prompting her to giggle with delight. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? That's true. Qianrenxue chuckled, and promptly returned the affectionate gesture, kissing her grandfather's cheek, which elicited a hearty laugh from Douluo. It was a rare sight to witness such unrestrained joy from him, likely due to Qianrenxue's exceptional talents. Qianrenxue quickly wriggled free from her grandfather's embrace, scampering over to Qianye, grasping his hand with excitement. Brother Qianye, not only have I awakened my martial soul, but I also possess an innate full soul power of 20. Without uttering a word, Qianye offered her a thumbs up. Our little Xue is truly impressive. Her laughter echoed in response to his praise. The atmosphere was filled with warmth as Qianye, Douluo, and the golden crocodile Douluo shared in the merriment, creating a harmonious scene. Suddenly, Qianye noticed a mysterious mark situated between Qianrenxue's brows. Though diminutive, it was unmistakably the emblem of a six-winged angel, further underscoring her extraordinary nature. It was evident she was destined to be the holy maiden of the six-winged angelic deity. Chapter 4. Qianye awakens the three lives martial soul. The crystal ball shatters. Qianye, it is your turn. The voice of the golden crocodile Douluo resonated in his ears. Clearly, neither Douluo nor the golden crocodile Douluo harbored high hopes for Qianye. They merely wished for him to awaken with some semblance of soul power. Otherwise, his very existence could be at stake. In truth, a food-type martial soul was not without merit. Much like the Oscars, although merely a food-type martial spirit. Upon awakening his martial soul, he possessed an innate spirit power of level 10. Furthermore, he has now acquired 2 additional martial souls, one of which is of divine caliber. On the surface, Qianye appeared unassuming, yet within, he brimmed with confidence as he resolutely stepped into the stone circle at the center of the awakening chamber. Facing the golden crocodile Douluo, the golden crocodile Douluo sighed internally, recalling the earlier discussion with Douluo, genuinely concerned that Qianye might awaken without any spirit power at all. Daolu's demeanor had also grown somber. If he could spare a life, he would prefer to do so. Yet he would not hesitate to take the necessary actions against those deserving of it. As the judgment elder of the spirit hall, a little blood on his hands was merely par for the course. Open your palm and project your martial spirit with your thoughts, prompted the golden crocodile Douluo. Qianye felt the warm, comforting white light emanating from the stone, a novel sensation as it was his first martial soul awakening. He opened his left hand, and to his astonishment, something seemed to emerge from within. Gradually, it materialized in the palm of his hand. Oh, this is a carrot martial spirit. The golden crocodile Douluo recognized it instantly, taken aback by the food-type martial spirit. What do you think, great offering? While food-type martial spirits lack offensive capabilities, if he possesses spirit power, he could excel as a support-type spirit master. The golden crocodile Douluo nodded. Indeed, let us hope he possesses spirit power. Daoluo replied. One can only hope. Brother Qianye, you've awakened your martial spirit. How wonderful! Exclaimed Qianrenxue, clapping her hands in delight. In her heart, she would never disdain whatever martial spirit Qianye awakened. Little did she know, the consequences would be dire if Qianye lacked spirit power. Qianye gazed at the newly awakened martial spirit in his left hand. As the system had previously indicated, his initial martial spirit was indeed a food type. However, he was not limited to just one martial spirit. He possessed three. Naturally, the third martial spirit, the 24-winged eternal angel, was not for display. Yet, revealing the second martial spirit would not be an issue. Otherwise, if he were to possess innate spirit power of level 10, it would be justifiable. Just as Daoluo and the golden crocodile Douluo believed Qianye had only one martial spirit, a miracle unfolded before their eyes. There, Qianye opened his right palm, revealing yet another martial spirit. He had awakened a dual martial spirit. This was the first time Daoluo was truly astonished. It was known that in the past century on the Douluo continent, only two individuals had awakened dual martial spirits. The first was Bibi Dong, the current pope of the spirit hall. The second had long since perished, and Qianye was aware of some details. It seemed that during the absorption of a spirit ring, an unfortunate incident had occurred. As a result, a promising dual martial spirit wielder had met with untimely death. This remained a significant regret within the spirit master community for a century. Had this bearer of dual martial souls not encountered an unfortunate incident, his achievements would undoubtedly have been remarkable. Perhaps, by now, he would have become a prominent figure within the realm of soul masters. The golden crocodile Douluo expressed his unexpected delight. Ah, this young lad has certainly not disappointed his granduncle. Grandfather, how could brother Qianye possess two martial souls? In witnessing his dual prowess while she herself was limited to a single soul, Qianrenxue felt a twinge of joy mingled with a hint of inadequacy. She too yearned for the possession of two martial souls. Daoluo sighed softly. Little Snow, this is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. A bearer of dual martial souls is destined for greatness. And you need not feel disheartened, for your martial soul is not ordinary. It is the sacred six-winged angel martial soul. A six-winged angel martial soul is even more formidable than your brother Qianye's dual martial souls. Oh, Qianrenxue nodded. Her spirits lifted as she recognized that after the storm, a rainbow might follow. Daoluo then beckoned to Qianye. Come here, Qianye. Qianye nodded. Having awakened a triad of martial souls rather than a dual set, nevertheless, he chose not to reveal his third, the 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, to them just yet. It was not the appropriate moment. Who could predict how Daoluo might react upon discovering that he possessed an angelic martial soul even more powerful than their own? Qianye believed it prudent to maintain a low profile, especially since he was not Daoluo's biological grandson. Had he been a true grandson, showing it to him would surely evoke joy rather than concern. Of course, Qianye's thoughts bore a hint of misjudgment, presuming the character of others. However, it is better to err on the side of caution. One martial soul catered to nourishment, while the other was an artifact-type soul, providing both support and offensive capabilities. Though both were ordinary martial souls, this combination was indeed a perfect synergy. Daoluo smiled faintly, clearly in agreement with the golden crocodile Douluo's sentiments. Inside the awakening chamber, normalcy returned. As Qianye approached, Daoluo wore a benevolent expression and produced a crystal ball, placing it before him. Rest your hand upon it to measure your soul power. Without hesitation, Qianye placed his hand atop the crystal ball, immediately sensing a surge of energy emanating from within, converging towards his right palm and subsequently transferring into the crystal ball. Buzzing ensued as the crystal ball began to glow increasingly bright. With the intensifying luminescence, the buzzing grew louder, and soon they witnessed the crystal ball trembling violently. Not good. Bang! Daoluo exclaimed in surprise, unable to finish his sentence before the crystal ball erupted with a loud explosion. The golden crocodile Douluo was equally taken aback. It was known that the soul power testing crystal ball in Qian possession had a capacity of level 20. The fact that it had shattered under Qianye's soul power confirmed one thing. His soul power surpassed level 20. Qianye stood in bewilderment, utterly flabbergasted by the explosion. Old Jean, what is your take on this? Great Elder, I believe his soul power may even exceed that of Little Snow. Otherwise, a level 20 crystal ball would not have exploded. Indeed, this crystal ball is brand new, designed for testing soul power up to level 20. It appears that possessing dual martial souls endows a soul master with considerable soul power. The golden crocodile Douluo bore a delighted smile. Remarkable. Qianye rejoiced inwardly. Having 3 martial souls, coupled with a divine level martial soul, had caused even the level 20 crystal ball to shatter. This indicates that his soul power far exceeds the 20th level. Douluo regarded Qianye with newfound respect and promptly produced a level 30 soul power testing crystal ball. Placing it before him, let us try again. Chapter 5. Innate full soul power at level 30, reluctantly accompanying Qianrenxue to sunsetting forest for check-in. Excellent. Qianye placed his hand upon it once more, and gradually, the crystal ball began to glow. Before long, it radiated with brilliance. A prodigy. He truly is a genius. The Grand Offering exclaimed, level 30 innate full soul power. The golden crocodile Douluo, observing the crystal ball, was the first to announce the testing level. Indeed, Qianye immediately grasped Qianrenxue's hand and made his way outside. It went without saying that his soul power had reached the innate full soul power of level 30. Evidently, both Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo expressed great joy, and he felt at ease. After a moment of silence, Douluo remarked, Old Jean, I never imagined Qianye would truly be a genius, surpassing even Xiaoshue's soul power. The golden crocodile Douluo nodded and replied with a smile, Indeed, this is related to his dual martial souls. Furthermore, it provides Xiaoshue with a companion. The golden crocodile Douluo smiled with satisfaction. Yes, Grand Offering, with his addition. Our plans have gained another capable ally. Together with the bond between Qianye and Xiaoshue, it will assist her in achieving great endeavors. Douluo nodded 3 times in agreement. Yes, although talents like Qianye may not rival the formidable 6-winged angel martial soul, the combination of dual martial souls and his innate full soul power of level 30 is an achievement unattainable by many genius soul masters. I anticipate that his future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival our own. Ha! The golden crocodile Douluo laughed heartily. Thus, Qianye is truly a genius among geniuses. He must be nurtured diligently. After a brief silence, Douluo continued, Old Jean, how about this? In a few days, you personally take the 2 of them to the sunsetting forest to absorb their soul rings, and then I shall consider how to arrange their training. Certainly, Grand Offering. The golden crocodile Douluo agreed, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, Qianye passed the test. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Host, Qianye. Gender male. Age 6. Physique, 30. Abnormal 100. Number of martial souls, 3. Divine level martial soul, 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, awakened, no soul rings. Weapon martial soul, nunchaku martial soul, awakened, no soul rings. Food martial soul, carrot martial soul, awakened, no soul rings. Soul bones, none. Soul power level, 30, soul master. Qianye glanced at the system panel once more. And indeed, there were changes. After the awakening of the 3 martial souls, his physique had surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several multiples. From a physique of 8 points, it had directly broken through to 30 points. An abnormal physique value reaching 100 points should signify the threshold of divine level physique. Greetings, dear brother Qianye. You are truly remarkable, possessing an innate soul power of 30 levels, which surpasses Little Shue's 20 by 10 levels. Qianrenxue exclaimed joyfully while holding Qianye's hand. Naturally, I have yet to unleash my divine martial soul, thus attaining a full innate soul power of 30 levels is a certainty. Now, it is time to absorb soul rings. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, and 1,000,000 years. Their corresponding colors are white, yellow, purple, black, red, and gold. The deeper the hue, the more formidable the soul ring. Little Shue, although your 6-winged angel martial soul possesses an innate soul power of 20 levels, which is not as high as mine, the might of a divine martial soul is incomparable to what a brother can achieve. Yet, brother Qianye, you possess dual martial souls, which is commendable in its own right. Dual martial souls are merely ordinary martial souls and cannot rival divine martial souls. Nevertheless, brother Qianye, you are at level 30, while I am merely at level 20, making you still superior to Little Shue. The 2 engaged in mutual flattery. Before long, they arrived at a small grove in the back mountain. Qianye settled beneath an old tree, taking a seat upon its roots. Qianrenxue hurried over and nestled beside him. Her eyes sparkling with joy, Qianye gazed at her, gently stroking her hair, feeling an overwhelming sense of fortune in that moment. That evening, a chime echoed. Master. The check-in system is at your service. The task is as follows. Take the goddess Qianrenxue to the Sunset Forest for a check-in. To the Sunset Forest for a check-in? And with Qianrenxue? Qianye rubbed his sleep-laden eyes. Affirmative, master. Shall we proceed? Qianye pondered. Of course, I must go. How else can I absorb the soul ring? You have confirmed the journey to the Sunset Forest with goddess Qianrenxue. The check-in system will assist you throughout. Shall we go now? Indeed. Suddenly, Qianye felt his body move of its own accord, rising from the bed. He threw back the covers, lifted the sleeping Qianrenxue, and carried her on his back as he stepped outside. System, what are you doing? Qianye was startled by the lack of control over his own body. Carrying Qianrenxue out. System, respond. Yet, he remained unable to voice his thoughts, carrying Qianrenxue to the small grove in the back mountain. Strangely, his departure did not disturb Douluo or the 9 elders. Curiosity piqued. Had the system concealed his actions, preventing them from noticing and intervening? Now, Qianye found himself unable to speak, his movements not governed by his will, akin to an ordinary person. The inability to control his body signified one thing. His form had been wholly commandeered by the system. He never anticipated that this check-in system possessed such capabilities. Leaving him in awe, had he known, he would have considered his response more carefully. But now, Qianye found himself at a loss for words. As he proceeded, traversing the small grove, he reached the towering wall of the Elder Hall, approximately 10 meters high. With someone on his back, escape was impossible. He was determined to see what the system had in store. Originally, it was my intention to have the elders escort me and Xiaoxue to the Sunset Forest to obtain soul rings with greater ease. However, it seems that the system has taken it upon itself to navigate us there. Upon arrival, am I truly expected to personally hunt soul beasts for the soul rings? Suddenly, I felt a lightness in my body as I soared into the air with Qianrenxue. With a thud, my feet landed outside the walls. Good heavens! Is the system jesting with me? Yet, the system remained silent. My body was still beyond my control, but my feet quickened, racing down the mountain. It felt as though my feet were equipped with train wheels, wind-fire wheels, rocket launchers, airplane engines, and hypercars, moving at an unparalleled speed. I could hardly fathom it myself. My goodness, what on earth is this system doing? I lamented. Curse system, if you make me run this fast, can my shoes and pants withstand it? Are you trying to make me innocent and carefree? Or do you expect me to dash to the Sunset Forest in open crotch pants? The next day, I was jolted awake by a sudden call, Brother Qianye. Upon slightly opening my eyes, I was greeted by a familiar little face, Qianrenxue. It dawned on me that I had unknowingly fallen asleep while traveling the previous night. To my surprise, I had slept until dawn without knowing where I was. Qianrenxue had just awakened as well, realizing that we were beneath a large tree, equally bewildered. Brother Qianye, weren't we sleeping in bed last night? How did we end up here? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she giggled. Oh, I know. You must be teasing me. Carrying me here to play with Xiaoxue while I was still asleep, right? Chapter 6. Entering the market, shopping. Brother Qianye, you're so naughty, she exclaimed, bursting into laughter. I hesitated, thinking to myself, Xiaoxue, it's not quite like that, is it? The Xiaoxue you're envisioning is not the reality. We are no longer in the Elder's Hall, but are outside. I felt it was crucial for Qianrenxue to grasp this fact, and there was no need for concealment. Oh, Qianrenxue widened her enchanting eyes, sensing something was amiss. The scenery around us was unmistakably not the small forest behind the Elder's Hall. Brother Qianye, where is this? What are we doing here? I found it difficult to articulate. Well, Xiaoxue, it's like this. Our martial souls have awakened, and I brought you out to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings. We are on our way to the Sunset Forest. I was uncertain whether we had truly arrived at the Sunset Forest. To my surprise, Qianrenxue did not display a hint of fear. Instead, she smiled brightly. Brother Qianye, you are so wonderful. I thought I must have misheard her. Here I was, sneaking you out in the dead of night, and you think it's wonderful? Chiba extricated a smile that was more adorable than a cry. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, he possessed a certain cuteness. It cannot be denied that the excellent genes inherited from his parents in this Douluo continent bestowed upon him a countenance capable of captivating countless young maidens from the moment of his birth. However, Chiba, is it just the two of us? Qianrenxue glanced around, quickly discerning something amiss. Without a single attendant accompanying them, how could they hunt soul beasts? Chiba, patting his chest and rising with a determined demeanor, declared, Fear not, for I shall protect you, little Xue, and assist in hunting soul beasts to absorb their spirit rings. How splendid! Exclaimed Qianrenxue, who did not hesitate to respond. I knew Chiba brother would be the best to me. Suddenly, Chiba's stomach let out a gurgle. He patted his abdomen, realizing that after running all the way there the previous night, he was now ravenously hungry. He pondered whether they had reached the sunset forest and decided they needed to find something to eat. Clearly, this system was rather unreliable. Chiba brother, why are you barefoot? Upon hearing Qianrenxue's reminder, Chiba glanced down and, indeed, discovered he was without shoes. It was undoubtedly a consequence of being hastily controlled by the system the night before. Chiba brother, your pants are also torn. Oh. Chiba looked down and, true to her words, found his pants had been ripped. It was evident that in his haste to travel, he had torn his trousers as well. Speaking of this system, it truly lacked reliability. Ding. Master. The check-in system is at your service, offering inquiries, navigation, and a plethora of knowledge, including answers to the universe's countless mysteries. You may ask this system anything. Suddenly, a sweet, childlike voice chimed in Chiba's ear. He had to admit, the check-in system had an exceptionally delightful tone. Then let me ask you, system sister, where are we? Ding. Master, you are at the entrance of the Sunset Forest Market, in a small grove by the roadside. If you proceed forward for 300 meters, you will find a small lane. Ding. Walk 500 meters further in, and you will arrive at the entrance market of the Sunset Forest. Ding. Continue past the market, and you will enter the Sunset Forest. How enlightening. Chiba had not anticipated that the system had already guided him to the entrance of the Sunset Forest last night. It was no wonder his shoes had vanished and his pants were torn. Thankfully, he had not lost his trousers entirely. With a sigh, Chiba gently ruffled Qianrenxue's hair, asking, Are you hungry, little Shue? Gurgle. As if on cue, Qianrenxue's stomach growled, I'm so hungry. Then I shall take you to enjoy some delicious food, Chiba replied, taking her hand as they ventured forward. Given that the entrance to the Sunset Forest had a market, it was only reasonable to assume there would be food available. Chiba had learned this from the original text of Douluo continent. Regardless of whether it was the Sunset Forest or the Hunting Soul Forest, all forests populated by soul beasts boasted markets at their entrances. The commerce primarily stemmed from soul masters hunting soul beasts within the forests. Generally speaking, the items sold at the entrance of soul beast forests were more expensive than those outside. Chiba, following the system's guidance, walked approximately 800 meters forward and soon beheld a bustling little market ahead. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, teeming with a diverse crowd comprising the elderly, the young, men and women alike. It appeared that this was indeed the entrance market to the Sunset Forest. Wow, brother Chiba, this place is so lively, exclaimed Qianrenxue, immediately captivated by the energetic scene. It was no wonder, at 6 years old, she had spent her entire life within the Elder Hall, never once stepping outside, oblivious to the world beyond. Although Chiba had also remained within the Elder Hall for the past 6 years, he, as a seasoned traveler, was well acquainted with the dazzling world outside and found nothing astonishing about it. Fresh corn, plump, fragrant, and delicious, only 2 copper soul coins each. A vendor called out, enticing passers-by with the promise of delectable boiled corn, authentic grilled fish, tasty, non-greasy, and generously sized, only 5 copper soul coins per fish. The sounds of clashing blades and the cries of vendors filled the air, urging everyone not to miss out on the offerings. As Chiba entered the market, the small stall owners greeted him with enthusiastic shouts. Qianrenxue's stomach growled with hunger as she gazed at the mouth-watering delicacies, her little pink tongue licking her lips in anticipation. She tugged at Chiba's sleeve and pointed excitedly at several food stalls. Brother Chiba, I want to eat corn, grilled fish, sausages, and popcorn. All right, Chiba replied, his pockets still lined with coins. As a transmigrator, he understood the significance of wealth. Over the years spent in the Elder Hall, he had amassed a considerable fortune in gold soul coins. Occasionally, he would charm the 9 elders, including the golden crocodile Douluo, for some extra coins. They, not being short on funds, provided him with 1 or 2 bags of gold soul coins, and with his own savings combined with Qianrenxue's requests, he had accumulated a staggering sum of 100,000 gold soul coins over 6 years without ever leaving the Elder Hall. For a child, 100,000 gold soul coins represented immense wealth, a sum that an ordinary citizen could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. 100 copper soul coins equated to 1 silver soul coin, 10 silver soul coins to 1 gold soul coin, and 1 gold soul coin was equivalent to 10 silver soul coins or 1,000 copper soul coins. With his wealth, Chiba could lead a life of unparalleled comfort if he chose to spend wisely. Without hesitation, he fulfilled Qianrenxue's wishes, purchasing an assortment of treats for her. The excess was stored within his soul guide device, as entering the forest would mean they might not return for a while, necessitating provisions. Chiba possessed 2 soul guide devices, one gifted by the golden crocodile Douluo and another by Douluo. Qianrenxue also had 2 of her own, making it convenient to carry their purchases without the burden of carrying them physically. Chapter 7. A Visit to the Sunset Forest. Reward, the Buddha's Palm. Beware of the soul beast, charm vine, lurking about. While at the market, apart from food, Chiba also acquired some tools to ensure they were well prepared for their venture into the Sunset Forest. Unfazed by the slightest possibility of danger, Qianye and Qianrenxue ambled deeper into the Sunset Forest, savoring grilled fish. Brother Qianye, is this truly the Sunset Forest? Qianrenxue, experiencing her inaugural visit, could not suppress her curiosity. It was Qianye's first encounter as well. As they ventured closer, towering trees loomed overhead, and the forest's essence enveloped them immediately. Indeed, Qianrenxue blinked, glancing around without displaying any semblance of fear. Ding. Master, congratulations on bringing the goddess Qianrenxue to the Sunset Forest. Reward, Shadowless Foot Technique. Ding. Reward, Snow Without Traces Technique. Ding. Reward, Buddha's Palm Technique. Ding. Reward, Invincible Golden Body Technique. Ding. Reward, Golden Bell Shield Technique. Ding. Reward, Shadow and Form Dual Blade Technique. Ding. Reward, Xiao Li's Flying Dagger Technique. Ding. Master, all aforementioned skills are available for learning. Do you wish to proceed? Learn. Qianye rejoiced inwardly, astonished at the multitude of rewards gained from visiting the Sunset Forest with Qianrenxue, thus forgiving the system's earlier rudeness. Ding. Master, congratulations on mastering the Shadowless Foot Technique. Levels 1 to 9. Ding. Master, congratulations on mastering the Snow Without Traces Technique. Levels 1 to 9. Ding. Master, congratulations on mastering the Buddha's Palm Technique. Levels 1 to 9. Ding. Master, congratulations on mastering the Shadow and Form Dual Blade Technique. Levels 1 to 9. Ding. Master, congratulations on mastering Xiao Li's Flying Dagger Technique. Levels 1 to 9. Ding. Master, congratulations on mastering the Invincible Golden Body Technique. Levels 1 to 9. Ding. Master, congratulations on mastering the Golden Bell Shield Technique. Levels 1 to 9. Perfect. Qianye beamed with joy. With these 7 skills, he felt a greater sense of assurance as he traversed the Sunset Forest. After a lengthy journey, fatigue began to weigh upon him, prompting them to rest. He intended to replenish their energy before continuing onward. Along their path, they encountered several soul beasts. However, as they lingered at the forest's periphery, these were merely 10 and 100-year-old creatures. They had yet to encounter anything beyond a millennium. Qianye dismissed the 10 and 100-year soul beasts as insignificant, believing that at the very least, a 1,000-year soul ring was necessary. As for Qianrenxue, he was determined to shield her from unnecessary risks, aiming for her first ring to be a century old, with the second one a millennium. Considering her physique was not as robust as his own, the provisions Qianye had procured at the market earlier consisted of an array of delicacies, costing several gold soul coins, grilled fish, roasted meat, sausages, water, fruit, and more. Qianrenxue plucked a banana and enjoyed it with great delight. Meanwhile, Qianye relished a chicken leg in his left hand and a sausage in his right, reveling in the pleasure of their meal while vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any formidable soul beasts. The Sunset Forest, though smaller than the illustrious Stardew Forest, was nonetheless the second largest soul beast forest on Douluo continent and was open to exploration, unlike the smaller soul beast habitats, such as the soul-hunting forest nurtured by the Tindo Empire, which paled in comparison to these grandiose wildernesses. The soul-hunting forest, reminiscent of the one where Tang Xin studied under Yu Shaojing's guidance at Nodding Academy, requires a hand command from the Spirit Hall for entry and exit. Brother Qianye, how many years of soul rings should we absorb? Qianrenxue inquired with concern while eating. Qianye had long since formulated his answer. 10 years was too trivial. A minimum of a century was essential, and he intended to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for his first. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue paused momentarily, recalling her grandfather's advice that the first soul ring should ideally be below 1,000 years, at least a century. Absorbing a soul ring that's too high poses a life-threatening risk. I believe around 500 years would suffice. And perhaps we could opt for a 1,000-year soul ring for the second? It appeared that Xiao Shui was apprehensive about her safety, which was commendable. Born into a family of soul masters, she had been immersed in the knowledge of soul masters since childhood, possessing understanding comparable to his own. Qianye gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Xiao Shui, I have it all under control. What duration do you plan to absorb for your first soul ring?" Xiao Shui contemplated, deeming 10 years too low and 1,000 too high, suggesting instead a ring around 500 years. As for the second, she proposed a relatively higher 3,000-year soul ring. That aligns with my thoughts, Qianye replied. Let us proceed with your first at 100 years and your second at 1,000. I will absorb 1,000 for my first and aim for 10,000 for the second. With my 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, I should be able to ensure my safety even with a 10,000-year soul ring. Yet, he acknowledged that danger still lurked, albeit minimal. 10,000. Qianrenxue reached out to touch his forehead, questioning, Brother Qianye, are you unwell? How could you withstand a 10,000-year soul ring for your second? With a chuckle, Qianye reassured her, do not fret, Xiaoshui, I am well aware of what I am doing. After finishing their meal, the two continued their journey, traversing approximately 5 more miles. Suddenly, Qianye halted, straining his ears to listen. Noticing his stillness, Qianrenxue quickly followed suit, sensing a looming danger. What is it? Xiaoshui. Something is approaching us. What? Wait, be silent. Qianrenxue promptly covered her mouth, refraining from making a sound. Rustling sounds emerged from the right. Qianrenxue, sensing the urgency, pressed her back against his, assuming a defensive stance. Drawing his daggers, Qianye prepared to confront the approaching soul beast. Suddenly, a crimson vine lashed out, aiming for his face. Indeed, a soul beast was drawing near. In a flash, Qianye moved with the swiftness of lightning, wielding his daggers to sever the attacking vine into several pieces. They emerged from the encounter unscathed. Sighing in relief, Qianye anticipated a second wave of assault from the soul beast and understood the necessity of fortifying their defenses. Golden Bell Shield, he exclaimed, as golden light radiated from him, expanding outward. Immediately, a protective barrier resembling a golden bell enveloped both himself and Qianrenxue. Brother Qianye, how did you conjure this luminous shield? Qianrenxue was encountering this defensive barrier for the first time, and she found it quite intriguing. How should one articulate this? Qianye believed it to be rather straightforward. Oh, I accidentally discovered this skill just last night. It serves as a form of defense. I have aptly named it the Golden Bell Barrier. Wow, this skill is impressive. It indeed resembles a bell. Thus, I chose to name it the Golden Bell Barrier. With a look of admiration, Qianrenxue thought to herself how remarkable Qianye was, having just awakened his martial soul and already manifesting such a skill. Why was she not as exceptional? Or perhaps, was it that she was too inept? Suddenly, a multitude of crimson vines surged toward the two. Qianye brother, it's coming again. Do not fret, Xiaoshui. I have identified this plant-type soul beast. It is called the Enchanting Vine. Qianrenxue recalled having seen this soul beast in her books, so it is the Enchanting Vine. This plant-type soul beast possesses formidable offensive capabilities and an alluring charm. It is quite a formidable foe, and we must exercise caution. Qianye scrutinized the thicket and remarked, this Enchanting Vine soul beast is at least a millennium old, equivalent to the strength of a level 30 soul master. 1,000 years. Indeed, it is no less than a millennium. The primary root lies over 100 meters from us. An 1,000-year-old enchanting vine can extend its tendrils to approximately 100 meters in length. A 10,000-year-old specimen could reach 500 meters, while a 100,000-year-old one could span 1,000 meters. However, for me, this poses no significant challenge. Qianye brother, how shall we confront it? Qianrenxue was particularly concerned about this matter. After all, she was still a child and lacked experience in dealing with a millennium-old soul beast. Chapter 8. The 3,000-Year Soul Ring. We shall approach it. How do we approach it? Qianye had already devised a plan. My Golden Bell Barrier skill can withstand for a while longer. With it, I can surely draw near. That's reassuring. Qianrenxue felt a sense of relief. Xiaoshui, stay put and do not move. I will engage it. Do take care. No worries. Without further ado, Qianye executed the skill called Snow Treading Without a Trace, swiftly advancing forward while brandishing his dual blades in a dazzling display of light and shadow. In a short while, all the encroaching vines were severed and fell to the ground. As the Golden Bell Barrier dissipated, Qianye unleashed his invincible golden body skill and charged forward. In the original text of Douluo continent, Xiao Wu's invincible golden body could last for 3 seconds, which was already impressive. However, the version Qianye learned could be utilized 10 times in a day, each instance lasting 30 seconds. It could be deemed exceedingly formidable. Moreover, the invincible golden body skill granted immunity to all forms of attack. Water, fire, and poison could not harm him. Although the duration was brief for close combat soul masters, it was an exceptionally useful skill for approaching opponents and landing strikes. Aside from speed, the invincible golden body skill was undoubtedly a perfect close combat ability, albeit its primary drawback was its short duration. As for the Golden Bell Barrier skill, it could be utilized indefinitely as long as one's soul power permitted. With a single use of the 30-second invincible golden body skill, golden light enveloped Qianye from head to toe, including his attire. He appeared as though coated in a layer of gold, exuding an aura of magnificence. With both daggers unwavering in his grip, Qianye pressed forward relentlessly, undeterred by the tendrils of the alluring vine spirit that sought to impede him. The tendrils snapped under the ferocity of his advance, cascading to the ground. In mere moments, he closed the distance of 100 meters with the skill known as Snow Without Traces, arriving at the very forefront of the enchanting vine. A flurry of strikes ensued from his dual blades. Within seconds, Qianye struck at the core of the vine spirit, causing its tendrils to weaken, losing their offensive capability, leaving it with but a breath of life. Upon witnessing the cessation of hostilities, Qianrenxue hurried over, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming his safety. "Brother Qianye, you did it," she exclaimed. "A trivial matter," Qianye replied with a mischievous grin. However, he realized that he had exhausted his formidable skills, the invincible golden body, snow without traces, the golden bell shield, and the shadow-entwined dual dagger technique. His stamina and soul power were nearly depleted, being only at the 30th level and lacking a soul ring. Sustaining prolonged combat was a challenge. It seemed prudent to absorb the soul ring before resting and seeking the next spirit. Considering the soul ring before him, he deemed it irresponsible to allow Qianrenxue to absorb it. Moreover, the alluring vine spirit's soul ring was ill-suited for her six-winged angel martial spirit. Conversely, it would be most beneficial for his dual-section staff martial spirit and carrot martial spirit as his inaugural soul ring. Thus, he resolved to absorb it as the first soul ring for his dual-section staff. "Well, Xiaoxue, this alluring vine spirit appears to be around 3,000 years old, which is suitable for my primary martial spirit, the dual-section staff," he noted. 3,000 years. "Brother Qianye, perhaps you should reconsider and opt for something closer to 1,000 years for greater safety," Qianrenxue advised. Understanding her concern, Qianye gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her. "Do not worry, Xiaoxue, I am well aware." Seeing he was resolute, Qianrenxue had no further objections. "Very well then. Please hurry with the absorption. I shall guard you." With a nod, Qianye chose not to elaborate further, wary of the potential dangers lurking in the Sunset Forest, where more than just the two of them hunted soul beasts. Other soul master teams roamed the woods, and encountering those with sinister intentions could lead to life and death confrontations. Suddenly, a radiant purple soul ring erupted from the roots of the alluring vine spirit, shimmering in the air. Purple signified 1,000-year soul ring. Confirming Qianye's assessment of the spirit's age, Qianrenxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was impossible not to feel captivated upon witnessing a 1,000-year soul ring. Yet, given her limited strength, she did not intend to absorb such a powerful ring as her first. Qianye examined the 1,000-year soul ring thoroughly, finding it to his satisfaction. He was aware that once a soul ring emerged from a soul beast, it would dissipate within an hour, necessitating prompt action. For safety, Qianye retrieved a packet of powder from his soul guide device, disinfectant powder he had purchased earlier at the entrance market. As long as it is scattered around, it can effectively deter venomous insects and serpents, as well as other soul beasts, from approaching. It also serves to mask the scent emitted by the human body, thereby attracting distant soul beasts. This is immensely beneficial for his soul ring absorption. After completing the scattering of the disinfectant powder, Qianye provided Qianrenxue with a few precautionary instructions before settling down to absorb the soul ring. Qianrenxue, sitting nearby, remained vigilant and observant, fulfilling the responsibilities of a protector. For a girl of merely 6 years, her performance was remarkably commendable. Of course, she was inherently exceptional, having been born into a family of soul masters. Mediocrity was not an option. It is worth noting that Qianrenxue's ancestors were all distinguished soul masters, which is why she was chosen by the divine, becoming the inheritor of the godly six-winged angel martial spirit. Before long, the Millennium Soul Ring was drawn above Qianye's head. The oppressive force emanating from the 3,000-year soul ring was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Qianye immediately sensed the pressure from the soul ring overhead. The act of absorbing a soul ring is inherently defiant against the heavens. Although the soul beast had perished, the soul ring still retained the essence of the beast's will, opposing the absorber and launching an assault. Naturally, Qianye could neither yield nor concede. He had to persist in completing the absorption. It was merely the beginning. Surrendering now would jeopardize the subsequent phases. Absorbing the first soul ring, which was a millennium old, was indeed a perilous endeavor. However, should a soul beast be willing to offer itself in sacrifice, the process would be significantly more efficient. The advantage of sacrifice lies in the voluntary donation of the soul ring by the soul beast, which ensures that the absorber faces no hostility. There would be no resistance, attacks, or repulsion. Instead, the soul beast would strive to comply and assist the soul master in the absorption process. Undoubtedly, this is the most ideal scenario. Conversely, when a soul ring is forcibly absorbed by a soul master, it will naturally resist fiercely. If the soul master is weaker than the power of the soul ring and cannot defend themselves, the consequences could lead to the self-detonation of their martial spirit, if not outright death. Qianye unleashed his twin staff martial spirit, gradually drawing the Millennium Soul Ring upwards. Only when the entire martial spirit enveloped the ring did he exhale a sigh of relief. This marked the most crucial step in the absorption process. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Qianrenxue's gaze remained fixed on the process of his soul ring absorption. On one hand, She was concerned for him, as this was his first experience absorbing a soul ring over 1,000 years old, which posed a risk to his life. On the other hand, she sought to glean insights for her own impending absorption. Chapter 9, 700 Years, the Radiant Peacock Soul Beast. As the Millennium Soul Ring entered Qianye's body, the impact of the soul power was not only a physical assault, but also a profound test of the soul. Qianye felt that he could endure, while simultaneously, his twin staff martial spirit was resisting the force of the soul ring. The other two martial spirits remained dormant within his dantian, refraining from interference. Qianye had already attained the ability to introspectively observe his inner self, which allowed him to discern these details. The carrot martial spirit floated motionless in a corner of the dantian, while the 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit coiled into a compact form, enveloped by its 24 golden wings. At first glance, it resembled a circular golden iron sphere. The twin spirit of Nunchaku was presently in opposition to the 3,000-year soul ring, absorbing its essence. Qianye firmly believed in his ability to successfully complete this absorption. An hour passed, then two, and as the third hour unfolded, the sun dipped below the horizon, ushering in twilight. At last, success. After 3 arduous hours, Qianye opened his eyes, having fully absorbed the soul ring. It must be acknowledged, this was no trivial feat. After all, it was his first soul ring, and a 3,000-year one at that. Few could rival him in the realm of soul masters. Tang San's initial soul ring was merely 400 years. Although Hui Yuhao from the prestigious Tang sect possessed a 1,000,000-year golden soul ring as his first, that was due to the voluntary sacrifice of the 1,000,000-year soul beast, the Dream Eye Silkworm, which had sealed away over 90% of its soul power. Had it not done so, Hui Yuhao would have been overwhelmed. Qianye's first soul ring was 3,000 years, perfectly absorbed, instilling him with significant confidence for the absorption of a second soul ring. Brother Qianye, you have finally completed the absorption. Upon witnessing his safe and successful endeavor, Qianrenxue, who had diligently kept watch, rushed over in excitement. Qianye affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, "Yes, I told you I could do it. There was no need to worry." Qianrenxue nodded, giving a thumbs up. Brother Qianye is amazing. To absorb a 3,000-year soul ring successfully is no small feat. Qianye smiled silently, having accomplished his first soul ring absorption. It was certainly a moment for celebration. Rising to assess the time, he noted it was time for dinner. Naturally, they would spend the night in the forest and needed to procure some food. Qianye caught a few rabbits and mountain chickens, kindled a fire, and fashioned a makeshift grill from firewood, placing the prepared rabbits and mountain chickens atop it to roast. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Wow, it smells incredible. Qianrenxue gazed at the food over the fire, saliva pooling in her mouth. It was her first experience roasting food in the wild. Previously, she and Qianye had dined in the Elder Hall, where meals were prepared by others, and they simply consumed what was provided. Now, venturing out, she discovered Qianye's culinary abilities in barbecuing. This revelation added a new layer to her admiration for him. Qianye placed his hand on her head, saying, "Little Snow, the food will be ready soon." Qianrenxue responded, her eyes wide with admiration, eagerly awaiting her meal. In no time, the food was thoroughly cooked. Qianye handed her a chicken leg, took one for himself, and savored the deliciousness. "Whoa, Brother Qianye, your roasted chicken is absolutely delectable," Qianrenxue exclaimed after her first bite, immediately praising the flavor. "If it's delicious, I shall eat more." Qianye, confident in his culinary skills, felt assured that he surpassed many chefs in Douluo continent. Qianrenxue nodded, finishing one chicken leg in just a few bites before reaching for a rabbit leg. She discovered it was just as delightful. Qianye took a few sips from his water bottle and offered it to Qianrenxue. "Little Snow, are you happy to be out hunting for soul rings with your brother?" "Yes, I am immensely happy." Qianrenxue's words were heartfelt and sincere. From a young age, at the tender age of 6, she ventured outside the Elder Hall for the first time. A rare experience that filled her with joy. Moreover, she had his companionship, which made it all the more delightful. With a smile, Chiba nodded, and everything was understood without words. After enjoying their dinner, that evening, Chiba led her to a cave where they kindled a fire and rested for the night. As they lay down, Qianrenxue suddenly asked with a smile, "Brother Chiba, where shall we search for soul beasts tomorrow?" Chiba shook his head, replying, "Here. It is not us who seek the soul beasts, but rather they who seek us." Indeed, he spoke the truth. In the current setting of the Sunset Forest, the deeper one ventured, the more soul beasts would appear, ready to attack. However, in a few millennia, these soul beasts would nearly become extinct. By the era of the Dragon King legend in Douluo continent, soul rings would be artificially created. Not only does awakening a martial soul require a fee, but acquiring soul rings also entails exorbitant costs. Even more astonishing is that spending a fortune does not guarantee obtaining a desirable soul ring. Therefore, the soul masters of this era in Douluo continent are rather fortunate, as awakening a martial soul is free, and so are the soul rings. Simply entering the forest allows one to find them, whether they be 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years old. However, soul rings of 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years are exceedingly rare and not easily accessible to ordinary soul masters. Even most titled Douluo would hesitate to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. The reason is simple, unless it is through a sacrificial offering. The average titled Douluo would fear the overwhelming force of such a soul ring, risking their very lives. Figures like Qian Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Bibi Dong are not those whom ordinary titled Douluo can compare to. Even Tang Hao's 100,000-year soul ring was a sacrificial gift from Qian. As dawn broke the next day, Chiba gently awakened the still slumbering Qianrenxue. After a light meal, they continued their journey deeper into the sunset forest. He intended to find Qianrenxue her first soul ring, ideally one that would harmonize with her martial soul. Suddenly, they were halted by a call from a small hillside ahead. Chiba paused and looked up. Qianrenxue leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Brother Chiba, can you see what it is?" Chiba shook his head. "If we move closer, we will be able to see." Qianrenxue nodded, understanding the need for silence to avoid startling whatever it was. They cautiously made their way up the hillside, utilizing the cover of the trees until they reached the midpoint. There, Chiba finally spotted a magnificent large bird, feasting on its meal. It was a thundercloud soul beast, approximately 3 meters long, now limp on the ground as the bird pecked at it. The radiant peacock soul beast. Qianrenxue suddenly whispered the name of the majestic bird into his ear. Chiba's eyes sparkled with recognition. Indeed, the bird before them, adorned with immaculate white feathers devoid of any blemish, was the radiant peacock soul beast. Such a soul beast was a rare sight to behold. Chiba was taken aback to encounter it in the sunset forest, the bright white peacock. Xiaoxue, upon inspection. This magnificent creature possesses a cultivation level of approximately 700 years, making it ideal for your first spirit ring absorption. Qianrenxue nodded eagerly, unable to hide her fondness for the bright white peacock's spirit ring. "Brother Chiba, how shall we capture it?" She lacked experience in hunting spirit beasts. Chapter 10. The Kill. Qianrenxue's first spirit ring. This indeed posed a question. The bright white peacock was no ordinary spirit beast, with 700 years of cultivation. Its combat prowess rivaled that of a 1,000-year spirit beast. After some contemplation, Chiba resolved to engage in close combat. He intended to employ the little flying dagger technique. Yet he found himself without any daggers to utilize. Though the Buddha's palm technique was formidable, it seemed excessive for dealing with a mere 700-year-old bright peacock. What to do? After careful consideration, Chiba ultimately decided on close combat. With lightness of foot, coupled with the invincible golden body and the golden light shield technique, wielding dual blades should allow him to catch the creature off guard. However, they would need someone to initially divert its attention, enabling a surprise attack on its vital points. Chiba's strategy was simple, to conserve soul power as much as possible, with his own soul power combined with Qianrenxue's, and without any additional assistance. Depleting their soul power before defeating the opponent would be a grave mistake. The shadowless kick technique could serve as a backup, setting aside the bright peacock's defenses. Its offensive power was formidable. Chiba nearly forgot that his nunchaku martial spirit had already absorbed its first spirit ring, allowing him to use its abilities. "Xiaoxue, listen to me. You will attract its attention, and I will strike from behind when it is least expecting it. Is that truly feasible?" Qianrenxue expressed her trepidation regarding the bright white peacock. "Do not worry, Xiaoxue, I will ensure your safety," Chiba reassured her. Reluctantly, she agreed, albeit still apprehensive. Yet, considering the spirit ring was rightfully hers, she felt compelled to contribute. Summoning her courage, she stepped forth, waving at the bright white peacock. "Hey!" The bright white peacock responded with a series of sharp calls. Agitated by the disturbance of its feeding and the intruder in its territory, it turned to see a small girl 100 meters away, its fury palpable. Its once dark eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, a clear sign of impending wrath. Chiba immediately gestured for her to flee. Qianrenxue dashed away with remarkable speed, one that would be difficult for an ordinary person to match. Over the years, with Chiba accompanying her in training, she had honed her running skills, practicing tirelessly for 3 hours each day, circling the Elder Hall repeatedly. Her efforts were not in vain. The bright white peacock, upon spotting Qianrenxue, pursued her as if she were a delectable morsel, stretching its long legs to chase her down. Its stature was imposing, far exceeding that of an ordinary peacock. Incorporating the characteristics of the peacock, a creature of omnivorous tendencies, its diet invariably consists of a harmonious blend of both flora and fauna, rendering it an indispensable component of its daily fare. No matter how swiftly Qianrenxue may flee, she cannot outpace the luminous wings of the radiant peacock. Yet, it chose not to take flight. Instead, it pursued her on foot, perhaps underestimating the speed of the little human girl. Unbeknownst to it, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow oriole lies in wait. The radiant peacock did not soar, precisely aligning with Qianye's intentions concealed in the shadows. In truth, upon awakening her martial soul, Qianrenxue also possessed the potential to sprout 2 pairs of wings from her back and ascend into the skies. However, her proficiency was still lacking, rendering her unable to utilize this ability. Upon returning, Douluo would undoubtedly take the time to instruct her. The moment was indeed opportune. With a swift and silent grace akin to a fleeting shadow, Qianye seized the chance, executing a technique known as snow treading without a trace, propelling himself forward with the speed of lightning. While the radiant peacock was preoccupied with chasing Qianrenxue, he capitalized on the opening. With a powerful leap, he landed upon the back of the radiant peacock, his dual blades drawn in a seamless dance of light and shadow, striking incessantly at its throat. None could fathom the swiftness of his blades or the precision of his strikes. In an instant, the radiant peacock collapsed, tumbling down the hillside for over 10 meters before finally coming to rest on level ground. Qianye swiftly moved to its side, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for he had indeed succeeded. Upon witnessing this, Qianrenxue halted in her tracks, observing the creature lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, and understood that victory was theirs. She rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Brother Qianye, did you finish it so quickly?" "Indeed," Qianye replied, equally surprised by the expeditious outcome. Fortune had played a role in this victory. The radiant peacock had truly underestimated them, failing to employ any defensive measures before succumbing. "Little Snow, it still clings to a breath of life. We must not delay. Go forth and deliver the final blow." Without hesitation, Qianrenxue brandished her small dagger and swiftly struck down upon the radiant peacock, concluding its life. There exists a significant stipulation when absorbing a soul ring. The soul master must personally slay the soul beast to harvest its ring. A soul ring killed by another cannot be absorbed by a different soul master. This was precisely why Qianye allowed Qianrenxue the honor of delivering the final strike. With a profound hum, the radiant peacock breathed its last, releasing a yellow soul ring into the air. A century-old soul ring, confirmed. Qianrenxue beamed with joy. "Brother Qianye, thank you for your assistance in hunting the soul beast." Qianye waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. The bond between us renders such gestures trivial. Besides, did you not assist me in guarding yesterday? We help each other." Qianrenxue giggled. "Then, as I begin to absorb the soul ring, Brother Qianye, you must protect me, all right? Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety," he assured her. Guarding was, after all, a trivial matter for him. Qianrenxue nodded, sheathed her dagger, and sat in meditation to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Protecting her was a task that could stretch from several hours to several days and nights. A rather monotonous endeavor. Qianye, gifted with exceptional talent, had completed his own absorption in just over 3 hours. Logically, Qianrenxue's aptitude was no less than his own, yet a few hours would still be requisite for her. Qianye believed he should find something to occupy himself during this time. The little flying dagger never misses its mark. Chiba withdrew a small dagger, reminiscent of the unique skill wielded by the protagonist Li Xuanhuan from the classic Gulong novel, The Flying Dagger of Little Li. Li Xuanhuan's flying daggers, once unleashed, never missed their mark, striking with lethal precision from 100 meters away. Unless he harbored no intention to harm, his daggers would invariably find their intended target. This is the origin of Little Li's infallible dagger. In the narrative, Li Xuanhuan embodies both heroism and tragedy. The bonds of brotherhood ultimately lead to his betrayal. Yet, he remains a man of profound loyalty and righteousness, navigating the martial world out of necessity. Now, equipped with the skill of the Little Li flying dagger, Chiba felt compelled to test its extraordinary nature. He surmised that Li Xuanhuan's prowess stemmed from a combination of inner strength, skill, proficiency, and mental acuity. When these elements coalesce, the result is a rapid, forceful, and precise launch of the dagger. Chiba pondered that, in addition to these facets, his own soul power could amplify his effectiveness. This is akin to Tang San's concealed weapon techniques from the Tang sect in his world, such as silent sleeve arrows and dragon whisker needles, which require mastery and skill for accurate deployment. Moreover, when combined with inner strength or soul power, the synchronization of speed and force yields even more remarkable outcomes. Regardless of whether it is the inner energy from one realm or the soul power from another, both represent unique abilities, energies that can erupt in an instant like firearms. Whoosh! The dagger in Chiba's hand flew forth, embedding itself in a tree 100 meters away. A wicked smile crept across his face. Chapter 11. A Triumphant Return. As one draws nearer, it becomes evident that a headless fly lies beneath the blade. The little flying dagger's reputation for precision is indeed well-deserved. In the world of Douluo, despite its fantastical nature, the combat prowess is relatively modest. Generally, soul masters cannot withstand Tang San's concealed weapon assaults. Much like the concealed weapons of the martial arts realm, the techniques of daggers pose a significant threat to the lives of soul masters. The concealed weapons brought by Tang San from his world, sleeve arrows, flying daggers, needles, and other mechanical devices, are inherently pure concealed weapons. They possess the capability to slay high-ranking soul masters without the infusion of soul power, magic, or divine energy, as long as they strike vital points. The prerequisite, of course, is the ability to hit. The silent sleeve arrow, while seemingly the most rudimentary of concealed weapons, lacks the formidable strength of more complex devices. Yet, the direct hand-launching of concealed weapons possesses its own advantages. For instance, dragon whisker needles can be hidden within the crevices of one's fingernails. If an adversary is pricked, the needle remains within the body, and without specialized techniques, it is exceedingly difficult to extract. Prolonged retention within the body, or if the assailant uses soul power to dissolve the needle, necessitates surgical intervention to remove it. Otherwise, remaining inside could lead to a fate worse than death, with unbearable pain persisting. In contrast to the silent sleeve arrow, the dragon whisker needle undoubtedly represents a far more sinister concealed weapon. Tears of Guanyin, the blood of Bodhi, and certain other peculiar items, along with the King of Hell's talisman, all exemplify powerful mechanical concealed weapons. Especially the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus and the Violent Rain Pear Blossom Needle. These mechanisms are classified as area of effect hidden weapons, possessing the destructive power capable of annihilating an army of tens of thousands. The peacock feather is also a remarkably potent destructive concealed weapon. After a span of half a day, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. The reason was simple. She had successfully absorbed the first soul ring of her six-winged angel. Qianrenxue glanced around, failing to spot Qianye's figure, and immediately felt a surge of anxiety as she searched left and right. Yet, he was nowhere to be found. Qianrenxue murmured, "Where has brother Qianye gone? It seems you've succeeded?" After waiting for a while without seeing him, tears welled up in her eyes, overflowing with fear. Suddenly, his voice echoed from above. A wave of joy surged through Qianrenxue's heart as she quickly looked up, and indeed, she caught sight of a small boy perched upon a branch of a large tree, none other than Qianye himself. Giggling, Qianrenxue wiped her tears away. "Brother Qianye, what are you doing up in the tree? Guarding you." Qianye leapt down from the tree, standing before Qianrenxue, and gently brushed the tears from her face. He then offered her a small chestnut. "Crying again?" Qianrenxue pouted. "I was worried about you." "Well, let's eat something first." "All right, I'm hungry too." After they finished their meal and took a brief rest, they resumed their journey in search of soul beasts. The sunset forest was vast. The deeper they ventured, the taller and more ominous the trees became. In the areas where sunlight could not penetrate, a musty odor of decay permeated the air. However, due to natural evolution and plant absorption, it was not overly pronounced. The fragrances of leaves, flowers, and fruits emanating from the plants were undeniably enchanting. After half a month, Qianye finally led Qianrenxue out of the sunset forest, having garnered considerable rewards. During this time, Qianye had successfully absorbed all 6 of his soul rings. For his twin sickle martial soul, the first soul ring was a purple one of 3,000 years, the second a black one of 10,000 years, and the third a black one of 30,000 years. As for his carrot martial soul, he absorbed 3 rings, which were a purple one of 5,000 years, a black one of 20,000 years, and a black one of 40,000 years. As for the 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, Qianye had no intention of absorbing it just yet. His cultivation level had already reached the 33rd rank. Qianrenxue's 6-winged angel had also absorbed 2 soul rings. The first, a yellow one of 700 years, and the second, a purple one of 3,000 years, bringing her cultivation level to the 22nd rank. Their powers had surged remarkably. Host, Qianye. Gender male. Age 6. Physique, 33. Non-normal 100. Number of martial souls, 3. Divine martial soul, 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, awakened, no soul rings. Weapon martial soul, twin sickle martial soul, awakened, 3 soul rings, purple, black, black. Food martial soul, carrot, awakened, 3 soul rings, purple, black, black. Soul bones, none. Soul power level, 33, soul master. Qianye glanced at the system panel and indeed confirmed that his strength in all aspects had increased. Initially, he had come to the sunset forest to explore the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, given the perilous nature of that place, guarded by the formidable Douluo, he had decided against it. Regardless of the blind folly of poisoned Douluo, he remains oblivious to the identities of those celestial herbs. As for Tang San, he is yet to be born. The only imperative is to enter the ice and fire Yin Yang before him. During the past half-month of their disappearance, the Elder Hall has been far from tranquil. Qian Douluo dispatched the golden crocodile Douluo, while the 9 elders of the Elder Hall ventured forth in search of the two. Yet they found no trace. Little do they know that Qianye has taken Qianrenxue to the Sunset Forest to absorb soul rings, rather than having been abducted. Qian Douluo and his followers suspect that their disappearance is not a mere coincidence, but rather a result of human intervention. It is only natural for them to think this way, for the 2 children left without a word, vanishing right under their noses. Who would not find such an occurrence abnormal? The soul rings of the 6-winged angel martial spirit can be upgraded through the elevation of power followed by the Angel 9 trials. Just like Qian Douluo, whose 1st to 8th soul rings are uniformly 10,000-year black rings. Qianrenxue, too, although her 1st soul ring is merely 100 years and the 2nd 1,000, will have her soul rings upgraded to over 10,000 years after completing the Angel 9 trials. This constitutes a significant advantage of the Qian family's 6-winged angel martial spirit. In the Douluo continent, the only one who can rival Qian Douluo is Tang Chun. At sea, Poseidon reigns supreme. As for Tang San, within the original narrative of Douluo continent, Qian Douluo and he have never crossed paths, let alone engaged in battle. Days later, after more than half a month of stealthy excursions, particularly with Qianrenxue in tow, Qianye can only imagine the turmoil that will erupt in the Elder Hall. It must be noted that neither of them is aware of the implications of their outing. Qian Douluo has not disseminated news of their disappearance, but has simply instructed the 9 elders to search discreetly. Qianrenxue nodded. We went out to buy some snacks. Indeed. Snacks are delightful. The 2 guards responded respectfully, opening the door to allow them entry. Qianye furrowed his brow, contemplating how he would explain their secret escapade to Qian Douluo and the 9 elders once inside. After all, Qianrenxue is of far greater importance to Qian Douluo than even his own life. Chapter 12. Qian Douluo's Mission. As soon as Qianye stepped inside, he heard Qian Douluo's voice. Looking up, he saw him standing beneath the angel statue at the entrance. Grandfather, Qianrenxue called out softly, fearful of incurring his wrath. Qianye remained still, contemplating his fate. What is destined cannot be evaded. Since the deed is done, one must bear the consequences. Worrying serves no purpose. It is far more prudent to devise a strategy for the impending confrontation. Qian Douluo turned to face them, his expression revealing no trace of anger. Ha ha ha. Qianrenxue burst into laughter, casting a concerned glance at Qianye. Grandfather is the best to little Shui. Uncertain whether he was truly angry, she dismissed her worries. After a brief silence, Qian Douluo spoke. Qianye, did you take little Shui out? No. Qianye could not admit that he had led Qianrenxue on a hunt for soul beasts to absorb soul rings. This matter had been sealed in secrecy with Qianrenxue. The matter is quite straightforward. 2 6-year-old children could not possibly hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. But who could it be? Qianye shook his head, feigning ignorance. Grandfather Qian, I only remember waking up in another place, where I encountered 2 masked individuals clad in black. Later, I learned that this place was known as the Sunset Forest. They reassured Xiao Xue and me, saying they brought us to the Sunset Forest to help us hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings. Qianrenxue immediately nodded in agreement. At that moment, my brother Qianye and I were terrified, yet it turned out they did not harm us. They genuinely helped us hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings. Who could they be? Perhaps Bibi Dong? Qian Douluo pondered for a moment before responding. As long as you are safe, that is good. Now, Xiaoxue, let grandfather take a look at your soul rings. Of course. Qianrenxue beamed, releasing her soul power. With a hum, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, emerged. 100-year and 1,000-year soul ring. Qian Douluo was somewhat surprised, not expecting his granddaughter to return with such impressive gains. He was quite pleased with this configuration of soul rings. Yet, he remained curious about the identities of the mysterious individuals who had led them to the Sunset Forest. Could it truly be Bibi Dong? And you, Qianye? Qian Douluo shifted his gaze toward him. Qianye said little, but with a hum. 3 soul rings appeared around him, purple and black. Qian Douluo was astonished. This boy was indeed remarkable. The first soul ring could absorb 1,000 years, while the second and third were both 10,000-year soul rings. Even in his youth, he could not compare. Regardless of who had guided them to the Sunset Forest to absorb soul rings, the fact that they returned safely was indeed a blessing. Suddenly, Qian Douluo smiled warmly. Xiaoxue, you may go play. I have matters to discuss with your brother Qianye. All right, grandfather. Qianrenxue glanced back at him before turning to leave. Qian Douluo stepped closer to Qianye, looking down at him. Do you remember what I told you last time? Qianye nodded. Yes, grandfather, my life was given by you. Excellent, you are a bright child. Now that you are 6 years old, it is time for you to venture out into the world for training. It seemed that Douluo intended to send him on a mission. Do not worry. Although you are not of the Qian family by blood, I have always treated you equally to Xiaoxue. This mission is quite simple. The Wuhuan Temple Academy is about to commence its term, and I plan to send you there for your studies. Is that all? Qianye chuckled, expecting a more significant task. Douluo seemed to discern his surprise and smiled. Of course, studying is genuine, but it is not the primary objective. You must have heard of Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Oh. Qianye did not understand how he was connected to Bibi Dong. Douluo gently ruffled his hair. Child, do not overthink it. I mentioned Bibi Dong because she harbors ulterior motives towards the Wuhuan Temple. While you study at the academy, strive to find opportunities to befriend her, earn her trust, and pay close attention to her every move. As long as she harbors no ulterior motives, all shall remain tranquil. Should there be any, just be vigilant. It is as simple as that. Indeed, regarding this matter, I shall not refuse. Douluo has not taken any action against Bibi Dong, nor has he contemplated harming this woman. In this regard, Douluo has exhibited remarkable tolerance towards Bibi Dong. After all, he has restrained himself even after the enmity of losing his child, refraining from exacting vengeance on Bibi Dong, and has even aided her in ascending to the papal throne, which is already commendable. Qianye smiled innocently. Grandfather Qian, rest assured. I will heed only your words. That is good, Douluo said with satisfaction, gently patting his head. This child, it seems, has not been in vain for me to care for him. It appears that he has no intention of letting Qianrenxue go. In the original narrative, Douluo never allowed her to appear in public. However, since I have come to the Douluo continent, I must strive for her. Grandfather Qian, will Xiaoxue also attend the Wuhuan Temple Academy? Douluo shook his head. Xiaoxue will not go. She has other matters to learn. What a pity. Qianye shrugged his shoulders. What do you find regrettable? Douluo inquired, curious as he noticed Qianye being more talkative than usual today. With a naïve smile, Qianye replied, Grandfather Qian, I believe you should allow Xiaoxue to accompany me. I am certain she would also wish to go with me. If I were to go alone and leave her at home, she would undoubtedly feel very sad and distressed. Everyone has the right to choose, and Xiaoxue does too. As her grandfather, I believe you would not want to see her have an unhappy youth, would you? Therefore, Grandfather Qian, could you grant Xiaoxue the opportunity to choose? Douluo remained silent, while Qianye looked on. Thank you, Grandfather Qian. Qianye noted, regardless of whether Douluo consented. He had already done his utmost in this matter. From here on, it would depend on Xiaoxue's fate. With his current strength, he could only strive for so much on her behalf. I hope to secure for her a taste of campus life, even if just for a few years. That would be worthwhile. Qianye smiled as he gently ruffled her hair. As long as you do not disclose that I brought you here, and keep this secret forever, I shall be fine. So, Xiaoxue, can you keep this secret for me? I can. Qianrenxue avowed, raising her hand. Qianye nodded. Indeed, my Xiaoxue is obedient. Hee. Suddenly, Qianrenxue grinned mischievously. Then you must tell me, preferably the truth. What did grandfather just say to you? As long as you speak the truth, I shall not reveal this secret to grandfather and the other grandfathers. Otherwise, I will tell them you know. Chapter 13. Entering the Wuhuan Temple Academy for study. Clocking in. Reward. Ancient White Dragon Guardian Spirit. When did Xiaoxue learn this trick as well? Never mind, there is no harm in telling her. Qianye sat on the threshold, inviting Qianrenxue to sit beside him, and patted her head. Xiaoxue, come, sit down. Qianrenxue raised her head and sat beside him. Looking at him, hurry and tell me. Grandfather said I am going to study at the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue smiled joyfully. Then I want to go too. Qianye hesitated before speaking. It's not impossible, but it requires grandfather's approval. He will surely agree. I shall seek him out immediately. Without waiting for Qianye to say more, Qianrenxue dashed towards the elder hall. Qianye watched her retreating figure and shook his head, hoping for the best. Half an hour later, Brother Qianye, grandfather has already consented to allow me to study at the Spirit Hall Academy with you. Qianye replied with a smile, that is splendid. It seems that Douluo has taken my words to heart. A month later, they were summoned by Douluo. Qianye, Xiaoxue. Tomorrow marks the commencement of classes at the Spirit Hall Academy. Xiaoxue may attend, but Qianye, you must take good care of her. I certainly will, Qianye assured. Fully aware of his responsibility, he would not indulge himself at her expense. After all, the young girl was an exceptional talent, not easily harmed. Furthermore, Xiaoxue's martial spirit needed to be disguised due to her unique identity. She could not openly use her six-winged angel martial spirit. It must be said, Douluo had anticipated this. Qianye inquired, what do you intend to disguise Xiaoxue's martial spirit as, grandfather? Let us use the bright white peacock martial spirit. The first soul ring she absorbed was indeed from this type of soul beast. Indeed, Qianye acknowledged, knowing well that Douluo possessed the secret art of martial spirit disguise. In the original narrative, Qianrenxue had disguised herself as the crown prince Shueqinghe in the Heavendo Empire using this very technique, altering not only her appearance but also her martial spirit to that of the swan associated with the royal family of Heavendo. Qiandalu nodded. In that case, it is settled. We shall adhere to grandfather's arrangements. Qianye had no objections, as long as Qianrenxue did not disguise herself as a male. Attending school with a concealed martial spirit was a minor issue. Although Qianrenxue was reluctant to mask her martial spirit, she accepted it for the opportunity to study alongside Qianye. Despite her tender age of 6, she possessed a remarkably mature and perceptive disposition. In front of Qianye and Qiandalu, she would playfully act cute, but with others, she was quite serious, displaying a level of maturity beyond her years. While she could deceive others, she could not fool Qianye, who had watched her grow up and understood her nature all too well. The following day, they were admitted to the Spirit Hall Academy, with Qianye assigned to a single dormitory as a special privilege, which he understood was due to Qiandaolu's influence. Given Qiandaolu's standing, the Spirit Hall Academy was practically an extension of his household. Arranging for a few individuals to enter was almost effortless. Moreover, he had numerous contacts within the academy, and the institution was not solely under Bibi Dong's control. This academy served as a cradle for nurturing talent for the Spirit Hall, and with proper arrangements, Qianye and Xiaoxue could be directly enrolled without any examination. Indeed, this was the case. Qianye moved into the academy dormitory without undergoing any assessment, and he was already assigned to a class. Notably, Qianrenxue was placed in the same class as him. In the first year of the junior class at the Junior Soul Master Academy, the typical duration of study spans from 1 to 6 years. The intermediate level generally lasts around 3 years. However, students at Shrek Academy who fail to meet graduation requirements are not permitted to graduate. The Advanced Academy also typically requires about 3 years of study, although 3 years is not the minimum duration. Qianye had just finished tidying up his dormitory and, feeling somewhat fatigued, laid down on his bed to rest, as it was not yet mealtime. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, Master. You have checked into the Spirit Hall Academy. Reward: 1 ancient white dragon guardian spirit. What is a white dragon guardian spirit? Qianye pondered. Although he was familiar with dragons, he had never heard of such a guardian spirit. The notification continued. The white dragon refers to the kind of dragon from the world you previously inhabited, and the spirit is the soul of the dragon after its demise. The white dragon belongs to the ancient white dragon god of another realm, with a lifespan of approximately 1 billion years. Though the physical form of the dragon has perished, its soul endures, hidden in the mysterious corners of the universe. While its body no longer exists, its spiritual power remains at 1/10 of its former strength. Together, this entity is referred to as the White Dragon Guardian Spirit. Understanding dawned upon Qianye, but he found himself contemplating another matter. How do I summon the White Dragon Guardian Spirit? The system replied. It has already been placed within your spiritual space. You merely need to use your mental intent to communicate with it. Additionally, you can enter your spiritual space with your consciousness for face-to-face interaction with the White Dragon. Feeling encouraged, Qianye decided to give it a try. He immediately sat cross-legged, focusing intently as he attempted to enter his spiritual space. This space, also known as the Sea of Consciousness, is a mysterious, independent realm constructed from mental energy within the human mind. Similar to the Dantian, it serves as the second most enigmatic space for humans. While ordinary individuals possess such spaces, they cannot access or utilize them through consciousness. Only cultivators, particularly those of a special kind, can unlock them. For instance, individuals like Hui Yuhao and the divine girl Tang Wudong have developed their own spiritual spaces. Sitting on his bed, Qianye concentrated, feeling the existence of his spiritual space as he ventured inside. Suddenly, he found himself in an unfamiliar domain. Glancing around, he observed vast expanses under the sun, yet devoid of any signs of life. However, he noticed a clear pool of water on the ground, its depths visible. Could it be that the White Dragon Guardian Spirit resided within? The system had mentioned that this guardian spirit was an ancient dragon god from another world, imbued with immense power. He wondered how it would react upon meeting him, considering he had yet to conquer it. Qianye descended to the ground and, finding no flora or fauna, took a few steps until he reached the edge of the pool. Peering down, he indeed spotted a magnificent creature coiled beneath the water. Its body was adorned with distinctly angular white scales that shimmered brilliantly. The creature stood approximately 10,000 feet tall, its head resembling a towering mountain, adorned with antler-like horns, rabbit-like eyes, and ears akin to a bovine ass. Its neck mimicked that of a serpent, while its belly resembled a clam. Its scales were reminiscent of a carp, claws akin to an eagle's, and paws similar to those of a tiger. Its back was embellished with 81 scales, embodying the essence of the number 99. Whiskers graced its mouth, a luminous pearl hung beneath its jaw, and reverse scales adorned its throat. Atop its head rested a bashi, also known as chimu, for without this, a dragon cannot ascend to the heavens. Its breath could conjure clouds, transforming water into fire. Undoubtedly, this was a true dragon, albeit merely a dragon's spirit. Lacking a corporeal form, only its essence remained. Qianye understood that the dragon possessed immense powers, capable of altering its size and shape, even transforming into human form. The immense white dragon guardian, stretching 10,000 feet in length, could shrink to the size of a finger, adopting human-like features. Chapter 14. A close encounter with the giant dragon. At this moment, Qianye was not preoccupied with the dragon's size or length. Instead, she pondered how to communicate with such a majestic being as a mere human, having no prior experience in interacting with dragonkind. After contemplating, she decided on an intimate approach, believing that closeness would foster mutual understanding. Indeed, distance often breeds beauty, yet perpetual separation hinders true connection. To engage in meaningful dialogue, one must bridge the gap, preferably drawing ever nearer. However, absolute proximity can also lead to peril. With a resolute decision, Qianye plunged into the water with a splash, diving beneath the surface. Before long, she found herself upon the dragon's back, standing on scales as sharp and defined as diamonds, each larger than a human being. A shiver coursed through her as she realized she had never before engaged with such a colossal creature, especially not a dragon. Suddenly, the white dragon exhaled, producing a sound akin to thunder, reverberating ominously. It was a terrifying experience. As she opened her eyes, they sparkled like two radiant moons. Indeed, Qianye had awakened the slumbering giant. Panic surged within her. What if it consumed her whole? The echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls were now tangible to her. A daunting reality she had encountered. Qianye muttered to herself, "The dragon's roar, what on earth have I heard? None will ever know." The white dragon let out a mighty cry, emerging from the water, its body shifting upward with great force, ascending into the sky. My heavens! Is she truly ascending to the heavens? I am far from prepared. Qianye stumbled on the dragon's back, realizing this was untenable. Then, a brilliant idea struck her. She hurriedly advanced, employing a technique akin to walking on snow without leaving a trace, leaping onto the dragon's head and grasping a whisker, refusing to let go. At last, salvation was at hand. The white dragon let out another resounding roar, its immense body soaring into the sky, spiraling gracefully. "So, you are indeed the white dragon?" Qianye could not refrain from striking up a conversation. To assert she was unafraid would be nothing short of self-deception. Here she was, engaging with a colossal dragon atop its back, a notion so fantastical that few would believe it. A human and a dragon, intertwined in communion, defied all expectations. Qiba pondered whether she had truly accepted herself. "Are you human?" Suddenly, the white dragon emitted a sound. Wait, is she conversing with herself? Qiba felt a surge of joy. Recalling the system's words, this colossal dragon had become her guardian spirit. They had formed a pact. If she were to perish, so too would the dragon. How delightful. Therefore, she need not fear any treachery from her. I have conquered her, so I need not worry about her disobedience. How extraordinary. Yes, I am human. And you? An ancient dragon god. Qiba mustered her courage to inquire. The white dragon replied, "You ask as if you are unaware. Do not assume I am oblivious to your thoughts. Though we have forged a contract and I am bound to you, do not think you can act with impunity. If you desire something of me, you must tread carefully. The consequences could be dire. Wait, have I ever indicated I would do anything to you?" Qiba questioned, feeling that the dragon was overly suspicious. Truly, what could she do to her? Besides, she was a dragon after all. Qiba found herself at a loss for words. Rest assured, I, Qiba, am a good person. Although you have been subdued by me, I shall not engage in any reckless actions. Master, I hope you will honor your word, the white dragon said earnestly. Such words left Qiba momentarily speechless. She had no idea how to respond. Please do not worry. I am not that kind of unscrupulous individual. The dragon nodded. As long as you respect me, I shall reciprocate that respect. Respect is not of paramount importance. What matters is that we enjoy our relationship. Qiba felt a sense of relief. She had initially anticipated a confrontation with the dragon, but it seemed unnecessary to waste words. To her surprise, she had managed to conquer the dragon with just a few exchanges. How wonderful. Although the white dragon possessed a formidable form, she was surprisingly docile. With proper guidance, she would certainly become a splendid companion. As Qiba contemplated, the white dragon finally descended to the ground. Qiba leapt from the dragon's back, standing before her, feeling as insignificant as a blade of grass. Dear dragon, aren't you capable of changing size and form? Wouldn't it facilitate our communication if you transformed into a human? Master, do you wish for me to assume human form? The dragon gazed intently into her eyes. Staring into those large, expressive eyes left Qiba feeling somewhat uneasy. Of course, if it is within your ability, I do not wish to impose. Let us simply seek joy in our interaction. It is not impossible. But you must not harbor any ulterior motives against me. Chiba felt on the verge of exasperation. Fine, I shall not entertain any such thoughts. Is that acceptable? Indeed. The dragon blinked her large eyes and soared into the sky, radiating brilliance. Chiba was momentarily blinded, raising her hands to shield her eyes. All done, master. Suddenly, Chiba heard the dragon's gentle voice, imbued with a softness that was comforting. When she opened her eyes, she beheld a white-clad maiden before her. She appeared to be around 6 years old, resembling a porcelain doll. Her form was no larger than a palm, her skin as white as snow, with 2 long, white braids cascading down to her waist. Her face was exquisitely shaped, adorned with large eyes that shone like the full moon, creating a stunning visage that was simply breathtaking. This is the unparalleled visage of the white dragon. Master, what do you think? Am I beautiful? The white dragon suddenly inquired. Her words and the smile upon her face were imbued with such tenderness, thoughtfulness, and charm. Qianye felt that the white dragon was indeed a splendid creature. Yes, you are extraordinarily beautiful. I am quite pleased to have you as my guardian spirit. However, you are rather small. Is there a possibility for you to grow to my size? Qianye expressed a hint of regret. No. The white dragon responded with notable vigilance. Why not? What are you thinking? Do not presume that this dragon is unaware. Qianye found himself at a loss. What could one human and one dragon accomplish together? At worst, he could gradually train her, and she would surely become obedient. I must ask, white dragon, since you have lost your physical form, why do you manifest as a tangible being after taking human shape? The white dragon responded with a delicate smile. I am an ancient divine dragon, having existed for nearly 1 billion years. Although my physical body perished during the cataclysmic battle among the deities, my power now stands at merely 1/10 of its former self. However, my dragon soul is extraordinarily potent, not to be trifled with. The excessive dragon soul, upon condensing, can indeed manifest in physical form. It seems I made a slight error earlier, resulting in my diminished size. Qianye pondered this matter. If your demonic power is so formidable, could you not grow a bit larger? Master, do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. There is no chance I will grow at your behest. Though I have the capacity to expand, I shall not, simply to vex you. The white dragon feigned a shake of her head. While it is possible to grow, I have already settled into my current form, and any transformation will require time. Clearly, Qianye had underestimated the situation. He inquired, then, white dragon, how long will it take for you to grow larger? How long? The white dragon contemplated. It is difficult to ascertain. It could be a matter of moments, or perhaps 10 or 100 years, but it should be feasible. Very well. As long as you can grow, I have plenty of time. Since the situation had reached this conclusion, Qianye felt that further words would be superfluous. It would be more prudent to focus on practical and useful matters. With the presence of this white dragon as his guardian spirit, he must make the most of it. Chapter 15. The first encounter with Bibi Dong. In the spirit hall, within the papal chamber, lies the most resplendent hall in Spirit City. In the council chamber, a young and beautiful woman sat regally upon the steps. In her hand, she wielded a staff, her exquisite visage radiating authority and noble grace. She was none other than His Holiness, Pope Bibi Dong. Beside her stood a man clad in black, her protective elder, a rank 93 title Douluo known as Ghostly Douluo. At that moment, the grand doors of the papal chamber swung open, and a tall man clad in golden armor, handsome and imposing, strode in. Bibi Dong's gaze had not once wavered from him since his entrance. As the man approached and came to a halt before her, she inquired, Yueguan, have there been any developments from the elder hall's old fellows? Yueguan immediately saluted, well aware that serving alongside Bibi Dong was akin to walking with a tiger. He knew the formidable nature of this icy woman. Her moods were mercurial, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, after many years in her service, he remained ever cautious, fearing that any slight offense could spell disaster. Indeed, do not touch the tigeress tail is a saying rooted in wisdom. What is the matter? Bibi Dong's words were imbued with a hint of coldness. At this point, Yueguan finally raised his head. This matter is not significant. It is merely that the second elder has arranged for 2 children to attend the Spirit Hall Academy. Oh, is that so? Bibi Dong expressed interest. Yueguan proudly continued. Indeed, this is absolutely true. 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy's name is Qianye. The girl, Your Highness, you may not recognize her. Oh, Yueguan nodded. Her name is Qianrenxue. What? Yes, she is called Qianrenxue and is already 6 years old. It has been 6 years since you last saw her. Qianye, upon hearing this, was somewhat moved. Bibi Dong clenched her fists, anger rising within her. I cannot believe it. Douluo, you have finally allowed your precious granddaughter to emerge. Brother Qianye, dinner is ready. Qianye opened his eyes to hear Qianrenxue's sweet voice calling from outside the door. Upon opening the door, he noticed the sun had already set, and standing outside was none other than Qianrenxue. Little Xue, let us dine outside and take a stroll. All right. Qianrenxue exclaimed joyfully, cherishing the rare opportunity. For 6 years, she and Qianye had remained confined within the Elders' Hall, seldom stepping outside. Now, with the chance to venture out, it was impossible not to feel elated. Qianye said little, taking Qianrenxue's hand as they made their way outside. The Spirit Hall Academy, being the largest Soul Master institution on the continent, boasted a student body of approximately 5,000. Each year, the disparity in the number of graduates and substitute students was significant. Thus, this figure typically fluctuated, which was not unusual. After all, not every 6-year-old awakens a martial soul capable of becoming a Soul Master. One must possess soul power to qualify as a Soul Master, even if it is merely half a level. However, the majority of individuals lack even that minimal soul power, rendering their numbers exceedingly limited. Take Su Yuntao, for instance. After visiting several villages, he awakened numerous children's martial souls, yet only encountered Tang San, a child with soul power. Furthermore, Tang San hailed from a family of soul masters. Otherwise, he might not have possessed such power. Consequently, even if the Spirit Hall Academy wished to expand its enrollment, the scarcity of soul masters posed a challenge. In the evening, Spirit City was bustling with activity. As the headquarters for soul masters, Spirit City could be said to surpass the two great empires of the Heaven Do and Star Luo, namely Heaven Do City and Star Luo City. Upon arriving on the street, Qianrenxue felt compelled to explore, touch, buy, and taste everything in sight. Qianye indulged her desires, purchasing several new dresses, outfits, and shoes, which thrilled her immensely. Naturally, Qianye did not neglect himself either, acquiring new clothing and footwear as well. The next morning, as dawn broke, Qianye crawled out of bed, sunlight streaming through the window. He had no choice but to rise, for today marked the commencement of the new semester at the Spirit Hall Academy, and he needed to report to the classroom. Brother Qianye, wake up. Just as Qianye stood up, he heard Qianrenxue calling from outside. To his surprise, she was even more eager than he was. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of Qianrenxue, adorned in a radiant yellow dress, her beauty intensified. Xiaoxue, have you had breakfast yet? Not yet, replied Qianye, taking Qianrenxue's hand and leading her towards the cafeteria. After they finished their breakfast, they sought out their classroom. Qianye settled at a desk at the back, affording him a perfect view of the entire class, while keeping a respectful distance from the teacher. Indeed, distance breeds beauty. Furthermore, being seated at the back ensured that the teacher's spittle during lectures would not reach him. Qianrenxue took a seat directly in front of him, allowing for mutual support. What is your name? I am Bai Lu, and you? I am Yolan. Is the teacher not here yet? I believe they will arrive shortly. I wonder who our class teacher will be. I have no idea. We will only find out when the teacher arrives. As more students from Class 1 gradually assembled, the classroom buzzed with speculation. Qianye too was eager to discern the identity of their instructor. At that moment, a distinct sound of high heels echoed from the classroom entrance. The students fell silent, their curiosity piqued as they turned toward the door, eager to glimpse their teacher. Qianye and Qianrenxue's gazes were also drawn to the entrance. Indeed, a figure had arrived at the threshold. To their astonishment, it was a woman whose physique and visage were nearly flawless, with long legs, piercing eyes, and violet hair cascading into a grand ponytail that fell to her waist, accentuated by a shorter strand that framed her face. Clad in a violet ensemble that accentuated her perfect curves, she presented an alluring sight. It is Her Holiness the Pope. How could Her Holiness be here with us? Is she truly the Pope? Indeed, I have seen the Pope. Otherwise, how would I recognize her? But why is the Pope here? What about our teacher? I do not know. Soon, a student identified the figure as Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Qianye had already recognized her, though she appeared a decade younger than when she first made her entrance in the original narrative, seemingly in her early 20s. Clearly, Qianye had encountered Bibi Dong many years earlier than the events of the original story. Qianye was taken aback. Why had Bibi Dong, already the Pope, come to the new student class? Could it be that she was aware of Qianye and Qianrenxue's enrollment in the academy? That seemed the only plausible explanation for a person of such stature to personally visit the new students. And indeed, this was the case. Bibi Dong had come to the new class precisely because she had received this information. Chapter 16, The Pope as Teacher. Bibi Dong, holding a card, rewards a 1,000,000-year spirit ring. Though most of the new students did not recognize Bibi Dong, the revelation that she was the Pope of the Spirit Hall left them in stunned silence. While they had never encountered a Pope before, they had certainly heard of her. After pausing at the entrance, Bibi Dong advanced to the lectern, gazing down at the class before her, her eyes ultimately resting on Qianrenxue. Chiba gazed at Bibi Dong, his eyes fixated on Xiaoxue, realizing that she was already aware of their enrollment at the academy. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's gaze shifted from Qianrenxue to him. Chiba slightly raised his head, locking eyes with Bibi Dong. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape destiny. What is meant to happen will eventually come to pass. This woman is truly pitiable. Having fallen in love with one who is unworthy of her affections, infatuated with Yu Xiaojiang, she ultimately fell victim to his schemes, meeting her demise while still clinging to her love for him, a truly tragic fate. Before Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue's eyes held a trace of resentment. Confronting her mother felt strangely foreign. Since birth, she had never tasted her mother's milk, having been separated from her. Raised solely by her grandfather, she had never experienced a mother's love. Bibi Dong and Chiba exchanged glances, revealing a hint of disparity. The little one was quite bold. She did not flinch in the face of his gaze. In the future, she would also be their teacher. The other students were astonished, never expecting the Pope to become their instructor. Chiba smirked, finding it hardly surprising. To them, Bibi Dong was an untouchable figure of the spirit hall, yet to him, she was merely a stunning goddess. Qianrenxue remained silent, her eyes fixed on Bibi Dong, unsure of how to confront her mother upon their first meeting. The students watched Bibi Dong, hesitant to speak. Chiba's gaze never strayed from her figure. Suddenly, Bibi Dong descended from the podium and approached them. The students gasped as she drew nearer. Unexpectedly, she halted beside Chiba's seat. Chiba understood that this woman must have uncovered his origins. Otherwise, her unwavering gaze would not be fixed upon him. Are you Chiba? Her voice suddenly reached his ears. Chiba turned to her. You already know, yet you still ask? Bibi Dong was taken aback by his bluntness. There was no sign of fear in his eyes, and she found it unexpected. Then, with a cold laugh, she remarked that he was indeed a pawn raised by Qian Douluo, lacking in manners. What a pity you fell into my hands. Let us see how I will deal with you. Ding. Master, the check-in system is at your service. You are about to check in with Bibi Dong. What? What did you say? Chiba feigned ignorance. It was absurd to suggest he check in while in Bibi Dong's embrace. Was it a desire for him to meet his end sooner? Suddenly, Chiba's body uncontrollably sprang from his seat, launching into Bibi Dong's arms. The speed was as swift as lightning, leaving even a super Douluo of level 98 like Bibi Dong caught off guard. All she could see was a small figure clinging to her. Chiba was equally stunned, realizing he had truly crossed a line. Touching a tiger's backside is ill-advised, yet what he was doing now was far more perilous. Wait a moment. His body had been commandeered by the system once again. This incident was entirely beyond his control, propelling him into Bibi Dong's embrace. Although he could not act against her, the situation was undeniably precarious. However, she is no ordinary individual, but rather Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Qianye struggled momentarily in Bibi Dong's embrace. Yet his hands could not pry themselves from around her neck, causing him to feel a sense of urgency. Damn it, system. Are you afraid that I won't perish quickly enough? As Qianye pondered, Bibi Dong was taken aback by his audacity to leap into her arms, momentarily rendered speechless. The other students gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene, seemingly relishing the drama, with expressions that suggested they found the situation rather amusing. Only when Bibi Dong regained her composure did her eyes flash with menace. She seized his arms tightly. Qianye could feel her slender fingers digging into his flesh, prompting a cry of alarm. Ding. Congratulations, Master, you have checked in with the goddess Bibi Dong. Reward, 1 million years soul ring. Note, the item has been stored in the system space. Qianye felt a surge of joy at the unexpected reward of a 1,000,000-year soul ring from the system. However, the challenge of absorbing such a powerful item loomed large. He wondered if his 24-winged eternal angel spirit could handle its immense pressure, as his nunchaku and carrot spirits were unlikely to withstand it. Finally, Qianye's body slipped free and fell from Bibi Dong's embrace. Although his body was temporarily managed by the system, and he had no control over being in her arms, he was at a loss as to how to explain this to her. The marks from her grip still lingered on his arms. To his surprise, rather than unleashing her fury upon him, Bibi Dong simply turned and walked towards the podium. Qianye sighed in relief. After all, he knew he stood no chance against her, and he acknowledged his own faults in this situation. Qianrenxue, standing nearby, felt a pang of anxiety for him. Although Bibi Dong was her mother, they had not seen each other nor exchanged a single word in 6 years, rendering their relationship akin to that of strangers. Qianye, come here, she called, leaving him feeling utterly drenched in cold dread. He could only wonder how this beautiful woman intended to torment him. Ultimately, it was all the fault of the system. When Qianye looked up, he was met with Bibi Dong's piercing gaze, the chill in her eyes unmistakable. Clearly, she did not intend to let him off easily. Teacher, did you call for me? Qianye feigned innocence, glancing around. The other students could only roll their eyes at his act. Enough nonsense. Isn't Qianye your name? Bibi Dong retorted. Her hands clenched tightly. That Qianye is infuriating. So young, yet daring to take liberties with me. He will pay for this. Bibi Dong cursed silently, wishing she could unleash her wrath upon him, but mindful of the presence of the entire class. A single strike could have sent him flying out of the classroom. With no other option, Qianye steeled himself to confront this icy beauty. Come up to the podium, Bibi Dong commanded. Chiba, feeling helpless, could only ascend the podium to face her, while also having to look up. There was no choice. At merely 6 years old and a little over 1 meter tall, he was dwarfed by Bibi Dong, who was in her 20s, with long legs and a slender figure, standing at least around 1 meter 83. Standing before her, he felt like nothing more than a diminutive figure. Chapter 17, A Genius. Astonishment. He was just a 6-year-old child. What could he possibly do to her? It seemed he had been overthinking it. With this thought, Bibi Dong softened her gaze towards Chiba. Chiba, why don't you unleash your martial soul for the classmates to see? Thankfully, it wasn't a duel. Chiba sighed in relief. Releasing a martial soul was a trivial matter. He simply spread his arms, and from his right hand emerged a nunchaku martial soul. What kind of martial soul is this? It was the first time Bibi Dong had encountered such a martial soul and was perplexed by it. The other students, too, were at a loss. This was known as the nunchaku martial soul, featuring a central chain with 2 sticks on either side, aptly named. Chiba offered a brief explanation. It was only natural they were unaware. After all, such a weapon as the nunchaku did not exist in this world. It was merely an ordinary martial soul, and Bibi Dong hardly regarded it with any significance. She produced a crystal ball for him. Then, why don't you measure your soul power? Chiba did not reach for the crystal ball. Teacher Bibi, what level of capacity does this crystal ball test? Level 20, is that so? Bibi Dong found his words excessive and rather annoying. Just because he was a disciple of Qian Douluo, he thought he could act with impunity before her. Even if Qian Douluo himself were present, she would not hold him in high esteem, let alone this little brat who had yet to shed his childishness. Chiba smilingly shook his head. Teacher, please don't misunderstand. I actually possess another martial soul that I haven't revealed. What? Not only was Bibi Dong taken aback by his words, but the other students also struggled to believe him. It was known that in the last century on Douluo continent, only 2 individuals had ever possessed twin martial souls. One had met with an unfortunate accident during the absorption of the second martial soul, resulting in an explosion that claimed his life. The other was none other than Bibi Dong herself. Now, Chiba claimed to possess twin martial souls, which was indeed hard to fathom and difficult to accept. Among those present, only Qianrenxue had witnessed his twin martial souls and watched him with admiration. With her grandfather's protection, Qianrenxue was not overly concerned that Bibi Dong would pose a threat to Chiba. Chiba did not allow them an opportunity to doubt. He opened his left hand, and a carrot emerged. A carrot martial soul. He truly was a bearer of twin martial souls. Bibi Dong was astonished. She had not anticipated that Qian Douluo had taken in such a remarkably gifted little rascal, possessing twin martial souls. Therefore, once his soul power awakened, it should, like her own, manifest as innate full soul power at level 10. Below the podium, all the classmates gazed in disbelief at the 2 martial souls in Chiba's hands. To their astonishment, he had indeed awakened twin martial souls. Such a rare prodigy, in the realm of soul masters, was undoubtedly a paragon of excellence and a coveted target for the various major factions. One could assert that Chiba, upon venturing out, would be revered by any soul master faction as a prize gem. However, it is not without the possibility of some envious individuals, consumed by jealousy, seeking to eliminate him. Fame often invites scrutiny, and with notoriety comes an abundance of envy. Yet, Chiba remains untroubled by such thoughts. His sole desire is to astonish Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong perceives Chiba's 2 martial souls as inferior compared to her own twin martial souls, they still represent a duality, one being a food-type soul and the other a weapon-type soul, a harmonious pairing indeed. With capabilities for both offense and support, he must inherently possess a full innate soul power of level 10. If he could be harnessed to serve her, it would undoubtedly yield an invaluable ally. However, given his affiliation with Qian Douluo, it is likely that bending him to her would not be effortless. She must demonstrate her prowess first. Bibi Dong placed a crystal ball in his hands, inquiring, "Let us test your soul power." Chiba shook his head. "Is that a level 20 crystal ball? What's the matter?" Bibi Dong, perplexed, wondered if he intended to reject her command. The others were similarly bewildered, save for Qianrenxue, who wore a knowing smile. Having surpassed level 30, a level 20 crystal ball was no longer of any use to him. Nevertheless, since Bibi Dong wished to conduct the test herself, it would be inconsiderate to refuse. Chiba decided to humor her, offering a slight smile as he placed his hand upon the crystal ball. Under the watchful eyes of Bibi Dong and the others, the crystal ball illuminated. Buzzing ensued, and soon the crystal ball became unstable, vibrating uncontrollably. Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically. With a sudden explosion, the crystal ball shattered before her. The other students gasped in shock, while Bibi Dong, standing close and unprepared, was taken aback. "What have you done?" she demanded, to which Chiba merely smiled and replied, "Teacher, it is not my doing but rather the inadequacy of the crystal ball." Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. "But this is a level 20 crystal ball." Assuming Chiba possessed a soul power of around level 10, she believed that a level 20 crystal ball would suffice. "I am already level 33. What do you think?" Chiba revealed, not concealing the truth, as it was no secret. The entire class was astounded, struggling to believe such a claim. Over 30 levels? Not only the students, but even Bibi Dong herself found it hard to accept. Yet the explosion of the level 20 crystal ball was an undeniable fact. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong produced another crystal ball and handed it to Chiba. "Try this level 40 crystal ball." With a mischievous grin, Chiba placed his hand upon it, causing the crystal ball to light up once more. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the students, as they realized the truth of his prowess. In an instant, envy and admiration filled the air. Bibi Dong's pupils widened. Although she had attained the esteemed rank of level 98 Super Douluo, she knew that at Chiba's age, she had not been nearly as exceptional. At merely 6 years old, he had already reached level 33. What an extraordinary prodigy. "So, you have absorbed your soul rings already?" In a class of as many as 60 students. Apart from Chiba and Qianrenxue, the remaining 58 had yet to reach a soul power level of 10. Not to mention, there were those who had absorbed soul rings. Of course, when I awakened, I was innately endowed with a full soul power of 30, and each of my martial souls had already absorbed 3 soul rings. Chiba candidly revealed, aiming to elicit a look of astonishment from Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong stared at the little figure before her for a while, utterly perplexed about how to respond to him. Shall we let everyone witness this?" "Of course," Chiba replied with a mischievous grin, summoning his carrot martial soul, which stood behind him. A hum resonated as the first soul ring emerged. However, the very appearance of the first soul ring left everyone in shock. How could it be? Was the first soul ring already 1,000 years old? The purple soul ring was indeed a 1,000-year soul ring. A genius. Chiba is a genius. I think she's a monster, someone remarked. The entire class, with the exception of Qianrenxue, who maintained her composure, was left astounded by Chiba's first soul ring. Chapter 18, Water Martial Soul. As the students were still reeling from the revelation of Chiba's first soul ring being 1,000 years old, another soul ring emerged beneath him. Wow! The crowd gasped again, astonished, realizing he possessed a second soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring? It was black. First a 1,000-year soul ring, and now a 10,000-year one. How was he achieving this? When the students saw that Chiba's second soul ring was also a black 10,000-year one, their astonishment deepened. Bibi Dong was equally taken aback, while a 10,000-year soul ring was not particularly rare. What was remarkable was the absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring as a second. Moreover, he was just a 6-year-old child. She found herself at a loss, pondering why someone with dual martial souls could be so exceptional, gazing at his second soul ring for a long time. She momentarily struggled to find words for the little prodigy before her. As the crowd began to regain their composure, yet another brilliant black soul ring materialized beneath Chiba. 3 soul rings now. Incredible. Was he a monster? Who could argue otherwise? This was the remarkable advantage of dual martial souls, truly extraordinary. The students were once again left in awe. Bibi Dong's pupils widened once more, utterly unable to fathom the situation. The little rascal before her was far beyond her expectations. A talent like this, if not nurtured, would be a tremendous waste. Nodding, Bibi Dong gave him a thumbs up. "You're impressive. However," she added, "do not become too arrogant. There are greater heights beyond, and no matter how skilled you are, can you surpass a title Douluo?" Then, he unleashed his nunchaku martial soul. A hum resonated, and beneath him emerged 1, 2, 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, both 10,000-year. This defied all logic. Astonishing. Not only had his second martial soul absorbed soul rings, but he had 1 purple and 2 black 10,000-year soul rings. Could he ascend to the heavens? Incomparable, truly incomparable. The students were once again astounded by Qianye. Qianrenxue sat below, her face aglow with a smile. Bibi Dong was rendered speechless. This little rascal, even in his youth, could not match a fraction of Qian Daolu's prowess. "It seems I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Qian Douluo, I must wrest him from your grasp." Qianye, having completed his display, put away his martial soul and soul rings, stating, "Teacher, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." Wait, just as he turned, he was called back by Bibi Dong. Would this stunning beauty seek to trouble him? His instinct proved correct. Bibi Dong indeed intended to confront him. Casting a glance at the front row of the podium, she addressed a male student seated there. Would you mind switching places with him? The student hesitated, reluctant yet unwilling to defy Bibi Dong's command. He rose and walked to the back. It was evident that Bibi Dong wished to keep him under her watchful eye. How troublesome. Nevertheless, Qianye was unperturbed. He took his seat without hesitation. This change displeased Qianrenxue, who glared at Bibi Dong, visibly upset. Bibi Dong noticed her anger and understood its source, diverting her gaze with a twinge of guilt. Qianrenxue was her daughter, and it was not that she disliked her. Rather, she loathed the man that reminded her of him whenever she saw Qianrenxue. She truly did not know how to face her daughter. Qianrenxue nodded. Though dissatisfied with Bibi Dong's actions, she felt powerless. After all, Bibi Dong was the teacher, not her. If they were in the Elder Hall, with Douluo and the 9 elders backing her, she could have spoken up. However, in the Spirit Hall, she was merely a first-year student. Moreover, the woman above her was not merely a teacher, but the Pope of the Spirit Hall. While others heeded Bibi Dong, they would not listen to her. Qianrenxue's current identity must remain concealed, having disguised her martial spirit as a radiant peacock. She could not afford to reveal her true nature, lest she lose the hard-earned opportunity to study alongside Qianye in the Spirit Hall. Thus, she chose to endure. After all, she was not an ordinary girl. Otherwise, she would not have infiltrated at the age of 9, disguising herself as a boy for over a decade. Qianye understood Qianrenxue's unspoken feelings and was determined to support her, having promised Douluo to take good care of her. This was also his responsibility. Once Bibi Dong saw him seated, she surveyed the class with satisfaction. Now, starting from the first row, each student shall release your martial souls and soul rings so that I may become acquainted with them. Qianye felt somewhat disinterested and glanced at his desk partner, a female student of similar age. She possessed a charmingly youthful visage, with sparkling large eyes and a round doll-like face, exuding an adorable little lowly appearance. Naturally, the students of Class 1 were all newly awakened soul masters at the tender age of 6. The age range spanned no more than 11 months, with the youngest being no less than 1 month old. They were quite similar in age. The students turned in a half circle, and it was finally the turn of Qianye's table. However, he had already revealed his martial soul and soul rings earlier, so there was no need for him to do so again. It was now the turn of the girl sitting beside him. She cast a glance at Qianye before standing up to address Bibi Dong. Teacher, my name is Renxue, and my martial soul is water. She then opened her right hand, from which a small orb of water emerged. Qianye was intrigued. Such a water martial soul was indeed unique. Elements like gold, wood, fire, earth, thunder, lightning, wind, and ice were all present, yet some extraordinary martial souls remained quite rare. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a glimmer of light, indicating her soul power was not particularly high. Bibi Dong glanced over and announced, Renxue, level 3 soul power, next. Renxue lowered her head, passing the crystal ball to the student behind her before taking her seat. She noticed her deskmate staring at her, causing her cheeks to flush with shyness. Renxue felt a sense of burden, thinking that her deskmate Qianye was far too powerful, boasting 33 levels of soul power compared to her mere 3. Furthermore, he had absorbed 3 soul rings. His strength alone was sufficient to outclass the entire class. Observing his little deskmate's blushing demeanor, Qianye understood her embarrassment and shifted his gaze away. After a considerable interval, the crystal ball finally reached Qianrenxue's hands. The moment she grasped the crystal ball, Bibi Dong's attention swiftly focused on her. Chapter 19, Meal Companions. Qianye offered her an encouraging glance. Qianrenxue smiled brightly, unleashing her martial soul, which manifested 2 soul rings rising from beneath her feet, 1 yellow, 1 purple. Her martial soul was the radiant peacock. However, Qianrenxue's true martial soul was the 6-winged angel, cleverly disguised as a radiant peacock. Qianye was well aware of this fact. Although Bibi Dong could not see through the disguise, she sensed that Qianrenxue possessed the 6-winged angel martial soul. I am Qianrenxue. My martial soul is the radiant peacock. With 2 soul rings and a level of 22, she introduced herself. The students were once again astonished, not expecting that their class had suddenly acquired 2 geniuses who had already surpassed level 20 and absorbed more than 2 soul rings at the age of 6. Bibi Dong looked at Qianrenxue with a complex expression. This scene did not escape Qianye's notice. The other students were unaware of the relationship between Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong. After school, it was noon. Following lunch, the afternoon was designated for free training. Unless there were special circumstances, this routine remained consistent each day. Qianye led Qianrenxue to the academy's dining hall. As the foremost academy in the Douluo continent, the Hall of Spirits boasted a dining hall more magnificent than those of the Tindo Royal Academy and the Xingluo Royal Academy. For teachers, the meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, while students were served 3 dishes and a soup. The second floor was designated for teachers, and the first floor was for students. The students dine in a self-service manner. Those who find themselves lacking in funds need not worry, for the Wuhuan Temple Academy provides financial assistance. Upon awakening their spirit and expressing a desire to join the academy, every student, regardless of their spirit power, receives a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin. Additionally, there are subsidies distributed uniformly by the Wuhuan Temple for soul masters. However, these subsidies come with specific requirements. One must surpass level 10, such as absorbing the first spirit ring and attaining level 11 to be recognized as a true soul master, thus qualifying for the aid. The soul master subsidy amounts to 1 gold soul coin per month, totaling 12 gold soul coins annually. This sum, in the context of the Douluo continent's cost of living, suffices for an individual's expenses, provided they manage their finances wisely. For those reaching level 20 or above, classified as great soul masters, the monthly subsidy increases to 10 gold soul coins. Given the economic landscape of the Douluo continent, this is a considerable amount. Accumulated over a year, it amounts to 120 gold soul coins. Upon exceeding level 30, categorized as soul venerables, one may receive a staggering 100 gold coins monthly, culminating in an annual total of 1,200 gold soul coins. Just by receiving this subsidy, one could enjoy a life of comfort, free from financial worries. Of course, there are no further subsidies beyond this point. Once a soul master surpasses level 40, reaching level 41 or above, the financial assistance ceases immediately. Therefore, Qianye, currently at level 33, remains eligible for these benefits. Brother Qianye, please take a seat. I will go queue for food. Qianye was about to stop her and fetch the food himself, but Qianrenxue had already squeezed into the crowd to line up. Watching her petite figure, he smiled with contentment. This little girl is quite considerate. He decided not to hesitate and sat down, vowing to treat her well. Qianye, may I sit here? A sudden voice rang in his ear. Recognizing it immediately, he turned to find it was his classmate, Renxue. Glancing at the empty seat before him, he replied, "Of course. It is your prerogative." Renxue beamed with delight as she settled across from him. The seat beside him was naturally reserved for Qianrenxue. He would not permit anyone else to occupy it. The table had 4 places, and after Renxue sat down, she prepared to pick up her chopsticks to eat. Noticing him sitting still and not going for food, she felt a bit awkward about eating alone. "Qianye, why aren't you going to get your meal?" "Xiaoxue?" Renxue queried, puzzled by the name. "That refers to Qianrenxue. She is my neighbor, and we have grown up together as companions." Renxue's eyes widened in surprise. "Childhood sweethearts?" Qianye smiled without responding. Renxue's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head to eat. What a little girl, blushing still. Qianye saw through it, but chose not to mention it, realizing that his own excellence had begun to influence the girls in his class. "Brother Qianye, this is yours." She placed a food tray in front of him before sitting down beside him. Qianye smiled slightly, picked up his chopsticks, and glanced at the food box, which indeed contained 3 dishes and a soup, 2 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable. The soup, a delightful pork and corn broth, had simmered to a creamy, milky hue, releasing an enticing aroma. The chunks of meat were substantial, indicating the high quality of the dining experience at the Spirit Hall Academy. As they were halfway through their meal, Qianye suddenly recalled something important and turned to Qianrenxue beside him, saying, "Xiaoxue, after we finish eating, let us make a trip to the subsidy room." "What for?" Qianrenxue asked. Puzzled. "It's a good thing," Qianye exclaimed. At that moment, Renxue, a fellow classmate and Qianye's deskmate, interjected, "I know about it." Qianrenxue glanced at her, and since Renxue was also from their class, she responded, "Renxue, what do you mean?" Renxue smiled at her before addressing Qianye. "As far as I know, the subsidy room at the Spirit Hall Academy is where students receive their allowances. There are generally 2 types of subsidies. The first is funded by the academy itself. Every student, regardless of whether they are at the 1st or 10th rank, can receive 1 gold soul coin each month. However, this subsidy is revoked for those who reach the 11th rank, or the rank of an 11th level soul master. The second type of subsidy is sponsored by the 2 great empires, Star Luo and Heaven Do, distributed by the Spirit Hall. Students who achieve the level of an 11th level soul master receive 1 gold soul coin each month. Those who attain the rank of a 21st level great soul master receive 10 gold soul coins monthly, while those at the 31st level, the soul sovereign rank, receive 100 gold soul coins each month. However, there is no subsidy for those who surpass the 41st level or the rank of a soul sect. Qianrenxue nodded, recalling that she had heard her second uncle mention this before. Qianye was surprised by Renxue's depth of knowledge and regarded her with newfound respect. Renxue continued with a smile. "For someone like Qianye, who is already at the 33rd level, you can receive 100 gold soul coins each month. And Xiaoxue, with your 22nd level, you can claim 10 gold soul coins monthly." With a sigh, Renxue added, "I am only at the 3rd level. So I can only claim the Academy's basic subsidy of 1 gold soul coin a month. Qianye chuckled softly, acknowledging that the Spirit Hall Academy was commendable in this regard. Qianrenxue clapped her hands. Although she was not in need of money, with the Academy being managed by her grandfather, she understood that earning one's own income felt significantly different than receiving it as a gift from others. Brother Qianye, shall we register to collect our allowances after we finish eating? She asked eagerly. With gold soul coins available, it would be foolish not to claim them, was Qianye's sentiment. At this moment, he did not have an abundance of gold soul coins to squander, and since it was a free opportunity, he certainly would not forego such a source of income. Can I join you? Renxue inquired, and Qianye saw no reason to decline her company. It would be nice for her and Xiaoxue to have each other for conversation during their time at the academy, as he could not be with Xiaoxue every moment. Yes, it sounds good to have company, he agreed. Renxue replied with a cheerful smile. However, Qianrenxue regarded Renxue with some disdain, feeling possessive of her brother and unwilling to share his attention with another girl. After finishing their meal, Qianye and the two girls inquired about the location and soon found themselves at the entrance of the subsidy room. Luckily, they were the only 3 there at the moment, sparing them the need to wait in line. After all, this year, the Spirit Hall Academy has enrolled a considerable number of new students. If they were to arrive together, it would undoubtedly form a long queue. You 3, is there something you need? A venerable elder with a goatee inquired as Qianye reached the entrance. The trio exchanged glances, and Qianye stepped forward, approaching the elder. Grandfather, we are new students here to collect our subsidies. Qianrenxue and Renxue nodded in unison, gazing at the elder and blinking cutely. The elder, upon hearing this, scrutinized the 3 young ones again. The boy resembled a porcelain doll, with delicate features that immediately captured his affection. He then glanced at Renxue before his gaze settled on Qianrenxue, and his eyes sparkled with delight. This little girl possesses innate beauty. Even at such a tender age, she has the charm that could topple kingdoms. When she grows up, she will surely be breathtakingly stunning. In retrospect, he too was quite handsome at their age. Alas, the sunset is indeed glorious, yet it heralds dusk. Though his charm remains, he is no longer youthful. Hello, little one, what is your name and which class are you in? The elder finally lowered his guard, his demeanor warm and kind. I am Qianye, from class 1. I am Qianrenxue. My name is Renxue, and I am also in class 1, just like them. There was no need for concealment. Seeing the elder's amiable nature, they felt at ease. The first type of subsidy is funded by our academy. Any student enrolled, regardless of soul power level, can receive 1 gold soul coin each month. The second type is for soul masters. Those with a soul power of level 11 or above receive 1 gold soul coin monthly. Those at level 21 receive 10 gold soul coins, and those at level 31 receive 100 gold soul coins monthly. Of course, you are unlikely to reach such levels. Upon hearing the elder's last remark, Qianye, Qianrenxue, and Renxue exchanged amused glances, for he had too much faith in his own judgment. Lu Dekai, not wishing to prolong the conversation, produced a crystal ball and placed it on the table. Place your hand upon it to test your soul power. Qianye hesitated. Glancing towards Renxue, you go first. Renxue giggled, understanding his intention, and placed her hand on the crystal ball. It illuminated gradually. Lu Dekai glanced at the crystal ball, his expression remaining unchanged. Renxue, your soul power is level 3. You may collect 1 gold soul coin from the Academy's subsidy. He promptly handed her a gold soul coin, which she accepted with a beaming smile. For her, a gold soul coin each month would suffice for her living expenses at the Academy. Xiaoxue, it's your turn, Qianye said. All right, Qianrenxue replied, placing her hand on the ball. To the elder's surprise, the crystal ball shone brightly. She had already reached level 22. Lu Dekai was secretly astonished. Fortunately, this was a testing crystal ball for level 40. Had it been for level 20, it would have exploded. To one's astonishment, the little girl is merely 6 years old, yet has already reached the remarkable level of 22, which implies she has absorbed 2 soul rings. Qianrenxue, may I inquire, at level 22, have you indeed absorbed 2 soul rings? Yes, Grandpa. Qianrenxue nodded affirmatively. Lu Dekai appeared contemplative, realizing that even the current pope, possessing dual martial souls, does not match the extraordinary talent of this young girl. Clearly, she is no ordinary individual. Very well, Qianrenxue. As a level 22 Great Soul Master, you are entitled to receive a monthly stipend of 10 gold soul coins. He proceeded to count out 10 gleaming gold soul coins from his drawer, presenting them to her. Upon seeing the 10 resplendent coins, Renxue's visage was filled with envy. She imagined that once her soul power increased, she too could cultivate to level 10, 20, or even 30. That would allow her to claim such a bounty of gold soul coins, stirring a sense of excitement within her. The young girl firmly believed that such a day would indeed arrive. Although Qianrenxue did not lack for wealth, Seeing the 10 gold soul coins earned through her own merit brought her joy. She promptly extended her hands, exclaiming, "Thank you, Grandpa." Renshue's envy deepened as she beheld the precious soul-guiding device in Qianrenxue's possession. In the current Douluo continent, soul-guiding devices are exceedingly rare, with many soul masters lacking them entirely. When it was Qianye's turn, he smiled and stepped forward, placing his hand atop the crystal ball. The orb immediately radiated a dazzling light, illuminating nearly the entire subsidy room. "How is this possible?" Lu Dekai exclaimed in astonishment, rising from his seat to approach Qianye. "Level 33, young one. How did you achieve this?" Qianye smiled in silence. "Grandpa, Brother Qianye possesses dual martial souls and awakened with innate full soul power at level 30. Innate full soul power at level 30. A prodigy, truly a super genius." Lu Dekai could no longer contain his excitement, grasping Qianye's hands. "Quickly, let me see your dual martial souls." "All right." Qianye nodded, amused by his grandfather's enthusiasm. With a flourish, he opened his hands, revealing 2 martial souls from his palms. Lu Dekai's eyes sparkled with wonder. "Remarkable, young one. Dual martial souls are a sight seldom seen. In a century, only 2 have graced the Douluo continent, the first being our esteemed Pope. The second, alas." Qianrenxue chuckled, having already heard the tale from her grandfather and the elders. Chapter 21. The 24-winged eternal angel martial soul. First soul ring, 1,000,000 years. "Young one, this is yours." Lu Dekai meticulously counted out 100 gold soul coins and placed them upon the table. "Thank you, Grandpa." Qianye smiled subtly. 100 gold soul coins is no small fortune. Renxue gazed at the pile of coins with eyes that sparkled with admiration. 100 gold soul coins. How impressive. Will I also have such a day? Indeed, I will. Renshue's face radiated hope. "Brother Qianye, you are truly remarkable." Qianrenxue chimed in, filled with joy and pride. "Of course." Qianye replied confidently, collecting the gold soul coins to stow them within his ring soul guiding device. Subsequently, the trio departed the subsidy room together. With no classes in the afternoon, Qianye took a nap and awoke, pondering what to do next. All right. The system rewarded him with a 1,000,000-year spirit ring, which he found to be an opportune moment to absorb for his martial spirits. With 3 martial spirits at his disposal, Qianye pondered which one to bestow the spirit ring upon. Should it be the carrot martial spirit, the twin-section staff martial spirit, or the 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit? Ultimately, for the sake of prudence, Qianye decided to allocate the 1,000,000-year spirit ring to the 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit, as it was the only one among his spirits capable of bearing such a potent enhancement. Qianye realized that absorbing the spirit ring in the academy dormitory would be impractical. Given the likelihood of disturbances, he needed to seek a secluded location. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly identified a destination. From his observations the previous day, he noted that the Martial Spirit Hall Academy was nestled against a mountain. The rear mountain of the academy stretched infinitely, undulating gracefully. Thus, by venturing a little further, he could discover a tranquil spot to absorb the spirit ring. Without further delay, Qianye donned his mountaineering attire and exited. Eventually, under the cover of discretion, he arrived at the boundary of the academy's rear mountain. However, upon entering the rear mountain from the small woods of the academy, he encountered a towering wall, approximately 10 zhang high, which posed a significant obstacle. Fortunately, there was a back door leading to the mountain, guarded by no fewer than 5 sentinels. Ensuring that passage was relatively unencumbered, Qianye swiftly traversed the woods, distancing himself from the academy. To prevent any potential followers, he employed the Snow Without Traces skill, adeptly scaling mountains and crossing 6 small peaks until he reached the 7th. Concerned about being pursued, he ascended a large tree, climbing to its branches to survey the surroundings. After approximately 10 minutes, he descended from the tree, discerning that no one was tailing him. He then selected a secluded corner, devoid of other spirit beasts, and settled behind a large tree. His apprehensions were not unfounded, as he had already attracted the attention of Bibi Dong, and he feared she might send someone to shadow him. While he could tolerate others, he was particularly wary of Qianye. As a title Douluo of the 93rd rank, Qianye possessed formidable strength, and her martial spirit granted her the ability to become invisible. If she were to follow him, it would be nearly impossible to detect her without strong spiritual awareness. Although Qianye's current strength might not match that of a title Douluo, he had his own trump card, which alleviated some of his anxiety. The white dragon, his ancient guardian spirit, was his safeguard. With her protection, he could absorb the spirit ring without fear. Upon his call, a flash of white light appeared on his forehead, and a tiny figure, roughly the size of a palm, materialized before him. Qianye regarded the adorable little figure, who seemed obedient, with a sense of delight. "Master, what do you require of me?" the white dragon inquired, her wide eyes sparkling. Perhaps influenced by her diminutive size, her once mature voice now resonated with a childlike tone. Qianye extended his hand and playfully flicked the little one on her head, saying, "I wish to absorb a spirit ring. Just provide me protection." "Very well," Qianye affirmed as he gently tapped the white dragon's head. "Humph." The white dragon turned her head away, feigning indifference. Qiba, with a sinister smile, cast a glance in all directions before ceasing his idle chatter and settling down. He retrieved the million-year soul ring from the system space and placed it before him. A resonant hum filled the air as the million-year soul ring emerged, radiating a brilliant golden light. The ring shimmered with a resplendent crimson gold hue, the very color emblematic of a million-year soul ring. Qiba smiled with delight, recognizing the value of this treasure. Joining his hands in prayer, he felt a remarkable transformation as wings began to sprout from his back, one after another, until a total of 24 golden wings unfurled majestically. Soon, a colossal female figure of golden light manifested behind him, an extraordinary sight indeed. This was his third martial soul, a divine-level entity known as the 24-winged eternal angel martial soul. Towering at approximately 100 feet, it shimmered in a cascade of golden radiance. Its eyes gleamed like the full moon, while its hair and eyelashes also glistened in gold. Behind it unfurled the magnificent 24 golden wings. The grandeur of the 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, with its immense stature, surpassed that of any other martial soul. The essence of a martial soul lies not in its size, but in its power. The 24-winged eternal angel martial soul reigns as the supreme sovereign among angelic souls, incomparable to the 6-winged or 12-winged angel martial souls. "Wow, Master, what is that creature behind you with so many wings?" the white dragon inquired, intrigued by the enormous figure. Qiba understood that the white dragon hailed from another world and was unfamiliar with the existence of martial souls in the Douluo continent. He casually explained, "It is an angelic martial soul. In this world, there exists a profession known as soul masters, each possessing at least one martial soul, while some may have 2 or 3. This one behind me is the highest-ranked martial soul, also known as the 24-winged eternal angel martial soul." The white dragon nodded. Curiosity piqued, and promptly flew closer for a better look. "Haha." The white dragon laughed, inspecting the magnificent wings. Meanwhile, Qiba disregarded the white dragon's curiosity and entered a meditative state to absorb the soul ring. Gradually, he successfully drew the million-year golden martial soul onto the head of the towering 24-winged eternal angel martial soul. Slowly, it melded with the figure, and the absorption was completed. Once the 24-winged eternal angel martial soul absorbed the million-year golden soul ring, an immense power surged within him, akin to an army of thousands galloping through his veins. His blood coursed backward, and the veins on his body throbbed visibly, revealing the frantic rush of blood beneath his skin. This sensation felt reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, as if magma were on the brink of bursting forth. Qiba not only experienced the physical upheaval, but also felt the tremors of his soul. Could it be that he was destined to perish in this manner? Yet, his days in the Douluo continent had only just begun. Slowly, Chiba's consciousness began to blur, and ultimately, he lost all awareness. Chapter 22. The Judgment of Sin. How swiftly it all transpired. "Master, master, master." Suddenly, Qiba was roused from his stupor by a soft, childlike voice calling out to him. He attempted to open his eyes, but despite his efforts, he found himself unable to do so. After straining for what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to pry them open. To his astonishment, he was met with a pair of large, sparkling eyes gazing back at him. Once he focused, he realized it was a small figure before him, the white dragon, so he had not perished. A smile broke across Chiba's face as he quickly examined the condition of his inner core. His pupils dilated in realization. He saw a golden soul ring encircling his 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit. It was evident that the absorption of the million-year-old martial spirit had been completed. With a hearty laugh, Qiba rose to his feet, eager to test the power of the first soul skill of the 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit. "Master, what happened to you?" the white dragon inquired, circling around him. Qiba turned to the white dragon and gently stroked her hair. "The pressure from the million-year soul ring was overwhelming, and there was a conflict, but I managed to endure it." "Is that so? I thought you might not make it." "Not a chance." Qiba unleashed the 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit, a golden soul ring ascending from beneath him, radiating brilliance. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, the white dragon fluttered over to inspect the spectacle. Towering at a height of 100 feet, the 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit spread its arms wide, illuminating the space around Qiba as if a divine presence had descended. First soul skill, Sword of Eternity, Judgment of Sin. The 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit clasped its hands together, and golden light erupted forth. Suddenly, from the heavens, a multitude of golden giant swords, each approximately 10 meters in length, descended, piercing the ground around Chiba and creating deep craters. The sheer force was enough to shake the earth. Chiba glanced around, noting that there were over 100 of these colossal swords, their power unmatched. This was indeed the might of the first soul skill of the million-year soul ring of the 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit. The attack radius extended 100 meters around him. Only one word echoed in Chiba's mind: powerful. Yet, he soon felt a pang of hunger. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Qianrenxue. This girl must have come to summon him for a meal. Xiaoxue. Chiba grinned mischievously, taking her hand. Let's go, Xiaoxue. I'll treat you to a delicious meal outside. Qianrenxue bounced along like a playful tail, following closely behind him. The next day, at 8 o'clock, Chiba and Qianrenxue rose as usual and made their way to the classroom for their studies. Soon after, Bibi Dong entered the classroom and approached the podium. Glancing down, she spotted Chiba, who offered her no pleasant expression in return. Their eyes met. Bibi Dong wore a long face. Chiba pondered briefly, wondering if he had offended her in any way. A quick survey of the classroom revealed that the students were entirely different. In fact, aside from himself, even Qianrenxue was clad in a newly issued school uniform. Understanding dawned upon him. His deskmate, Renxue, winked at him. Chiba remained unfazed. After absorbing the million-year soul ring the previous afternoon, his strength had surged remarkably. His cultivation had already reached level 39. Just one more level, and he would attain 40. At level 40, absorbing the fourth soul ring signifies the attainment of the soul master rank. Qianye believed that with a bit of effort, surpassing level 40 would not pose a challenge. Are you up? A delicate voice broke through Qianye's reverie. What could this enchanting beauty want? He rose to face her. Bibi Dong's pair of amber-hued eyes was fixated on him, unwavering. Qianye felt at a loss. What had he done to provoke her? The eyes of the entire class turned towards him. Only Qianye was not in uniform. Would she punish him for that? Qianrenxue expressed her concern. Qianye, why aren't you wearing your school uniform? Why? Qianye was puzzled. Bibi Dong replied, am I asking you, or are you asking me? No need. Go outside. Circle the playground, and run 100 laps. If you can't finish, you can skip lunch. Little rascal. This will serve to remind you not to forget in the future. Qianye sighed. All right. It was merely 100 laps, a trivial task for him. His skill of running without leaving a trace was not acquired in vain. Upon arriving at the playground, he surveyed the expansive area. It was indeed quite large, with each lap stretching nearly a kilometer in length. 100 laps equated to 200 miles. Most individuals would be exhausted after merely running 30 miles, let alone a 6-year-old child attempting 100 laps. Yet for him, it was hardly a concern. Had it not been for Qianye's extraordinary abilities, the thought of running 200 miles would have certainly overwhelmed him. He began to circle the playground, running with ease. This was a mere trifle for him. Bibi Dong observed him from the doorway, now in motion, and a knowing smile graced her lips. She glanced at the students, commanding, follow me. The students exchanged glances, hesitant to disobey, and reluctantly rose to exit the classroom together. They flocked out, joining Bibi Dong by the edge of the playground, preparing to witness the spectacle. Caught off guard by Bibi Dong leading the entire class to watch, Qianye felt a mix of surprise and resignation. Well then, Bibi Dong, if you wish to see, I shall show you my prowess. Go, Qianye. Suddenly, Qianrenxue cheered him on. Go, Qianye. Renxue echoed her encouragement from the side. Qianye flashed a smile at the two girls and quickened his pace. Bibi Dong crossed her arms, adopting a posture of anticipation. Little rascal, this is 100 laps. Let us see if you can manage even 10. Goodness, 200 miles. Can he really win? Surely not. Even if his pants fell off, victory would elude him. 10 laps alone would be enough to leave him gasping. The students murmured among themselves, convinced that Qianye could not possibly complete 100 laps. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept past the students, and they turned to see Qianye's figure darting around the playground like the wind itself. The speed was astonishing, leaving the students wide-eyed and speechless, as if they had encountered a ghost. How could it be so fast? Indeed. Brother Chiba, you are the best. Xiaoxue adores you. Keep it up, Chiba, keep going. Little rascal, you truly are remarkable. It was at this moment that Bibi Dong realized her previous misjudgment. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she was not one to be easily shocked like the students, yet she was nonetheless taken aback by Chiba's physical prowess. How could a 6-year-old little rascal achieve such incredible speed? Could it be that his twin martial souls granted him extraordinary stamina? That seemed implausible. After all, I possess twin martial souls as well, and I never ran as swiftly as he does. The more she observed him, the more perplexed she became. Chapter 23. Bibi Dong is injured. Treatment. Chiba ran faster and faster. Bibi Dong and the students remained in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. Within 10 seconds, Chiba appeared before Bibi Dong. Teacher Bibi Dong, I have completed 100 laps. Bibi Dong was left speechless, utterly impressed. Even as a super Douluo, she could not have finished so quickly. Humph. This little rascal truly is exceptional. You come here. Bibi Dong commanded in her usual icy tone. Chiba, with a slight twitch of his nose, had no choice but to approach and stand beside her. Little rascal, you are impressive. I must recruit you, or else you will be wasted. Bibi Dong mused, gasping softly. She did not wish to have such a formidable rival as Qindao Lu, now compounded by this little monster. Did everyone witness that? Chiba, like all of you, completed 100 laps and finished the task. Although he possesses twin martial souls, he ran 100 laps, while the rest of you, despite having single martial souls, do not have such high spirit power. Therefore, I do not require you to run 100 laps, nor even 99. You only need to complete 30 laps, and run for me. Those who do not finish will have to forego lunch. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's final cold remark, the students turned pale, their faces flushed with indignation. Though they harbored grievances, they dared not utter a word in the presence of their Pope instructor. They exchanged glances, and finally, one student stepped onto the field, leading the charge. The others quickly followed suit, running around the track. Qianrenxue ran to the front, glancing at Chiba. She was the one leading the charge, closely followed by Renxue. Chiba clenched his fists, cheering her on. Qianrenxue flashed a sweet smile and continued forward. Renxue, right behind her, also offered him a charming smile. Bibi Dong gazed at Qianrenxue's smile, her eyes flickering with emotion. This little girl was, after all, her own flesh and blood. It was impossible not to feel a pang of affection. Yet, she could not forget what had transpired that day in the secret chamber, leaving her gaze filled with contradiction. She was deeply conflicted, yearning to embrace Qianrenxue, to hold her close and shower her with affection, love, and a sense of security. Yet, when she recalled the man and the deeds he had committed against her, hatred surged within her, rendering her averse to the sight of Qianrenxue, as it inevitably reminded her of him. Moreover, her thoughts lingered on Yugong. Consequently, upon seeing Qianrenxue, she was ensnared by memories of the past, and the more she pondered, the more chaotic her mind became. Qianye cast a glance at her and noticed that her gaze was fixated on Qianrenxue, her fists clenched tightly, long nails digging into her flesh, drawing blood. Soon after, her expression shifted from icy cold to a deep shade of anger, her eyes reddening slightly. She appeared to be in torment, her facial muscles contorted in anguish. Her amber eyes brimmed with fury, even tinged with the hue of blood. Her well-proportioned figure, combined with her naturally noble visage and skin as pale as jade, exuded an unmistakable aura. Even in her fury, cold as ice, there was a uniqueness to her that was unparalleled, a beauty unseen in others. She was neither the most stunning nor the most beautiful, yet remarkably, from any angle, she appeared utterly perfect, akin to a brilliant, translucent diamond that dazzled from every perspective. Qianye gazed at Bibi Dong, suddenly captivated. He remembered that his mission was to draw closer to her and earn her trust. Although this was a task assigned by the Qiandao faction, his true purpose in coming to the Wuhuan Hall Academy was to act as an undercover agent, monitoring Bibi Dong's actions and reporting back to Qiandao. In reality, Qianye complied with orders only superficially, as his true aim was to facilitate Qianrenxue's studies at the academy. Moreover, from the original narrative, it was evident that Qiandao never intended to harm Bibi Dong, rendering this task somewhat superfluous. Have you had enough, Qianye? Bibi Dong's icy voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. Bibi Dong, your hand is bleeding. He diverted the topic, suddenly grasping her hand with genuine concern. Feeling the warmth of his left hand and his unexpected care, a strange flutter surged within her, prompting her to look down. She noticed his small hand enveloping hers, momentarily taken aback. Wow, Bibi Dong, your hand is injured. This could lead to an infection. We must suck out the blood and apply some medicine. Qianye exclaimed dramatically. Yet, Bibi Dong perceived only the urgency etched on his face. Not mockery or sarcasm. A flicker of warmth surged through Bibi Dong's heart. She had lost count of how long it had been since someone had cared for her so earnestly. She realized she was unexpectedly moved by Qianye's heartfelt concern. But what about Xiaojing? Had he ever shown such care? Did he truly love her? Bibi Dong's heart bled with confusion, contradiction, disappointment, loneliness, and despair. The superficial brilliance cannot possibly compensate for the wounds harbored within her heart. Thus, she gradually redirected her anguish onto others, constructing her own happiness upon the suffering of those around her as a means to vent her grievances. Once, she was a pure and joyful maiden, her laughter ringing like chimes. Now, only indifference or cold laughter remains. She harbors hatred for all, even for herself and her own body. Not only does she torment others, but she also inflicts pain upon herself. She despises everyone, yet yearns to conquer them all. She stands as a formidable woman, a paragon of strength in a realm dominated by men. She is the first queen to stir great tides in the Douluo continent, Bibi Dong, an extraordinary woman. Her tale could be woven into an epic saga. At that moment, Qianye's lips brushed against the wounds on her hand, drawing out the congealed blood with each gentle kiss. Bibi Dong felt the warmth radiating from her palm, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Her heart began to warm once more, a tingling sensation coursing through her body. Did he truly care for her? At merely 6 years of age, it seemed unlikely that he was feigning concern. It had been an eternity since anyone had shown her such warmth, such intimate care. Despite her exalted position as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, wielding power that surpassed that of many, she bore the weight of a lonely heart, hidden beneath the facade of authority and grandeur. Behind the imposing exterior lay the persistent solitude and youthful yearning of a woman. When her long thirsty heart was finally touched, it cascaded forth like a waterfall, overflowing with maternal instinct. As a time traveler well-versed in the narrative of the Douluo continent, Qianye understood Bibi Dong better than anyone else. This woman lacked not in power, wealth, or strength. What she truly lacked was love, someone who could penetrate her heart and provide her with the warmth she so desperately craved. In truth, Bibi Dong's inner self was fraught with insecurity. Even though her prowess ranked among the top 5 in the Douluo continent, her sense of safety remained elusive. This drove her relentless pursuit of strength, aspiring to become the mightiest in the realm. Having consumed Qianrenxue, she aimed to seize the position of the angel god. Yet circumstances did not permit her ambitions. In her moment of stupor, Qianye had already drained her wound of its dark blood. Bibi Dong, neither resisting nor refusing, found her body unresponsive to her will when she wished to oppose him. She became entangled in her conflicting emotions. Then, decisively, Qianye tore a strip of cloth from his garment and began to bandage her. He attended to her wounds with meticulous care, treating her with a seriousness that belied the insignificance of her injury. Yet, she found herself relishing this attention. Bibi Dong gazed at him as he performed these acts, watching him tear his new clothing solely to tend to her. To her astonishment, she felt her eyes moisten. Why? Oh, why did this happen? Why was she moved to tears by this little rascal? Why is it that everything unfolds as it does? Suddenly, Chiba's soul power erupted. A purple soul ring ascending from beneath him as he spread his arms, placing them firmly against his chest. First soul skill, healing carrot. Instantly, a fresh carrot materialized in his hands. He took hold of Bibi Dong's delicate, fair hand, pressing the carrot into her grasp. Teacher Bibi. This is a carrot crafted using the first skill of my healing martial spirit, also known as the healing carrot. Consuming it will mend your wounds immediately. Bibi Dong remained silent, her grip tightening around the healing carrot, neither refusing nor consuming it immediately. Chiba understood the importance of moderation. One must not overdo things, lest the effort be in vain. It seemed that he had made some impression on Bibi Dong after all. Chiba felt resolute that even if Bibi Dong resembled an insurmountable iceberg, he would endeavor to warm her heart. Chapter 24. Building Connections. Xiaoxue, keep going. Chiba cheered for Qianrenxue on the playground. Brother Chiba. Qianrenxue beamed with joy, her spirits lifted as she pressed onward. With him by her side, she felt elated and invigorated. At present, she was leading the pack. Beyond her innate talent, her physical endurance was honed through years of training alongside Chiba, far surpassing that of her classmates. However, Renxue lagged significantly behind. After merely a few laps, she was already fatigued. Chiba glanced at her, with only third-level soul power and no specialized physical training. This was the extent of her capability. Renxue caught his gaze and offered an awkward smile, before continuing to push forward. Though her pace was slow, she persisted, refusing to concede. This quality earned Chiba's admiration. She may not be strong, but her resilience was commendable. Lacking natural talent, she compensated with hard work. Without diligence, even the absence of talent would render her strength non-existent. Yet, regardless of whether it was Qianrenxue, Renxue, or any other student, after a few laps, they were all drenched in sweat, struggling to keep pace. After all, these children were merely 6 years old. How much stamina could they possess? Even scaling a small hill of 100 meters left them breathless. They were not like Chiba or Tang-san, who could ascend such a hill without breaking a sweat or losing their breath. Instead, they could only take one step at a time, laboriously making their way up, uncertain if they would even reach the summit. This illustrated the stark contrast between giants and ordinary individuals. The strides of giants are not something mere mortals can match. At that moment, several students had ceased running, unable to continue. The abrupt intensity of the physical training left them gasping for air, their hearts and lungs struggling to adapt to such vigorous exertion. On the playground, nearly half of the students were now panting heavily, clutching their chests, overwhelmed by discomfort. Her face flushed due to the rapid blood circulation brought on by vigorous exercise. Qianye, are you well acquainted with her? Suddenly, Bibi Dong's voice pierced through his ears like a thunderclap. Who? Qianye assumed she was referring to Renxue. Qianrenxue? You don't know? Qianye realized that Bibi Dong was probing for information about Qianrenxue's life. Well, we are neighbors. Neighbors. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Little rascal. Lying again. Do you like her? Qianye replied earnestly. How should I put it? Xiaoxue and I have played together since childhood. We share a very close bond. Almost without secrets. Moreover, Xiaoxue is adorable and understanding. Even our grandfathers adore her. Bibi Dong listened in silence, not uttering a word. It seems I should provide her with some tangible support. Qianye organized his thoughts and continued. Xiaoxue grew up with her grandfather, having no parents by her side. I remember she often spoke of her mother, yearning for her presence. She would frequently ask her grandfather why her mother didn't want her. Why she never came to see her. When I was with Xiaoxue, she often inquired about where her mother was, and when she would come to visit. She would call out for her mother, sitting by the door, gazing longingly outside with hope in her eyes. Yet, when her mother failed to appear, she would grow sorrowful and cry. Afterward, she would curl up in my embrace, weeping until she drifted off to sleep. I always comforted her, assuring her not to be sad, telling her that she had the most wonderful and beautiful mother in the world. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes grew misty. I told her that one day, her mother would come to see her. Every time Xiaoxue heard this, her laughter would break forth like sunshine, for it was her beacon of hope. Over time, however, she still did not see her mother, and I am not sure when it began. But she ceased to mention her mother, no longer demanding to meet her. Yet I knew, though her lips remained silent, her heart still cherished the hope of her mother's visit. Each time we sat on the doorstep playing, her gaze would always wander towards the entrance. As Qianye spoke, he observed Qianrenxue striving forward on the playground. She was always diligent, resilient, and tenacious, refusing to yield. She lacked nothing. Yet what she yearned for the most was to see her mother. Qianye avoided looking into Bibi Dong's eyes, for if he did, he would discover two crystalline tears cascading down her amber-hued cheeks, sliding down her fair face, and falling to the floor. At that moment, Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on Qianrenxue's silhouette. Qianrenxue approached Bibi Dong, turned her head, and caught her looking at her, feeling a sudden sting in her eyes. Is she watching me? Yet, she doesn't even wish to speak a word to me. Why? Am I truly so detestable to her? Qianrenxue felt a profound sadness, yet was perplexed. The woman before her was undeniably her mother, yet she felt more foreign than a stranger, overlooked and neglected. Qianye, from this day forth, you shall be the class leader. Bibi Dong's sudden proclamation left him in a state of astonishment. He had not anticipated such decisive action, placing him in this esteemed position. Although Qianye was a transmigrator endowed with a system, he did not dismiss these matters lightly. He was not a deity, merely one with an advantage. What remained unchanged was that he was still a flesh and blood being, endowed with emotions and desires. Qianye recognized that regardless of his extraordinary capabilities, he was still, in essence, a mere 6-year-old child, at least in the eyes of others. Presently, he found some enjoyment in this state. Despite being surrounded by formidable individuals, he did not fear for his own safety. Possessing a golden finger, he felt a sense of security that surpassed that of others, even in perilous situations. Qianye held firm to his principles. He would act upon what he deemed right, refusing to be subjugated or exploited. He was not a meek individual. Rather, he was discerning in his choices. Every person possesses the right to govern their own life, instead of being manipulated into becoming a lifeless puppet. Qianye would never allow himself to be butchered in such a manner, not in the past, nor in the present. Although he had come to the Martial Soul Palace Academy as part of a task assigned by Douluo, this did not signify that he was merely a puppet of Douluo. It represented an opportunity, as well as a personal ambition. Even if Douluo had not issued this task, he would have still desired to attend the Martial Soul Palace Academy, with the intention of bringing Qianrenxue along. Therefore, it would be more accurate to say that Douluo had fortuitously facilitated his aspirations. Like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, Qianye's journey resembled that of a fire-bathed phoenix. Only through such trials could he attain a new life. However, what he burned was his passion, his very essence. He gazed at Qianrenxue, his eyes softening with warmth. Bibi teacher, are you serious? Bibi Dong returned her gaze to Qianrenxue. Do you truly believe that a teacher would deceive you? In truth, I believe that allowing Little Snow to assume the role of class leader would yield far better results. Qianye had no desire to be a class leader. He preferred the freedom of being unencumbered. Who is the teacher here, you or I? Or do you wish to overturn my decision? Bibi Dong challenged. Qianye thought to himself. It appeared she was determined to draw him into her faction. He shook his head, resigning to the fact that whether he allied with Douluo's faction or Bibi Dong's, they were ultimately serving the Martial Soul Palace. It was all the same. Since the teacher valued him so highly, he would reluctantly accept this role. Humph. You've gained an advantage and yet feigned innocence. From your words, it seems this class leader position was thrust upon you by me, is it not? Qianye sighed in exasperation. Bibi Dong said no more, taking a bite of the carrot in her hand, crunching it loudly, clearly savoring the taste. She finished eating a carrot before raising her left hand, revealing a wound that had been pricked open by her nail, now perfectly healed. It seemed that his healing carrots were indeed formidable. Bibi Dong regarded Qianye with newfound respect. As Qianye looked towards the playground, he noticed that most of the 60 or so students had already collapsed, utterly exhausted and gasping for breath. Only Qianrenxue persisted, unwilling to concede or be looked down upon by Bibi Dong. Suddenly, Renxue stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to continue. After a while, Qianrenxue remained the only one still striving on the field. Despite her soul power being depleted, her clothes soaked in sweat, she refused to give up, continuing to run forward. The gazes of her peers were now solely fixed upon her, filled not with disdain, but with deep admiration. Bibi Dong observed her petite figure, her tenacity, and her indomitable spirit, as if seeing a reflection of her own past. Xiaoxue, some things can only be understood when you grow up. Qianye was unaware of Bibi Dong's thoughts, but he noticed Qianrenxue's steps growing heavier and slower, her body swaying. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she began to fall backward. At that moment, she was tightly embraced from behind. Opening her eyes, she saw him, tears shimmering in her eyes but a radiant smile on her face. Qianye supported her. Xiaoxue, it's all right. I believe you can complete 30 laps. Qianrenxue looked into his eyes, filled with trust. Brother Qianye, I can do it. I can reach the finish line, right? Yes, you can make it to the finish line. I can do it. A brilliant smile bloomed on Qianrenxue's face once more. Bibi Dong continued to gaze at the two figures on the playground, her eyes lingering. Could it be that she was truly mistaken? She was innocent. The fault did not lie with her. She should never have inflicted pain upon her. Xiaoxue was the person she cherished most in this world. Yet, why was she his daughter? I despise him. He took everything from me. It was him. I can never forgive him. Never, never. Chapter 25, The Carrot's Assistance. First soul skill, old carrot, young carrot, heal, carrot. Second soul skill, black carrot, white carrot, soul power, carrot. Third soul skill, red carrot, purple carrot, speed, carrot. In an instant, Qianye produced 3 food carrots and handed them to her. Xiaoxue, eat these 3 carrots, and your stamina, soul power, and speed will increase. Completing 30 laps will not be a problem. Qianrenxue's eyes brightened as she accepted the carrots and began to eat without hesitation. How disgusting. People turn into carrots? Will there be body odor? Sweat smell? Isn't it's supposed to be stinky? I can't eat that. What do you know? Chiba has crafted a remarkable carrot. Born from his food-type martial soul, he has absorbed 3 soul rings, enabling him to utilize 3 unique soul skills, each corresponding to a distinct type of food carrot. Upon inspection, it appears that his first soul skill produces a carrot imbued with healing properties. The second skill presumably enhances soul power, while the third skill is designed to augment speed. Indeed, the dual martial soul is exceptional, possessing both offensive capabilities and nourishment. Amidst the discussions of the other students, Qianrenxue has already consumed the 3 carrots in her hand. Instantly, she felt not only her soul power fully restored, but also a newfound lightness in her body. Clearly, Brother Chiba's carrots were effective, one for healing, the second for boosting soul power, and the third for increasing speed. Eager to test their effects, Qianrenxue smiled brightly, took off running. Almost immediately, she sensed an abundance of energy, soul power, and speed coursing through her. She felt as light as a swallow. Completing a lap around the playground without breaking a sweat, her face unflushed, her heart steady, and her breath calm. A gust of wind trailed behind her, as her speed tripled compared to before. Wow, how fast! Qianrenxue marveled. The extraordinary nature of Chiba's carrots was evident. She had struggled to run moments ago, yet now, after consuming the carrot, she moved like a shadow. Each of his soul rings began at a millennium, with the latter 2 spanning 10,000 years, further amplifying the carrot's potency. If I were to consume his carrots, I could surely complete 30 laps. Indeed, his 3 soul skills seamlessly restored stamina, soul power, and speed, an impeccable combination. Haha, I have a plan. What plan? Just watch. Zhang Feng'er exclaimed, sprinting towards Chiba with a charming demeanor. Chiba, could you craft 3 carrots like the ones for Qianrenxue for me? Chiba replied, it's not that I am unwilling, but it consumes soul power. I have no obligation to produce these for free. Nothing for nothing. Zhang Feng'er retorted, producing 3 copper soul coins and presenting them to him. Only 3? Chiba responded, somewhat exasperated. Here's the deal. 3 carrots for 10 copper soul coins. Fixed price, no negotiations. Take it or leave it. Zhang Feng'er pondered momentarily before declaring, I want them. She reasoned that missing lunch would be dire, and spending 10 copper soul coins was a small price to pay. She quickly handed over the 10 coins. Qiba accepted them and promptly prepared 3 carrots for her. Zhang Feng'er, uncertain of their effects, decided to start with the healing carrot. Meanwhile, the other students had gathered around, eager to witness the outcome of the transaction. Before long, Zhang Feng'er finished all 3 carrots and felt an immediate surge of vitality. She dashed towards Qianrenxue, albeit not as swiftly, trailing by a mere 10 meters. Observing the effectiveness, the other students eagerly rushed to Qiba to make their purchases, leaving him overwhelmed with requests. Finally, Renxue approached. Qiba, I would like to buy 3 as well. Qiba glanced at her, feeling quite pleased, and prepared 3 for her, saying, these are on the house. Wow. Renxue happily accepted the carrot, feeling a surge of fondness for him. After consuming it, her physical strength and spirit energy were instantly restored. This carrot was truly miraculous. She dashed forward, feeling as light as a feather. Before long, she caught up with her classmates. Qianye weighed his bulging purse and couldn't suppress his laughter. Haha. His infectious laughter reached the ears of Bibi Dong nearby. Soon, a giggle followed. Brother Qianye, your carrot is amazing. Qianye smirked. Well, if my carrot isn't impressive, whose carrot could be? In the end, all 60 students completed the 30 laps assigned by the teacher. As they looked back at Qianye, their faces were adorned with smiles, overflowing with praise. After all, they would have struggled to accomplish the task without his miraculous carrot. The credit for their success was unmistakably his. Qianye held Qianrenxue's hand as they walked ahead. Renxue jogged to his side, exclaiming, Qianye, your carrot is truly extraordinary. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to fulfill the teacher's task, and we would have gone without lunch. There's no need to mention it, Qianye replied. The other students followed closely, their spirits lifted from completing the task, especially the girls, who gazed at Qianye's back, wishing to offer him their hearts. The boys, too, couldn't escape the envious glances from the girls. Yet, Qianye remained indifferent, his prowess far surpassing that of his peers. The sound of footsteps echoed outside the dormitory, startling Qianye, who was engrossed in a book. Listening intently, he discerned the distinct sound of high heels. Qianrenxue wore soft-soled shoes, which lacked the loud clatter of heels against the floor. Who could it be? As he pondered, the footsteps halted at his door, a sense of foreboding emanating from the other side. It felt eerily familiar. Open the door. A cold voice rang out from outside. Upon hearing it, Qianye's heart sank. It was undoubtedly Bibi Dong. He wondered what business the esteemed Pope had with someone as insignificant as himself. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Bibi Dong. She looked different from the morning, dressed in a fitted, cinched blue skirt and high heels. Her long, shapely legs were partially obscured, dominating her figure. Without her crown, she exuded a different aura. Teacher Bibi, are you looking for me? Qianye asked, feigning ignorance, though he was genuinely taken aback. Bibi Dong was the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Merely looking at her could result in severe consequences, or worse, a threat to one's life. Moreover, the opportunity to meet her face to face, to engage in close proximity, was an undeniable thrill for Qianye. Although equipped with a system, he felt a surge of excitement before the formidable woman known as the most powerful figure in Douluo continent. Not to mention, she was one of the most exquisitely beautiful and noble women in the realm. Yet, he could only wonder what intentions she harbored. Chapter 26, The Evil Soul Master. Without further ado, Bibi Dong stepped inside. With her legs crossed, she sat on the bed, her gaze fixated on the diminutive figure before her, sensing an extraordinary presence within him. Her judgment of character was astute. Qianye gazed back at her, gradually approaching the edge of the bed. After a moment of hesitation, he leapt forward, settling beside Bibi Dong. A subtle fragrance wafted from her, leaving him somewhat dazed. He mused that such beauty was indeed a rare occurrence. Do you like me? Bibi Dong inquired abruptly. What do you mean? Qianye contemplated expressing his fondness, but the notion seemed somewhat discordant. He understood that Bibi Dong's notion of liking was not of romantic inclination, but rather a pure admiration. Qianye, it feels somewhat coercive. Would you prefer to hear a genuine sentiment, or a fabricated one? He looked at her earnestly. Qianye, a feigned affection is still affection, after all. You little rascal. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled mischievously, yet she remained silent and motionless. Suddenly, without warning, she rose and swept Qianye into her arms as one would a child. Making her way toward the door, Qianye, he found himself enveloped in her embrace, speechless. This seemed to defy all logic. Bibi Dong's movements were swift, and the onlookers could only catch a glimpse of her fleeting silhouette. He struggled to extricate himself from her grasp, but her strength was formidable, rendering his attempts futile. Eventually, a realization dawned upon him. Since resistance was futile, it would be wiser to surrender to the moment. Qianye ceased his struggles, contemplating that perhaps Bibi Dong was merely experiencing an unexpected surge of maternal instinct. Bibi Dong carried him to a secluded courtyard behind the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Qianye found himself before a wooden door, with a winding emerald stone path behind him. Ancient trees flanked either side, their towering forms reaching nearly 100 meters into the sky, their verdant leaves exuding an enchanting aroma. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing two men who emerged from within. Qianye, having been set down by Bibi Dong, cast a quick glance at the two figures, one clad in black and the other in golden armor. He recognized them as none other than Bibi Dong's trusted elders, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. The two men bowed to Bibi Dong and proceeded inside. "Everything is prepared, Your Excellency," Moonlight remarked. Ghostly presence remained beside Bibi Dong, his gaze ominously fixed upon the small figure before them. The courtyard was expansive, and at its center stood a grand chair, upon which Bibi Dong seated herself. She settled onto the intricately carved throne, revealing a captivating and beguiling smile. Her smile, perceived by others, carried an enigmatic undertone, reminiscent of a hidden blade within laughter. No one could discern whether she felt joy or anger. Yuena, a specter, stood a yard away from Bibi Dong, his gaze sweeping over the diminutive figure in the center of the plaza. Although Qianye refused to acknowledge his stature as a mere child, the perception of others left him powerless. He merely contemplated that in a few years, he would mature and grow. Suddenly, a sound echoed as the door at the back of the courtyard swung open. Qianye turned towards the source of the noise, only to find emptiness behind the door. It was evident that Bibi Dong's invitation carried ulterior motives. The rhythmic sound of footsteps approached, and 1, 2, 3 individuals entered. Qianye observed the trio. The eldest appeared to be around 20, while the youngest was merely 16 or 17. A fleeting glance revealed an unmistakable difference among them, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Yet, an overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over him. Bibi Dong did not spare a glance at the newcomers. Instead, she commanded, "Yuena, bring them forward." Yuena nodded, casting a cold gaze at the trio by the door, and instructed, "Come here." The three exchanged glances before approaching her. Their expressions varied, some exuding malevolence, others fear and arrogance. The two men and one woman emanated a subtle aura of wickedness. Qianye began to surmise Bibi Dong's intentions. The trio soon stood before Bibi Dong, their eyes filled with reverence and trepidation. Once they were close, she lifted her gaze and addressed them, "I offer you three a chance." Her eyes shifted to Qianye in the center of the plaza. "If you kill him, I shall allow you to leave." Yuena and the specter exchanged knowing looks and erupted into laughter, a laughter that was suffocating. Upon overhearing their conversation, Qianye grasped her intentions with clarity. The three abruptly turned and made their way toward him, their ominous gazes laced with mockery, as if he were but a specter. He could almost ascertain their origins. In the Douluo continent, there existed two types of soul masters and evil soul masters. The distinction between good and evil is but a fleeting thought, one moment in paradise, the next in hell. Evil soul masters are not inherently malevolent. They merely tread a darker path, one steeped in wickedness. Their cultivation is rooted in slaughter. And those who emerge as soul masters through such nefarious means are deemed evil soul masters. If Qianye desired, he too could embrace this dark path. The ghost Douluo's martial spirit was that of a ghost, embodying an inherently sinister essence. Yet, he chose not to become an evil soul master, opting instead for a different path, akin to that of the Bone Douluo. As the three approached, Qianye felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. They encircled him, and the foremost man, appearing around 20, bore a long scar on his left cheek that did not diminish his handsomeness. The girl with peach blossom eyes, though young, around 17, was strikingly attractive. Draped in a flowing emerald green gown, she presented a vision of elegance and vividness, perfectly complementing her graceful form. Her elongated, enchanting eyes sparkled with a violet luminescence, reminiscent of glistening gemstones. The last of the trio, a boy clad in gray, appeared to be around 17. His gaze vacant and devoid of the youthful brilliance expected at his age, as if he had detached from the very essence of his soul. One could only speculate about the capabilities of these individuals. However, Qianye felt no trepidation. Even if the three harbored formidable prowess, their levels would likely not exceed the 30s. The cultivation speed of an evil soul master is notably swifter compared to that of a conventional soul ring. The scarred-faced man merely cast a cursory glance at Qianye, dismissing him as nothing more than a mere child of 6 or 7 years, lacking any interest. The woman with peach blossom eyes exuded an icy demeanor, devoid of any emotion, and regarded Qianye with indifference. The gray-clad youth remained expressionless, his vacant stare betraying no hint of feeling. "Your Grace, do you truly wish for Qianye to confront these three?" Yuena inquired with a contemplative smile. Bibi Dong remained silent for a moment. Is there an issue? Yueguan replied, Old Jew. Shouldn't you be concerned about the decisions your grace makes? Qianye shot a provocative glance at his old companion across the way. Yueguan, unfazed, retorted. Although Qianye possesses a level 30 and dual martial souls, he lacks practical combat experience. Facing two opponents above level 30, one of whom is at level 52, presents a stark disparity. Chapter 27, Soul King. Old Jew, this seems to have little to do with you. Qianye continued to counter. Yueguan shot him a glare. Old Qianye, do not forget that Qianye is under the protection of the Grand Offering. If we harm him, he will surely seek us out for retribution. Your Grace, this matter cannot remain hidden from the Grand Offering. You must consider your actions carefully, Qianye noted, his expression darkening. Just as Yueguan had stated, incurring the wrath of the Grand Offering could lead to dire consequences. When Douluo sought vengeance, even Bibi Dong would be unable to intervene. Yueguan and Qianye exchanged glances, both troubled by the implications. Yet, the affairs Bibi Dong intended to pursue were beyond their capacity to halt. With a sinister smile, Bibi Dong remarked, No one wishes for his demise. I merely seek to test him. What do you mean, Your Grace? Qianye discerned a deeper significance in her words. Yueguan remained attentively eavesdropping. Bibi Dong continued with a smile that was more akin to a smirk. Qianye is a prodigy, a true genius, yet he belongs to Douluo. Therefore, I believe such a talent should not be utilized by him. Do you grasp my meaning? Upon hearing this, Yueguan's spirit was invigorated. Your Grace, do you intend to draw Qianye to our side? Qianye chuckled, knowing that as long as Bibi Dong did not seek his life, Douluo would not resort to violence against him or Yueguan. Bibi Dong ceased her discourse, reclining against the back of her chair as she observed the unfolding drama on the training ground, appearing as though she were a spectator at a grand spectacle. Ha. The scar-faced man appraised Qianye with a sinister grin. Hey, little one, if you surrender now, Uncle will ensure you remain intact. How does that sound? This fellow truly believed he was a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chiba had his own plans. A hum resonated as 1, 2, and then 3 soul rings ascended from beneath him. Purple, black. The 3 onlookers were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that this mere 6-year-old boy not only possessed a level beyond 30, but had also absorbed soul rings of a millennium. The first was 1,000 years, the second reached a millennium, and the third was also a millennium. They were merely small-time evil soul masters, unaccustomed to such spectacles. At that moment, a colossal carrot materialized behind Chiba. However, to the 3, it appeared only as an object of ridicule. A carrot as a martial spirit was merely a food type, devoid of any offensive capability. Even with a millennium spirit, it could not contend with them. The scarred-faced man chuckled derisively. The woman with peach blossom eyes joined in the laughter, while the gray-clad youth remained in a stupor, his gaze vacant, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. These ignorant youngsters are quite foolish. Chiba discerned the source of their laughter, but chose not to let it affect him. First soul skill, old carrot, tender carrot, heal, carrot. Instantly, a carrot appeared in his hand. With a flash of his soul ring, 1 more appeared, then 2, 3, and eventually 10. Second soul skill, black carrot, white carrot, soul power, carrot. The second soul ring glimmered, summoning another carrot, 2, 3, and 10 more. Third soul skill, red carrot, purple carrot, speed, carrot. Finally, the third black soul ring illuminated, creating 1, 2, and 10 more. After conjuring 30 carrots, Chiba deemed his task complete and retracted the soul rings and martial spirit. The trio remained unhurried, watching his display with a sense of amusement, dismissing it as the antics of a food-type martial spirit. Just as they prepared to take action, Chiba unleashed another martial spirit, startling the 3. A dual martial spirit. The scarred-faced man was genuinely taken aback, finally understanding why Chiba had first revealed a food-type spirit before a weapon spirit. Be on guard. The woman with peach blossom eyes jolted from her reverie as she summoned her own martial spirit. 1, 2, and 3 soul rings rose from beneath her. Not again. Her expression darkened once more as doubt crept in. Was she truly witnessing a monster? She had gleaned some knowledge about cultivators with dual martial spirits from her studies. The absorption of soul rings for the first martial spirit was generally straightforward. However, the second came with life-threatening risks. Yet here stood this diminutive figure, possessing such formidable power at such a tender age, utterly defying her expectations. After releasing her soul rings, the woman promptly manifested her martial spirit. Chiba observed her, 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, 10 years, 100 years, and 1,000 years, suggesting she was at a level just above 30. Nonetheless, her soul ring configuration was rather pedestrian. The second and third rings were standard fare. Suddenly, The scarred-faced man and the gray-clad youth also unleashed their martial spirits and soul rings. To Chiba's astonishment, the scar-faced man turned out to be a soul king of over 50 levels. It remained a mystery how Bibi Dong and her companions had captured these 3 evil spirit masters. Chiba understood that the spirit hall and the evil spirit masters had always been at odds. The malevolence of the evil spirit masters often led to the suffering of innocents. One such master could easily annihilate an entire village, while a gang of them could devastate a town. Thus, the Spirit Hall's responsibilities encompassed not only overseeing the affairs of spirit masters across the continent, but also the obligation to eradicate the evil spirit masters. Consequently, Chiba deduced that these 3 evil spirit masters had undoubtedly been dispatched by Bibi Dong through Gue Mei and Yuguan, with the intention of testing him. His first soul skill, one strike after another, each blade aims for your life. The scar-faced man struck first, summoning the yellow soul ring of his kitchen knife spirit from behind him. His spirit was evidently that of a kitchen knife, but it exuded a sinister black aura. The soul power emanating from him was tainted, radiating a dark and ominous presence, thereby confirming his identity as an evil spirit master. Chiba felt no fear towards them. Rather, he was apprehensive about Bibi Dong potentially seeking his demise. However, Bibi Dong had no such intentions. She merely wished to test him and recruit him into her ranks. Chiba was not one to engage in unprepared battles. With his trump card at hand, retreating would not pose a problem even if he found himself outmatched. Master, would you like the white dragon to assist you? Suddenly, a youthful voice echoed in his mind. It was the white dragon. The system had fallen silent. Uncertain of where to check in next, he realized that the more rewards he accumulated, the faster he would level up. The only way to mitigate danger was to grow stronger. Suddenly, a flurry of kitchen knives hurtled toward him. The scar-faced man's spirit was indeed formidable. Being a soul king of level 52, with strength to match, no wonder he exuded arrogance. Meanwhile, the girl with the peach blossom eyes and the gray-clad youth had retreated to the side, showing no intention of joining the fray. They believed that allowing the scar-faced man to strike first would favor their odds, given his level advantage over Chiba's 30-something level. Yet they were gravely mistaken. The odds were not in their favor. Few could rival him in strength. Only Bibi Dong, Qian Douluo, Yuena, and Poseidon might stand a chance against him now. But that would soon change. Even if faced with the title Douluo, he would not be intimidated. As Chiba observed the 10 kitchen knives soaring toward him, he remained composed. With a sinister smile, he executed a swift movement, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow as he vanished from his original position. Chapter 28. The battle intensifies. The scar-faced man was taken aback when Chiba disappeared from sight. This little fellow had instilled an unprecedented sense of fear within him. He could not comprehend why. How could a mere 6-year-old child possess such formidable strength? He surmised that it was merely a case of a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. There existed a notion of violently tearing off the skin, a thought that was undoubtedly perilous, impractical, and unrealistic. Yet, when viewed from another perspective, it became somewhat justifiable. Suddenly, a searing slap echoed across his face. The scarred man was about to retaliate when a gust of wind swept past him, inflicting yet another stinging sensation. One after another, the sound of slaps continued. The skillful technique of Chiba rendered the scarred man dazed, his vision clouded with stars, teetering on the brink of collapse. He was utterly bewildered, deprived of any opportunity to counterattack. At last, the barrage of slaps ceased, and he staggered backward a few steps before regaining his footing. The woman with the peach blossom eyes gazed upon the scarred man, whose face had transformed into a balloon-like visage. She gasped in astonishment, instinctively raising her hands defensively in front of her chest, wary of another assault. A seasoned warrior like him certainly understood the gravity of the situation. It seemed as though the one who had struck was not himself at all. It was absurd, truly absurd. You know the rule, strike the body, not the face, lamented the scarred man, his face swollen and filled with grievance. His protests fell on deaf ears. Chiba regarded him with a cold gaze, akin to an eagle fixating on a hapless chick. The scarred man had not anticipated such swiftness from her. It appeared that the woman's command to eliminate him and the 2 others was far from a simple task. Very well, even if he were to perish, he would ensure a formidable struggle before his end. Do you still have the audacity to show your face? Chiba queried. What do you mean? The scarred man asked, his anger palpable. You'll understand in due time. His expression elongated in dismay as he activated his second soul ring, second soul skill, one blade, another blade, and yet another, the flickering shadows of blades and flying daggers. Suddenly, knives of all shapes and sizes surged from every direction, enveloping Chiba in a tempest of lethal steel. Observing this, Chiba steeled herself. Individuals like him could not be underestimated. She resolved to impart a lesson. Invincible golden body. Whether tiger or dragon, it would soon become apparent. With a resonant declaration, golden light surged throughout her being, transforming her into a radiant golden hue. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated as hundreds of blades struck against her. Bibi Dong's pupils widened, her gaze fixated upon Qiba, concern etched on her face. The blades that collided with her did not affect her in the slightest. After all, Qiba was a disciple of Douluo, and currently, she lacked the power to confront him. She had no desire to sever ties over this matter. Furthermore, as a dual spirit wielder of extraordinary talent, her trials were meant to attract him rather than eliminate him. Should he find himself in peril, she would undoubtedly intervene to rescue him. Conversely, the three sinister soul masters were merely pawns for her to manipulate. Once her tests concluded, she would order their execution. Qiba remained silent. The invincible golden body skill capable of lasting 30 seconds, rendering her immune to all attacks and reflecting them back. Hundreds of blades struck her, not only failing to harm her, but rebounding with force. The scarred man's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished by her formidable defensive prowess. At this very moment, Qiba turned sideways, three small daggers appearing in his left hand, while his right hand moved like a shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flash of light flickered, and the scar-faced man felt a chill sweep across his face. He had no time to evade as three daggers pierced into his left and right chest. Although they did not strike vital points, the pain made him grimace. The onlookers were all astonished. What skill does this young lad possess to be so formidable? The previously silent specter, witnessing Qiba's prowess, was visibly taken aback. Yueguan also wore an expression of amazement. He is indeed a talent nurtured by the great offering. So young yet able to force a soul king to retreat repeatedly. In Bibi Dong's eyes, a flicker of emotion appeared. It seems I was right. But, Your Highness, can he truly be swayed to our side? Yueguan harbored a hint of doubt. The people of Douluo are not easily trifled with. The specter remained silent, curious to see Bibi Dong's response. Having served beside her for so many years, he knew well that she was a woman of strong convictions. Once she set her mind on something, she would pursue it relentlessly. Since ascending as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she had eliminated numerous soul masters opposing the hall. Thus, if she intended to recruit Qiba, she would undoubtedly not relent. Despite the three daggers embedded in him, the scar-faced man did not hastily extract them. Third soul skill. One blade, another blade, and yet another blade. The heavens rained down blades. Suddenly, shadows of blades descended from the sky, while beams of light surged forth from the ground. Qiba gasped in astonishment. A soul king was indeed not to be underestimated. At present, the duration of his invincible golden body was limited to 30 seconds, with only 10 uses available per day, leaving 9 remaining. Qiba mused that while the invincible golden body was advantageous, its brief duration was a significant drawback. Using the golden bell shield seemed more ideal, the only issue being its substantial soul power consumption. Yet, Qiba could not concern himself with that, as he had prepared 30 carats. Ensuring soul power replenishment was not a problem. Buzz. Golden light radiated from Qiba as a bell enveloped him. Blades from above and below clashed against it, ringing like a chime. What kind of defense is this? A bell? Intriguing. The specter and Yueguan were once again astonished. The specter sighed. I truly wonder how many more skills this little fellow has yet to reveal. Yueguan felt a touch of embarrassment. No matter his status as a titled Douluo, he did not possess nearly as many skills as Qiba. Indeed, the specter shook his head. After all, he is a genius, a product of the great offering's cultivation. Yueguan teased. Old ghost, I'm not saying this lightly, but you truly fall short compared to him. The specter fixed him with a gaze. Hey, old Jew. It sounds as though you believe you surpass him? Yueguan smirked mischievously. Old ghost, don't be sour just because you can't reach the grapes. You know your own worth. Can you truly compare? He is only 6 years old and already at level 39. How far did you get at 6? The specter shot Yueguan a disapproving glance. At 6, I was certainly much stronger than you. Humph. As the specter and Yueguan continued their banter, a sense of frustration began to brew. As the staff of Bibi Dong struck the ground with a resounding thud, a wave of oppressive force radiated outward, causing her expression to darken and her brows to furrow tightly. She was venting her displeasure towards the two individuals before her in a fit of rage. Yueguan and Qianye felt a tightening in their chests, shrinking back in fear and refraining from further speech. This will not do, the scarred-faced man thought, increasingly bewildered as he struck out, having already employed 3 soul techniques that had been effortlessly countered. A flicker of trepidation crept in. Would he be able to triumph if he continued to press on? Let us join forces, urged the girl with peach blossom eyes. She produced a succulent plant with 3 leaves, radiating a luminous green glow. Suddenly, a beam of green light enveloped the scarred man, casting a verdant hue over him from head to toe. The sight of him, entirely cloaked in green, was particularly jarring. Qianye observed this spectacle and found it quite glaring. Yet he felt a sense of relief that the beam was not directed at him. I must say, my friend, you appear rather green, do you not realize? The scarred man, incensed, flushed crimson in response. You are the one who is green. Bah. He spat disdainfully. This is called soul power. Do you even know what a soul ring is? Forget it, you probably do not. The girl with peach blossom eyes shot Qianye a hostile glance, interpreting his words as contempt for her. You little brat, if you do not comprehend, do not speak ill of my martial spirit. Shall I remind you that we could easily eliminate you right now? Meanwhile, the boy in gray remained in a stupor, seemingly detached from the two, resembling a mere passerby caught in the commotion. To be frank, Qianye harbored a deep disdain for boastful beauties. Listen, young lady, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. He warned earnestly. Do you understand what the consequences would be if you provoke me? Chapter 29. The Twin Halberds. The Eruption of the First Soul Technique. Huh. The girl with peach blossom eyes scoffed derisively. Even if you are a genius, you are still only in the 30s. Do you really think you can overcome us? Is that so? Qianye almost dismissed the trio entirely. Her support-type martial spirit held no allure for him. The boy in gray remained silent until, suddenly, a bow appeared in his hands. He drew it taut and released, unleashing a barrage of arrows that rained down like a tempest. Glancing at the boy, Qianye recognized him as an archer. As the rain of arrows approached, he felt no concern. The arrows clattered against the golden bell barrier, producing a cacophony of sound. The boy in gray, astonished, finally shifted his vacant gaze to the diminutive figure before him, who was leisurely munching on a carrot. As Qianye nibbled, he scrutinized the gray-clad youth, noting the 3 soul rings adorning him, 1 yellow, 1 purple, a standard configuration. An archer, suitable for long-range assaults and ambushes, did not intimidate Qianye in the least. Suddenly, a pair of nunchaku materialized in his hands, spinning with a swift grace that left the scarred man and his companions utterly astounded. The identity of the martial spirit, characterized by 2 wooden sticks linked by an iron chain, remains a mystery. This type of martial spirit falls under the category of tool martial spirits, which are further divided into several classifications. The Haotian hammer, serving as the martial spirit of the Haotian sect, may not rival divine-level martial spirits, yet it stands as a formidable counterpart to the 6-winged angel martial spirit. As the 3 individuals stood in a state of bewilderment, Qianye prepared to launch his true offensive. His first soul skill, stick, 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 wielding the nunchaku, a combination of long and short sticks, unleashed a barrage of strikes with unprecedented ferocity. With each swing, he unleashed a relentless onslaught that extended over 100 meters, leaving no room for evasion. The dual nunchaku in Qianye's hands moved with such agility that they appeared to multiply, striking in all directions within a radius of 150 meters. The scarred man, the gray-clad youth, and the girl with peach blossom eyes were utterly unprepared for the sudden and overwhelming assault, caught off guard by the tempestuous barrage. In moments, they found themselves reeling from the relentless strikes, collapsing to the ground, hands clutching their faces. The girl with the peach blossom eyes, being a woman, was particularly concerned about her appearance. As her face met the ground, her back was left exposed, with the relentless strikes raining down upon her head, back, and buttocks. As she desperately sought to shield her face, the speed of this attack was beyond what an ordinary soul master could withstand, especially given its element of surprise. Initially, Qianye's nunchaku appeared to be merely a meter long, yet upon activating his soul skill, they instantly expanded their reach, creating a myriad of afterimages within the 150-meter range, targeting everything in sight. Naturally, the 3 individuals positioned directly above Bibi Dong, Qianye, and Yuguan were also within the attack scope. However, as titled Douluos, they had already activated their defensive skills to withstand the overwhelming barrage of strikes. Both Yuguan and Qianye were taken aback. They had initially underestimated Qianye's nunchaku martial spirit, but witnessing its extraordinary power, they regarded it with newfound respect. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, observing the nunchaku in Qianye's grasp, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she flicked her delicate tongue. This boy possesses remarkable potential, she mused. Not only does his nunchaku martial spirit exhibit such explosive power, but it also delivers remote attacks extending nearly 150 meters. Yuguan remarked with a grin. Moreover, the assault is fierce and unexpected. Any ordinary soul master caught unprepared would have no choice but to endure the blows. Bibi Dong chuckled softly in response, remaining silent. Qianye nodded in agreement, contemplating the prospect of a friendly competition with Qianye in the future. Yuguan shared this sentiment. Yet at present, it was not their turn to intervene. After 30 seconds, the barrage ceased, and Qianye surveyed the scene. The girl with the peach blossom eyes lay motionless, face down on the ground. He understood that as a support-type soul master, devoid of offensive capabilities and lacking protection. She had succumbed to the effects of his earlier ferocious assault. He glanced again at the youth clad in gray, who was similarly dazed. Finally, Qianye turned his gaze towards the scarred-faced man. Although the latter had collapsed to the ground, he had not entirely lost consciousness. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the scarred man sprang up from the ground, dodging to the side as his fifth black soul ring flared to life, radiating brilliance. Fifth soul skill, blade, blade, blade. Each strike, a flurry of blades unleashed like a tempest, blades as relentless as the wind and as fearsome as demons. Qianye's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the scarred man would forgo his fourth soul skill and resort to his fifth. This was a clear indication of his seriousness, revealing his trump card. As he surveyed the scene, the myriad of blade shadows swirled like a tornado, converging upon him from all directions, infused with a sinister, dark aura. Such formidable offensive capability was beyond the reach of an ordinary soul master. Even those of the same rank would struggle to withstand it unless they possessed exceptional defensive capabilities. Invincible golden body. Qianye activated his defense, and the cascading blades rebounded harmlessly off his form. The scarred man turned pale at this sight. This was his ultimate technique. And if it could not harm Qianye, defeat was inevitable. 3 small daggers reappeared in his hands. Qianye stepped forward, his right hand flickering as he executed the technique of the flying daggers with seamless precision. The air was filled with a buzzing sound as the daggers pierced flesh. Erupting in a spray of crimson, 3 gaping wounds appeared, one on his forehead, another hollowing out his chest and exiting through his back, and the last striking at the center of his abdomen. Blood flowed incessantly from within. He was beyond saving. The scarred man lay dying, his eyes wide open in terror as he beheld Qianye. Ha! He suddenly laughed. It is better to perish at the hands of a formidable opponent than to fall victim to that madwoman. Qianye understood that the madwoman he mentioned was the Pope Bibi Dong. There was a palpable fear in his tone when he spoke of her. With a thud, the scarred man collapsed, devoid of life. Old ghost, his daggers are astonishingly swift. Yuguan remarked in disbelief. Qianye squinted, scrutinizing the diminutive figure of Qianye anew, then nodded thoughtfully, quite intriguing. A smile blossomed on Bibi Dong's face as she gazed at Qianye, as if she had just discovered an extraordinary treasure. Settling into her seat, one hand grasping her scepter while the other rested upon the chair's back, she declared, Qianye, you have not disappointed me. Qianye met Bibi Dong's gaze without succumbing to elation at her praise. He was well aware of his own worth and did not require validation from others. Is that all you have, Bibi Dong? Qianye spoke first. Yuguan's expression darkened. What is this, boy? Are you refusing to submit? Qianye chuckled. Duke, I wasn't addressing you, so kindly refrain from interjecting. Chapter 30. The events of 5 years hence. Upon hearing Qianye's words, Yuguan's countenance soured. Yet, recalling that he was a disciple of Qian Douluo, he regained his composure. Boy, do you dare defy me? I submit to no one. Qianye retorted with a laugh. What a joke. Why would I submit to you? Yuguan, rendered speechless, found himself at a loss for words. No matter how he speaks, he is still the left guardian of Bibi Dong and a titled Douluo. Although he appears submissive in her presence, enduring her blows, insults, and even threats to his life, he dares not utter a word. However, others do not share the same restraint. Apart from Qian Douluo, even the second elder is someone he does not regard highly. Qianye, too, is of little consequence in his eyes. Bibi Dong remains seated, allowing the confrontation between the two to unfold without intervention. Qianye, silent as ever, bears an expression akin to that of an amused spectator. Yuguan refrains from further commentary, casting a glance towards Bibi Dong. Your Majesty, this fellow is rather audacious. Shall I go and temper his spirit? After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong commanded, You may step back. Qianye and Zhuhuaguan exchanged glances and bowed in acknowledgement. As you wish. In an instant, the two vanished from the courtyard. Once they departed, Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon Qianye, observing him intently. He, in turn, met her gaze with equal intensity, neither willing to yield. Qianye, come here. Bibi Dong's voice broke the silence first. To come merely because you beckon? Surely. This is a blow to my pride. Nevertheless, Qianye approached, not out of fear, but to demonstrate his own mettle. He walked deliberately towards Bibi Dong, unwavering in his gaze, devoid of trepidation. In his eyes, Bibi Dong perceived no fear, which only heightened her interest and desire to conquer him. You shall follow me from now on, she stated first. Qianye's expression remained serious, lacking any hint of mirth. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as his palm connected with Bibi Dong's fair cheek. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Qianye had already dashed out the door. Bibi Dong, momentarily stunned, found herself grappling with the shocking reality that he had indeed struck her. The audacity of this young man bewildered her. Once the shock subsided, an intense fury welled within her, her eyes aflame and her chest rising and falling with agitation. "You little rascal, just wait." Bibi Dong finally roared. On the street, Qianye reflected on his recent actions, taking a deep breath. Truthfully, the moment his hand met Bibi Dong's delicate visage, he felt as though he had touched the forbidden back of a tiger. 5 years later, tick-tock, tick-tock. Outside the bedroom, torrential rain poured down. On the spacious bed lay a striking young man, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, his abdomen adorned with 8 well-defined muscles. Qianye opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he glanced out the window at the rain. 5 years. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed in his ears. After a moment of silence, Qianye called out, "The door is unlocked. Come in." With a thud, the door opened, and a figure entered. Qianye turned to this newcomer and smiled warmly. The young woman approached the bedside and sat down, her head bowed. Qianye regarded her, reaching out to caress her golden hair, which was soft and smooth. "It has been 5 years, Qianrenxue." Her height had nearly matched that of Chiba. Noticing her unhappiness, Chiba inquired, "Is something the matter?" Qianrenxue raised her head to meet his gaze, and, in a sudden burst of affection, planted a kiss on his cheek, instantly flushing with embarrassment. However, she soon grew despondent, saying, "Brother Chiba, I must depart, leaving the academy and temporarily parting from you." Understanding her predicament, Chiba pondered for a moment and realized why Qianrenxue was leaving. It was clear that Douluo intended to send her undercover into the Heaven-Do Empire. Where to? Chiba feigned ignorance, though he was already aware of the situation. "Grandfather has instructed me to go to the Heaven-Do Empire to assume the position of the crown prince." Qianrenxue confided earnestly. This was a secret she was not supposed to share, yet her willingness to disclose it signified her unwavering trust in him. Chiba felt a surge of happiness, recognizing that she regarded him with complete faith, as if he were not a stranger. "However, I cannot comprehend what position grandfather envisions for you as an undercover agent," he remarked. Although he knew from the original narrative that Xue Qinghe was killed during a hunting expedition by Qianrenxue and subsequently impersonated by her, he could not reveal this knowledge and chose to maintain an air of innocence. Chiba squinted slightly, saying, "Little Xue, you are a girl. Even if you disguise yourself as a boy, it would be impossible to perfectly mimic Xue Qinghe." He glanced pointedly at her chest, adding, "A man's physique is flat, while a woman's is not." Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue's cheeks flushed crimson. "So what? I possess a hereditary soul bone, and after absorbing it, I can transform into Xue Qinghe's likeness," she replied confidently. Chiba nodded. "When do you plan to leave?" "In a month," she answered reluctantly. Yet she recognized the necessity of her mission for the greater good. Chiba contemplated whether he should take action in preparation for her departure in a month or perhaps even substitute for her, which was also a possibility. Without uttering a word, Chiba drew her into his embrace. Qianrenxue did not resist, instead resting her head against his chest, tears glistening in her eyes. After a moment, she asked, "Brother Chiba, do you like me?" Chiba tightened his hold and replied, "Of course I do. If I didn't, I wouldn't treat you so kindly. I'm leaving. You won't forget me, will you?" Qianrenxue asked, her voice tinged with worry. "Of course not. Besides, the spirit hall is not far from the Heaven-Do Empire. I will come to see you," he reassured her. She responded, her face brightening with a smile. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open with a loud crash, and a girl with twin ponytails burst in. She had an oval face, stood about 1.6 meters tall, and possessed a petite, delicate figure, not breathtakingly beautiful. But her radiant smile lit up the room. "Ah!" the girl exclaimed, instinctively screaming upon witnessing the scene before her. Her eyes widening as she stared at the two embracing on the bed, her cheeks flushing with color. Realizing her intrusion, she quickly lowered her head, stammering, "Brother Yi. I didn't mean to." Cough, cough. Chiba coughed lightly twice, gazing at the little girl before him, and placed a gentle kiss on Qianrenxue's ear. Startled by the presence of others, Qianrenxue shyly wriggled free and sat to the side, at a loss for words. As a time traveler, Chiba was unburdened by the bashfulness typical of young girls. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Renxue?" Chapter 31, Stardew Forest. "Oh well." Renxue hesitated, then continued, "I have reached level 20 and would like you to accompany me into the forest to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings. Would that be agreeable?" Recalling their first encounter 5 years prior, when she was merely a 6-year-old child, he noted how she had blossomed into an 11-year-old young lady. "Why? Huh?" Renxue was puzzled. "What I meant was, why seek me out instead of someone else?" Renxue's cheeks flushed. Because I like you. Is there a problem with that?" At that moment, Chiba realized he had also attained level 60 in his cultivation, making it an opportune time to absorb his 6th soul ring. "All right, prepare yourself. We shall set off in 3 days." "Brother Chiba, I want to go too," Qianrenxue insisted. "Very well, let's all go together." Chiba thought it would be delightful to take her along. "By the way, little Xue, What level are you currently? Level 39. Chiba pondered this. Just one level short of 40. If you can reach that, we can all absorb our soul rings together in Stardow Forest. Okay, Qianrenxue eagerly agreed, thrilled at the prospect. Host, Chiba. Gender, male. Age, 11. Physique, 60, normal 100. Number of martial souls, 3. Food martial soul, carrot martial soul, awakened, soul rings, 5, purple. Black, 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 black. Equipment martial soul, awakened, soul rings, 5, purple, black, 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 black. Divine martial soul, 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, awakened, soul ring, 1, crimson gold. Soul bones, none. Soul power level, 60, soul king. Chiba glanced over his system panel. Everything appeared normal. Once he absorbed the 6th soul ring, he would ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor. 10 days later, at the entrance of Stardow Forest, the three walked side by side. Chiba was in the center, with Renxue to his left and Qianrenxue to his right. Before them lay an expansive forest, its vastness obscuring the horizon. As the largest soul beast forest in the Douluo continent, Stardow Forest boasted an immense area and was one of the few soul beast forests open to the public. We've finally arrived, Renxue exclaimed joyfully. Qianrenxue took Chiba's hand, her face beaming with happiness. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and denser. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on checking into Stardow Forest. Reward, 1 10,000-year soul bone. Wow! Chiba was elated upon hearing the system notification. With this, he had secured his very first soul bone. Moreover, it is a soul bone of 100,000 years, not an ordinary one. After a lengthy journey, Qianye beckoned the two to sit down and partake in some sustenance before searching for soul beasts. The periphery of the Stardow Forest was abundant with soul beasts. However, most did not meet the trio's criteria. Qianrenxue required a soul ring of at least 10,000 years, while Renxue needed a minimum of a century for her second soul ring. Qianye intended to absorb a soul ring approximately 90,000 years old. His standards, it could be said, were not excessively high. Of course, a soul ring of 100,000 years would be even more desirable. As Qianye was enjoying his meal, a shadow suddenly flitted across the sky. Remaining vigilant, he glanced upwards but discerned nothing unusual. Noticing his unease, Renxue also looked up, seeing nothing. Brother Yi, what is it? She inquired. Oh, nothing, Qianye replied, choosing not to disclose the fleeting shadow. After finishing their meal, the trio resumed their journey. After walking for a while, another dark shadow swept across the sky. Instantly alert, Qianye thought that if the first occurrence could be deemed a coincidence, the second certainly could not. Indeed, when he looked up again, he beheld something soaring high above. It was unmistakably a bird, a large bird, approximately 10 meters tall and around 20 meters long. Particularly striking were its outstretched wings, which measured about 50 meters. What a massive bird! Renxue exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing it. Qianrenxue quickly raised her gaze as well and recognized the enormous creature. Brother Qianye, that is merely a giant wupong. Indeed, Qianye replied, having already identified it. I estimate this giant wupong to be around 30,000 years old. 30,000 years. Renxue gasped, fully aware that such a giant wupong possessed dragon bloodline. Its existence marked it as one of the mightiest among the avian soul beasts of the Stardow Forest, ranking fourth in aerial prowess, surpassed only by the 3 colossal dragons of the central region. As Qianye observed the magnificent bird, he noted its long, robust neck. The upper half of its neck was adorned not with feathers, but rather with dark blue scales, glimmering in the sunlight against the backdrop of the sky. Its large, obsidian eyes bore an intense glint, exuding an aura of enigma and ferocity. Its beak resembled a black iron hook, curved, sharp, and gleaming. Coupled with its wings, whose feathers shone like steel, the entire creature appeared as a colossal iron bird. The scales on its head symbolized its dragon lineage. Brother Yi, has it spotted us? Renxue asked, her voice tinged with concern. I believe so, and it is quite possible it has already deemed us as potential prey. Qianrenxue's golden eyes, fixated on the giant wupong, reflected her seriousness regarding this formidable raptor. Little Snow, I think this bird would be ideal for your 4th soul ring absorption. After a moment's hesitation, Qianrenxue replied, but Brother Qianye, the giant wupong is a soul beast of 30,000 years, an invincible entity in the sky. This is far too perilous. Indeed, hence we must deliberate carefully, Qianye mused, confident in his ability to vanquish a soul beast of such age. It is precisely because it has the ability to soar that it is not easily subdued. Thus, I must resort to my ultimate weapon. This time, I shall test the prowess of my 24 wings eternal angel martial soul. However, neither Qianrenxue nor Renxue is aware that I am a soul master of the 3 lives martial soul. Yet, it is not impossible for them to find out. After all, I have already resolved to share this secret with Qian Douluo. I will certainly assist Qianrenxue in her undercover mission in the Heaven Do Empire. At that moment, the colossal Wu Peng ascended into the sky with a thunderous cry. The sound waves emanated, affecting even Qianye and his companions. The force of the sound shattered numerous trees and sent their leaves cascading to the ground. Qianye swiftly grasped Qianrenxue's hand, pulling Renxue to take refuge beneath a nearby giant tree. If my conjecture is correct, it is preparing to launch an attack on us, he remarked. His eyes fixated on the movements of the giant bird above. Renxue, filled with trepidation, gazed at the massive bird, with her mere 20th rank. She stood no chance against a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Qianrenxue fared somewhat better, having attained the 40th rank and wielding a 6-winged angel martial soul, giving her the capacity to contend with the colossal Wu Peng even in aerial combat. Chapter 32. The Colossal Wu Peng. The furious soul beast soared into the heavens before changing direction and charging toward the tree where Qianye was concealed. With a single flap of its enormous wings, the tree was uprooted and snapped in half as it fell. Qianye did not flee. He could not afford to expose himself. Renxue, gripped by fear, felt a surge of soul power, causing a soul ring to rise beneath her. It was a yellow 100-year soul ring, a standard configuration. One soul ring would be utterly powerless against a 30,000-year-old colossal Wu Peng. Qianrenxue, now on high alert, summoned 3 soul rings beneath her, a yellow and 2 purple. Buzzing with energy, Qianye also summoned a soul ring, which burst forth in a golden radiance, illuminating the surroundings. This sight astonished both Qianrenxue and Renxue. Qianye's soul ring was not one they were accustomed to, neither a 1,000-year nor a 10,000-year ring, but rather a crimson gold soul ring. At that moment, they witnessed the emergence of 24 golden wings sprouting from Qianye's back. Towering nearly 100 feet tall, he radiated golden light, his eyes shining like the full moon. With his hair and eyelashes also golden, complemented by the 24 magnificent golden wings behind him. What is this? Renxue asked in bewilderment. Qianrenxue, equally stunned, could only gape in astonishment, not realizing that Qianye possessed another martial soul. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter a word. Observing their astonished expressions, Qianye chuckled softly. Little Snow, Renxue, you may not have known, but my martial soul is the 3 lives martial soul. To avoid unnecessary complications, I chose not to disclose it until now. As for why I am revealing it today, you have seen for yourselves. That giant bird in the sky is not an adversary to be taken lightly. I firmly believe that you will assist me in keeping this secret. Qianrenxue nodded, not at all angry, but rather pleased as she grasped his hand. Wonderful, Brother Qianye. Your martial soul appears to be quite similar to mine. She intended to mention her 6-winged angel martial soul, yet chose to refrain from doing so in the presence of Renxue. Qianye affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, Indeed, my martial soul possesses 24 wings, the eternal angel martial soul of 24 wings. 24-winged eternal angel martial soul. Renxue exclaimed in astonishment. She was aware that the Qian family had a martial soul known as the 6-winged angel martial soul, but this was her first encounter with one even more formidable, boasting 24 wings. Not only was she amazed, but even Qianrenxue had never witnessed such a marvel. Excitement surged within her. With such strength, she felt assured that her grandfather would have no objections to her companionship with Brother Qianye. At that moment, the colossal whooping abruptly turned in the sky, diving down to launch a second assault. Qianye smirked, completely disregarding the giant bird. First soul skill, Sword of Eternity, Angelic Judgment. His radiant golden soul rings glimmered, emitting a blinding light. Instantly, a multitude of enormous golden swords, each spanning approximately 10 meters, descended from the heavens, aimed at the diving giant bird. Qianrenxue and Renxue were taken aback, fearing that the immense swords might strike them. However, their concerns were entirely unfounded. Although the attack range of the first soul skill of the 24-winged eternal angel martial soul extended within a radius of 100 meters, it did not strike indiscriminately. The user's will guided the assault. Qianye could direct it to target any individual without harming innocents. Otherwise, it would be disastrous for his companions. Consequently, the fear felt by Qianrenxue and Renxue was wholly unnecessary. Every soul master operates in this manner, regardless of the prowess of their soul skills. They only strike those they intend to target, a principle that applies solely to soul skills. The giant whooping's eyes glimmered with the reflection of the golden swords. Fear evident within. Attempting to evade was futile. The swords had already begun their descent, piercing its back. With a cry of anguish, the giant whooping felt the first sword impale its body, followed by the second and third. It had never imagined that the 3 humans below were so formidable. With a resounding crash, its massive form plummeted to the ground, scattering foliage in all directions, creating a vast crater as dust swirled into the air. The trio quickly took cover behind a massive tree, retreating 10 meters away. Once the dust settled, they cautiously peered in that direction. Qianye observed that the giant whooping lay on the brink of collapse. Although it still breathed, it was gravely injured and immobile. Renxue darted behind Qianye, glancing toward the fallen bird, and inquired, "Brother Yi, has it perished?" Qianye shook his head. "Not yet, it still clings to life." Renxue smiled, reflecting that this was a 30,000-year-old whooping, comparable to a typical soul beast of 60,000 years. She marveled at how swiftly Brother Yi had subdued it. "Brother Yi, your 24-winged eternal angel martial soul is truly remarkable." Qianye raised his eyebrows, exclaiming that it was no boast. Indeed, it was formidable. Coupled with a million-year crimson soul ring, it could unleash such power to vanquish foes in a single strike. Renxue nodded, her face reflecting envy as she recalled that he possessed 3 soul spirits while she had but 1, feeling utterly incomparable. Moreover, he had reached the 60th level of soul power, while she had only just attained the 20th. How could she compete? Yet, she took solace in the memory of their first meeting when he had already surpassed 30 levels, while she was merely at 3. In 5 years, she had reached level 20, surpassing more than half of her classmates. Qianrenxue's gaze remained fixed on the colossal whooping lying on the ground, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. "Brother Qianye, I knew you were the strongest." Qianye playfully slapped her on the backside, the sound echoing. "You're so naughty," Qianrenxue exclaimed, twisting away, feeling a sharp sting. Qianye merely smiled, his silence speaking volumes. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. "Xiaoxue, while the whooping still draws breath, swiftly finish it off," Qianye instructed, returning to his serious demeanor. "I won't hold back," Qianrenxue replied with a grin. In an instant, she appeared before the giant whooping, targeting its vital points with precision, strike after strike. With a final, anguished cry, the whooping succumbed, and a black soul ring ascended from its form. Qianrenxue's eyes sparkled as she beheld the black soul ring. "Hooray!" Renxue rushed over, leaning in to scrutinize the soul ring. Her thoughts filled with a yearning to absorb one such as this. Unaware of the girl's thoughts, Qianye approached Qianrenxue from behind, gently patting her shoulder. "Shall we begin, Xiaoxue?" "Yes, Brother Qianye," she replied brightly. "You shall guard me." Qianye nodded affirmatively. "I will." Without further ado, she settled down, focusing on her breath, entering a meditative state to absorb the soul ring. Qianye observed her delicate figure before moving 100 meters away, taking his seat upon a fallen branch to protect her. "Brother Yi, is your 24-winged eternal angel soul spirit akin to the 6-winged angel soul spirit, a divine-level spirit?" Regarding this query, he felt no need for concealment, unafraid to share with Renxue. "As for whether it is divine or not, I cannot say. I only know it is powerful," Qianye replied, uncertain. After all, such a soul spirit had never manifested in the Douluo continent, leaving him hesitant to assert its status. Renxue was no fool and would certainly ponder the implications. Despite their good rapport, they had yet to reach the level of complete openness. She smiled, brushing off the matter. "Regardless of its divine status, in my eyes, it is undeniably impressive." Qianye understood her sentiment. Suddenly, Renxue's face flushed, and she shyly averted her gaze. "Brother Yi, what do you think is the ideal age for my second soul ring to absorb?" "Well, generally, anything over 100 years should suffice," he replied. Renxue nodded, affirming that was indeed her own thought as well. The Millennium Soul Ring was merely a fleeting thought for her. The prospect of actually absorbing it was daunting. "Your first soul ring is 300 years, so the second should be approximately 700 years. 700 years. Renxue mused, contemplating that 600 years would suffice. Anything over 700 could also be acceptable. Ultimately, she decided to heed Qianye's advice and aim to absorb a soul ring exceeding 700 years. "Brother Yi, you are truly kind to Renxue. Well, if I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat kindly?" Upon hearing this, Renxue's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, for encountering the goddess Renxue. Reward, Bagua Furnace." Bagua Furnace? Qianye understood its significance, for it was utilized by the Supreme Lord Laozi for alchemy and treasure crafting. Not only could it concoct elixirs, but it also had the capability to forge artifacts. Within its depths resided one of the 4 divine fires, the Luding Divine Fire. The Luding Divine Fire, regarded as the god of flames, could even char the willow branches within the Bodhisattva Guanin's precious vase. Furthermore, artifacts such as the golden cudgel, 9-toothed rake, and purple gold bell were all forged within the Bagua Furnace. Legend has it that the essence of the Bagua Furnace is derived from the lotus pod of the primordial blue lotus, imbued with the innate chaotic energy. It is evident that only such a primordial artifact can forge countless celestial elixirs and spiritual devices that can alter the fabric of the universe. It is worth noting that the golden cudgel was originally forged from exquisite iron, yet it underwent 9 transformations under the hands of the supreme Lord Laozi. Emerging from the bagua furnace, the cudgel can be manipulated to various sizes and lengths, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, stabilizing the seas, and engaging in combat, rendering it capable of anything. Most importantly, the golden cudgel possesses sentience, and, once it recognizes Sun Wukong as its master, it obeys his every command. Thus, the artifacts forged within the bagua furnace possess a unique spirit. Not only can it concoct elixirs, but it can also forge weapons, achieving a harmonious duality. A significant point to note is that Sun Wukong's fiery eyes were also created within the bagua furnace. This indicates that it is capable of not only alchemy and artifact crafting, but also of refining the body. Qianye was elated with this artifact. He could also experiment with alchemy and crafting. After a while, Qianrenxue opened her eyes to the slanting rays of the setting sun. The sun was about to set. She had successfully absorbed her 4th soul ring, filling her heart with joy. The first person to whom she wished to express her gratitude was, of course, Qianye. Renxue, have you completed your absorption? Upon seeing her rise, Renxue hurriedly approached her. Yes, Qianrenxue replied, noticing that Renxue was present while Qianye was absent, her gaze sweeping around. Renxue, where's brother Qianye? Renxue smiled. Brother Yi just stepped away for a moment. He went to relieve himself. Upon hearing the word relieve, Qianrenxue couldn't help but blush, her thoughts drifting to his. Renxue, however, remained oblivious to her embarrassment and supported her, saying, Renxue, you just finished absorbing your soul ring. Go sit over there for a while. When brother Yi returns, we can eat something before heading out to find soul beasts. Okay. The two waited for quite some time before finally spotting Qianye emerging from the woods on the left. The sky had darkened. Within the forest, night had already fallen. Birds and beasts retreated to their nests, while nocturnal creatures and insects began to emerge from their hiding places. The forest suddenly became lively. Indeed, the nighttime forest was even more bustling than during the day. For instance, there were plants with luminescent leaves. There were luminous flowers and fruits, radiant insects, prowling beasts, and chirping bugs. Qianye and Qianrenxue sat together, conversing and gazing around, and it was evident that she had successfully absorbed the soul ring, filling her heart with joy. Brother Qianye, Qianrenxue exclaimed, rushing into his embrace. On the side, Renxue stood as a mere bystander, her heart brimming with jealousy. She had always been deeply attentive to Qianye, a sentiment that had developed over the span of 5 years since their first meeting when they became desk mates. This companionship had lasted for 5 years. Of course, sharing a desk was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in her growing affection for Qianye day by day. He was not only handsome and powerful, but also a genius. And it was not just her who harbored feelings for him. Nearly 90% of the girls in their class were infatuated with Qianye. Whether their feelings were genuine remained uncertain. But the fact that they were enamored was undeniable. Qianye had long become accustomed to the adoration of the girls. It was not only the girls of his class who were captivated. Over 90% of the female students in the Spirit Hall Academy had developed feelings for him. Many had taken the initiative to express their affections, offering flowers, sweet treats, clothing, shoes, and even money. Qianye readily accepted all that was presented to him. After all, who would refuse such generous offerings? As they willingly bestowed their gifts upon him, he saw no reason to decline. He gained so much without having to give much in return. Who would not welcome such an arrangement? Originally, Qianye could have relied solely on his looks to thrive. Yet he possessed not only charm but also strength, making him a formidable presence. It was indeed vexing. Having spent 5 years at the Spirit Hall Academy, he had inadvertently offended nearly all the boys there. It was not that he was particularly arrogant or sought out trouble. On the contrary, many boys actively sought to provoke him. Each time, Qianye effortlessly sent them flying. Over time, his reputation soared at the Spirit Hall Academy. Now, he had become a heartthrob, and his name was known to all within the academy. Moreover, he was a student of Bibi Dong and was also under the guardianship of Douluo. Having been a constant companion to Qianrenxue throughout her life, her dependence and affection for him were indelibly etched in her heart. In the Spirit Hall Academy, Qianye bore numerous titles: the foremost genius, the beloved of the masses, the most adored, the top scholar, the academy's handsomest, an exemplary student, the unrivaled champion, and the heartthrob among wealthy ladies, among others. Oh, brother Yi, what is that on your shoulder? Renxue inquired, her gaze drawn to something familiar resting on him. Qianye pointed to his left and replied with a smile. Oh, after I finished my business over there and took a stroll, I stumbled upon a stream. Initially, I intended to catch a few fish to eat. To my surprise, I encountered a crocodile instead. I thought it would be splendid to catch one for dinner. It should make for a delightful meal. He chuckled heartily, laughed softly. Brother Yi, this is my first time seeing someone catch an alligator for a feast. Chapter 34. The Appearance of the 70,000-Year Soul Beast. Qianye awkwardly smiled, admitting that he had never tasted roasted alligator either. However, he thought it would be worth a try. After all, they were utilizing local resources, keeping it simple. If it didn't taste good, it wouldn't matter. The essence lay in participation. Yes, we can do that. Without further ado, Renxue said, then Brother Yi, I will gather some firewood. Qianye nodded. Seeing him carry the hefty alligator, Qianrenxue quickly released her grip on him. Brother Qianye, I will also go gather firewood. Go ahead. Qianye placed the alligator down and took out a small knife to begin preparing it. Before long, he had skinned and processed the alligator. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue and Renxue had collected a sufficient amount of firewood and piled it together. Qianye constructed a simple roasting rack from wood and bamboo, placing the entire alligator atop it before igniting a fire. Renxue sat nearby, lost in thought as she gazed at the alligator on the rack. After a while, her eyes turned to Qianye, filled with a blissful smile. Qianrenxue's gaze hardly strayed from Qianye, as if she could never get enough of him. In a picturesque valley, one could easily describe this place as a paradise. A group of individuals surrounded a pair of men and women, perched upon a precipice. The couple had no retreat, forced to fight desperately. No one knew why they had fled to the cliff instead of deeper into the forest. Seeing the path blocked, the man brandished a hammer, standing protectively before the woman. She was extraordinarily beautiful, cradling a swaddled infant who was sound asleep. Before the man stood over 30 adversaries. The foremost among them was a noble and beautiful lady, adorned with a crown and wielding a scepter. Flanking her were two individuals, with a throng of men and women behind them. How go we? Ain, don't be afraid with me here. The man interrupted her. Enough, Tang Hao. If you hand over Ain, you and your son will be left unharmed. The crown lady declared. The blue-clad woman turned pale, bewildered as to why the man was leading her to a dead end, despite knowing the cliff lay ahead. He brought her here. The man in yellow glared fiercely at the crowned lady, Bibi Dong. Today it's either you or me. Is that so? The crowned lady sneered. Signaling her followers, everyone, attack. Buzzing filled the air as the crowd unleashed their soul rings and martial spirits, launching an assault on the couple. Upon witnessing this, the man's eyes betrayed a sly smile. You've all fallen for my trick. I am merely using you to eliminate my foes. She is just a soul beast. A mere 100,000-year soul beast. I am justified. But who is she? Why must I treat her this way? No, she is merely a soul beast. A 100,000-year soul beast. It is only natural for soul masters to absorb soul rings. I am not wrong at all. Approximately an hour later, Chiba expertly roasted a crocodile weighing over 100 pounds, enhancing its aroma with an assortment of spices and salt, rendering it even more delectable. These ingredients had been meticulously prepared prior to his journey and stored within a soul guide device, meant to supplement their provisions in the event of a shortage in the forest. Qianrenxue gazed longingly at the golden-brown crocodile meat, saliva pooling in her mouth. Renxue was no less affected, licking her lips with her delicate pink tongue while eyeing the roasted delicacy. Chiba, observing the way Qianrenxue swallowed and how Renxue tantalizingly licked her lips, couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing sight. Clearly, the roasted crocodile was a resounding success. He flashed a sweet smile at the two girls and casually pulled off a hind leg of the crocodile, offering it to Qianrenxue. Xiaoxue, here is a leg for you. Do try it. Without hesitation, Qianrenxue accepted it, taking a large bite and exclaiming, delicious, absolutely delightful. Renxue, upon hearing this, gulped with anticipation, her eyes fixed on Chiba, expressing her desire to partake as well. This girl, if she wanted to eat, she could simply take the initiative. After all, they were old classmates. Chiba, with no other option, plucked another hind leg and handed it to her, saying, here you go. Renxue was touched and quickly accepted the offering, devouring it ravenously. Brother Yi, I never imagined that crocodile meat could be even more delicious than fish. Chiba smiled silently, as it was his first time tasting it as well, choosing not to voice an opinion. If it's tasty, then indulge further. He took a foreleg for himself and savored it, confirming its deliciousness. Soon, the three of them were feasting heartily, oblivious to their appearances. Before long, they had nearly consumed the entire crocodile. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, emanating from a distance of 100 yards. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what was approaching them. Brother Yi, what could that be? Qianrenxue asked, her expression growing uneasy as she gazed toward the source of the sound. Renxue shrank her neck, her pupils dilating as she sensed impending danger. Brother Yi, do you think it's a soul beast coming our way? Chiba was equally unsure but had a vague sense of connection to the unfolding events, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. In a sudden burst of instinct, Chiba leaped onto a branch of the nearby tree, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, a colossal creature was swiftly making its way toward them. Its speed was remarkable, and the obstructing trees made it difficult to discern what it was. He resolved to investigate. Xiaoxue, Renxue, stay behind the tree. I'll take a look. After instructing them, Chiba bounded through the branches, moving forward. Qianrenxue, full of concern, couldn't ignore the urgency and followed closely behind. Renxue, unwilling to be left alone, trailed after Qianrenxue. Chiba soon discerned that the creature was none other than a gargantuan crocodile, towering 2 meters and stretching 50 meters in length. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. It seemed that the small crocodile he had captured earlier might very well be the offspring of this massive beast, which had now come seeking revenge for its young. Upon closer inspection, this colossal crocodile, aptly named the Ice Peak Crocodile Soul Beast, boasts an impressive cultivation of approximately 70,000 years. Its formidable strength is particularly evident in its indomitable scales, which render it nearly impervious to blades and projectiles. Suddenly, an icy chill descended from above, sending a shiver through Qianye's heart. A dark shadow loomed overhead, and before he could react, his body was ensnared in crystalline ice, plummeting to the ground. A wave of dread washed over Qianye as he realized the astonishing speed of the Ice Peak Crocodile's attack. He hadn't even had time to comprehend the danger before he was rendered a frozen statue. Qianye, brother. A voice suddenly roused him from his stupor. Although Qianye could not open his eyes, he recognized the voice calling out to him. It was Qianrenxue. How had she arrived here? He had distinctly instructed them to wait for him, yet here she was, undoubtedly worried and having pursued him. Qianye felt a flicker of warmth at her concern. But the proximity of the Ice Peak Crocodile posed a grave risk to her safety. Chapter 35, Qianrenxue's Ultimate Move. Shue, what has happened to Brother Yi? Renxue inquired, stepping forward with trepidation. Observing Qianye's immobile form filled her with concern. A massive creature, illuminated by the moonlight, revealed its bulky silhouette. Renshue's gaze sharpened, her heart racing as she recognized the beast. It was indeed a giant crocodile. This was her first encounter with such an enormous reptile. If my deductions are correct, this must be the Ice Peak Crocodile. Qianrenxue's voice resonated in her ear. The Ice Peak Crocodile? Furthermore, it's likely around 70,000 years old. Qianrenxue's knowledge mirrored Qianye's observations. This was undeniably a soul beast with a cultivation level of 70,000 years. Renxue assessed the situation and concluded, we are utterly incapable of dealing with a 70,000-year-old Ice Peak crocodile. Qianrenxue's gaze hardened. In her view, anyone who dared to harm Qianye was directly opposing her, regardless of whether they were a soul beast or not. Renxue, take care of Brother Qianye while I confront it. Qianrenxue declared fiercely. Renxue was at a loss for how to assist. After 5 years of acquaintance, she understood Qianrenxue's temperament well. When she set her mind on something, no one could deter her, except for the person currently in danger. Perhaps she truly could not match the depth of Qianrenxue's feelings for Qianye. Nonetheless, with Qianye in peril, she would undoubtedly rise to the occasion, especially since she had been the one to invite him to the Stardow Forest. Very well, Shue. Should you find yourself unable to handle it alone, do not hesitate to call for me. Suddenly, a radiant glow emanated from Qianrenxue's forehead, and a small six-winged angelic imprint materialized, shining with golden light. She clasped her hands together, and a transformation began to unfold from her head to her legs. 1, 2, 3, 4 soul rings ascended from beneath her, colored yellow, purple, and black. 100 years, 2,000 years, and 1 10,000-year ring. In an instant, her entire being illuminated with golden radiance, and 2 golden wings sprouted from her back. Then, behind her, stood a towering female giant, approximately 100 meters tall. With arms outstretched, 3 pairs of golden wings sprouted from the giant's back, as radiant light cascaded from the heavens, illuminating her entire form. What is this? Renxue had not anticipated such a sight before her eyes. She had always believed that Qianrenxue possessed solely the bright peacock martial soul. Could it be that she also harbored a twin martial soul? Unbeknownst to Renxue, Qianrenxue's bright peacock martial soul was merely a facade. For her true martial soul was the legendary 6-winged angel, a divine soul of the Douluo continent. Renxue felt a surge of astonishment and joy, suddenly invigorated. Yes, this is that martial soul, the 6-winged angel martial soul, the supreme divine martial soul ranked first among soul masters. After all, these details were part of the curriculum at the Martial Soul Palace Academy. She was able to recognize it upon comparison. Gazing at Qianrenxue, Renxue seemed to forget the imminent danger before her. Thus, it dawned on her that Qianrenxue was indeed the heir to the 6-winged angel martial soul. The first soul skill, Angel Assault. Qianrenxue's first soul ring shone brightly, gathering the sacred energy of the six-winged angel in her fists. In a flash, she appeared before the ice peak crocodile, unleashing a flurry of strikes towards its eyes, golden light flashing with each blow. Simultaneously, a golden light shield formed before her, serving as a defense. This soul skill remarkably embodied both offensive and defensive capabilities, a feat not many martial souls could achieve. The ice peak crocodile, suddenly faced with such an assault, became flustered. Though uninjured, its soul power was rapidly depleting. With over 70,000 years of cultivation, the creature, unable to speak human language, had acquired a semblance of intelligence. Under the pressure of Qianrenxue's soul skill, it retreated repeatedly. Crack! A sudden sound interrupted Renxue's observation of the battle between Qianrenxue and the ice peak crocodile. She noticed that the ice crystals surrounding Qianye had scattered as he sat up. "Brother Yi, you are awake," Renxue exclaimed joyfully upon seeing that he was unharmed. Qianye said little, his gaze fixed upon Qianrenxue's silhouette, who had now fully revealed her six-winged angel martial soul. It seemed she had cast aside her disguise, exposing her true identity completely to Renxue. Qianye felt a sense of admiration. Her willingness to sacrifice everything was a testament to her loyalty. "By the way, Brother Yi, is Qianrenxue a twin martial soul?" Renxue could not contain her curiosity and asked. To her, Qianrenxue, who rarely acknowledged anyone at the academy and preferred to remain by Qianye's side like a devoted follower, seemed to harbor a deeper understanding of her own identity. "Not quite," Renxue questioned, "but Brother Yi, Qianrenxue was previously the bright peacock martial soul, and now she is the six-winged angel martial soul. How do you explain this?" "Oh, this matter cannot be disclosed at present," he replied. Renxue rolled her eyes at him, wearing a look of feigned resentment. "Indeed, you and Qianrenxue are both extraordinary beings." "Very well." Chiba presented Renxue with a small chestnut, drawing closer to her, allowing him to catch a faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her. After a day spent traversing through the forest, her hair was somewhat tousled. Chiba reached out to tuck a stray lock away from her forehead, revealing her fair brow. Although Renxue was not strikingly beautiful, her purity and sweetness were enchanting. For 5 years, Chiba had taken good care of her. As Renxue felt his intimate touch and gaze, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Why, Yiga? Is there something on my forehead?" she stammered. Chiba, however, thought it best to deal with the ice peak crocodile first, their SA caterpillar. Suddenly, Qianrenxue was knocked back by the ice peak crocodile. Just as she was about to hit the ground, she felt a lightness behind her as a pair of hands wrapped around her waist. As she turned, she found herself face to face with Chiba, their lips nearly touching. Just as she was about to protest, she recognized him, and her indignation faded, replaced by a deep blush as she found herself frozen in place, staring into his eyes. Chiba had intended to catch Qianrenxue to prevent her from falling. When she turned her head, their lips inadvertently met. Renxue, witnessing the scene, was at a loss for words, her expression betraying a hint of jealousy. The commotion caused by the ice peak crocodile interrupted their moment. Chiba snapped back to reality, swiftly turning to place Qianrenxue gently on the ground, whispering softly in her ear, "Xiaoxua, stay here. I will handle it." Chapter 36, The Arrival of the 10th Elder. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the front. This startled Chiba and the others. "What is happening?" Renxue asked, bewildered. The ground trembled as a figure appeared, engaging in fierce combat with the ice peak crocodile. "The 10th Elder?" Qianrenxue exclaimed upon recognizing the figure. Chiba, upon closer inspection, nodded and smiled. "What a surprise to see her here. Who is the 10th Elder?" Renxue inquired, puzzled. Qianrenxue turned to Chiba. "Brother Chiba, how could the 10th Elder have come with us?" Chiba shook his head. "I do not know." Before them stood a woman clad in a flowing crimson robe, her figure both curvaceous and graceful, appearing to be in her 30s. Her long, flowing hair cascaded behind her. She was adorned with 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 and red, indicating her status as a title Douluo of over 90 levels. Behind her was a fiery red flame eagle martial spirit. At that moment, she was locked in combat with the ice peak crocodile, which was clearly at a disadvantage. Chiba was quite familiar with this woman, having known her since childhood. She was the 10th Elder of the Spirit Hall, with the martial spirit of a flame eagle and a formidable super Douluo at level 96. Notably, she bore a 100,000-year red soul ring. Within the Elder Hall, she was the youngest elder and the only female among them, yet her strength was not to be underestimated. The ice peak crocodile let out a final, anguished cry before lying motionless on the ground, leaving its fate uncertain. Qianye was left in a state of disbelief. Indeed, the 10th Elder was formidable. A creature with 70,000 years of cultivation had been slain by her in such a fierce onslaught. Qianye understood that the ice peak crocodile still lingered on the brink of life, as its soul ring had not yet been released, indicating it was not entirely dead. Yigo, you mentioned she is the 10th elder. Do you know her? Renxue inquired. Qianye nodded. Yes, she is the 10th elder of the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall. Renxue felt the need to process this revelation. You mean the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall? Indeed. Oh, Renxue's pupils dilated. She never anticipated encountering a member of the Elder Hall, leaving her astounded. Xiaoya, it has been a while. The 10th elder floated gracefully before the three of them. 10th elder, what brings you here? Qianrenxue quickly stepped forward. With a beaming smile, the 10th elder gently patted her head. Xiaoxue. It was the Grand Offering who was concerned and sent me to protect you. Qianrenxue stuck out her delicate pink tongue. I knew it was Grandpa. Xiaoya. This ice peak crocodile possesses 70,000 years of cultivation. Do either of you wish to absorb it? The 10th elder turned her gaze towards Qianye. The 10th elder nodded. Glancing at Qianye, Xiaoya, it is your turn to absorb it. Understood, 10th elder. Qianye did not hesitate and retrieved a small knife, advancing toward the ice peak crocodile. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, the knife swiftly descending upon the creature. With a final strike, he dispatched the ice peak crocodile. A black soul ring ascended from the creature's body. Excellent. The three women exclaimed in unison, offering him alluring smiles. The 10th elder even sent a spark of electricity towards him, nearly shocking Qianye into submission, prompting him to sit down and begin meditating to absorb the soul ring. Greetings. 10th elder. Renxue cautiously approached to greet her. She then turned to Qianrenxue and asked, Xiaoxue, is she your classmate? Qianrenxue nodded. This is Renxue. She is from our class, here to find a soul ring. The 10th elder smiled, gathering a few twigs to stoke the fire. The three women then engaged in lively conversation. An hour later, Qianye opened his eyes, having completed the absorption of the 6th soul ring of his carrot spirit. His heart brimming with joy. Glancing at the fire, he noticed that Qianrenxue and Renxue had already fallen asleep, leaving only the 10th elder awake to keep watch. Qianye rose and sat down opposite the fire. The 10th elder looked up at him. You truly are impressive. In just 5 years, you have already reached over level 60 as a soul emperor. I, too, find myself lacking. Qianye smirked. 10th elder, please do not be modest. Even if my progress is swift, I am still not a title Douluo. Yet you have already attained the remarkable level of 96 as a super Douluo. Very well. The 10th elder stood up and plopped down beside him, reclining with her head resting on his lap. Xiaoya, I shall sleep now. You will keep watch tonight. Qianye could only manage a bitter smile as he gazed at the 10th elder resting on his lap, her gentle curves rising and falling. The faint fragrance of her presence, quite delightful. Chiba felt that he had matured. Brother Yi. A series of calls jolted Chiba from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the petite Lolita, Renxue. Glancing at the sky, he noted the sun was already shining brightly. Chiba stretched and smiled. Good morning, Renxue. Renxue playfully chided. It's no longer early, Brother Yi. The sun has already warmed the ground. Oh, Chiba replied, somewhat disheartened. As he rose and surveyed his surroundings, noticing the absence of Qianrenxue and Elder Shi. Where could they have gone? Oh, Elder Shi has already left. And Qianrenxue has gone to practice her flute, Renxue explained with a smile. Speaking of the flute, Chiba had his own pressing matter to attend to. He promptly made his way toward the grove nearby. As he walked, he unexpectedly stumbled upon someone crouched in the grass, startled by the encounter. Upon hearing the noise, the figure was equally taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Qianrenxue who was hiding there. Feeling a bit awkward, he quickly turned his gaze away, no longer wishing to observe the scenery beyond. Brother Chiba, what brings you here? Qianrenxue inquired, her head bowed, still shy from the previous incident. Little Snow? I didn't mean to intrude. Chiba felt it necessary to clarify, fearing misunderstandings might arise if left unaddressed. Oh, Qianrenxue's cheeks flushed even deeper upon hearing his explanation. And without uttering another word, she hastily fled the scene. Chiba shook his head and, without further ado, removed his trousers and squatted down on the grass. Reflecting on the fact that Qianrenxue was no longer the 6-year-old girl from 5 years ago, but had blossomed into a young woman. He pondered whether he should convey his feelings towards her. He harbored affection for Qianrenxue, who, undoubtedly, reciprocated his sentiments. Chapter 37, The Beast in the Lake. Host, Chiba. Gender male. Age, 11. Physique, 63. Normal is 100. Number of martial spirits, 3. Food martial spirit, carrot, awakened, soul rings, 6. Purple, black, 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 black. Weapon martial spirit, nunchaku, awakened, soul rings, 5. Purple, black, 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 black. Divine martial spirit, 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit, awakened, soul ring, 1. Crimson gold. Soul bones, none. Soul Power Level 63, Soul Emperor. Qiba glanced at his attribute panel, noting that he had absorbed the 70,000-year soul ring from the Ice Peak crocodile, which had now elevated his carrot martial spirit to 6 soul rings, raising his level to 63. He had reached the Soul Emperor rank, and thus, he was merely 30 levels shy of the title Douluo, precisely around 28 levels away. Absorbing another soul ring for his nunchaku martial spirit would likely assist in further elevating his rank. Qiba's immediate intention was to assist Renxue in locating her soul ring before searching for his own nunchaku soul ring. After all, their expedition to the Stardo Forest was primarily to find her a soul ring, and now that both he and Qianrenxue had found theirs, it would be rather inconsiderate to delay her search. Soul rings of a century's age could be found on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. Qiba decided that they need not venture too deeply into the forest. Simply circling around its periphery would suffice. Throughout the journey, numerous spirit beasts came into view. If Qianye were to engage, even a century-old spirit beast would be no match for him, easily vanquished in an instant. Renxue's martial soul was water, a rather unique attribute. Thus, in her quest for a martial spirit, it was only natural that she sought something extraordinary. As Qianye traversed a low-lying area, a small lake soon emerged in his sight. The lake was modest in size, approximately 100 yards in circumference, its waters remarkably clear, resembling a beautiful mirror. Nestled within a small valley, the surrounding waters converged here. Wow, a lake! Qianrenxue exclaimed, her heart filled with joy as she dashed towards the water's edge, squatting down to wash her hands. The water was so pristine, she felt an overwhelming thirst and decided to drink some. Renxue knelt beside her, cupping her hands, and brought the water to her lips. After witnessing her drink, Qianrenxue wished to partake as well and inquired, "Is it good?" Upon hearing this, she immediately took a sip and found it truly delightful. "Brother Qianye, the water is exquisite. Would you care for a taste?" "Indeed," Qianye replied. Yet his gaze was fixed upon the center of the lake, scrutinizing it intently. Suddenly, a creature leapt from the water, charging towards them. Qianrenxue was the first to react, pulling Renxue back. "What is that?" Renxue gasped, having noticed nothing until it plunged back into the depths. Qianrenxue shook her head. "It moved too swiftly. I couldn't discern it clearly." She turned to Qianye. "Did you see it?" Qianye nodded yes. It was a golden red koi. Renxue exhaled in relief. "I didn't expect such a large fish to inhabit this lake." Qianrenxue was unperturbed. The Stardo Forest is a realm of spirit beasts. Anything is possible here. She then regarded Renxue. "I believe the spirit ring of the golden red koi would suit your martial soul perfectly. I just wonder how many years it has cultivated." Renxue's eyes lit up at this notion, realizing its validity, and turned towards Qianye, seeking his counsel. "Brother Yi, what do you think?" Qianye smiled and ruffled her hair. "Let me draw it out, and we shall find out." With no better plan at hand, Renxue agreed. Qianye wasted no time. Retrieving a small knife to cut a piece of bamboo, stripping it of its leaves before heading to the lakeside, he began to stir the water with it. Splash! The bamboo struck the surface, sending droplets flying and creating waves. Suddenly, a golden figure erupted from the water, lunging towards Qianye with its mouth agape. "Goodness!" Qianye exclaimed, having finally provoked it into action, and swiftly sidestepped to the left. The golden red koi missed its target and collided with the shore. Without hesitation, Qianye flipped over and approached it, casting a quick glance to gauge its size. It resembled a newborn calf, adorned with shimmering golden red scales that sparkled under the sunlight. A sight both dazzling and breathtaking. "It's stunning." Renxue couldn't help but exclaim, yearning for the spirit ring of this golden red koi, although uncertain of its age. "Brother Yi, how many years has it cultivated?" Qiba was observing when, after a while, he remarked, "It appears to possess an aura of approximately 900 years." This was troubling, as it exceeded their expectations by about 200 years. Renxue had planned to absorb a soul ring of roughly 600 years. However, this was a daunting 900 years, and she hesitated to proceed. Qianrenxue remained silent. After all, matters concerning life and death were not easily decided for others. Renxue continued to waver. Qiba pondered for a moment and concluded that such fortuitous opportunities were rare, and thus he should offer his counsel. After all, the path of a soul master was fraught with peril, and occasional risks were entirely normal. "Renxue, in my opinion, whether it is 900 or 700 years, it has not reached 1,000, hence you may proceed with the absorption. Naturally, the additional 200 years of cultivation does entail risks. The decision ultimately lies with you. Will you proceed or not?" Renxue found herself torn between the choice to absorb or not. Qianrenxue cast her gaze towards the depths of the Stardo Forest, where it was rumored a lake resided in the core area, home to a 100,000-year-old imperial soul beast, the Tianqing Miomang, as well as a colossal monkey, the Titan great ape. Brother Yi, I have made up my mind. I intend to give it a try. Chiba nodded. Good. After a brief encounter, he struck, bringing the red gold carp to the surface and rendering it unconscious. A 900-year-old soul beast was no match for Chiba, who could easily defeat it. However, he needed to leave it alive so that Renxue could deliver the final blow. Renxue, the rest is up to you. All right, Brother Yi. Renxue drew a small knife, poised to strike at the vital points of the motionless red gold carp. With a swift motion, the blade fell, once, twice, thrice. A vibrant yellow soul ring ascended from the red gold carp. Renshue's eyes sparkled, though the pressure of absorbing a 900-year soul ring was immense. Its completion would greatly enhance her cultivation. Brother Yi, can you protect my process? No problem. Chiba gestured for her to be at ease. With a sweet smile, Renxue seated herself and began meditating to absorb the 900-year soul ring. Chiba plopped down onto the grass and reclined, basking in the warmth of the sun, a truly delightful experience. Brother Chiba, may I go for a bath? He gazed at Qianrenxue's perfect form, a vision of pure white. And couldn't he help but bleed from his nose? Sure. Qianrenxue's cheeks flushed, and she swiftly leaped into the lake, disappearing from sight. Chapter 38. The Face-Devouring Demon Spider. A great evil. Suddenly, Qianrenxue sprang from beneath the water, emerging like a mermaid, swimming gracefully across the lake. Chiba's gaze was fixated on the enchanting figure. Her slender legs partially visible in the water. Any man would be captivated. What a beauty! Chiba exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, blood spurting forth. Exhausted, he closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. After an undetermined time, a familiar fragrance wafted towards him, prompting Chiba to awaken. To his surprise, he found someone half lying atop him, also asleep. Gazing at Qianrenxue's serene face and her lustrous golden hair, he reached out to caress her head, noting its delightful texture. At this moment, Qianrenxue had opened her eyes and found him gazing back at her. They were so close that their breaths intertwined. Her heart raced wildly, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Though Qianrenxue felt bashful, she did not shy away from his gaze. Gradually, their lips met in a tender kiss. This was her first kiss, reserved solely for the one she cherished, Qianye, the one who held her heart completely. After exchanging kisses for half an hour, they finally parted. Lying on the ground while gazing up at the sky, the lingering fragrance of Qianrenxue still clung to Qianye's lips. She felt that this was the most blissful moment of her life. Brother Qianye, do you wish to be with me forever? Qianrenxue suddenly inquired. Yes, as long as you desire it, we can be together eternally, he replied, his intentions genuine. There was no doubt that Qianye loved her, and Qianrenxue's affection for him was deeply etched in her heart. She lifted her head and rested it against Qianye's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Qianye extended his hands, gently playing with her long hair, counting each strand with deliberate patience. Though his counting was slow, it was filled with focus and care. Qianrenxue reveled in this moment, believing it to be the happiest day of her life. After a while, Renxue gradually opened her eyes. Having completed the absorption of her second soul ring, she felt elated. The 900-year soul ring had posed no unforeseen challenges due to her diligence. Remembering her two companions, she began to search for them. Soon, she spotted the two individuals seated ahead. With a bright smile, she hurried towards them. Renshue's successful absorption brought great joy to Qianye, who praised her enthusiastically. While Qianrenxue chatted with Renxue, Qianye tended to the Qi Jinli, kindling a fire to roast it. Before long, the fish was ready, and the three of them eagerly devoured it. After a brief respite, Qianrenxue asked, why? Renxue, too, was puzzled by his gaze. Qianye waved his hand, urging them not to worry. Little Xue, there is something else I must attend to. What is it? Qianrenxue inquired earnestly. If he were to reveal everything, she would likely object. Qianrenxue fell silent, and after a moment, she said, Brother Qianye, please be careful. It was evident that she trusted him. Qianrenxue said nothing further and turned to head outside the Stardow forest. Goodbye, Brother Yi. Renxue waved her hand, chasing after Qianrenxue's retreating figure. Qianye watched the two beautiful silhouettes depart with a sigh before turning and making his way deeper into the Stardow forest. Before long, his figure vanished among the trees. Half a month later, Qianye gradually arrived at the heart of the Stardow forest. Here, the trees towered majestically, with some reaching dozens or even hundreds of feet in height. As Qianye walked through the woods, he noticed that the soul beasts here were considerably larger compared to those in the forest's outskirts or semi-central areas. Rarely did he encounter soul beasts of 100 or 1,000 years. Most of the soul beasts here are over 10,000 years old. After traveling for more than half a month, Qianye finally reached the heart of the Stardow forest, which is rightly renowned as the largest forest in the Douluo continent. Were it not for his swift pace, he could hardly fathom how many 10,000-year soul beasts would block his path. Feeling a pang of hunger, Qianye settled down. took out some roasted meat and a bottle of water, and began to indulge himself. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears. What could it be? Despite its subtlety, Qianye was acutely aware of its presence, and it was a formidable creature. Most individuals might not perceive the noise, yet Qianye could. Thanks to his divine martial soul and million-year soul rings, which had granted him a unique vision to see what others could not. The Angel's eye enabled him to perceive sounds that eluded others. In an instant, a massive web surged towards him, silent and nearly impossible to evade. Qianye flickered away, finding himself 100 meters distant. As he steadied himself, he saw the web where he had just stood, its surface slick with venom. This was no ordinary net woven by human hands. It was a spider's web, thick and expansive, spanning several square meters. However, the creature that had spun the web remained hidden. Qianye sensed its presence just beyond the web, its gaze fixed intently upon him. It was enormous, moving with an eerie silence. He was not easily deceived. It was not that the creature was noiseless in its movements, but rather that it could conceal its sounds, even rendering itself invisible. Curiosity piqued. He resolved to uncover the identity of this enigmatic being. Just then, a flash of golden light illuminated his forehead, and a mark of a 24-winged little angel appeared. His pupils transformed into a golden hue, a manifestation of his Angel's eye ability. Scanning the area ahead, he soon spotted the soul beast lurking before the web. Indeed, it was a face-devouring spider. This formidable creature was not only a fierce adversary for soul masters, but also a nightmare for other soul beasts. A 10,000-year-old face-devouring spider possesses strength surpassing that of ordinary 30,000-year soul beasts. Wherever it roams, other soul beasts meet their demise. It embodies malevolence, a harbinger of doom. Observing this face-devouring spider, Qianye estimated its cultivation to be around 30,000 years, likely the very same creature that Tang Sen encountered in the original tale. He scrutinized its appearance. The spider's abdomen bore peculiar white patterns, contrasting sharply with its black body, creating a grotesque visage that lent the creature its name. The face-devouring spider possessed 8 small eyes glimmering with a ghostly purple light, situated on its underbelly, lending it an extraordinarily sinister appearance. The creature before him boasted a body diameter exceeding 8 meters, immense in size, complemented by 8 long, spear-like legs, each nearly 10 meters in length. Their bodies were enveloped in a sleek, obsidian exoskeleton, gleaming with an eerie luster. With long, slender legs, they silently pierced the ground as they advanced, their sharpness unnervingly acute. Such a formidable creature, the faced demon spider, epitomized malevolence. Chapter 39, Slaying the Faced Demon Spider. Qianye resolved to eradicate this great evil. The faced demon spider, a harbinger of death, was reviled by all soul beasts. Its terror lay in its nature as a true harbinger of slaughter. Uniquely, the faced demon spider possessed abilities not found in other soul beasts. Upon reaching a millennium of strength, it could conceal its form, mask its aura, and shield itself from the mental probing of adversaries. Any soul master lacking formidable power would find themselves facing certain death against a millennium-level faced demon spider. Qianye's gaze was now firmly fixed upon it. The spider's concealment rendered ineffective against his angelic eye, yet it remained oblivious. Qianye swiftly conjured several carrots to bolster his soul power, speed, healing, and strength. A low hum resonated as 5 soul rings ascended from beneath him, 1 purple, for black, 1 of 1,000 years, and 4 of 10,000 years. Qianye then unleashed the golden bell skill for defense, awaiting the spider's approach to strike it down. 100 meters away, the colossal web emitted a viscous substance that fell to the ground, releasing wisps of black smoke. This slime was laced with the venom of the faced demon spider. Should one become ensnared in its web, the outcome would be either death or severe injury. Qianye watched intently, feeling powerless. The spider's speed was astonishing, its attack power formidable, and with venom as deadly as its fangs. A moment's inattention could lead to demise beneath its razor-sharp legs. Suddenly, the faced demon spider moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared before Qianye. Goodness! Qianye was struck by the sheer terror of its speed. With a swift maneuver, he evaded its strike, narrowly escaping the lethal tips of its legs. The spider blinked its 8 tiny eyes, gazing at Qianye, who had retreated 100 meters. Seemingly perplexed that its opponent matched its velocity. In a sudden burst, Qianye lunged forward, second soul skill, staff strike. With a flurry of strikes from dual staves, he unleashed a torrent of light, encircling the faced demon spider with relentless slashes. Despite the spider's formidable speed and defense, it was too late to evade the onslaught of the sudden light. The sound of friction echoed as the light met the spider's exoskeleton, leaving behind scratches on its surface. Perhaps the spider's shell was too resilient, preventing it from being cleaved at that moment. Its cultivation of over 30,000 years had certainly played a significant role in its survival. Had it been a mere few hundred or thousand years old, the light would have likely reduced it to fragments by now. Suddenly, the faced demon spider shimmered with golden light, its defenses bolstered, its strength surging as it erupted with power, breaking free from the confines of the light and lunging toward Qianye, spewing forth a web. Chiba had long anticipated this tactic, a final resort of the face-devouring spider, a skill for self-preservation. While this maneuver might prove effective against other spirit masters, Chiba was already well acquainted with its intricacies and had devised a countermeasure in advance. As the spider's web ensnared him, a radiant golden light enveloped his body, transforming him entirely into a golden figure. The web instantly recoiled from him, causing the 8 small eyes of the face-devouring spider to widen in astonishment and fear. It was confounded by the stark difference between Chiba and the other humans it had previously slain. Why did this technique work against other spirit masters and beasts, yet fail against him? Unbeknownst to it, Chiba's indomitable golden body skill rendered him immune to all forms of attack. Even the spider's proud web could not subdue him. In the moment of the spider's stupor, Chiba soared into the air, wielding his blades with precision, aiming for its 8 eyes with relentless strikes. In mere moments, the spider's 8 eyes suffered grievous wounds, each punctured with gaping holes. The dual shadow blade technique was inherently designed for close-quarters assassination. Once Chiba closed the distance, injury was inevitable for the face-devouring spider. With its sight diminished, the spider began to wail in agony, flailing its long legs in a futile attempt to fend off Chiba's relentless assault. It was gripped by sheer terror, the sensations of crisis and pain overwhelming its mind, leaving it devoid of fighting spirit. As it swung its front legs in defense while retreating in haste, Chiba smirked, taunting, "Where were you trying to escape to? Now that you wish to flee, let us see if my twin staffs will allow it." Chiba executed the snow-trackless step, effortlessly following the spider's every move. No matter how swiftly the creature tried to flee, it could not escape his gaze. Furthermore, its injuries and the earlier activation of its berserk skill had significantly diminished its prowess, causing its speed to wane. Chiba swung his twin staffs, striking the spider on the head intermittently, disorienting it further. With its 8 eyes blinded, it lost all sense of direction, crashing into trees as it stumbled about. Had it not been for its resilient exoskeleton, it would have already met its demise against the trunks. Chiba mused that the spider appeared to be suicidal. Why else would it recklessly collide with trees? After enduring a barrage of impacts, the spider, despite its formidable vitality and hard shell, was utterly exhausted. Finally, after half an hour of torment, it collapsed before Chiba, motionless. It seemed to convey a silent plea, "No more fleeing. I can run no longer. Come closer. Do as you wish, for I am spent. I beg you, show mercy to this face-devouring spider." Without further ado, Chiba leaped forth, his blades descending with finality. The last strike ensured the spider's complete demise. Soon, a resplendent black soul ring ascended from the body of the faceless demon spider, a soul ring of 10,000 years. It appeared that the faceless demon spider was not as formidable as it seemed. After all, it was merely a defeated adversary. Qianye finally relaxed, intending to consume some sustenance before absorbing this soul ring. The expedition to the Star Doe forest was drawing to a close. Qianye settled down, retrieving food and water to nourish himself. However, he contemplated the lack of a guardian, realizing that absorbing the soul ring might pose a threat to his safety. He was deep within the Star Doe forest, surrounded by soul beasts with over 10,000 years of cultivation. Once he began the absorption process, he would be unable to remain vigilant against potential foes, be they fellow beings or soul beasts. After much deliberation, he concluded there was but one solution: her. "Master, do you have any instructions?" The white dragon emerged from his mental space. Qianye gazed at the petite, adorable white dragon before him, feeling a surge of joy as he playfully grasped her in his hands. Giggle, the white dragon laughed, tickled by his antics. "Master, you are so naughty. I won't play with you anymore. That tickles." Chapter 40, Soul Bone. Tickling is indeed the point. Qianye reluctantly released the white dragon and said, "Please guard me. I wish to absorb that soul ring." The white dragon blinked her large eyes, glancing at the enormous creature behind them, which still bore a soul ring. "Master, what is that?" "It is called the faceless demon spider." "How large?" "Even so, it pales in comparison to you. Its 10,000-meter form is insignificant next to your grandeur." "But, Master, I am merely the size of a palm." "Even at that size, you are still larger than it." "All right, Master." The white dragon conceded timidly. Qianye had eaten and drunk his fill, and it was time to absorb the soul ring. He promptly stood up and seated himself before the soul ring of the faceless demon spider, entering a state of meditation. The dusk of the day was fast approaching, with the sun having already dipped below the hills. The white dragon flitted around Qianye, diligently guarding him. It must be said that she was quite responsible in her duties. As Qianye opened his eyes, he noticed the sky had darkened. Fortunately, he realized that he had successfully absorbed the soul ring of the 30,000-year-old faceless demon spider. Master, you are finally awake. The white dragon's voice chimed in his ear, revealing that she had remained faithfully by his side throughout. Qianye felt a surge of happiness as he looked at the white dragon perched on his right shoulder, reaching out to grasp her and playfully engage with her once more. Giggle, the white dragon erupted in laughter again. After amusing himself with the white dragon for a while, Qianye released her, redirecting his attention to the corpse of the faceless demon spider. He pondered the possibility of soul bones being produced from the body of a creature that had lived for over 30,000 years, recognizing the importance of this potential. The Douluo continent certainly had no shortage of soul beasts and soul rings. However, soul bones were a rare treasure. Generally speaking, a soul beast of 100,000 years would invariably yield soul bones, while those below that threshold, including 10,000-year-old beasts, rarely produced them. It was akin to a lottery. If one was fortunate, they would win, but if not, they would walk away empty-handed. Some soul beasts, even those with a mere 1,000 years of cultivation, could also yield soul bones. However, certain soul beasts, even those with a millennium of cultivation, do not produce soul bones. Consequently, the presence of soul bones incites fierce competition among soul masters, leading to conflicts and even deadly confrontations. Allies may turn against one another under the temptation of soul bones, resulting in mutual harm. Qianye extracted a piece of external soul bone from the body of the human-faced demon spider with considerable effort, his heart swelling with joy. The surface of the soul bone was adorned with intricate patterns, a sight both wondrous and beautiful. The soul bone of a millennium-old soul beast is worth a fortune. Selling it at an auction could ensure a lifetime of abundance. Naturally, Qianye had no intention of selling it. He planned to absorb it himself. His understanding of soul bones had become quite comprehensive. Each soul master can generally absorb around 6 soul bones, primarily located in 6 areas of the body: the head, spiritual type, limbs, arms and legs, and torso. Additionally, there are special external soul bones. For instance, the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances from the original novel of Douluo, is a unique soul bone that attaches to the body externally. Under normal circumstances, soul masters typically absorb only 6 soul bones, while some may not absorb any at all. Most soul masters consider it a remarkable achievement to absorb even a single soul bone. Generally speaking, 90% of soul masters do not absorb any soul bones. Even titled Douluo may lack such an absorption. The reason is simple. Soul bones are exceedingly rare among 1,000 soul beasts. It is uncertain if even one will produce a soul bone. This indicates that the production of soul bones is incredibly scarce. Even among soul beasts of the same type and cultivation level, some may produce soul bones while others do not. Only soul beasts that have reached 100,000 years of cultivation can guarantee the production of soul bones, and such ancient beasts are few and far between. Taking the Stardow Forest as an example, including the core soul beast team of Yuena, Xiao Wu and her mother, Tianqing, Titan, and Ayin, the number of 100,000-year soul beasts is unlikely to exceed 100. Even if all were defeated, that would yield only 100 soul bones, insufficient for even 20 soul masters, as each can absorb 6. The Dream Eye Silkworm, reputed to be a million-year soul beast, does not produce soul bones. As for the soul beasts in the extreme north, such as the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, which do possess soul bones, their numbers are limited, with the probability of producing soul bones being only a few dozen. In the ocean, there are indeed many, but it is evidently impossible for land-based soul masters to hunt soul beasts in the sea. Aside from Bibi Dong, who absorbed 7, and Tang San with 9, not counting ancestral soul bones from the angelic lineage, and Qianrenxue with 6, also ancestral, no other soul masters have absorbed 6 soul bones. The soul bone Qianye had just obtained from the human-faced demon spider was indeed the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. In the original text, Tang San absorbed 2 pieces of the human-faced demon spider's soul bone, one of which was the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. This external soul bone evolves alongside the host's strength and possesses the power of the human-faced demon spider, allowing it to absorb and inject toxins, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, a truly rare external soul bone. Host, Qianye. Gender male. Age, 11. Constitution, 66. Abnormal, is 100. Number of martial souls, 3. Food martial soul, carrot, awakened, spirit rings 6, purple, black, 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 black. Weapon martial soul, nunchaku, awakened, spirit rings 6, purple, black, 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 black. Divine martial soul, 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, awakened, spirit rings 1, crimson gold. Soul bone none. Soul power level, 66, soul emperor. Qianye glanced at the attribute panel. His soul power had risen by 3 levels. He was now a soul emperor at level 66. After a brief rest, he felt invigorated. Qianye thought it prudent to take some action. As night fell, it was only natural to seek rest. However, sleeping in this forest felt somewhat disconcerting. Returning to his single dormitory at the Martial Soul Hall Academy would be ideal, but the journey was too far, and despite his speed, he feared straining himself. After some contemplation, he reluctantly decided to endure one last night in the woods. Qianye mused that sleeping in the forest was fraught with danger. He could easily wake up missing. Being handsome, what if a passing beautiful soul beast or soul master decided to abduct him? Ultimately, he turned his gaze toward the white dragon perched on a nearby rock, a wicked smile creeping across his face. White dragon, will you keep watch tonight? The white dragon rolled its eyes in response. Master, do not push your luck. I may provide protection, but keeping watch is out of the question. Keeping watch is also a form of protection. What is wrong with that? Qianye argued. I refuse. The white dragon retorted, vanishing into his forehead, retreating to the spiritual realm. It seemed this dragon was not easily persuaded. Qianye resolved to study the white dragon's weaknesses when time permitted. The night in the forest was quite chilly, and sleeping like this was too cold. He needed a beautiful soul beast to warm his bed. Promptly, Qianye gathered some dry branches, lit a fire, and began to roast by the flames as he settled down to sleep. There were no beautiful soul beasts available, so a fire would have to suffice for warmth. Chapter 41. Clocking in with Xiao Wu. Reward, Million-Year Spirit Ring. Awakening at the break of dawn, Qianye slowly opened his eyes, sensing something was amiss. The fire he had built the previous night had vanished, as had the place where he had laid down to rest, now replaced by an unfamiliar location. A chill ran through him. His ill-fated words had manifested once again. Indeed, he had slept alone in the forest last night, and had been carried away without realizing it. White dragon, a white dragon, you refuse to keep watch. What a lack of consideration. Qianye lamented, uncertain of who had taken him to this place. If it had been a beautiful soul beast or soul master, that would be acceptable. But if it had been a titan great ape or a sky blue bull python, it would be absurd. Or could it be that great silver dragon? Qianye thought it improbable that he could be so unfortunate. Perhaps it was BG or ZG. That seemed plausible. If a beauty had taken him, he could accept it, as long as it wasn't the bear monarch or the beast god emperor. As he pondered these thoughts, he scanned his surroundings and was met with a startling sight. This is a serene lake, surrounded by towering trees whose immense branches cast a dense canopy over the water, filtering the sunlight to a mere fraction. Although it is daytime, only a tenth of the light penetrates the lush foliage. The lake's waters are crystal clear, pure as a pool of amber, remarkably pristine like a precious gem. The beauty of the lake is breathtaking. Qianye notices an unusual odor emanating from himself, prompting the thought of bathing in the lake. Regardless of who had taken him away the previous night, it mattered little as long as he was alive. With this thought, Qianye's heart raced, and he quickly checked himself. Relieved to find everything intact, he was not overly anxious, merely reminded of a tale about a homeless man who woke to discover he had lost 2 vital parts. His brother was still there, all accounted for. Otherwise, it would have been a waste for those goddesses. After a brief scare, Qianye wiped the cold sweat from his brow, shed his trousers, and leaped into the lake for a bath. He swam and swam, feeling invigorated. However, the water was painfully cold, far from an ideal bathing spot. Just as he was about to return to shore, he spotted a small island at the lake's center, pondering whether to explore it. The island was modest in size, perhaps around 100 square meters, adorned with a few verdant trees laden with fruit. Quite delightful. Suddenly, a quaint wooden cabin came into view 10 meters away. Sensing something amiss, Qianye approached cautiously. Logically, there should be no human presence here. Upon reaching the doorstep, he found the door ajar, yet silence reigned within. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture inside. Pushing the small door open, he peered in and was instantly dazzled. There, by the window, lay a small wooden bed upon which a little girl was sleeping, clad in a pink dress and appearing about a year old. How could a child possibly be here on this island? The girl lay with her back to him, her lower half covered by a fur blanket, while her upper half was exposed. Her jet black hair was styled into a unique scorpion braid, and atop her head were a pair of adorable pink ears. Who is she? Qianye felt an odd familiarity with the girl. Suddenly, a cheerful voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have encountered the goddess Xiaowu. Reward, 1 million-year soul ring. The system's youthful voice rang out. Xiaowu? Qianye realized that the girl resting on the bed was none other than the 10,000-year soft-bone charm rabbit transformed into Xiaowu. No wonder her silhouette seemed so familiar. This meant that after he had fallen asleep last night, he had indeed been taken by a beautiful soul beast. And this enchanting soul beast was Xiaowu. But why had she brought him here? Was it possible that she had taken a liking to him? Qianye smirked, considering his own charm and thinking it might indeed be plausible. Suddenly, he found himself deep within the lair of the soul beasts. By the lake, a formidable titan ape was likely guarding the area. With Xiaowu included, that made 3 10,000-year soul beasts. He had inadvertently stumbled into their den. According to Chiba's understanding of the Stardow Forest, this location should be the central lake situated within the heart of the forest. Whether it is the Lake of Life remains uncertain to him. Chiba speculates that it is unlikely, for the guardian of the Lake of Life is Tian, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, also known as the Beast God and the foremost protector of the Silver Dragon King. Thus, Chiba believes that this lake is merely the central lake, with the Lake of Life likely nearby, serving as the hiding place of the Silver Dragon King, which would never permit the Tianqing bull python to usurp it. As long as it is not the Lake of Life, that is a relief. Chiba has no desire to confront 300,000-year soul beasts, alongside formidable beings like Tian, Xiangjun, and Ziji, all of whom possess cultivation exceeding hundreds of thousands of years. No matter how prolonged one's life may be, it cannot withstand their power. Moreover, there exists the Silver Dragon King, a demigod dragon. How could he possibly contend against such a being? Bad uncle, who are you? Suddenly, a lowly's voice questioned from behind, jolting Chiba from his thoughts. With large, expressive eyes, a rosy complexion, and exquisitely sculpted features, the little girl possessed remarkably long, slender legs. Indeed, it was Xiaowu, with her long legs. However, the term bad uncle was suffocating. Am I truly that old? Chiba touched his chin, realizing with dismay that after spending over half a month in the Stardow Forest, he had not found the time to wash his face, and his beard had grown. No wonder Xiaowu had called him uncle. With a sigh, Chiba gazed at the serious little girl before him, her large eyes and rosy cheeks making it impossible to regard her as a mere 1-year-old child. Though her body was small, she possessed the cultivation and intelligence of a 100,000-year-old being. In fact, Chiba's combined lifespans from 2 lives did not surpass hers. Little girl, was it you who brought me to the central lake last night? Xiaowu squinted at him, scrutinizing his features. After a moment, she furrowed her brow and responded earnestly. So what if I did? And what if I didn't? You humans come into the soul beast forest with ill intentions. That human-faced demon spider met its demise at your hands, did it not? Oh, and now, you are a human too. Chiba chuckled, confident that he could not be outwitted by a spicy rabbit head. Yes, I am human, and so are you. Let us not speak ill of one another, shall we? By the way, he recalled that he had already taken human form and must not reveal his secret as a soul beast. Ahem. Xiaowu interrupted, her brows furrowed. I am human, but not like you. You are a bad person, while I am not. So please, do not compare yourself to me. Chiba, Xiaowu, pretending in front of me will only lead to your downfall. What? Did I hit the nail on the head, leaving you speechless? Xiaowu retorted angrily. Chiba chose not to be angered by her. Actually, little sister, do not be upset just yet. Some matters are not as you perceive them. What do you mean? Xiaowu pointed an accusing finger at his forehead, glaring fiercely. She still remembered that her mother had perished at the hands of a group of soul masters, becoming the soul ring of that crowned woman. This is why she felt hostility towards humans entering the forest. Chapter 42. Trust. What do I mean? Chiba was momentarily stunned. Speak quickly, Xiaowu demanded, her anger palpable. She is rather impatient, speaking her mind directly without any circumlocution. Qianye chuckled. What are you saying? Xiaowu maintained her serious demeanor. What is your purpose for being here? If you harbor any ill intentions, it would be best to confess. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. Her assertiveness was indeed striking. Unfazed, Xiaowu widened her beautiful eyes, her fists clenched, clearly ready to take action. Sighing, Qianye thought to himself, Xiaowu, you truly are something. He continued, first and foremost, I am a good person, merely here to hike and clear my mind. There is no need for such a piercing gaze. You are well aware of the ferocity of the soul-eating spider. It is a creature that slaughters gods, Buddhas, and humans alike, a nightmare for all spirit beasts. It was it that sought to attack and devour me, nearly leading to my demise. Slaying it was a noble act of ridding the world of a menace, wouldn't you agree? Just last night, I was resting in the woods, and upon awakening, I found myself brought here without provocation. Naturally, Qianye refrained from disclosing that he had come to hunt soul beasts and absorb their soul rings. After all, she, having taken on human form, was still a soul beast herself. While lying is wrong, a benevolent lie often brings more good than harm. Xiaowu, do not hold it against me. Upon hearing his words, Xiaowu felt a twinge of guilt and softened her tone. Well, I had no way of knowing your intentions. I thought you were a villain, so I captured you. Qianye perceived Xiao Wu's innocence, recalling how in the original tale, she had been so easily led by Tang San, calling him brother and sharing a bed for 6 years. 6 years, how many 6-year spans does one encounter in life? With a sigh, Qianye resolved that since he had arrived, he would not allow Tang San to deceive Xiao Wu any further. Fate brings us together across vast distances. If fate is lacking, we may not meet at all. Our encounter is serendipitous. My name is Qianye, and may I ask for yours? Is he a good person? Xiao Wu pondered. He doesn't seem so. He has a silver tongue, perhaps a dubious uncle. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, I am Xiao Wu, as in dance. What a lovely name. Surely, your mother must have chosen it, Qianye inquired, feigning ignorance. Xiao Wu's mood plummeted at the mention of her mother, and she began to cry softly. Qianye approached gently, soothing her hair. Do not weep, Xiao Wu. Whatever troubles you, share it with me. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you, all right? I could even pluck a star from the sky or a moonbeam just for you. He reached out to wipe away her tears. Xiao Wu felt an unexpected surge of emotion. Ever since her mother's departure, no one had shown her such care. She had been enveloped in sorrow, devoid of security and protection. But today, someone had vowed to safeguard her. How could she not be moved? Xiao Wu, do not be sad. I promise to protect you, Qianye assured her. Really? She asked, her skepticism evident. Qianye nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as long as you believe, it shall be true. If you do not, I shall not insist. Perhaps we shall meet again. With that, he turned to leave. Chiba firmly believed that Xiao Wu would not easily let him go. Only by departing with grace and decisiveness could she relax her doubts and trust in herself. I believe in you. As anticipated, Xiao Wu caught up, extending her hands to prevent him from leaving. Chiba feigned seriousness, asking, Xiao Wu, do you live here alone? Xiao Wu hesitated. Yes, my mother is no longer here. It's just me with Ming and Ming. Ming and Ming? He naturally understood that Ming referred to the azure bull python, while Ming was the Titan giant ape. However, knowing this did not permit him to speak of it. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would not merely question him, but would become aggressive. Well, Ming and Ming are my good friends. Understanding dawned upon Chiba. The azure bull python lurked in the lake, while the Titan giant ape concealed itself along the shore. Should they perceive any threat to Xiao Wu, they would undoubtedly attack him. Given his current capabilities, he realized that defeating Ming and Ming was a daunting prospect. A safe retreat was not out of the question. Possessing 24 wings was not for show. Soaring through the skies, they would be unable to pursue him. Moreover, he had the White Dragon Guardian as a trump card. As long as the Silver Dragon King Yuena, the Beast God Tian, and the Purple Princess did not intervene, he would be safe. Xiao Wu took Chiba's hand, guiding him to sit by the lake, and went to gather some wild fruits for them to enjoy together. After finishing the fruit in his hand, an idea struck Chiba. He retrieved some pre-prepared carrots from his soul guide ring and offered 2 to her, while he savored one himself. Carrots. Xiao Wu was moved to tears, relishing each bite. She had loved carrots since childhood, but with her mother gone, she had not tasted them in a long while. Chiba, your carrots are truly delicious. Thank you, she expressed, unable to contain her gratitude. Once they finished the carrots, Chiba's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, and a plan formed in his mind. As he played with it, he said, Xiao Wu, your hair is all messy. Shall I help you wash it? Really? Xiao Wu was quite particular about her hair, especially since her mother had always been the one to style it. The scorpion braid was a cherished reminder of her mother. All right, let us get started. Without further ado, Chiba took her delicate hand and led her to the lakeside, gently untying her hair and beginning to wash it with great care. Xiao Wu bowed her head, allowing him to assist her, and memories of her mother washing her hair flooded her mind, prompting tears to stream down her cheeks. Her pitiful expression even softened the heart of the usually stoic Chiba. As Chiba diligently washed her hair, Xiao Wu felt increasingly touched. Tears cascaded down her face like a torrential downpour, and she couldn't help but shed countless tears. Chiba estimated that if this continued, her tears could form a river, submerging much of the Douluo continent. Half an hour later, Chiba finally helped Xiao Wu wash her hair clean, and while he was at it, he gave her a bath and washed her clothes, which he hung out to dry on a wooden rack. This made Xiao Wu feel rejuvenated, inside and out. In the evening, Chiba caught a few fish from the lake and roasted some carrots, which they enjoyed together for dinner. After their meal, Chiba leapt into the lake for a refreshing wash before retiring for the night. The next morning, bright and early, Chiba opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and reflected on how he had spent over half a month in the Stardew Forest. Last night, he finally had a good night's sleep. Just as he was about to rise, he noticed Xiao Wu sleeping soundly in his embrace, and he felt reluctant to wake her. Gently, he pried her hands away and quietly got out of bed, stepping outside the bedroom. The sunlight bathed him warmly, which he greatly appreciated. 10 days later, Chiba and Xiao Wu's breakfast was bountiful, featuring not only roasted fish and carrots, but also a variety of wild fruits, and they relished every moment of their meal. Midway through, Chiba contemplated his impending departure and felt it necessary to inform Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, there is something I need to discuss with you. Brother Yi. Please go ahead, she replied. After spending over 10 days together, Xiao Wu had begun to call him Brother Yi, indicating the trust she had in him. Ah, Xiao Wu gasped, her face reflecting her reluctance. Brother Yi, I cannot agree to your departure. You must not leave Xiao Wu. It was evident that Xiao Wu was unwilling to part ways, yet he knew he could not stay. He had considered taking her with him. But knowing Bibi Dong would recognize her and take her to the spirit hall, where her fate could be dire, he abandoned that plan. Do you truly have matters to attend to? Xiao Wu asked again, hoping he might change his mind and stay. Chiba nodded affirmatively, not deceiving her. Yes, please trust me. My Xiao Wu. Chapter 43. The Delicate Yuena. Xiao Wu, this is only natural. I always keep my word, Chiba said earnestly, showing no hint of deceit. He had never been one to lie and would not do so to Xiao Wu. Without saying much more, he waved goodbye to her and executed a technique. Gliding across the water's surface with ease, he hurriedly departed, and seeing him rush away, Xiao Wu wore a sorrowful expression. Humph. You scoundrel, Brother Yi. Why do you run so fast? Are your legs rented? She was quite upset and shed tears. In the end, Xiao Wu waved through her tears, watching Chiba's figure fade into the distance among the trees. You wicked Brother Yi. How could you? Suddenly, a colossal creature emerged from the water, towering about 100 meters high. It had the head of an ox and the body of a serpent. It was the great azure bull python. At that moment, another gigantic creature leaped from behind the trees by the lake, gazing in Xiao Wu's direction. It was the Titan giant ape. Sister Xiao Wu, if you cannot bear for Brother Yi to leave, why not keep him here? The azure bull python inquired. Sighing, the great azure replied, I do not know what to say. At present, he was already a level 66 Soul Emperor, which was no small feat. The Soul Hall Academy concentration camp serves as a sanctuary for orphans, primarily those who are the offspring of soul masters, often the bereaved children of those who perished in battle for the Soul Hall. On a leisurely afternoon, Qianye decided to visit this place, not out of mere idleness, but rather to see a particular individual. Her name is Yuena, also known as the Saintess of the Soul Hall, although she has yet to attain that title. Orphaned at a young age, Yuena, along with her brother, was taken in by the Soul Hall and raised within the confines of the Academy's concentration camp. Now, she appears to be about 5 years old, and in a few months, she will reach the age of 6, which marks the time for her to awaken her martial soul. Upon entering the camp, Qianye observed a group of children frolicking in the playground. The eldest among them was merely 5 years old, while the youngest appeared to be around 2 or 3. The absence of children older than 6 is due to the fact that once they reach that age, they must depart to begin their studies upon awakening their martial souls. Qianye's gaze swept over the children until it settled on a little girl, locking onto her with intent. She was small in stature, yet possessed an enchanting allure, a promise of her future charm as she matured. Brother Yi, it has been such a long time since you last visited Nana, the delicate Yuena exclaimed, rushing towards him and wrapping her arms around one of his legs. Her alluring eyes were filled with a sense of longing, primarily directed at Qianye for his prolonged absence. Reluctant to release her grip, she clung to him affectionately. This was not Qianye's first visit. He had been coming to play with Yuena ever since she entered the Soul Hall Academy concentration camp. Otherwise, she would not have greeted him with such warmth and eagerness. Nana, you've lost weight in just a few days, Qianye remarked playfully, giving her a gentle tap. Upon hearing his words, Yuena, with a pitiful expression, replied, Brother Yi, you haven't come to see Nana in over a month. The last treats you gave me have all been eaten. How could I not lose weight? Realizing the truth in her words, Qianye acknowledged, indeed. It has been over a month since my last visit. To make it up to you, I shall take you to the market today to buy some delicious treats. Yes. Yes. Yuena nodded enthusiastically, beaming with delight. Without further ado, Qianye took her hand and led her outside the academy. Once they arrived at the marketplace, they strolled leisurely, and whenever Yuena spotted something delectable, she would tug at Qianye to indulge in it. He happily acquiesced to all her desires. Upon their return, Qianye selected a large bag of candies and snacks for her, ensuring she would have plenty to enjoy at her leisure. Just as they exited the concentration camp, a figure intercepted Qianye's path. Casting a glance at the newcomer, he recognized it was Yueguan. With a smile, Qianye inquired, What brings you here, teacher Bye-Bye? Have you missed me during our time apart? How audacious! You dare jest even with the Pope's majesty? Have you grown weary of life? Yueguan retorted sharply. After enjoying a few days of good fortune, have you forgotten who you are? If it weren't for your special status, I would have taken the liberty to teach you a lesson already. Remaining composed, Qianye replied, "Is that so? Do you truly dare to strike me?" Yueguan was rendered speechless with rage. To be frank, he truly did not dare to confront him. It is essential to understand that Qianye was backed by both Douluo and the Elder Hall. To act against him would be tantamount to opposing the Elder Hall, equivalent to defying the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, held an exceptional fondness for Qianye, and Bibi Dong was his direct superior. The repercussions of offending Qianye would mean disregarding her authority as the Pope. Yueguan would rather slap himself than dare to show any hostility toward Qianye. Lastly, the bond between Qianye and Qianrenxue was something he could not compare to. Given all these connections, Yueguan was more inclined to curry favor with Qianye than to act against him. At best, he might utter some idle threats, seeking trivial advantages. Qianye's own strength left him unafraid of Yueguan. In the Pope's hall, within the council chamber, Bibi Dong lounged in a grand chair, her legs crossed elegantly. Her resplendent and captivating demeanor would stir desire in any man. Qianye stood below, his gaze piercing, directed toward Bibi Dong, inadvertently catching sight of her legs, leaving him momentarily astonished. How audacious! Bibi Dong, noticing where his gaze lingered, angrily hurled her scepter to the ground and shouted. She then turned her attention to Bibi Dong's opulent, noble visage and remarked, "I say, teacher Bibi Dong, could you perhaps be a tad gentler?" Beside him, Qianye, upon hearing his words, wished he could slay him with a mere glance. It was one thing to surreptitiously admire the Pope. It was another to do so with such misplaced bravado, his audacity unmatched. Qianye muttered to himself. Yueguan smiled devilishly, rolling his eyes. "What? Are you unsatisfied with me, your highness?" Bibi Dong questioned icily, fully embodying her regal demeanor. To strike is to show affection, and to scold is to express love. Regardless of the circumstances, you cannot alter the fact that you miss me. Such a mischievous little rascal. He dared to speak anything, completely disregarding the situation. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed crimson, casting a glance at Qianye and Yueguan, contemplating for a moment before her anger flared. Within the entire Spirit Hall, aside from Douluo, no one dared to speak to her in such a manner. Only this little rascal remained oblivious to the gravity of his words. Did he truly think that with Douluo and her support, she would not dare to eliminate him? If provoked, she would take his life. Bibi Dong restrained her fury and inquired, "Little Yi, I merely wish to ask how many soul rings you absorbed during your recent venture into the Star Doe Forest? How many levels have you ascended?" Her voice suddenly turned tender and considerate. Qianye responded, quite pleased, "Of course, I absorbed 2. How many could I possibly have?" 2 spirit souls, 1 for each ring. As for his spirit power, it had reached level 66, signifying an increase of 6 levels. 6 levels. Bibi Dong, Qianye, and Yueguan were simultaneously taken aback. A genius is indeed a genius. To ascend 6 levels in a single outing. With such prowess, why not ascend to the heavens? Yueguan wore a face of jealousy. It seems this young man is destined to surpass us both in the future, Qianye lamented, feeling inadequate. Bibi Dong's astonishment transformed into joy, clearly indicating that her fondness for Qianye was not a fleeting whim, but rather a deepening affection over time. "Considering your exceptional talents, I shall take you under my wing. Little Yi, from today onward, you shall be the holy son of the Spirit Hall, my most cherished disciple." No. Qianye shook his head. "Master Bibi, whether I am a holy son or not is of little consequence. Being a disciple is a different matter altogether. I shall not bow to anyone as a master." What a jest. With my own strength, why would I need to seek a mentor? Do you look down upon my capabilities? It is rather vexing for the illustrious Pope of the Spirit Hall to be refused mentorship. It is a matter of pride. Chapter 44, The Academy. The Wolf Extermination Mission. Humph. Yueguan and Qianye, witnessing his refusal to accept Bibi Dong as a mentor, could hardly contain their urge to strike him. They were aware that many students in the Spirit Hall Academy longed to be taught by Bibi Dong, yet they could not capture her attention. But here was Qianye, who had been offered the opportunity to be her disciple, and he outright declined. He showed no regard for the Pope's dignity. It was incomprehensible how he could think this way. In truth, the 3 had misjudged Qianye. Had they possessed a remarkable talent themselves, they too would not wish to bow before anyone. After all, the heights he has reached are beyond what these individuals can aspire to or afford. Naturally, Qianye would not accept Bibi Dong as his mentor. There was no necessity for such an act. "Master Bibi, if you truly wish to take a disciple, I happen to have a candidate who meets your criteria. Her name is Yuena, currently in the concentration camp. Given her parents' status, I believe her awakening will reveal exceptional talent. Should your holiness accept her, the titles of disciple and saintess would merely be a matter of your words." Bibi Dong was familiar with Yuena, as she knew her parents. Upon hearing Qianye's words, she fell into silence. "Little Yi, I am accepting you now, not Huliena. Do not try to divert my attention. I shall ask you once more. Do you agree to become my disciple, or do you refuse? I refuse, Qianye replied without hesitation. Bibi Dong's face turned a shade of purple. Very well, little Yi, you possess courage. Await the consequences of your refusal. Qianye sighed. I offer you another chance. It is not too late to reconsider. Bibi Dong provided him one last opportunity. Donger, I shall take my leave, Qianye declared as he turned away. He truly feared Bibi Dong's relentless pursuit and her threats. You little rascal, wait for me. I refuse to believe I cannot conquer you. Bibi Dong fumed. Her entire aura releasing power that shook the Pope's palace. Qianye sighed once more and departed, thinking, I cannot afford to provoke her. I shall evade. He was not the least bit concerned about what Bibi Dong could do to him. Subsequently, Qianye ventured to a secluded grove on the rear mountain of the Spirit Hall Academy, intending to absorb the second soul ring of his 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit. This was the second million-year soul ring granted by the system, and he estimated that absorbing it would elevate him to around level 70. Ensuring the area was clear of onlookers, Qianye retrieved the million-year soul ring from the system space and summoned the white dragon from his spiritual realm for protection. He then seated himself before the million-year soul ring and began to meditate and absorb its power. An hour later, Qianye opened his eyes, brimming with vitality. Having successfully completed the task, the second soul ring of the 24-winged eternal angel martial soul has finally been absorbed, taking merely 2 hours. Host, Qianye. Gender male. Age, 11. Constitution, 70. Abnormal, 100. Number of martial souls, 3. Food martial soul. Carrot, awakened. Soul rings, 6. Purple, black, 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 black. Weapon martial soul. Nunchaku, awakened. Soul rings, 6. Purple, black, 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 black. Divine martial soul. 24-winged eternal angel martial soul. Awakened. Soul rings, 2. Crimson gold, crimson gold. Soul bones, none. Soul power level, 70. Half-step soul sage. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Qianye nearly burst into a fit of joyous laughter. A million-year soul ring truly lived up to its reputation. After absorption, his cultivation level surged from 66 to 70. With the absorption of yet another soul ring, he would ascend to a soul sage of over 70. Suddenly, an enchanting laughter echoed through the small grove, startling the birds and beasts into flight. Master, are you all right? Upon witnessing Qianye's ecstatic laughter, the white dragon was taken aback, astonished. Qianye then noticed the white dragon beside him, feeling a bit euphoric. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? Steady yourself, he reminded himself, for this was not the time to become complacent. The white dragon, pursing its lips, asked, Master, your soul ring has been absorbed. Is there anything else you require from me? Qianye pondered, contemplating the absorption of a soul bone all at once. Without hesitation, he retrieved the 100,000-year soul bone awarded by the system and began the absorption process. White dragon, please maintain your protective stance while I absorb this soul bone. You may rest afterward. All right, the white dragon replied reluctantly. Qianye settled down with confidence and commenced the absorption. Half an hour later, he successfully absorbed the 100,000-year soul bone. This soul bone was neither a head bone, nor a limb or torso bone. Rather, it was a special external soul bone. Its skill allowed for the transformation of one's appearance and visage, an external shape-shifting soul bone. Next, Qianye intended to absorb the second soul bone, the one excavated from the body of the human-faced demon spider, the external soul bone, 8 spider lances. After extracting it, he immediately began the absorption process, with the white dragon circling him, continuing its protective role. An hour later, Qianye completed the absorption of the external soul bone, 8 spider lances. Rising to test his newfound abilities, he found, as he had anticipated, that after absorbing the human-faced demon spider's soul bone, he now possessed the skill of 8 spider legs. The 8 spider lances, extending 10 meters each. He discovered he could utilize the 8 spider lances in place of his legs to walk, moving at an impressive speed while maintaining complete silence. This brought him immense joy. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Early in the morning, Qianye was roused from his deep slumber by a voice calling from outside the door. He wondered who could be so forgetful. Groggily, he climbed out of bed and opened the door, only to find that the person outside was none other than Renxue, which made it difficult for him to express his irritation. Why are you knocking on my door so early, Renxue? Even if you miss me, you should choose a more appropriate time, he remarked. Renxue rolled her eyes. Who misses you, you narcissist? I have serious matters to discuss with you. She continued, besides, it's not that early anymore. Can't you see the sun is already shining brightly? Shining brightly? Whose backside is being baked, yours or mine? Is your rear end moldy and in need of sunbathing? Renxue quipped. Qianye relished the sight of Renxue in her flustered state, Speak. What is it? Realizing his seriousness, Renxue dropped her jest. Well, Brother Yi, I've just received a significant task from the Academy regarding the extermination of wolf bandits, and we are short on manpower. I came to invite you to join us. Do you have the time? What kind of extermination task? Qianye inquired, contemplating how he might assist her. Renxue pondered briefly before explaining. This extermination task involves a pack of wolf bandits located around Baika Mountain, approximately 500 miles away. The exact number is uncertain, but it seems to exceed 100. Our mission is straightforward. We must eradicate them completely. And the reward is quite appealing. 100 gold soul coins for each wolf bandit killed. Wolf bandits? Qianye mused, recalling that such creatures had appeared in the original narrative of the Douluo continent. They are a hybrid of humans and soul beasts, embodying both human and beast traits. One could classify them as both. Essentially, they are monsters that are half wolf and half human, inherently bloodthirsty, brutal, and depraved. According to Qianye's understanding, wolf bandits originated from the union of the bloodthirsty wind wolf and human females. The bloodthirsty wind wolf is naturally bloodthirsty and lustful, displaying possessiveness towards the opposite sex, regardless of species. This explains the emergence of wolf bandits on the Douluo continent. Wolf bandits possess the traits of the bloodthirsty wind wolf and the intelligence of humans, making them exceedingly bloodthirsty and lustful. Wherever wolf bandits roam, humans are inevitably slaughtered and consumed as food. Women, however, are temporarily kept alive after being violated. They become pregnant and, upon giving birth to wolf bandit offspring, are ultimately devoured. Thus, the presence of wolf bandits in any area incites chaos and terror. With this in mind, Qianye felt inclined to accept the task, seeing it as an opportunity to rid the world of a menace while earning gold coins. Truly a win-win situation. All right, Renxue, I shall take on this mission. When do we depart? Tomorrow morning. I will come to fetch you, Renxue replied with a cheerful smile. She had been concerned that persuading him would be a challenge, but to her delight, he had agreed so swiftly. After Renxue left, Qianye found himself with some free time and decided to pay a visit to Qianrenxue. Host, Qianye. Gender male. Physique, 70, non-normal 100. Number of martial souls, 3. Food martial soul, carrot, awakened, soul rings 6, purple, black, 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 black. Weapon martial soul, nunchaku, awakened, soul rings 6, purple, black, 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 black. Divine martial soul, 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, awakened, soul rings 2, crimson gold, crimson gold. Soul bones, 2, 100,000-year external soul bone, metamorphosis 1, 39,000-year external soul bone, 8 spider spears 1. Soul power level, 70, half-step soul sage. Qianye cast a glance at his attribute panel, noting that the data from the 2 soul bones had been incorporated. Before long, he arrived at the door of Qianrenxue's dormitory and gently knocked a few times. At this hour, she was likely still asleep. Who is it? Qianrenxue had just awakened after a restless night, having overslept. It's me. Oh, is it Brother Qianye? Qianrenxue exclaimed, slightly taken aback, and hurriedly leapt out of bed. Ignoring her thin nightwear, she rushed to open the door. With a thud, the door swung open, and their eyes met. A shared moment of surprise. As Qianye looked down, he realized Qianrenxue was clad only in her undergarments. Rationality urged him to avert his gaze. Noticing his stare, Qianrenxue's cheeks flushed. Brother Qianye, where are you looking? Oh. Qianye recognized that he had glimpsed something he ought not to have. What's the matter? Qianrenxue questioned, puzzled by his hesitation. Your eyes? Qianye inquired. What about my eyes? She still did not comprehend. After a moment of silence, Qianye retrieved a mirror from his spatial ring and offered it to her, saying, perhaps you should take a look yourself? With a hint of curiosity, Qianrenxue accepted the mirror and, upon gazing into it, gasped in shock, discovering the dark circles beneath her eyes. I didn't sleep well last night. Qianye playfully gave her a light tap on the head. Little Snow, I understand that you might be preoccupied with thoughts of me, but there is no need to stay up late. Once a day will suffice. Especially for girls, it's important to take care of your appearance. You rogue, Brother Qianye. How can you be so improper? Qianrenxue rolled her eyes, yet her heart swelled with delight. Qianye peered inside momentarily, prompting Qianrenxue's face to redden once more. I had trouble sleeping last night and overslept. Please wait a moment, Brother Qianye, I'll be right out. All right. Qianye refrained from entering, choosing instead to wait in the corridor, as he was not one to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. About 10 minutes later, Qianrenxue emerged, looking enchanting and radiant. She approached Qianye with a beaming smile. Brother Qianye, quickly see what's different about me today? Qianye, understanding her implication, easily noticed the bright red hue on her lips, adorned with a generous amount of makeup. All I see are your panda eyes. Fuming, Qianrenxue gritted her teeth and lunged at him, initiating a playful tussle. If she was to engage in such antics, he would not hold back. With a swift motion, Qianye delivered a light slap, but Qianrenxue was already attempting to escape, though it was too late. "Ah!" she yelped as Qianye pulled her back, seating her on the threshold and positioning her across his lap, raising his hand to deliver a playful spank. "Are you going to behave? Brother Qianye, you're so mean." Still trying to argue? Qianye lifted his hand again, delivering a series of playful smacks. Before long, Qianrenxue's rear felt a fiery sting. "Brother Qianye, it was all my fault. Please forgive me this once. And I promise it won't happen again. Will there be a next time?" Qianye continued without pause, even intensifying his playful punishment. Qianrenxue cried out in despair. "There won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. Well then, I'll let you off this once." Qianye finally released her. It was merely a jest with Qianrenxue. How could he truly harm her? He couldn't bear to do so. Qianrenxue staggered to her feet, swaying unsteadily, nearly toppling over. In an instant, Qianye spun around, swiftly positioning himself behind her, and caught her around the waist, preventing her fall. Qianrenxue's face flushed crimson as she wriggled free from his embrace, gasping for breath. Qianye, smiling silently, seated himself upon the doorstep, casting his gaze towards the frolicking students on the playground. After catching her breath, Qianrenxue joined him, asking, "Brother Qianye, why have you come to see me? Isn't it sufficient to merely gaze upon you?" Qianye teased. Qianrenxue pouted, "You are lying. You clearly have something to discuss with me. Speak quickly, or I shall strike you." Qianye raised his hand, mimicking a playful slap, which startled Qianrenxue into instinctively shielding herself. "I was wrong. Is that not enough? Just knowing that is good." Qianye suddenly scanned the surroundings and, seeing no one nearby, spoke earnestly, "Little Snow, did you not say that Grandfather Qian intends to send you as an undercover agent to the Heaven Do Empire? When do you depart? What? Do you wish for me to leave sooner?" Qianrenxue retorted angrily, not wanting to go at all. If she left, she would be separated from Brother Qianye. The reason for her sleepless night was precisely this matter. She did not wish to be an undercover agent, but more importantly, she could not bear to part with Qianye. Suddenly, Qianye wrapped his arms around Qianrenxue's neck, fully aware of her inner turmoil. "Listen, Little Snow, you need not worry. It's merely being an undercover agent. It's nothing significant. Allow me to take your place." "Ah." Qianrenxue was taken aback by his words. Yet her heart swelled with emotion. "Brother Qianye, I cannot allow you to take such risks for me. It pains my heart to think of it. I would rather bear the burden myself than let you face danger." Qianye held her tightly, stroking her hair while comforting her. "Little Snow, there is no need for concern. I shall handle this matter with utmost certainty. But no buts. Trust me." Qianrenxue nodded silently. Although she did not want to go, she was even less willing to let Qianye take her place. She had no desire to lose him. In her heart, aside from her grandfather, the one she cherished most was Qianye. In the Elder Hall, within the conference chamber, Douluo sat regally upon the grand chair, flanked by the golden crocodile Douluo, while a graceful young man stood before them. He was none other than Qianye. At this moment, both their gazes were fixed upon him. Douluo, having not ventured outside for 5 years, was taken aback by Qianye's presence. "At 11 years old, you've grown a little?" he remarked, astonished. Qianye could not help but retort, "I have indeed grown." Douluo responded, "Indeed." Qianye nodded in agreement. The golden crocodile Douluo wore a knowing smile. Naturally fond of watching Qianye grow up. "It's good to see you have matured." Douluo did not respond to the words of the golden crocodile Douluo. "Xiaoyi, your visit to the Elder Hall today is not solely to see me and your grandfather Genie, is it?" "Indeed, age brings wisdom." He had seen through her intentions. Qianye organized his thoughts and replied, "Yes, firstly to see you, Grandfather Qian, and secondly, to discuss matters concerning Xiaoshui." "What do you mean?" Douluo inquired, perplexed by his purpose. However, when it came to matters concerning his granddaughter, he felt compelled to engage. The golden crocodile Douluo, too, wore a puzzled expression but refrained from speaking further. With Douluo present, he felt it was best to remain a silent listener, occasionally interjecting when necessary. Qianye smiled and continued, "Grandfather Qian, this matter was brought to my attention by Xiaoshui a few days ago. I heard that you planned to send her to the imperial palace of the Heavenly Do Empire as an undercover agent, correct? So it was this matter." Douluo pondered for a moment. Since Qianye was aware of it and was one of their own, there was no need for concealment. "Well, since you already know, I shall share it with you. As the future successor of the Spirit Hall, Xiaoshui must undergo rigorous training to facilitate her growth, establishing a solid foundation for her eventual leadership of the Spirit Hall. I have discussed this with Xiaoshui, and she is willing to go. Therefore, arrangements have been made for her departure to Tindo City to undertake her mission when the time is ripe. As for her safety, I have my own measures in place. You need not worry. Focus on your duties and ensure you keep an eye on Bibi Dong while at the Spirit Hall Academy. It appeared that Douluo had firmly resolved to send Qianrenxue to the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace as an undercover agent. However, Qianye interjected, "But grandfather, I heard Xiao Xue mention that you intend for her to disguise herself as a man and assassinate the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe while impersonating him?" Douluo's expression remained impassive. "Yes, that is indeed the plan. Do you have any objections?" He was uncertain about what mattered and what did not. The golden crocodile Douluo furrowed his brow, realizing that if Qianye angered Douluo, the consequences could be dire. He quickly gestured to Qianye to refrain from meddling in such matters, feigning ignorance to the golden crocodile Douluo's warning glances. Qianye resolved to take charge of this situation. Even if it came to blows, he would not withdraw. Of course, the situation had not yet escalated to that extent. Qianye never engaged in battles unprepared, with several trump cards in hand. Even someone as formidable as Douluo, a level 99 ultimate Douluo, would find it challenging to contend with him. Upon hearing his words, Douluo felt a surge of displeasure and began to reassess the young man before him. His ascendance to the pinnacle of the Spirit Hall was not solely due to his strength. It was also a product of ruthlessness and cunning strategy. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would not have maintained its dominance over the sole masters of Douluo continent for over a century. After all, those who defied the Spirit Hall's rule had either been suppressed or eliminated. The Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Do Empire were also part of his grand design. In the years to come, they would pay a heavy price. Even the royal families of the two empires would eventually bow before the Spirit Hall. According to the original narrative of Douluo continent, due to Tang Hao injuring Qian Xuanji, the Haotian sect, under the pressure of Douluo, sacrificed Tang Hao for self-preservation, leading the sect leader to take his own life. The Haotian sect has retreated, sacrificing pawns to protect the king, sealing its gates, and resorting to mere survival. However, this has brought suffering to the followers of the Haotian sect, including the likes of Old White Bird, Old Gorilla, Old Goat, and Old Rhinoceros, among other minor sections. Although Douluo has now withdrawn from the spotlight, it does not imply that he has lost his temper. Furthermore, he is a person who judges matters rather than individuals. Should anyone obstruct his plans, regardless of who they are, he has never hesitated to take action. Of course, Bibi Dong is an exception. Douluo's restraint in not eliminating Bibi Dong can be attributed to several reasons. Firstly, Bibi Dong is the biological mother of Qianrenxue. No matter how ruthless and reckless she may be, it is certain that she would never harm or kill her own daughter in a fit of anger. Secondly, Bibi Dong possesses exceptional talent and formidable strength, with the capability to control the Spirit Hall and subdue the Soul Masters, all while remaining loyal. She can also divert attention away from Qianrenxue, acting as a shield, enabling her granddaughter to develop gradually without being discovered by others. It can be said that Douluo has meticulously calculated his strategies. Once Qianrenxue ascends to become the angel deity, the Douluo continent would ultimately fall under the dominion of the Qian family. Unfortunately, he did not foresee that years later, a son from another realm would traverse to the Douluo continent, inadvertently disrupting all his plans. The arrival of this individual shattered Qianrenxue's divine status, rendering her unable to restore her godhood. Consequently, the legacy of the angel deity would vanish from the Douluo continent, and with Bibi Dong's demise, the Spirit Hall would be erased from existence. To this end, Douluo even sacrificed his own life to elevate his granddaughter to divinity, only to find his efforts in vain, losing both the deity and his resources. However, now he has arrived, and the Douluo continent has gained a son of another realm, Tang San, who is significantly weaker and inferior to him. Qianye is determined to alter the fates of Qianrenxue, Bibi Dong, and even Douluo. Furthermore, he aims to challenge Tang San, overpower Tang Hao, and trample on Dai Mubai, while capturing Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Bai Qinxiang, and Yin. He seeks to liberate the goddesses of the Douluo continent from the calamities brought upon them by Yu Xiaojing, Tang San, and the Dai Mubai brothers, ensuring they lead lives filled with happiness and joy, especially Qianrenxue, Bibi Dong, Gu Yuna, and Xiao Wu, who shall have days that improve with each passing moment. Qianye resolves to be the savior of the goddesses of the Douluo continent, to rescue them all. Demacia, Qianye exclaimed. What? Douluo did not comprehend the meaning of his words. Qianye felt a surge of confidence. Oh, Grandfather Qian, I believe this is unfair to Xiao Xue. It appears that Qianye truly harbors feelings for Xiao Xue. Otherwise, he would not risk questioning his actions for her sake. Based on this alone, Douluo could not forsake him. After a moment of silence, Douluo asked, "Then what do you propose, if not this?" In truth, he was reluctant to have Qianrenxue act as an undercover agent, yet felt compelled to pursue this course of action. Qianye replied, "Firstly, Having Renxue disguise herself as a man would take many years, and this would merely stifle her potential. As a young girl, what holds the utmost significance? Undoubtedly, it is the fleeting beauty of youth. Dear Grandpa Qian, as the grandfather of Renxue, you surely would not wish to witness her precious adolescent years slip away, would you? Douluo nodded, reluctantly conceding that his words bore truth. Hence, I propose an ingenious solution that achieves a harmonious balance. I wonder if Grandpa Qian would care to hear it? Qianye spoke earnestly. Chapter 47, The Revelation. I possess a tri-spirit martial soul. Well, please continue. Douluo suddenly expressed a hint of excitement. Seizing the moment, Qianye continued, Grandpa Qian, in truth, I can serve as an undercover agent in place of Renxue, thereby sparing her the indignity of disguising herself as a boy. The golden crocodile Douluo was taken aback. How could he possibly replace Renxue? It appeared that Qianye was still too youthful to comprehend the complexities at play. This was not a matter that could be approached with mere fervor. After all, not just anyone could substitute for Qianrenxue. Not everyone was as suitable as she. Upon hearing his words, Douluo shook his head with a smile. I must say, little Yi, you truly cannot undertake this task. If I cannot, then who can? Qianye naturally grasped Douluo's implications. Qianrenxue had absorbed the angelic legacy soul bone, enabling her to alter her form and appearance, transforming entirely into the likeness of Qianrenxue. Lacking the inheritance of the six-winged angel martial soul, he could not absorb the angelic legacy soul bone. Thus, he could not change his shape and deceive others by becoming Qianrenxue. However, he had already absorbed a 10,000-year external soul bone that could change his form and visage, rendering the task of replacing Qianrenxue no longer a challenge. Grandpa Qian, I comprehend your perspective. Renxue has previously informed me that it is necessary to absorb a special soul bone to assume Qianrenxue's appearance. Since I have not absorbed such a soul bone, you believe I am unfit for this task, correct? Qianye boldly laid bare Douluo's thoughts. Why has Renxue divulged everything to this boy? With this in mind, concealing the truth was futile. He could only be forthright and encourage him to reconsider. Douluo was not perturbed, replying, Little Yi, the transformation soul bone is singular, already absorbed by Renxue, leaving her as the only viable candidate. There is no alternative. Grandpa Qian understood that all your efforts were for Renxue's benefit, yet circumstances were prohibitive, and the grandfather had no other recourse. That is precisely the question I awaited. Qianye twisted his neck. Grandpa Qian, if I were able to transform, would I not be able to replace Renxue? Certainly, but that is highly improbable. Is it not? Douluo shrugged, observing life with a wry smile. He naturally could not permit Qianye to absorb the angelic legacy soul bone. Without the soul bone, transformation would remain impossible. Unbeknownst to him, Qianye possessed alternative methods. Grandpa Qian, Grandpa Golden Crocodile. Qianye turned to the two with a slight smile. Perhaps you are unaware, but I am not merely a dual martial soul wielder. I am a tri-spirit martial soul practitioner. What martial soul? The golden crocodile Douluo seemed to mishear. Douluo, however, had heard distinctly. Little Yi, such matters are not to be trifled with. Facts speak louder than words. Rather than excessive verbiage, let us allow reality to convey the truth. Buzz. Suddenly, a surge of soul power emanated from Qianye, and a colossal martial soul was unleashed from behind him. It radiated with a golden luminescence, its eyes shining like the full moon, and every strand of hair, even the eyelashes, was resplendent in gold. Behind it, there unfurled 24 magnificent golden wings. Its appearance instantly illuminated the entire Elder Hall's conference chamber. At last, Douluo could no longer remain composed. Great deity, is this the 24-winged angel martial soul? Exclaimed Golden Crocodile Douluo in astonishment. Douluo was momentarily speechless. This indeed confirmed that Xiao Yi possessed the legendary 3 lives martial soul, and moreover, it was the 24-winged angel martial soul. Xiao Yi, you truly are remarkable. Even managing to deceive your grandfather Qian and Grandpa Golden Crocodile. Grandpa Qian, do not blame me. I had no choice. The 3 lives martial soul is unique to me in the Douluo continent. Fame brings peril, and to safeguard my life, I was compelled to keep it hidden. Were it not for Renxue, I would not have revealed it, Qianye stated candidly. Even if Douluo were to turn against him, it would matter little. Xiaoye's talent was indeed beyond his imagination. With the 24-winged angel martial soul, he surpassed Douluo's own 6-winged angel martial soul. If he were to unite with Renxue, their offspring would undoubtedly be even more formidable. In that case, neither Tangchun nor Poseidon would stand a chance against the might of his angel martial soul. When the time comes, the angelic legacy of the Qian family would reign supreme across the land. Ha! Douluo could no longer contain himself and burst into joyous laughter, completely disregarding the presence of the 2 others beside him. A lapse in composure. Golden Crocodile Douluo gazed at Qian, at a loss for words, having not witnessed such unrestrained laughter from him in many years. Ha! Golden Crocodile Douluo finally succumbed to mirth, laughing heartily. Are you two fools? Qianye lamented inwardly, feeling exasperated that in response to his grand revelation of the 24-winged eternal angel martial soul, these two ancient figures were finding amusement. I mean Grandpa Qian and Grandpa Golden Crocodile, right? Now that you both see I possess the 3 lives martial soul, can we move on? Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Qian was pondering another matter. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Golden Crocodile Douluo. Old Jean, what do you think? Great deity. I believe the crux of the matter lies not in who can take the role, but rather in who can assume the appearance of Xue Qinghe and effectively disguise themselves as the 4-winged swan martial soul of the Xue family. Qian shared this sentiment. Xiaoyi, you have heard it. Both your Grandpa Golden Crocodile and I agree that you must impersonate Xue Qinghe as an undercover agent for Xiao Xue. However, the transfiguring soul bone is a rarity. I possess only one, which has already been absorbed by Xiao Xue, leaving none available. Without such a soul bone, you cannot transform into Xue Qinghe. And even with the 3 lives martial soul, you would still be unable to proceed. Thus, Xiaoyi, this task truly cannot fall to anyone but Xiao Xue. Grandpa Qian, Grandpa Golden Crocodile, you only know part of the story. Qianye thought it was time to boast. In truth, during my recent venture into the Stardow Forest, I encountered fortuitous circumstances and vanquished a 10,000-year soul beast, resulting in the acquisition of a soul bone. I absorbed it, only to discover that it was an external soul bone capable of altering its shape and disguising one's martial soul. If you don't believe me, I shall demonstrate right now. Is it truly so? Qian expressed skepticism. Golden Crocodile Douluo remarked, Great Elder, if that is the case, it would be splendid. Qian was eager. In that case, transform for us to see. Qianye pondered whose likeness would be most suitable. After a moment's reflection, he decided to take on the appearance of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Transforming into Qian or Qianrenxue would be somewhat inappropriate. Reciting an incantation, Qianye suddenly experienced a moment of inspiration and transformed into another person. Is this truly me? Golden Crocodile Douluo's face displayed disbelief. Astonishingly, he could indeed change form, and had taken on his own likeness. Great Elder, do you think little Yi resembles me? Qian was utterly astonished. Indeed, little Yi could transform. He immediately compared Golden Crocodile Douluo with his current appearance repeatedly, and the result was that it was impossible to discern which was the genuine Golden Crocodile Douluo and which was the imitation. Old Jean, it's perfect, simply exquisite. Is it so? Indeed, you are exactly the same. Well done, little Yi. With your involvement, my grandfather Qian and I can rest assured. Yes. At that moment, both Qian and Golden Crocodile Douluo wore broad smiles. Qianye nodded. This matter was finally settled. And thus little Xue would no longer have to disguise herself as a man, pretending to be Xue Qinghe. Little Renxue had maintained this charade for 2 decades, which was quite a burden for her. Fortunately, with his involvement, she could now embrace her true identity as a woman, which was truly delightful. Chapter 48. Departure. Emerging from the Elder Hall, Qianye felt a sense of lightness. With this matter resolved, little Renxue would no longer need to endure the hardships of masquerading as a man. Brother Yi, where are you headed? I've searched high and low, finally finding you. Just as Qianye reached the entrance of the academy, Renxue hurried towards him, appearing quite anxious. What is it, Renxue? He wondered if she had encountered some trouble. Renxue smiled sweetly and leaned against him as they walked towards the plaza. Brother Yi, it's about the wolf elimination mission. We're to go to Baika Mountain to eradicate the wolf bandits. I see. Qianye took a seat, waiting for Renxue to settle. Weren't you supposed to depart tomorrow morning? Originally, yes, she replied, but the mission captain just informed us that it has been moved up. We will now depart tonight at 7. Qianye anticipated the mission would be advanced. He couldn't decline, as it would mean breaking trust, especially with Renxue. He could refuse others, but with her being a close friend, he felt a sense of responsibility. Renxue sensed his thoughts, having sat at the same table for 5 years. She had gained a fair understanding of him. Brother Yi, it was the team leader who notified us. I had no control over it. Well then, Renxue, it is as it is. With the situation being what it was, he had little more to say. It merely came down to a decision, to go or not to go. He chose to go. Thank you, Brother Yi. Renxue exclaimed joyfully, leaping up, fearful he might refuse. A stone also fell to the ground. Qianye glanced at the time, noting it was still early, and decided to visit Qianrenxue before departing, as there were matters to discuss with her. Upon arriving at Qianrenxue's dormitory, he found no trace of her. Thus, Qianye wandered around the academy's dormitories, the playground, and the small grove behind, eventually discovering her lying on the grass beneath a large tree. Qianrenxue lay there, eyes closed, utterly still. Without uttering a word, Qianye settled down beside her. Although Qianrenxue did not open her eyes, she sensed his presence through the sound of footsteps and the familiar scent, recognizing who had come. Qianye remained quietly by her side, choosing not to disturb her. They lay together in silence for a while, neither initiating conversation. After a moment, Qianrenxue finally opened her eyes and spoke softly. Brother Qianye, do you like me? Of course I do. Qianye replied without hesitation. There was no need for deliberation. He simply liked her. This assurance brought relief to Qianrenxue, who exhaled deeply and smiled radiantly in the sunlight. Qianye pondered that such moments would soon be rare. Once the mission commenced, they would depart from Wuhuan City to Tindo City as undercover agents, confronting a new environment, a different identity, and an altered way of life. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? He inquired. Just curious, she replied. It's fine. In fact, I've already heard about it from Renxue. I will be cautious, Qianye thought, sensing something amiss about her today. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Renxue and the others gathered punctually at the playground of the Wuhuan Academy. Renxue, has the person you invited not arrived yet? Asked a tall girl in a tight black outfit, addressing the girl in the blue skirt before her. Senior Qian, please wait a moment. Brother Yi will definitely come. Renxue said, casting a glance toward the dormitory, still not seeing him. Brother Yi never lies, nor does he deceive himself. He will surely arrive. I believe in him. She reassured. Qianrenxue, however, looked displeased and coldly remarked, I don't care who he is or what his background is. Once he joins our team, he must adhere to the rules. Without rules, there can be no order. We said we would depart at 7, and we must do so. Some people, attending their first mission, are already late. Whether such individuals can fight on the battlefield is still uncertain. If it weren't for the imminent departure and the difficulty in finding a replacement, I would cancel his qualification to join. Renxue felt embarrassed and worried, recalling that Qianye had not arrived on time. What if he had forgotten? Panic seized her. Senior Qian, should I check Brother Yi's dormitory? Perhaps he lost track of the time. I can fetch him immediately. Qianrenxue shook her head. No, time is of the essence. We cannot delay any further. I will wait 1 more minute. If he has not arrived by then, I will cancel his qualification. Very well, Renxue replied, feeling aggrieved. If Brother Yi really had forgotten or was delayed by other matters, what should she do? Without him, she felt exceedingly anxious. After all, they were facing the wolf thieves, a terrifying foe. Had she known Brother Yi would not attend, she would never have signed up for this mission. Regret now, but it is too late. I only hope that Brother Yi arrives soon. Come quickly. It is all the fault of money. Had I not been so greedy for this sum, I would not have accepted such a perilous task. As Renxue awaited the tardy Qianye, she lamented her choices. As a newcomer embarking on her first mission, it is only natural to feel anxious and fearful. It seems some individuals are growing impatient. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the ears of the group. Brother Yi has arrived. Upon seeing him, Renxue's heart soared. She quickly took his hand and led him aside, whispering, Brother Yi, you've finally come. I thought you had forgotten. Qianye smiled. How could I forget what I promised you? I merely took some time to dress up. No need to say more, Brother Yi. The fact that you are here is what matters. Renxue sighed in relief. What are you two still doing there? Time is not on our side. Come over and line up to depart, called out Qianrenxue. Renxue, who is that fierce one? Brother Yi, that is Qianrenxue, the captain of this wolf extermination team. No wonder she is so fierce. Being a captain has gone to her head. Nevertheless, Brother Yi, you are late. And Qianrenxue is already in a foul mood. It is best not to provoke her further, Renxue advised. A good man does not quarrel with a woman. Qianye shook his head and walked with Renxue toward the others. Qianye glanced at several team members before finally fixing his gaze upon Qianrenxue. In her 20s, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, she perfectly accentuated her exquisite curves, her fair skin and stunning features rendering her a beauty. Indeed, she is captivating, albeit rather aloof. Quite to my taste, but my mood is lacking. Qianrenxue stood before the group, surveying the 9 individuals before her. Finally casting a fierce glare at Qianye, her expression filled with ire. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome man before. Qianye was not one to back down. Qianrenxue's countenance grew colder. Qianye stepped forward. Reluctantly, Qianye obliged, eager to see what she intended to do. The others will go ahead and mount the carriage. I will join you shortly. Understood, Captain. The group responded, departing together toward the academy's entrance. It would be disheartening if her anger led to Brother Yi's task being cancelled. Ah, Renxue, trust your instincts. Brother Yi will surely come. Chapter 49, The Chatterbox Captain. Explain yourself. Why are you late? Qianrenxue demanded. What is there to explain? Qianye replied, perplexed. I mean, dear sister, it's merely a wolf extermination task. What is all the fuss about? Though the wolf bandits are formidable, in his eyes, They are hardly more than curs. Crushing them is easier than squashing an ant. Ha! They are wolf bandits, not dogs or ants. You speak so lightly. Do you truly believe you are that formidable? Qianrenxue regarded the junior before her, finding him nothing more than a braggart. Moreover, there are over 100 wolf bandits in that team. Do you comprehend how powerful they are? How powerful? Qianye feigned ignorance. He was more than familiar with the wolf bandits. There was no need for her to elaborate. Qianrenxue scoffed. The strength of 100 wolf bandits is equivalent to that of 3,000 imperial regulars. What do you think about their might? Furthermore, they are bloodthirsty and brutal. Once engaged in battle, they fight to the death. Each wolf thief is equivalent to a soul master of approximately level 30. We are merely 10 individuals in total. Although I am a soul king of over 50 levels, victory is not guaranteed. Thus, we must unite and obey orders. Do you understand? Qianye, I say, dear sister, do not speak recklessly. When have I ever failed to unite? You, Qianrenxue, realizing she could do nothing to him, retorted, believe it or not, I have delivered my message. If you choose to disobey, do not blame me for the consequences. After speaking, she angrily turned and headed towards the door. Qianye shook his head, realizing they could not communicate effectively, and boarded the carriage. Yigo, will you sit here? Upon seeing Qianye enter, Renxue quickly gestured for him to take an empty seat beside her. Qianye nodded and hurriedly moved to sit next to Renxue. However, as he settled in, he noticed something amiss. Directly across from him was none other than the squad leader for this wolf elimination mission, Qianrenxue. At that moment, Qianrenxue wore a frosty expression, offering no warmth to Qianye. Naturally, he chose not to pander to her, shifting his gaze to the side and surveying the other 8 members. Among them, the eldest appeared to be around 18 or 19, while the majority were approximately 15 or 16. It seemed this mission was somewhat cobbled together, with varying strengths. Only Qianrenxue, about 20, was evidently the most seasoned among them. Qianrenxue scrutinized Qianye for a moment before declaring, let us introduce ourselves. I am Qianrenxue, 21 years old, an inner academy student, level 55 soul king, with a 5-ringed martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. Wow, the others were taken aback, astonished by the formidable strength of their squad leader. I am Fu Fei, an inner academy student, 17 years old, level 36 soul venerable, with a 3-ringed martial soul, the Flying Sword. I am Renxue, an outer academy student, 11 years old, level 22 great soul master, with a 2-ringed martial soul, water. I am Zhao Rongyao. Once all 9 had introduced themselves, it was finally Qianye's turn. He glanced around at the group. I am Yigo, 11 years old, an outer academy student, level 33 great soul venerable, with a 3-ringed martial soul, the carrot. Wearing a mask to conceal his identity, he did not allow Renxue to disclose his true strength, so they remained oblivious to his identity. TCH. Upon hearing his level, while they acknowledged his talent, their expressions reflected skepticism towards the carrot martial soul. Qianrenxue bit her lip. Were it not for Renxue's introduction, she would not have welcomed him at all. Everyone, do not underestimate Yigo. His carrot martial soul is a powerful supporting soul. Finally, a sensible comment. Qianye thought to himself. Having a support soul master serves as a solid backbone for the group. Let us not harbor any negative sentiments. Qianye, upon hearing Qianrenxue's words, was unsure if she was disparaging him or praising herself. Regardless, her tone bore a hint of malice. For now, he decided to let these individuals rally their spirits. They might very well need to save their own lives later. A true man can endure and adapt. Thus, he would not hold a grudge against them at this moment. How could Qianrenxue and the others possibly know that the youth before them was Qianye, whose true strength had already reached level 70, a level far beyond their reach? Renxue stifled a laugh from the side. Among them, only she was aware of Qianye's prowess. Even the squad leader, Qianrenxue, was inferior to him, so naturally, he remained confident and unconcerned by their mocking gazes. Brother Yi, it seems they have underestimated you. Renxue suddenly leaned closer and whispered in his ear. Qianye flashed a wicked smile and leaned towards Renxue, inhaling a fragrant aroma that sent a jolt through his heart. Since I am in a good mood today, I shall not stoop to their level, he replied. As he lowered his gaze, he inadvertently caught sight of 2 pale curves beneath Renxue's clothing, leaving him momentarily stunned. Noticing his gaze, Renxue's cheeks flushed, yet hearing him refer to the others as a rabble made her giggle uncontrollably, and she refrained from warning him. Brother Yi, you truly are incorrigible. However, the squad leader is quite formidable. The others seem to be around levels 30 or 40. And compared to my mere 22 as a great soul master, you are all indeed strong. No need to rush, you are only 11 this year. And when you reach their age, I believe you will not fall short. Qianye encouraged her. Renxue beamed with happiness, feeling a surge of confidence. The carriage fell into silence thereafter, with only the sound of the driver urging the horses onward. The carriage was quite spacious, otherwise it would not accommodate a team of 10. At the entrance of the elder hall, a golden-haired man sat at the threshold beneath a statue of a six-winged angel, his gaze fixed upon the approaching girl. "Grandfather, did you call for me?" Qianrenxue arrived before the elder and seated herself beside him. Her cheeks flushed as she bit her lip. "Grandfather, brother Qianye has grown up too." "I know. He came by during the day," the elder replied. "He came by?" Qianrenxue was uncertain about his purpose for visiting. Douluo sighed. "Little Snow, do you like brother Yi?" Qianrenxue's face turned crimson. Although she adored him immensely, she was reluctant to admit it in her grandfather's presence. Douluo had set his sights on Qianye's 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit, wishing to arrange a marriage between his granddaughter and him to secure a connection and bind him to their family. If Qianye agreed, he would nurture him. If he did not, he would eliminate him. "If you do not like him, I shall inform him to keep his distance from you in the future." Douluo subtly pressed his granddaughter, unafraid of her honesty. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue's complexion paled, and without a moment's hesitation, she exclaimed, "Grandfather, I like brother Qianye. I am willing to marry him, so please do not chase him away." Douluo shook his head. "Indeed, a girl cannot be kept for long." "Grandfather, you are absolutely terrible." Qianrenxue pouted, her face flushed, lowering her head in embarrassment. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Even Douluo found her delicate demeanor difficult to bear. "Very well. Little Snow, it is settled then." Qianrenxue nodded eagerly. Several days later, around 10 in the morning, a carriage leisurely approached the entrance to Baika Mountain and came to a halt. "Get off," Qianrenxue commanded as she was the first to leap from the carriage. Scanning the expanse of Baika Mountain, "Brother Yi, we have arrived." Let us disembark," Qianye replied as he rose to exit the carriage, with Renxue following closely behind. As Qianye alighted from the vehicle, he beheld a towering mountain, vast and profound, with a winding path that serpentined into its depths. It was his inaugural visit to Baika Mountain, and he marveled at the picturesque scenery surrounding him. Crystal-clear waters, lush greenery, and the melodious chirping of birds. Occasionally, the distant howl of wolves pierced the serene atmosphere. "Form a line," Qianrenxue suddenly bellowed. The group hastily gathered, aligning themselves in an orderly fashion. Qianye remained unperturbed, standing calmly behind Qianrenxue. "What a rascal, the true culprit," he mused, shaking his head as he took his place at the rear of the formation. Qianrenxue straightened her posture, exuding an air of authority, leaving several male team members dumbstruck, one even sporting a nosebleed. "Wow, she's fierce," exclaimed a stout fellow, gesturing dramatically. Fu Fei, consumed by jealousy, rolled her eyes. The one with the nosebleed was oblivious to his predicament. "Tch, Wang Yu stuck out her rosy tongue. A pack of lecherous wolves." Ruashu glanced at her own figure and then at Qianrenxue's. Though she was well endowed, she felt slightly inferior in comparison. While Qianye too was captivated by the squad leader's allure, he maintained his composure, only experiencing a minor nosebleed. Observing the attention directed at her, Qianrenxue puffed out her chest with pride. What woman does not cherish beauty? What woman does not revel in the gaze of admiration? Despite her haughty demeanor and her tendency to keep men at bay, Qianrenxue, as a woman of exquisite form, yearned to showcase herself before the opposite sex. It is but a natural inclination. Qianye shook his head. Qianrenxue surveyed each team member, her gaze ultimately resting upon him. Very good, very good. We have arrived at Baika Mountain, and now we must prepare ourselves for a life-and-death struggle." As she spoke, her countenance grew increasingly solemn. "Do not mistake my words for mere alarmism. The wolf bandits are formidable creatures. Once battle commences, it shall be to the death. This woman possesses admirable qualities. Her sense of responsibility aligns well with the role of a team leader. There are approximately 100 wolf bandits on Baika Mountain, and we are but 10 strong. Our strengths are comparable, and as long as we remain united, we stand a significant chance of victory. However, we must not underestimate them or succumb to arrogance. Once we enter the combat zone, vigilance must be our priority, and we must remain in a constant state of readiness. That will suffice. Let us proceed." With that final command, Qianrenxue set the group into motion towards the mountain's interior. Qianye and Ruashu deliberately lagged behind the others, seizing the opportunity to converse. "Brother Yi, do you think we can defeat 100 wolf bandits with just 10 of us?" Ruashu asked, her tone hopeful. "I believe we can," Qianye replied, opting for a modest perspective. Who knows if the Academy's information is accurate? If there truly are only 100 wolf bandits, it shouldn't be too daunting. However, if there are more, or if their numbers exceed 100, then the situation becomes precarious. "With your words, I feel reassured," Ruashu chuckled. Qianrenxue led the way, pausing to survey any signs of movement. "All clear, let us continue." After a brief trek, they stumbled upon a small village nestled within the valley. The site revealed approximately 100 wooden houses, varying in size. Just as they were about to enter the village, Qianye abruptly halted, positioning herself in front of the group. "Captain, what is the matter?" Qianye lightly tapped her hand, urging them to be silent. "Please wait a moment. I shall scout ahead. Be careful," he cautioned. "Let us go together." Qianye interjected, believing that wandering was preferable to lingering in uncertainty. Soon, the two ventured into the village. From afar, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. Bloodstains marred the ground, the roads, and the areas surrounding the houses. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Qianye's expression darkened. Yet her past experiences allowed her to remain composed. Qianye cast a glance at her, inhaling the metallic odor and observing the dismembered corpses strewn about. His heart weighed down by the grotesque sight. After all, this was his inaugural encounter with such a gruesome tableau. Despicable. They are utterly vile. Qianye could no longer contain her outrage. "Calm down," Qianye urged. "This is not the moment for anger. Our priority is to find them and eradicate the source of this menace." Hearing his words, Qianye regarded him with newfound respect. "Brother Yi, summon the others. We must locate their current lair." "As you command, sister," he replied. Qianye shook her head, finding his demeanor rather dull. Qianye quickly called upon several others, reuniting with Qianye as they followed the trail of the wolf bandits. Numerous bloodstains and remnants of humanity littered the path, unmistakably left by the marauding wolves after their slaughter. They had recently decimated a village, acquiring food and women, and would likely remain nearby until their supplies dwindled. De Jiang expressed his thoughts on the matter. "The situation is now clear. We simply need to find those monsters and annihilate them completely." "Easier said than done," another remarked. "After all, we are up against 100 wolf bandits. They are not easily subdued." Concerns regarding their weaponry were not unfounded. "We've come this far. Discussing it now is futile," Long Ren responded calmly. Although he had undertaken missions before, they had involved dealing with evil spirit masters. Confronting wolf bandits was a novel experience, and his expertise was limited. Brother Yi? Renxue called out as she walked, suddenly noticing Qianye's absence. She promptly searched for him, filled with anxiety. Where could he have gone? Qianye's countenance darkened at the realization that one member was missing. Long Ren and the exchanged glances, shaking their heads in uncertainty. "Ding. Congratulations. Master, you have checked in at Baikam Mountain. Reward, 100,000 years of soul rings." As Qianye traversed the path, he heard the system notification regarding his successful check-in, and the generous reward made the journey feel worthwhile. His earlier departure from the group was primarily to scout ahead, aiming to locate the wolf bandits' den first. Climbing halfway up the hillside, he had found nothing. Suddenly, he recalled the white dragon, who might assist in swiftly pinpointing the location of the wolf bandits. White dragon. White dragon. After calling a few times, a flash of inspiration struck him, and the white dragon appeared. "Master, is there something you wish for me to assist with?" "Yes. White dragon, please help me determine if there are any wolf-like creatures nearby, approximately 100 in number." "Understood, master." The white dragon soared into the sky, surveying the surroundings with a displeased pout, indicating that it had indeed sensed something amiss. The white dragon swiftly approached Qianye, exclaiming, "Master, they are just ahead. But it seems their numbers exceed not just 100, but rather 1,000. 1,000? Qianye gasped, taken aback. This was 9 times more than the initial data suggested. With only 10 of them, it would be tantamount to seeking death. "White dragon, are you absolutely certain? How could you doubt my abilities, master?" The white dragon pouted, clearly displeased. "All right, white dragon, I trust you." "Thank you." Qianye believed the white dragon would not deceive him. "That's good to hear." The white dragon lifted its head and smiled. Chapter 51, Good News and Bad News. "Brother Yi, where did you go just now?" "Well, I ventured ahead to scout the path." Qianye found a stone to sit on alongside Renxue. The others cast him a glance, but said nothing further. Only Qianye regarded him thoughtfully. Once Renxue settled down, she couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yi, did you discover anything up ahead?" Qianye felt it prudent to exercise caution in such matters. It was always wise to inform those who ought to know and offer a heads up. When he turned to Qianye, he noticed her staring at him, a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She seemed rather unfriendly towards him. He waved at her. "What do you mean? Just because you beckoned me, I must come over? How disrespectful." He wasn't her little boyfriend. Pouting, Qianye nonetheless approached him. "Where did you go just now? Do you understand what team spirit is? Acting so disorganized and without a team, do not come back next time. How tedious." Qianye shot her a disapproving glance. He had taken the risk to scout, yet here he was being lectured. Did she truly believe he was a sheep rather than a wolf? "If you wish to survive, then sit down. Why are you being so fierce?" Though Qianye was angry, she still sat down opposite him, her intuition suggesting that he must have made some significant discovery, Otherwise, he would not dare to provoke her. The others glanced over, but did not take it to heart. Little did they know, due to erroneous task information, they were about to face a life-and-death struggle. The disparity between 100 wolf bandits and 1,000 was staggering. With only 10 of them, initially, one person could handle 10 wolf bandits, but now, each would have to contend with 100. The odds against a single wolf bandit, relative to the strength of a level 30 soul master, were alarmingly slim. What? Qianye inquired. You called me over. Did you not have something to say? Qianye glared at him. Very well. This matter is somewhat grave, with both good and bad news. I wonder which you would prefer to hear first? Qianye paused for a moment. Either is fine. Then let us begin with the good news. I just scouted ahead and inadvertently discovered that the wolf bandits are not far ahead, and their numbers exceed 100. Would you consider that good news? Qianye teased, withholding the actual count. If the wolf bandits numbered fewer than 200, it wouldn't pose a significant threat. But how could this be deemed good news? Qianye rolled her eyes. However, I must commend you for discovering their stronghold ahead of time. Though I do not encourage such actions, in the future, it would be prudent to operate independently and inform me beforehand, as it is for your safety and the accountability of the entire team. Qianye did not wish to hear her reprimands. What I meant to convey is that with more wolf bandits, there is the potential for greater profit. For each wolf bandit slain, one earns an additional 100 gold soul coins. How could that be unbeneficial? Qianye was infuriated. Money is important, but one must also have a life to spend it. We are merely 10 individuals, and the number of wolf bandits we can contend with is limited. An increase in their numbers equates to heightened danger. I refuse to risk the lives of my team members for the sake of an extra 100 gold soul coins. Qianye chuckled. Well, Captain, I fear this news may disappoint you. What? Qianye had yet to grasp the implication of his words. She had not considered that the number of wolf bandits could vastly exceed her expectations. Renxue, who was listening to their conversation, was equally perplexed. Suddenly, Qianye extended a finger towards her. Captain, I shall cease this game. Let me be frank. According to the information I just uncovered, the number of wolf bandits is not 100, but rather tenfold that amount. Tenfold. Qianye calculated. How could there possibly be 1,000? That is implausible. The Academy's information cannot be erroneous. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Would I deceive you? Qianye was at a loss for her disbelief. Yet, the Academy's information is typically accurate. This is not my first mission, and their data has always been reliable. Qianye still found it hard to believe that there could be 1,000 wolf bandits present. Qianye felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sharp retort. I say, Captain, nothing in life is absolute. The Academy's information could indeed be correct. The misunderstanding may stem from the initial discovery of merely 100 wolf bandits, leading to the assumption that only that number existed. In reality, there may be 1,000, and now you comprehend, do you not? You mean to suggest that they might be operating separately, converging later as 1,000, thus causing the task information to be erroneous? Qianye suddenly understood. That is my hypothesis, though it is not definitive. There may be other underlying circumstances. Qianye sensed that this matter was more complex than it appeared on the surface. However, what truly mattered was that we are merely 10 individuals. What was initially a task of 10 wolf bandits per person has now multiplied tenfold. How shall we tackle this 1,000? How will I explain this to my team? I doubt they would willingly disregard their lives for the sake of money. You must prepare to elucidate this to them. The words struck Qianye like a jolt of realization. Her brow furrowed in distress. This is tenfold. How do I explain this to my team? His audacity raises suspicions. Is he toying with us? Qianye gazed at him intently, unwavering in her stare. That senior sister Qian, your gaze upon me is so intense that one might mistakenly think you have developed affections for me, Qianye remarked, unable to endure her penetrating scrutiny. After a moment, Qianye replied, you claim there are 1,000 wolf bandits. Why then are you unafraid? Moreover, I heard from Renxue that this is your first mission. As a novice, it is unlikely you would remain this composed. Thus, you are retaliating against me simply because I previously reprimanded you, correct? Qianye was rendered speechless. I must say, her imagination truly knows no bounds. Upon hearing Qianye's words, Renxue rolled her eyes. Captain, Yigu is not that kind of person. Do not make baseless assumptions. Our Yigu is not a liar. Qianye affectionately ruffled Renxue's hair, smiling broadly. My dear Renxue, you are the best. Yigu. Renxue will always believe in you and stand by your side. As the two engaged in their mutual flattery, Qianye's irritation grew. Then how do you prove that you are not lying? Because I run faster than you, Qianye declared, confident in his own life-saving abilities, thus unconcerned like the others. What do you mean? Qianye gazed at him in bewilderment. Oh my, look at the team I have. You better clarify things for me, or I will not let this go. Chapter 52, The Fastest. Whoosh. Qianye vanished in an instant. Qin Xinyu looked around, but saw nothing. Where did he go? Do you not think Yigu is incredibly fast? Renxue cheerfully offered. She was well aware of Qianye's prowess and had complete confidence in him. Slap. Qin Xinyu yelped as she felt a sharp sting on her backside, having been unexpectedly struck. It was the first time in her life she had been attacked in such a manner. How could she remain composed? The others stared at each other, perplexed, unsure what to call their captain. Uft, Yigu, it's you, isn't it? Finally losing your composure? Qianye's voice suddenly echoed behind her. Now do you understand why I am unafraid? He grinned mischievously. Qin Xinyu regarded him. Your speed surpasses all of ours. Even I, a level 55 Soul King, cannot detect you. If you were an enemy, I would surely have been assassinated by now. And what else? Qianye asked with a smile. Qin Xinyu rolled her eyes. Though there may be many wolf bandits, even if you cannot defeat them, with your speed, escaping unscathed is undoubtedly within your grasp, correct? A discerning individual. Qianye gave her a thumbs up. I can responsibly share a secret with you all. I am the fastest man in this world. The group was momentarily rendered speechless. Suddenly, Qin Xinyu became serious. However, if you wish to desert, I will not let you off easily. Qianye genuinely wished to imprint a handprint on her face. I will not flee. At the very least, I will stay behind. If you all meet a glorious demise, I shall dig a grave for you and ensure you receive a proper burial. Having known each other, I guarantee you will not be left to rot in the wilderness. TCH. The others were left speechless. Qin Xinyu rolled her eyes. A dog's mouth cannot produce tiger teeth. You truly have a way with words. Qianye suddenly recalled something. I almost forgot to mention that wolf bandits will kill and devour captured males. However, being a woman and quite beautiful, they will temporarily spare your life, and once you give birth to little wolf bandits, they will eventually devour you. Roshue's face flushed. Fu Fei and Wang Yu were not faring much better. TCH. The group fell silent. During this time, if given the opportunity, I might be able to rescue you. So do not underestimate me. Perhaps I am your savior. Therefore, you lot should come over and fawn upon me, right? The crowd responded, I don't want your help. Qin Xinyu pouted and walked away. Qianye chuckled, thinking, you will regret challenging me. Brother Yi, is it true that there is not just one wolf bandit, but 1,000? Renxue grasped his hand, genuinely terrified. Although she had never encountered the wolf bandits, she had long heard of their notoriety. Her teacher had even lectured on them. Initially, she was not overly concerned about 100, but with 1,000, she feared that 10 people would stand no chance against them. The thought of capture was too dreadful to contemplate. Indeed, Qianye nodded, revealing no secrets. Foreknowledge breeds preparedness. There are only more, never less. What should we do? Renxue trembled all over. She certainly did not wish to be ravaged by the wolf bandits at such a young age. Do not worry, Renxue. As long as you do not stray too far from me, you will be safe. Qianye spoke lightly, yet it was clear that without his protection, Renxue would face dire consequences if she fell into the clutches of the wolf bandits. Currently, apart from him, there was little chance of victory against the bandits. As long as Qin Xinyu and the others did not act recklessly, Qianye believed he could still assist them. However, if they refused to heed his advice, he could not be blamed. Everyone, come quickly. There is something serious we need to discuss. Qin Xinyu suddenly announced loudly to the group. Qianye looked over, uncertain of what she was up to this time. Renxue tugged at his sleeve, urging him to join the line. Once the team was assembled, Qin Xinyu began. I have significant news to share, and I hope everyone remains calm. There is nothing that cannot be resolved. The others looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what to say. Only Qianye and Renxue understood what she was about to reveal. Just say it. Stop being so mysterious. If I didn't know better, I would think you were in labor, De Jiang quipped, a playful smile on his face. Exactly. Team leader, why do you always beat around the bush? Just get to the point. All that extra talk is pointless, the chubby one chimed in. Enough. Qin Xinyu, irritated, kicked the chubby one, sending his hefty frame flying several meters away, face first into the grass. You talk too much. Ugh. De Jiang, witnessing the chubby one's plight, quickly covered his mouth. Too frightened to say more. What a fierce and formidable beauty. Someone remarked appreciatively. Wang Yu rolled her eyes in response. Fu Fei stood tall, her expression unchanged by the minor incident. Qianye remained composed. No matter how strong Qin Xinyu was, she could not surpass him. Brother Yi, the team leader is quite fierce. Renxue whispered nervously in Qianye's ear, feeling a bit intimidated by the senior. Qin Xinyu seems to hold a remarkably favorable impression of Renxue throughout the entire interaction. She has neither troubled her nor uttered a single unkind word. Perhaps it is Renxue's amiable disposition that has won her over. Or perhaps a mysterious fondness blossomed within her upon their first meeting. Such occurrences are often quite wondrous. Lying down, looking like a chicken coop, Da Jiang exclaimed, unable to contain his boisterous laughter. Suddenly, His laughter came to an abrupt halt as he noticed the piercing gazes of his companions directed at him. Upon meeting Qin Xinyu's fiery glare, he quickly recoiled, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyes out. Do you believe me? Dajiang. Utter another word, and I swear I'll kick you down the mountain," Qin Xinyu retorted, pointing at his forehead. Her earnest demeanor left Dajiang visibly startled. "Captain, you needn't look at me like that. I have no flowers growing on my face. If you keep staring, I might just feel embarrassed." With a large tree, all sorts of birds gather. The rotund fellow rolled his eyes at Dajiang, still brooding over the earlier incident where Qin Xinyu had kicked him. Why did she not direct that kick towards Dajiang instead? Overcome by jealousy, he vented his frustration on him. Shameless. Qin Xinyu chose to ignore Dajiang, and instead turned her attention to Qianye. "Are you coming over to my side? What does this mean?" Qianye appeared utterly perplexed, wondering if this young lady had taken a liking to his handsomeness. Otherwise, why would she continually confront him? Reluctantly, Qianye exited the group and positioned himself beside Qin Xinyu, standing closely to her. Upon glancing down, he noticed that Qin Xinyu bore no animosity towards him. Now, let Leaf Brother share with everyone what he observed earlier. Chapter 53. She is no longer playing by the rules. What did you see? I have no idea. Was it related to the captain? Could it be? Don't say. It's quite possible. What does that mean? You know. Nonsense. It certainly involves you all. Indeed, it is rather intriguing. Let us observe further. That's the only option. The group engaged in a cacophony of chatter. Silence, please. Qin Xinyu commanded sharply, bringing forth an immediate stillness. Renxue cast a resentful glance towards Qianye, noting that he was fixated on the captain. Was she not as good as Qin Xinyu? It was merely a slight difference. Qianye stepped forward, acknowledging that this matter should have been addressed by Qin Xinyu, yet she had thrust him into the spotlight, evidently intending to use him as a shield. Once the situation was resolved, he would ensure she returned the favor. Everyone must be curious about where I ventured while briefly departing. Since Senior Qian has asked me to share with you all, I shall reveal that I spotted a pack of wolf bandits on the opposite mountain. I initially thought there were only about 100, but that was not the case. After circling around them, I counted at least 1,000. Do not doubt me. The situation is as it stands. If you do not believe, you may accompany me to witness it firsthand. 1,000. Captain, did you not say there were merely 100? 1,000. How can we, 10 individuals, contend with that? What is happening? Is this a deception? I am so frightened. Soon, several team members were in a state of utter confusion, panic-stricken, and deeply frightened. Among the 10 present, only Chiba remained composed. Even Qin Xinyu and Renxue wore solemn expressions. After all, this matter concerned their very lives. Furthermore, 1,000 wolf bandits were indeed beyond their capacity to confront. The presence of mutated wolf bandits and their leader-level counterparts posed a challenge even for a sole emperor. At this critical juncture, Qin Xinyu felt compelled to speak. Everyone, please calm down and allow me to finish. The situation is dire, and there's no room for regret. Since we face certain death, why not fight with all our might? There may still be a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Qin Xinyu's words, the others fell into deep contemplation. Chiba was also aware of the Spirit Hall's regulations. Once a mission was accepted, it could only be cancelled by those in authority. In severe cases, participants could be expelled from the Spirit Hall Academy or even face execution. Such stringent measures were intended to prevent students from shirking their responsibilities, thereby ensuring that time and opportunities were not squandered. Though somewhat coercive, these rules served a preventive purpose. The captain, it's not that we are cowardly, but 1,000 wolf bandits are simply beyond our means. Wang Yu voiced the sentiments shared by the group. The stout member quickly added, "She's right. Our collective strength pales in comparison to theirs, which is at least 10-fold greater. How can we possibly fight? Oh, if it's too difficult, shall we not fight at all? Did you think we came here for leisure?" Qin Xinyu retorted. "If you possess the courage, you go fight alone. I want to accompany you." The weapon-wielding member grumbled, squatting down, clutching his head in despair, caught in a dilemma. The group began to bicker, exchanging heated words. Chiba, uninterested in their quarrel, shrugged and settled on a nearby stone, pulling out a carrot and munching on it as if watching a performance. Renxue, lacking any engaging topic with the others, joined Chiba by his side. She snatched the half-eaten carrot from his hand and began to devour it with gusto, unconcerned about its previous contact with him. Chiba gazed at her. The carrot, still moist with his saliva, made him ponder if this could be deemed an indirect kiss. After more than an hour of discord, Qin Xinyu and the others finally quieted down. Ultimately, they reached a consensus to fight to the death. Clearly, this was a decision born of necessity. Should they choose to flee, they would be marked on the Spirit Hall's blacklist, facing perpetual shame and pursuit. Their families would also suffer, and their identities would be compromised. Faced with such dire alternatives, they preferred to choose the path of battle. at least earning recognition as heroes in the eyes of the Spirit Hall. As night fell, to facilitate their movements and allow the team to regain their strength, Qianrenxue decided against acting that night, opting instead to wait until the following morning. This decision bore its advantages. After all, the night was fraught with too many uncertainties, while the wolf bandits' nocturnal vision was not inferior to that of daylight. Thus, engaging them under the cover of darkness would place them at a significant disadvantage, making the choice of daytime confrontation the prudent one. A group of individuals enjoyed a hearty meal before kindling a fire and settling down to rest around it. In the dead of night, a soft call broke the tranquility. Hey, Qianye, lost in the depths of slumber, stirred awake to find a strikingly beautiful woman before him. It was none other than Qianrenxue, and he wondered what had prompted her to disturb his peaceful rest at such an hour. What do you want? Qianye inquired, his tone laced with annoyance. Shoo. Qianrenxue gestured for silence and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, come with me. Qianye paused, contemplating whether she was inviting him for a private rendezvous. As she glanced at the others, confirming they were in deep slumber, she sashayed towards a narrow path. He followed her, captivated by her alluring silhouette. They walked approximately 100 meters before she halted, waiting for him to catch up. Once he approached, she spoke. Brother Yi, where did you discover them during the day? He gestured towards a small hill in the distance. Right up there. She scrutinized the hill for a moment, deep in thought. What strategy do you think we should employ to avoid any disadvantage? After all, we are facing 1,000 wolves, not just 100. Without a solid battle plan, our numbers are woefully inadequate. It appeared she harbored considerable confidence in her abilities. Qianye looked into her eyes and replied, Qianrenxue, you are the captain. I am merely a novice embarking on my first mission. I lack the experience to engage in tactical discussions with you. Perhaps you should seek counsel elsewhere. With that, he turned to leave, yearning for a restful night to regain his strength for the following day, unwilling to endure a sleepless night alongside her. Stop right there. Qianrenxue stepped forward, arms outstretched, blocking his path with her chest. Qianye was taken aback, perplexed by her unexpected aggression. Captain, I wish to sleep. Can we discuss this tomorrow? Suddenly, Qianrenxue opened her arms and enveloped him in a tight embrace, rendering him momentarily breathless. What are you doing? Qianye struggled to free himself, but to no avail. If it weren't for everyone else, you think I would let you hug me? How absurd. With a triumphant smile, Qianrenxue teased, you dare to take advantage of me, and if I were to shout, do you think they would look upon you kindly? Realization dawned upon him. He had fallen into her trap. Qianye could only muster a resigned response. Qianrenxue, you truly are something else. Now you understand, she replied, finally releasing him, her demeanor devoid of any embarrassment. This enchanting young woman was indeed perplexing. With leverage now in her possession, Qianye found escape impossible and had to confront the situation head-on. After nearly suffocating moments ago, he finally relished the opportunity to breathe fresh air. Will you help or not? Qianrenxue pressed once more. How can I assist? Qianye, genuinely intimidated by her audacity, felt compelled to placate her to prevent any further outrageous antics. Chapter 54, Dreams and Reality. This is all a misunderstanding. Stop pretending. With your agility, you are far quicker than I, a level 55 Soul King. It is clear that you are not as simple as you appear. Qianrenxue suddenly spoke with great fervor. I have a distinct feeling that with your prowess, even combined, the 9 of us would scarcely stand a chance against you. Setting aside other matters, the mere fact that you don a mask and go by the name Yi Ge is rather dubious. If my words are misplaced, do remove the mask so I may behold your true visage. Otherwise, it seems my conjecture holds weight, does it not? Impressive indeed. Qianye silently commended her. This woman was no mere trifler. My abilities are my own concern, he retorted, and bear no relevance to your affairs. Moreover, confronting the wolf bandits is a collective endeavor, not solely my burden. Why do you persist in targeting me? How am I targeting you? I merely utilize what is at hand. Your swift speed surely must have its origins, Qianrenxue countered, undeterred. Qianrenxue, vow today that should any member of our team manage to resolve this crisis, vanquish the wolf bandits, ensure the safety of all, and do so without sacrificing a single comrade, I shall willingly offer myself to him. Oh, Qianye could hardly fathom that Qianrenxue, in her desperation, would even propose such a thing about herself. He feared the insincerity of her words, worrying that she might later deny her pledge, rendering it as though it were mere ink on paper. I'm afraid I have no need for women, especially since I already harbor affections for someone else. I truly cannot assist you. Disinterested in further engaging with this beautiful yet obstinate team leader, Qianye swiftly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside the fire, lying down next to Renxue to rest. Qianrenxue was utterly taken aback by his abrupt and decisive rejection. After all, she was a highly talented student from the inner academy of the Martial Spirit Hall, admired for her beauty, and often pursued by suitors whom she deemed unworthy. Yet here he was, rejecting her so cleanly and effortlessly. What a scoundrel! How infuriating! Frustrated, she ground her teeth in vexation. Did he possess no redeeming qualities beyond his speed? No, her intuition in assessing others could not possibly be flawed. Why then did he dismiss her? What warranted such treatment? Let me ponder this for a moment. He mentioned having someone he likes. Therein lies the crux of the matter. Who could that possibly be? Her gaze shifted toward the fire, landing finally on Renxue. Could it be her? Not long after Qianye lay down, a delightful fragrance wafted toward him. Frowning, he recognized it. He had encountered it earlier, and it belonged to her. Upon opening his eyes, he found Qianrenxue lying beside him, her large, doe-like eyes sparkling with warmth and adorned with a sweet smile. Qianye was startled, despite her beauty and alluring figure. It felt quite peculiar for her to be so insistent on his company at such a late hour. He turned away, preferring not to see her, hoping to evade the discomfort. Facing Renxue, he observed her serene beauty as she slept and smiled faintly before closing his eyes once more. You are quite relentless. Qianrenxue noted his evasion with growing irritation, extending her delicate hand toward him. Suddenly, Qianye felt a tightening around his body as arms encircled him from behind, causing him to jump in surprise. This woman truly is like an unyielding plaster. Once adhered, it becomes impossible to detach. Qianye, unwilling to continue the charade, closed his eyes and feigned sleep. Unbeknownst to him, he soon succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he found himself locked in an embrace with Qianrenxue, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. Amidst the haze of sleep, Qianrenxue was roused, her eyes fluttering open in shock as she discovered not only was she entwined with him, but their lips were also pressed together. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the person before her was indeed Qianye. A sudden jolt of realization struck him, tearing him from his delightful dream. As his eyes opened, he found his mouth obstructed. Upon further scrutiny, he recognized that their lips were aligned, and the individual before him was Qianrenxue. It dawned on him that while he had dreamt of kissing Qianrenxue, reality had him entwined with Qianrenxue. Words failed him. Observing Qianrenxue's wide-eyed gaze filled with a mix of surprise and reproach, he understood her thoughts may have wandered astray. You rogue! You kissed me while I was asleep, she exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. Qianye attempted to articulate an explanation, but found himself at a loss as several pairs of eyes were fixated on him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Renxue, witnessing their embrace, pouted with a look of accusatory discontent. Release me, Qianrenxue exclaimed as she extricated herself from his hold, her expression one of indignation as if she had suffered a great loss. In truth, Qianye had done nothing wrong. It was Qianrenxue who had approached him the previous night, wrapping her arms around him from behind and compelling him to devise a plan to thwart the wolf bandits and save everyone. Unwittingly, they both succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. In his dreams, Qianye turned, finding himself face to face with Qianrenxue, who had inadvertently placed her foot upon him. At that moment, while dreaming of kissing Qianrenxue, their lips met in reality, resulting in the kiss. However, the onlookers were unaware of the circumstances, inevitably leading them to assume that Qianye had initiated the kiss. Especially the girls, such as Fu Fei and Wang Yu, now regarded Qianye with a wary distance, as if he were a predator to be avoided. Observing their reactions, Qianye shook his head, refraining from providing an explanation to avoid exacerbating the misunderstanding. It seemed wiser to let things unfold naturally. Innocence would shield him from unwarranted accusations. As Qianrenxue stepped aside, Fu Fei and Wang Yu hurried to comfort her. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of having her first kiss so brazenly taken from her. The more she pondered, the more discontented she became. Unable to reconcile the image of Qianye, a pretender of virtue, who had seized her first kiss while she was oblivious to his actions. How shameless, how base. What troubles you, Renxue? She asked, her expression one of dismay as she pulled him aside. Brother Yi, do you truly harbor feelings for the squad leader? What is this? She thought, her mind racing with implications. Qianye, rendered speechless, delivered a playful smack to her forehead. I say, Shui, some matters elude your comprehension. What do you mean I don't understand? Renxue retorted, her impatience flaring. You kissed the squad leader. Does that not mean you like her? Oh, in Chiba, there are unspoken hardships. One cannot simply express that in dreams, they kissed Qianrenxue, while in reality, it was an unintentional kiss with Qianrenxue. Regardless, if you do not understand, then go about your business and do not bother me. With a stamp of her foot, Renxue, filled with indignation, turned away and squatted down, cradling her head in discontent. Seeing her pitiful demeanor, as if she had suffered immense grievances, Chiba felt a pang of sympathy. Shaking his head, he glanced over at Qianrenxue, only to find her gaze fixed upon him, her eyes glimmering with sharpness, indicating she was still unclear about the situation. Thus, Chiba averted his gaze, found a stone to sit upon, and retrieved provisions and water from his ring-shaped soul guide, prioritizing nourishment. Chapter 55, The Secret Weapon. Half an hour later, after they had finished their meal and prepared themselves, they set forth towards the low mountain where the wolf bandits resided. Chiba led the way, with Renxue, Qianye, and the others closely following. He had already scouted the bandits' lair the previous day, so there was no need for detours as he guided his team straight to the den of the wolf bandits. "Captain, this is it." Chiba halted, pointing at the open area ahead for Qianye to see. Immediately, she signaled the team behind her to conceal themselves. Not wishing to alert the enemy before assessing the situation, she followed Chiba's direction and, indeed, spotted the bandits moving about on the low mountain. As expected, their numbers were abundant, exceeding 100. Whether there were 1,000, she could not ascertain at the moment. Among this throng of bandits, there were also remnants of human corpses, and some women sat among them, some completely unclothed, yet still alive. Damn it! Qianye clenched her fists, unable to bear such a harrowing sight. With so many bandits, if there aren't 1,000, there are certainly 700 or 800. How can we, just 10 of us, possibly contend with them? The stout one muttered quietly. Even if we fight desperately, we would be outmatched and would sacrifice ourselves for nothing. Dajiang nodded in agreement. Captain, perhaps we should retreat? As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Fu Fei shook her head. You may retreat if you wish. I, however, refuse to be a coward and bring shame to my family. Enough of this bickering. We have no way back now. We must focus on confronting the enemy. Even if we perish, let it be with honor, Qianye declared, resolute in her determination to fight to the end. Renxue, witnessing the overwhelming presence of the bandits, was left paralyzed with fear, clutching Chiba's clothing and trembling uncontrollably. She had taken on this task solely for monetary gain and had never anticipated risking her life. Yet, the reality was that she had no choice left. Sensing Renxue's trepidation, Chiba reached out, grasping her hand to reassure her. In my view, 1,000 bandits are not insurmountable. The question lies in whether everyone can follow my lead. If so, I can ensure everyone has safety and defeat the bandits to fulfill our mission. If not, let it be as though I never spoke. Each of us will fend for ourselves, and my sole concern will be Renxue's safety. The others, upon hearing Chiba's words, turned their gazes toward him. They were skeptical of his claim, finding it hard to believe he could ensure their safety while struggling to protect himself. Do you truly have a plan? Qianye suddenly spoke up. Chiba regarded her and inquired, do you believe it? Pray, share your strategy. A smile graced Chiba's lips as he continued. I recently discerned a cave situated 100 meters away, which inspired an ingenious plan. We can retreat into the cave for defense. No matter how many wolf bandits there are, they can only attack from one side, thus averting a surround assault. This way, we need only to unite against the onslaught from a singular front. Indeed, that is a commendable plan. Dajiang praised him. However, Weapon's expression darkened. What nonsense. Have you considered that if we all hide in the cave and the wolf bandits breach our defenses, we will have no escape route? Would that not be akin to digging our own graves? Dajiang scratched his head. True. Yigu, since you've conceived this idea, surely you've also contemplated this point and devised a solution? Qianye inquired. Not foolish indeed. Of course. Chiba replied with a smile. What you can conceive, I too can envision. The difference lies in that I possess a solution, while you do not. The others, though somewhat unconvinced, found themselves unable to counter his statement. Chiba continued, I shall not hesitate to reveal that I possess a secret weapon, which constitutes our advantage. A secret weapon? The others stared in astonishment. What is this secret weapon? The portly one asked curiously. Suddenly, with a flash of golden light, a golden bell-shaped shield enveloped Chiba. Oh, the others approached. Intrigued by the spectacle, Qianye rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. Isn't that merely a bell? Wang Yu remarked. Indeed, it is my defensive skill. The golden bell shield. With this protection, the wolf bandits cannot enter the cave, allowing us to eliminate them without concern. But how long can your skill endure? As long as my soul power is sufficient, there is no time limitation. Fu Fei remained skeptical. Can your defense truly withstand the impact of the wolf bandits without faltering? Nonsense. My golden bell shield skill is at the 9th level. It's not so easily breached. What a cosmic jest. Chiba shot her a glance. Little sister Fu Fei, if you doubt it, feel free to attack with all your might. Little sister, I am considerably older than you. Call me sister. Fu Fei retorted angrily. Chiba, let us see if you can withstand the challenge. Bring it on. Chiba had no concerns regarding his golden bell shield skill. Even a 36th level soul master like her would struggle to break through it. Wang Yu and the others were equally eager to witness whether Chiba's golden bell shield could withstand Fu Fei's assault. Suddenly, beneath Fu Fei, 1, 2, 3 soul rings emerged. They were a standard configuration, yellow, purple, and 1,000-year soul ring. A green long sword materialized behind her, her martial spirit, flying sword. The first soul ring on Fu Fei's body lit up. First soul skill, break. With a whoosh, her flying sword split into 10, each darting towards Chiba. Chiba merely glanced at it and thought, merely so, with my golden bell shield skill, even at its first level, it is enough to withstand your initial skill. With a surge of soul power, he infused it into the golden bell shield, causing it to begin spinning. Clang, clang, clang. A multitude of flying swords struck against the golden bell shield, producing a resonant sound, and an unexpected event transpired. The swords not only failed to shatter the shield, but were also repelled, soaring away. Fu Fei's initial assault fell short, prompting her to launch a second attack. Yet again, her efforts did not breach the defenses. Unyielding, she initiated a third strike, only to meet with the same disheartening outcome. As Fu Fei observed her 3 consecutive failures, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. To her astonishment, despite exhausting her 3 soul techniques, she had not even managed to breach a single defensive skill. How could it be that his soul power was merely at level 33, inferior to her own? And yet he wielded a carrot auxiliary martial soul that should not surpass her strength? Was he truly masquerading as a weakling? Indeed, it seemed plausible, otherwise. How could he remain unperturbed in the face of 1,000 wolf bandits? This was no ordinary individual. Contemplating this, Fu Fei felt a newfound respect for him. Surmising that he either possessed extraordinary talent or hailed from an influential background to wield such remarkable abilities. A soul master with skills beyond the soul ring surely stemmed from a soul bone. Wang Yu leaned in towards Qianye and inquired, "What do you think, Captain?" Qianye stroked her chin thoughtfully. "I always knew this brother Yi was not to be underestimated. With that mask and an air of mystery, he either possesses genuine strength or is a genius from the academy, concealing his identity to avoid recognition." Wang Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It appears we are on the same wavelength." Suddenly, Qianye approached him with a beaming smile, her voice sweet as she said, "Brother Yi, since you have passed Fu Fei's test, I believe your methods are viable. Henceforth, I temporarily entrust my duties as captain to you, and we will all follow your lead." Chapter 56, Leading the Wolves. The question remains, do you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Chiba gazed at her intently. Although they formed a team, the preservation of one's sovereignty was paramount. Qianye was genuinely irked by his words, yet found herself without a rebuttal. If she had a solution, she wouldn't be so distressed and seeking his assistance. "Then, I must rely on you." Qianye, for her own sake and that of the entire team, was compelled to lower her stance. "Given that you possess a modicum of self-awareness, I shall overlook this." The others were taken aback. Their captain was being reprimanded by a novice and was now compromising her position, which left them in awe. Chiba, without further ado, led the group towards a cave located 100 meters away. Renxue and the others closely followed, acutely aware that their lives were at stake. At that moment, their only desire was to survive, regardless of who took charge. In no time, Chiba guided them to a cave at the base of a slope. They entered together. The cave's entrance was no more than 2 meters high and approximately 4 meters wide, neither too large nor too small. Chiba cautiously explored the interior, finding it no deeper than 10 meters. It was a natural cavern. "Captain, what should we do now?" Fu Fei suddenly asked. Qianye pondered for a moment before turning her gaze towards Chiba. "Fu Fei, Brother Yi is now the captain. We shall heed his guidance." Upon reflecting on how her first kiss had been taken from her, she felt a surge of resentment. Once they vanquished the wolf bandits, she would ensure he faced the consequences. Naturally, Chiba was oblivious to the turmoil within Qianye's heart. Observing her adherence to their agreement, he stated simply, "It's quite straightforward. Who among you will come with me to lure the wolf bandits?" "I'll go." Qianye was the first to volunteer. Chiba cast a glance at her and, without further ado, made his way toward the cave's entrance. Qianye followed closely behind, momentarily entranced by his retreating figure. "Do you think he can truly lead us to defeat the wolf bandits?" The rotund one questioned skeptically. De Jiang offered a wry smile, replying, "Who can say? We are not privy to his innermost thoughts, are we? Besides, his strength is merely at level 30, it's uncertain. Only our team leader seems to harbor faith in him." Upon hearing their exchange, Renxue grew displeased. "Do not underestimate Brother Yi. He is far more capable than you can fathom. If he claims he can achieve it, then he undoubtedly can. Well then, if he's so exceptional, why doesn't he ascend to the heavens?" De Jiang retorted loudly. "Little sister, you are clearly in league with him, which is why you defend him. I stand with Brother Yi, but not in the way you presume. He is a man of true merit. Someone you cannot compare yourselves to." "Not compare ourselves to?" De Jiang scoffed. "Why don't you mention that even the current pope pales in comparison to him?" Renxue clenched her fists. Jiang, do not twist words. Believe what you will, but do not be surprised when your face meets the ground, and you find yourself needing Brother Ye's rescue. Don't be ridiculous. I need his help. What a joke, Jiang replied disdainfully. Is that your assertion? She shot back. Indeed. It is, what of it? Their argument escalated. As they observed the spectacle, the group felt a sense of trepidation. Facing 1,000 wolf bandits with just 10 individuals seemed a daunting task, and they feared for their lives. Hence, panic enveloped them, as they lacked faith in Chiba's ability to lead them from their plight. 1,000 wolf bandits, each possessing the prowess of a soul master around level 30. Among their ranks, only Qianrenxue boasted a level 55, the others ranged from level 40 to 20. Such a disparity in strength rendered the notion of confronting 1,000 wolf bandits unfathomable. Brother Yi, do you truly believe we have a chance? Qianrenxue caught up with Chiba and inquired. Is it permissible for me to ask? She added, her frustration evident. After all, she was the team leader, yet now felt reduced to nothing. This individual was insufferably arrogant, offering no regard for her status. Were it not for her belief in his reliability, she would not tolerate such indignation. Actions speak louder than words. Since you doubt, what is the point of further discussion? Chiba replied coolly, leaving Qianrenxue gritting her teeth in annoyance. She merely wished to converse, yet he remained oblivious. After a brief walk, Chiba halted behind a large tree, peeking out with only half of his head and one eye visible, scanning ahead. Imitating him, Qianrenxue crouched behind him, scrutinizing the area before them, where the wolf bandits were currently moving about on a low hill. At this distance, her throwing knives were perfectly positioned to eliminate the 2 bandits stationed ahead. As Qianye moved his hand, 2 small knives appeared in his left hand. What are you going to do? Asked Qianrenxue, eyeing the blades. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, 2 wolf bandits collapsed silently to the ground. Qianrenxue was taken aback. Qianye had effortlessly dispatched the 2 bandits with mere flicks of his knives, each thrust finding its mark precisely at the back of their skulls. Without uttering a word, Qianrenxue gave him a thumbs up. Without hesitation, Qianye charged into the throng of wolf bandits, and one by one, they fell before him. With the skill of no trace in the snow and the shadow-linked dual blade technique, he combined speed, strength, and finesse, making the slaughter of the bandits seem almost effortless. Wow! Qianrenxue stood in stunned silence as over a dozen wolf bandits lay slain at his feet. No wonder he showed no fear. He was truly formidable. In that moment of realization, Qianrenxue acknowledged just how powerful he was, and considering he had taken her first kiss, perhaps having him as her boyfriend was not too outrageous a notion after all. A surge of soul power emanated from Qianrenxue, manifesting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 soul rings beneath her. Yellow, purple, black, 200-year rings, 2,000-year rings, and 1 10,000-year ring. Behind her, a blue martial spirit emerged, revealing her ice phoenix spirit. She charged forward, proclaiming, First soul skill, ice feather descends. Instantly, a colossal ice phoenix soared across the sky, its wings flapping vigorously, showering the area within 100 meters with countless ice feathers that rained down upon the wolf bandits below. The wolf bandits, towering at 2 to 3 meters with sinewy muscles and gleaming fur, instinctively braced themselves against the icy onslaught. Although the ice feathers struck them, they remained largely unharmed. Save for a few who were caught off guard and fell, one fatally wounded at a critical spot. Evidently, her martial spirit, the ice phoenix, was quite formidable. With the bandits being giants, small ones over 2 meters and larger ones exceeding 3, it seemed that with Qianye alone, they could easily contend with the 1,000-strong bandit horde. You think too highly of yourself, Qianye retorted, exasperated. We'll lure the bandits over and then annihilate them together. You are the captain now, I trust your judgment. Qianrenxue replied, her faith in him evident as she relinquished command. Having witnessed Qianye's prowess, she felt secure in placing her trust in him. Qianye shook his head, bemused by the fickleness of women. He continued to sprint forward, the pack of wolf bandits pursuing closely behind. Chapter 57, The Wolf Bandits. Quick, let go of that beautiful girl. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from behind. The shriek was unbearable. One would think something dreadful had occurred. The wolf bandit with glowing claws was tearing at her clothes, threatening Qianrenxue's very life. Let go of that beautiful girl. As Qianrenxue heard those words, a wave of warmth surged within her. Brother Yi, please save me. In a flash, Qianye appeared behind the wolf bandit, his knives striking down with lethal precision, ending the threat that loomed over her. Qianrenxue gazed at the lifeless bandit, blood splattered across her, and promptly sprang to her feet, expressing her gratitude to Qianye. Thank you for saving me, Brother Yi. Let's talk. Qianye grasped her hand and urged her forward. Now was not the time for idle conversation. The garment on her back had been nearly shredded by the bandit's claws, revealing her snow-white skin marred by 10 gruesome gashes. As he pulled her along, Pain surged through her, eliciting a cry of distress. That sound might lead one to believe he had inflicted some heinous act upon her. What's the matter? Qianye sighed, exasperated by this troublesome woman. All she seemed capable of was wailing and shouting. He truly did not comprehend her sudden outburst. I'm injured. Qianye replied with a look of reproach, feeling neglected by this oblivious man who seemed unaware of her pain. How inconsiderate. Qianye had not noticed her plight until her words sank in, and upon witnessing her evident agony. He glanced back to see they had distanced themselves significantly from the bandit horde. He finally halted, retrieving a carrot from his possession. This is my spirit carrot. It effectively heals wounds. Consume it, and your injuries will mend instantly. Qianye was initially skeptical, reluctant to partake in something he had prepared. However, the thought of needing to confront 1,000 bandits while injured prompted her to accept it. She took the carrot, biting into it and discovering its delightful sweetness. Savoring each bite. After finishing the healing carrot, warmth enveloped her body, bringing immense comfort. Moments later, she felt an itch on her back, sensing her wounds mending. Eventually, the pain subsided entirely. Curious, Qianye tentatively touched her back, finding no trace of discomfort, nor any scars remaining. How marvelous! She exclaimed, overjoyed. I never imagined your healing carrot could be so powerful. My wounds have healed instantly. Now you know, Qianye responded, removing his own shirt and draping it over her back. After adjusting it, he added, does that feel more comfortable? Yes. Qianye's cheeks flushed crimson as embarrassment washed over her, realizing her attire had been completely torn, leaving her exposed to his gaze. She pondered the idea of finding a hole to hide in. Fortunately, her thick skin prevented her from yielding to such thoughts or demanding he take responsibility. Let us go, Qianye urged, noticing the bandits had resumed their pursuit. My thigh is cramping. I can't move. Qianye looked at him with pleading eyes. With the bandits on their tail, a cramp was the last thing she needed. Without assistance, she risked being captured. Truly, you are a troublesome woman, Qianye lamented, hoisting her legs over his shoulders and sprinting forward. Ah, Qianye cried out, startled to find herself perched upon his shoulder. Could you be gentler? Her expression reflected a mixture of irritation and surprise, as their bodies brushed against one another. An unexpected tension began to stir between them. Qianye felt a sudden blush creeping onto her face, yet her reaction remained hidden from Qianye as he was turned away. Qianye himself was not in a much better state. After all, it was only natural for them to react given their intimate proximity. Ugh. Fu Fei and the others exchanged glances, suspecting that the squad leader might be injured, and a weight pressed heavily on their hearts. In a swift motion, Qianye covered the distance of over 100 meters to reach the cave entrance, unceremoniously throwing Qianye to the ground. Thud. As she landed, she exclaimed, You, Captain. What's wrong? Fu Fei stepped forward with concern. Qianye shook her head, feeling embarrassed to admit in front of everyone. I'm fine. I just ran too fast and my leg cramped. I couldn't walk. Hearing this, the group finally felt relieved. Qianye paid no mind to them and approached Renxue, standing beside her. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, startling everyone. The wolf bandits are coming. The fat one suddenly shouted, his face turning pale with fright. Dajiang glanced over, equally pale and weary. With so many wolf bandits, can we truly fight them? We must fight, for retreat is no longer an option. To not fight is to face certain death. It is better to struggle for a chance at survival, Wuqi stated helplessly. Qianye noticed the others were still in shock and uncertain about their next move. Buzzing, Qianye took the lead, releasing her spirit rings and manifesting her martial spirit. Dajiang and the others quickly readied themselves for battle upon witnessing her actions. Renxue, possessing only 2 spirit rings, swiftly summoned hers, a droplet of water materializing behind her. Buzzing, Qianye's spirit power surged, and 6 spirit rings emerged from beneath him. The sight left everyone astounded. Purple, black, 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 6-ringed spirit emperor. The fat one was utterly shocked by his spirit ring configuration, exclaiming, Goodness! I thought you were merely a 33rd level, but you're actually over 60, even stronger than the squad leader. And those spirit rings, your first is 1,000 years old, and the rest are 10,000 years. How did you manage that? My goodness. Dajiang, staring at him like a monster, circled around him. Brother Yi, you're incredible. Even Her Holiness, that noble lady, doesn't possess such powerful spirit ring configurations. Your talent could truly lead you to great heights. As Qianye, Fu Fei, and Wang Yu glanced at Qianye's face, their expressions changed. Realization dawning upon them that they had been deceived. The true expert had been right beside them all along. Seeing the wolf bandits drawing near, Qianye knew he must protect them from harm, activating the Golden Bell Shield skill to block the cave entrance, preventing their entry. Bang, bang, bang. The wolf bandits collided against the golden bell shield, producing a thunderous sound. However, their impact only rebounded them away due to the shield's formidable power. This defensive skill is truly impressive. Dajiang exclaimed in delight. Indeed, without Brother Yi on this mission, we would have met our end here, the fat one added. Attack! Fight with all your might, Qianye shouted, urging his companions. Although the golden bell shield offers formidable defense, facing an onslaught from thousands of wolf bandits leads to significant depletion of soul energy, which can ultimately be exhausted. Attack! Qianyu shouted as she was the first to unleash her skill against the wolf bandits. The others, including Dajiang, quickly responded, collectively releasing their soul techniques. Their blades and swords dancing through the air, delivering a powerful blow to the bandit horde. With the golden bell shield providing protection, they needed not to divert their attention to fend off the wolf bandits' assaults, allowing them to focus solely on countering their adversaries. Chapter 58, The Great Palm of Buddha. A display of divine power. Under the relentless assault of the group, one wolf bandit after another fell to the ground. Despite the fierce battle lasting nearly half an hour, they had managed to eliminate close to 300 of the 1,000 bandits, including the 100 previously slain by Qianye. However, their brief moment of triumph was overshadowed by the pallor that crept across their faces, their vitality drained. Continuous combat had nearly exhausted their strength and soul energy. Dajiang, the fatty, and Fu Fei had succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the ground. Only Qianyu and a few others remained steadfast. Yet even they were on the brink of collapse, their resilience waning. Renxue had employed several skills, but soon found herself sitting on the ground. Her complexion ashen and her energy depleted. If this continued, Qianye would be left as the sole commander. Brother Yi, this cannot go on. Seeing her comrades fall, Qianyu leaned in closer to shout in his ear. With all of them at levels only in the 30s and 40s, once their soul energy was spent, they would possess no more combat ability than an ordinary person. Even a single wolf bandit could easily overwhelm them. Without hesitation, Qianye crafted several soul energy carrots and handed them to Qianyu. These are soul energy carrots. Distribute them among the others. They will restore their strength. Yes. Overjoyed, Qianyu swiftly distributed the carrots to her comrades, saving one for herself. After consuming it, she felt a significant surge in her soul energy. With the revitalizing effects of the soul energy carrots, Fu Fei, Renxue, and the others regained their vigor and launched another assault on the wolf bandits. After 3 consecutive rounds of attack, the number of bandits dwindled to around 300. They had successfully defeated 600 of the original 1,000. Qianye realized that his own soul energy had also diminished significantly. He could not continue this way. While his carrots could replenish some of his teammates' energy, crafting them also consumed his own soul energy. As a result, it felt as though all 9 were relying solely on his reserves. Allowing them to engage the wolf bandits might not be as efficient as him taking action himself, as it would not only expedite the process but also conserve soul energy. The skills employed by Qianyu, Fu Fei, and Fatty sometimes missed their targets, wasting precious soul energy without any kills, which ultimately burdened him further. It was evident that this approach was not advantageous. After contemplating, Qianye resolved that he would take matters into his own hands. Brother Yi, our soul energy is depleted again, and there are still 300 or 400 wolf bandits to eliminate. Please, exert yourself once more and create a few more soul energy carrots for us. Moreover, once my soul power is depleted, the golden bell shield technique can no longer be executed, and at that moment, we shall all perish. Ah, Qianyu suddenly exclaimed, jolted back to reality. Indeed, although Brother Yi has reached a level of over 60, his soul power is finite. Continuously crafting soul power carrots will inevitably exhaust his energy. What then shall we do? Without soul power, we lose our combat capability, and I myself have no soul power to utilize. Thus, we are left solely with your golden bell shield for defense, which amounts to awaiting death. Furthermore, as I am aware, within a pack of wolf bandits, there is invariably a wolf bandit leader, whose strength may range around the 60s or 70s, if not stronger. What shall we do about them next? Qianye observed the others, Fatty, Fu Fei, and the rest, sitting on the ground, utterly drained, barely able to stand, on the verge of fainting. He then glanced at Qianyu, who, though still upright, was swaying precariously, ready to collapse at any moment, leaving them helpless. Qianye shook his head. Very well, I shall take responsibility for the remaining 300 wolf bandits. You all should rest for a while. Can you manage alone? Qianyu asked anxiously. Now, they were at their wits' end, and she could only pin her last hopes on him, with no alternatives available. If he faltered, their fate would be sealed. Moreover, the wolf bandit leader had yet to show itself. I cannot do it. You can, so please, take charge. Qianye glared at her. Do you lack the ability to communicate? When Brother Yi emerges, who can contend with him? Qianye. Qianye. The others. Qianye lowered her head, silenced and feeling wronged, tears threatening to spill. I do not wish to die? Fatty suddenly cried out, as if he were being slaughtered. Renxue, Wangyu, and Fu Fei, the three girls, abruptly embraced each other and wept bitterly. Qianye. They haven't even witnessed my strength, yet they are already seeking death. Do they not believe in my abilities? In truth, Wangyu and Fatty, though not very old, also feared death and dreaded the notion of losing their lives in this manner. While De Jiang, Zhao Rongyao, and Long Run did not weep, their faces were ashen, awaiting the judgment of fate. Primarily, they did not believe that even with Qianye's current level, he could single-handedly contend with over 300 wolf bandits. Alongside a wolf bandit leader, even if 10 individuals were to besiege the wolf bandit leader, should it possess greater strength than them, victory would be bleak. It appears that I shall have to resort to this technique today. The Buddha's palm. Qianye concentrated his soul power into his right hand and unleashed a strike. Suddenly, a massive golden hand, spanning a diameter of 10 meters, soared toward the pack of wolf bandits. Boom. Howls echoed. Bang. The wolf bandits cried out in agony, hurled away by the force of the Buddha's palm. The front line of wolf bandits was utterly annihilated, their skulls shattered, eyes, ears, limbs, and thighs scattered across the ground. Qianye rejoiced. Indeed, the power of the Buddha's palm is formidable. The Buddha's palm is, after all, a premier technique, with boundless magical prowess. Soon, a pungent stench of blood permeated the air, causing Wangyu, the plump one, and De Jiang to retch uncontrollably. Qianye managed to suppress her nausea, her eyes sparkling with newfound vigor. Although she was unsure of the nature of Qianye's formidable strike, which had dispatched dozens of wolf bandits, her confidence soared. Well done, Brother Yi. Qianye, pondering the immense power of Brother Ye's skill, mused that with a few more strikes, the remaining 300 wolf bandits would be no match for him. However, she feared that he might exhaust his soul power, jeopardizing their hard-won advantage. Go for it, Brother Yi. Qianye suddenly clapped her hands in encouragement, startling herself into quickly covering her mouth, her eyes pleading for his forgiveness. Qianye, not one to dwell on trifles, had neither the time nor the inclination to chastise her. Seeing her pitiable demeanor, he refrained from reprimanding her. The golden Buddha palm, now spanning a diameter of 20 meters, represented the second tier of the skill. This second tier doubled the potency and range of the first, albeit at a greater cost to Qianye's soul power. With 2 Buddha palms unleashed, the wolf bandits suffered devastating losses, their ranks thinning by over 100. Brother Yi, splendid work. Wangyu and the others beamed with joy, hopeful that his soul power would endure long enough for a few more strikes, enabling them to eradicate the remaining 300 wolf bandits. Thunderous roars echoed as Qianye executed a third strike, the Buddha palm's might magnified, its diameter now reaching 30 meters. Upon impact, it obliterated the wolf bandits, leaving a gruesome scene of scattered corpses, flesh, and bones. Chapter 59, The Bloodbath Against the Red Wolf Bandits. Golden Buddha Palm. Qianye unleashed a fourth strike. The fourth tier of the skill, each Buddha palm now boasting a diameter of 40 meters, its range and power in perfect synchronization, resulting in the demise of numerous wolf bandits within the area. Ultimately, only about 100 wolf bandits remained. Qianye refrained from executing a fifth Buddha palm, for only a mere 100 remained, and there was no need for overkill. Gripping dual blades, he employed the footprints in the snow technique, seamlessly weaving through the throng of wolf bandits. Howls of despair erupted from the pack as one by one, the bandits fell. In no time, the remaining 100 met their end with the ease of slicing through tofu, collapsing into pools of blood. Alongside the recently slain 100, the bodies of over 900 wolf bandits lay heaped together. Qianye, Wangyu, the plump one, and others gazed in disbelief at the scene before them, scarcely able to fathom the reality of what they witnessed. 1,000 wolf bandits had been utterly annihilated by Qianye. They could scarcely imagine that had he not joined their wolf-clearing mission, it would likely have been them falling victim to the bandits. Bang! Chiba's body was abruptly propelled backward, crashing against the mouth of the cave before collapsing onto the ground. The group, still caught in a moment of elation, was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Qianrenxue, Renxue, and Wangyu hurried forward to assess Chiba's injuries. At that moment, a towering wolf, standing nearly 3 meters tall with a striking red fur coat, emerged from the spot where Chiba had just been flung. This wolf was enormous and vividly colored. The stout man jumped back in surprise upon seeing the creature. Qianrenxue glanced at it, contemplating, if my assumptions are correct, this wolf must be the leader of the pack comprising 1,000 wolves. Its size suggests it possesses a power level comparable to an 80-something soul Douluo. No wonder it commands a pack of 1,000. It seems our peril is far from over. Fu Fei expressed her concern. Brother Yi, are you hurt? Qianyu grasped his hand, her expression filled with worry. Renxue burst into tears, lamenting, Brother Yi, it's all my fault for being useless and unable to assist you, leading to your grave injuries. Chiba thought to himself. At least Renxue has a sense of guilt. My efforts were not in vain. Clearly, the wolf was swift, having successfully ambushed him. Qianyu nodded, Brother Yi. You are already injured, so do not move. We shall engage it in battle. Renxue, you stay behind to care for Brother Yi. Renxue replied, All right, but please be careful. Chiba did not deter them. He understood that he could not always shield them and that they must learn to fight for themselves. Rising to her feet, Qianyu surveyed her comrades. Friends, Brother Yi has saved us once and has sustained injuries on our behalf. We must not be ungrateful. We cannot allow him to suffer a second time for us. It is now our turn to protect him, even if it costs us our lives. Although Fu Fei and the others felt a twinge of fear, they recognized that, had it not been for Chiba's intervention, they would have been engulfed by the pack, leaving no trace behind. They owed him a life, and they were prepared to repay that debt with their own. With resolute determination, they rose together, voicing their commitment in unison. With a rallying cry directed at Qianyu, they charged forward. Zhao Rongyao, Long Run, and others swiftly followed suit, launching themselves at the pack of wolves. After a brief respite, they had regained some strength and energy, ready to fight once more. Immediately, Qianyu engaged in a fierce struggle with the wolf leader. Fu Fei and the others unleashed their soul rings, initiating a full-scale assault against the colossal red wolf. Standing 3 meters tall, its muscular physique resembled a block of searing iron, impervious to their attacks. Despite their strikes landing on the red wolf, it felt as though they were merely scratching its surface, inflicting no real damage. Suddenly, the red wolf sprang into the air, extending its arms as its claw-like blades swept toward the group. Several members were struck, sent flying, their cries echoing in pain as they fell to the ground. Deep wounds gushing blood. Out of 8, 5 were injured in an instant. Already weary, their newfound injuries rendered them unable to continue the fight, their lives hanging by a thread. As Chiba observed, only Qianyu, Zhao Rongyao, and Wang Yu remained unscathed among the 8. However, their soul power was nearly depleted, leaving them with little chance against the formidable leader of the wolf bandits, who possessed a strength equivalent to that of an 80-level warrior. With a fierce shout, Qianyu unleashed her 5th soul skill, Frozen 3 feet. No one survives. The 5th black soul ring, aged 10,000 years, glimmered on her body. And wherever the ice phoenix flew, a thick layer of ice formed. Within a radius of 100 meters, the ice reached an impressive depth of 3 feet, truly remarkable. The ice phoenix swiftly soared towards the crimson wolf bandit, freezing the ground beneath its feet to a depth of 3 feet. The red wolf bandit, taken completely by surprise, was transformed into a towering ice sculpture, approximately 3 zhang high and 3 feet thick. Wow, Captain, you are incredible, Wang Yu exclaimed joyfully, astonished that Qianyu's final strike had defeated the wolf bandit leader. However, before they could revel in their victory, Qianyu collapsed from exhaustion. Wang Yu rushed forward, Captain. I'm fine, Qianyu interjected. I merely exerted my 5th soul skill and have exhausted my soul power, unable to stand. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded from behind. The red wolf bandit broke free from the ice and leapt into the air. It launched a powerful kick towards the unsuspecting Zhao Rongyao, who let out a horrified scream as he was sent flying, caught completely off guard. Qianyu and Wang Yu stared in shock, unable to comprehend how the crimson wolf bandit had escaped the ice's grasp so swiftly and managed to injure Zhao Rongyao. Wang Yu, watch out, Qianyu shouted, forcefully pushing Wang Yu aside. The red wolf bandit, with arms outstretched, lunged at Qianyu's face. Is this how it ends? Am I to die like this? Qianyu closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, after a brief moment, the anticipated pain did not come. Tentatively, she opened her eyes, and instead of the red wolf bandit, she beheld a masked youth standing before her. Looking to either side, she saw the red wolf bandit a considerable distance away, growling and clawing. He saved me. I now owe him 2 lives. When Qianyu gazed into Chiba's eyes once more, she felt not only gratitude but also a hint of bashfulness. Earlier, when the red wolf bandit had aimed to attack Wang Yu from behind, Qianyu had witnessed it and, in an effort to save herself, exposed herself to the danger. Just as she had closed her eyes, awaiting her fate, Chiba, who had already been vigilant, had swiftly approached the red wolf bandit and seized its feet, flinging it several meters away, thus sparing Qianyu from harm. Chapter 60, Narrow Victory, Mission Accomplished. Brother Yi, be careful. This red wolf bandit may have reached the level of a soul Douluo. Qianyu cautioned him, hoping to prevent any misfortune. I see now. Chiba stroked his chin thoughtfully. Realizing that at his current level of 70, he was merely a half-step soul saint and could not compete with an 80-level soul Douluo. However, possessing dual martial souls and 10,000-year soul rings rendered him incomparable to the Red Wolf Bandit. With the formidable power of the eternal 24-winged angel martial soul, alongside an angelic domain and 2 million-year spirit rings, even though the Red Wolf Bandit leader boasts an impressive cultivation level of over 80, I can effortlessly dominate it. Qianye casually tossed 2 carrots to Qianye, healing and spirit power carrots. You should consume these, he urged. Qianye eagerly accepted and began to savor them. Her expression one of deep gratitude. Suddenly, a wave of soul power emanated from Qianye, causing 1 to 6 spirit rings to manifest around him. Wow! Exclaimed Wang Yu and the others, their faces filled with envy. However, due to their severe injuries, they were unable to rise and join him in combat against the Red Wolf Bandit. With a thunderous roar, the Red Wolf Bandit suddenly unleashed a burst of crimson light, its body and muscles expanding significantly. It appeared that the bandit leader had entered a state of frenzy, preparing to unleash a lethal skill. Qianye focused intently on the Red Wolf Bandit. After issuing several howls towards Qianye, a swirling vortex of red energy formed around it. This was undoubtedly the bandit's skill. Frenzied Gale. Qianye understood that the Frenzied Gale would create an area of effect attack, potentially endangering the innocent. Glancing at Qianye and the others, he commanded, Renxue. Qianye, you must retreat immediately. Renxue, Fatty, and the others had already sensed the Red Wolf Bandits' impending onslaught. Upon Qianye's warning, they quickly moved aside. Although they felt a twinge of guilt for leaving Qianye to face the battle alone, they understood the necessity of avoiding becoming a burden. Seeing that they had retreated, Qianye felt assured in confronting the Red Wolf Bandit. The frenzied gale surged towards him, wreaking havoc in its wake, uprooting vegetation and scattering debris. It was indeed a forceful and lethal wind. Golden Bell Shield, 9th level, 9 resonances. Qianye promptly activated his Golden Bell Shield skill, summoning 9 progressively larger golden bells that formed a robust defense, intending to withstand the frenzied gale. As the frenzied gale collided with the Golden Bell Shield, a metallic clashing sound reverberated through the air. Qianye and Renxue watched in astonishment, their hearts racing with a mix of fear and hope, praying that Qianye's Golden Bell Shield would withstand the bandit's fierce assault. Failure would mean certain death at the hands of the bandit, and they had no desire to perish. They had merely set out for some training and to earn a little extra. Qianye, of course, would not falter, nor would he engage in battles without preparation. Having painstakingly reincarnated in the Douluo continent, there was no way he would let anyone claim his life. The frenzied gale, despite its destructive power, failed to breach Qianye's defenses. The 9 golden bells remained intact. Pressing forward, he advanced toward the Red Wolf Bandit. Seeing that his strongest attack had failed to inflict any damage, the bandit momentarily hesitated, a flicker of panic evident in its eyes. With renewed determination, the Red Wolf Bandit launched a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th wave of frenzied gale attacks against Qianye. However, the situation remained unchanged. Although Chiba had shattered 3 layers of the Golden Bell Shield, 5 layers still stood firm. The Red Wolf Bandit was genuinely alarmed. Its spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering it incapable of unleashing its berserk skills again. With no alternative, it resorted to a physical assault. Swish, swish, swish. The Red Wolf Bandit swung its claws, sending a flurry of razor-sharp talons flying, their gleaming edges slashing against the Golden Bell Shield, producing a resonant hum upon impact. Yet, with its current feeble strength, it was merely a dying ember. How could it possibly breach Chiba's defenses? Chiba had already closed in on the Red Wolf Bandit, wielding a pair of nunchaku in his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion, Chiba struck the Red Wolf Bandit on the head with the nunchaku, causing it to stagger, nearly losing consciousness, stars dancing before its eyes. Howl! The Red Wolf Bandit, now enraged, flailed its claws in a wild frenzy, aiming for Chiba's face. Yet, Chiba was not one to remain stationary and be struck. He deftly vanished from the bandit's line of sight. As the Red Wolf Bandit lunged forward, missing its target, it was suddenly met with a blow to the back of its head. Chiba swiftly repositioned himself behind the bandit, and so the two engaged in a dance of feigned attacks, fully exploiting the advantages of the nunchaku. With his speed surpassing that of the Red Wolf Bandit, Chiba effortlessly dodged its ferocious assaults while landing precise strikes. Unbeknownst to either of them, Chiba had delivered countless blows, leaving the bandit in a state of disarray. Its head was a tapestry of wounds, its features barely recognizable. Bang! At last, Chiba launched a decisive strike, causing the Red Wolf Bandit to stumble backward. Without granting it a moment's respite, Chiba leaped forward, wielding his blade with relentless precision, striking the bandit multiple times until it finally succumbed to defeat. Chiba sheathed his small knife and retrieved a larger blade from his soul guide ring, severing the bandit's head with a single, powerful stroke. He raised it high, basking in the glory of victory. Oh, the crowd, Fatty, Dajiang, Renxue, Fu Fei, Qin Xinyu, Wang Yu, Zhao Rongyao, Longblade, celebrated exuberantly, having vanquished not only the last of the Red Wolf bandits, but the entire gang. Suddenly, Chiba recalled that a leader of a bandit group like the Red Wolf should possess a soul bone. He immediately searched the lifeless body and, to his satisfaction, unearthed a soul bone from its chest. Examining it closely, he observed intricate patterns adorning the bone, resembling blood vessels and tendons, entirely crimson in hue. Chiba decided to keep it, choosing not to absorb it himself or allow anyone else to do so. After all, a soul bone from a bandit leader was anomalous. Absorbing it could yield unforeseen consequences. Instead, he resolved to utilize it as a material for crafting in the 8 trigrams furnace, which seemed a far better option. Once he completed his current tasks, Chiba intended to procure materials for forging and alchemy at the Imperial Palace of the Tindo Empire. Brother Yi, you truly are remarkable. Thank you for saving us. Without you, we would have perished, so we owe you our lives, and we shall repay this debt in due time. Your intention is commendable, yet I fervently hope that such a day never arrives. Chiba, Yigo leaped gracefully, embracing him, and began to weep softly. It was a moment of overwhelming joy at having escaped from the jaws of death, rather than sorrow. Chiba prepared several healing carrots for the group, restoring their injuries to address the matters at hand. Qin Xinyu nodded at him with a smile before turning to the others. Please form a line. We shall convene a meeting. Chapter 61, Jealousy and Rivalry. After consuming the healing carrots, the wounds healed, and they stepped forward, forming an orderly line. Chiba walked directly behind Qin Xinyu, gazing at her silhouette. It must be said, her alluring figure was captivating. Qin Xinyu glanced back at the group, sensing an unusual gaze upon her. Everyone has witnessed the successful completion of our wolf hunting mission. Indeed, they all exclaimed in unison. Originally, the task was to hunt 100 wolf bandits. Who could have anticipated the presence of 900 more? Had it not been for Brother Yi, we would have become the prey of the wolf bandits ourselves. Brother Yi? Indeed. All eyes turned toward him, and no one dared to contest this acknowledgement. They raised their hands in unison. Yes, Captain. Responding promptly, they began to clear away the wolf bandits. For those still alive, they delivered a final blow. For each wolf bandit slain, a reward of 100 gold soul coins would be granted. Thus, for 1,000, that amounted to 100,000 gold soul coins. It must be noted that the group had amassed quite a fortune. The mere fact that they survived was a source of great joy, and they were likely to gain notoriety as well. With fervor, they worked diligently, soon collecting the ears of all 1,000 wolf bandits. Subsequently, they located the women who had been captured by the bandits and departed together, arriving at a small village at the foot of the mountain. The women tidied up the village and made it their home. Though exhausted, with several severely injured, happiness radiated from their faces. Having completed the task of eliminating 1,000 wolf bandits together, they felt triumphant and grateful to be alive. As they regarded Chiba, their initial disdain transformed into awe, respect, and even fear, surpassing their feelings for Qin Xinyu. They understood that without him, their fate would have been dire. They all owed him a debt of gratitude that mere words could not adequately express. The saying great kindness is not spoken of held true for them. Particularly, Wang Yu and Fu Fei, 2 beautiful maidens, gazed at Chiba intently, while the envious Renxue could hardly contain her irritation, wondering if they had never seen a man before. Qin Xinyu was not much better off. Her eyes frequently darted toward Chiba, her greedy intentions unmistakable. This man is a necessity for me. Otherwise, I shall not be called Qin Xinyu. The boys, Dejiang, Long Run, and the chubby one, gazed at him with wide, adoring eyes, almost kneeling down to express their gratitude. Renxue took the initiative, strategically positioning herself beside him, clutching his right arm to assert her claim. She boldly declared her standing in Qianye's eyes to the girls, Fu Fei and Wang Yu, making it clear that they were not her rivals, urging them to retreat. However, Wang Yu and Fu Fei regarded Renxue with disdain, their focus solely on Qianye, seemingly dismissing any competition from her. Suddenly, Qin Xinyu stood up and approached Qianye, her gaze shifting to Zhao Rongyao, who sat to his left. You, get up and take my seat. Zhao Rongyao stared at her, bewildered, then turned to Qianye, realization dawning upon him as he promptly stood. Team leader, please, take your seat. He hurriedly moved to occupy the space Qin Xinyu had vacated. Qin Xinyu smiled subtly and plopped down beside Qianye, causing a slight tremor, her body inching closer to him. Qianye immediately sensed the softness of her form and the delicate fragrance she exuded, a unique scent that was distinctly hers. Not merely a fragrance from a bottle. It seemed that this senior had succumbed to her own allure. As Qianye pondered this, Qianrenxue unexpectedly grasped his left hand with both of hers, inspecting it closely. Yigo, your hands are quite sturdy. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, taken aback by her audacity in examining Qianye's hand. Renxue rolled her eyes, pondering Qianrenxue's intentions, thinking, you think you can seduce my ego? I'm not easily fooled. Yigo, after slaying so many wolf bandits alone, you must be exhausted. Allow me to give you a massage, shall I? The crowd was left speechless. Without waiting for his response, Renxue stood and began to massage his back. Qianye, not one to refuse such assistance, found it rather agreeable, saving both money and effort. Qianrenxue, watching Renxue, felt a surge of irritation but maintained her composure, thinking to herself, little girl, you're not a match for me. Yigo, after walking so far, your legs must be sore. Let me massage them for you. She swiftly extended her delicate hand to begin massaging his left leg. The group, including De Jiang and the others, was left astonished, realizing that the usually stern and aloof team leader had a surprisingly gentle and caring side. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Suddenly, in a moment of disbelief, they witnessed another unexpected scene. Wang Yu, having stood up unbeknownst to them, kissed Qianye's left cheek, leaving a faint pink lip print. Simultaneously, Fu Fei had also risen, crouching before Qianye to remove his right shoe. Yigo, after such a long journey, your feet must be aching. Let Fei Fei help relieve the discomfort, if you don't mind. Despite the unpleasant odor, she wore a smile. Qianye and the others were left speechless. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu also crouched down to the left of Qianye, removing her shoes. Brother Yi, I believe your left foot is more fatigued. Allow me to massage it for you. This left De Jiang and Zhao Rongyao utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the four beautiful women would take the initiative to provide him with a massage, dispelling their usual cold and lazy demeanor, transforming into gentle and considerate young ladies. Moreover, the four of them had now become mere spectators. Qianye felt a flutter of unease. It was the first time he had been treated with such attentiveness by these four women, and it was only natural that his heart soared. The four exchanged glances, each unwilling to yield to the others, before lowering their heads to continue the massage. Qianye, recognizing that one does not strike a smiling face, decided to embrace the situation rather than refuse. Thus, he was pampered throughout their journey, receiving meticulous care, enjoying a regal treatment. Days later, Chapter 62, Absorbing Duel. 100,000-year red soul rings. Awakening naturally in the afternoon, Qianye felt refreshed. No longer drowsy, he got up, washed his face, and left the dormitory. Now at level 70, he intended to absorb his 7th soul ring, reaching the Soul Sage level. Once at Soul Sage, he would be merely 2 steps away from becoming a title Douluo. With the assistance of the system, the process of leveling up was effortless. As long as he absorbed high-quality soul rings, his soul power would soar with ease, just as the system had previously gifted him 200,000-year red soul rings. Absorbing them would likely propel him up by 8 or 9 levels without difficulty, saving precious time otherwise spent on training. After all, relying solely on cultivation, many soul masters would never reach the title Douluo level in their lifetimes. Otherwise, the number of title Douluos in Douluo continent would be exceedingly rare. In the Spirit Hall, the number of title Douluos would not exceed 20, and the count of super Douluos would remain below 10. Currently, there were only 3 limit Douluos in the entire Douluo continent: Qian Douluo, Tangchun, and the Sea Poseidon. Bibi Dong was currently at around level 97 or 98. Qianrenxue still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving godhood. For Qianye, attaining both godhood and super godhood was merely a matter of time. As for Tang San, he was still gradually developing. With a swift motion, Qianye exited the academy and made his way to a secluded grove in the back mountain, venturing deeper into the forest. Soon, he arrived at a remote corner of the woods. After surveying the area to ensure no one was around, he decided to absorb his soul rings there. White Dragon, come forth. He summoned her, as she could assist in providing protection during the process. Having a capable guardian was advantageous. Qianye smiled with a hint of mischief. The White Dragon was his personal creation, and he could summon her at will without any cost. Fortunately, the White Dragon was obedient. Otherwise, it would have required an immense amount of energy to manage her, although her current strength was merely 1/10 of her original. Even that fraction was formidable compared to Qianye's current power. Even if the Silver Dragon King, Yuena, were to make an appearance, she would hardly stand a chance against the White Dragon, not even to a fraction of her prowess. Although both are dragons, they belong to different realms, resulting in a vast disparity in their inherent abilities, stretching into the millions. Within mere seconds of Qianye's call, the White Dragon emerged from his forehead, hovering before him. She parted her lips, revealing her 2 pristine little fangs that glimmered under the sunlight. exuding an irresistible charm. Despite her occasional aloofness and stern demeanor, even radiating an aura of menace, Qianye felt assured that no matter how formidable she may be, she would still heed his commands. "Master, is there something you wish to discuss by summoning me?" inquired the white dragon, her large eyes wide with curiosity. "It is as such. I require your protection while I absorb 2 soul rings," Qianye responded. The white dragon blinked, her interest piqued. "Master, I can certainly provide protection. But what of a reward?" "Reward? What kind of reward?" Qianye was taken aback by the white dragon's unexpected request. "Perhaps a potion or a spirit herb. Do you have any?" The white dragon gazed at him with eager anticipation, her eyes filled with longing. Qianye sighed, acknowledging that he indeed lacked such items at the moment, and certainly could not produce them right now. However, he contemplated a trip to the Sunset Forest to procure some herbs, or even concoct potions if necessary. "Could I defer this request for now?" he proposed. The white dragon pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, master. But you must promise me double the reward next time. Is that agreeable?" After a moment of thought, she nodded. "Then it is settled, but do not deceive me, or I shall not let you off lightly." "Do you think I would dare consume you?" Qianye chuckled, dismissing her warning. He had no intention of deceiving her. "If I were to lie, I shall grant you triple the reward." The white dragon scrutinized him for a moment, and, seeing no sign of deceit, responded, It seems the white dragon has grown wiser." Qianye mused silently that it would be impossible to expect her to serve without compensation in the future. Nevertheless, considering his current circumstances, it was only fitting to provide her with some form of reward. After all, fostering loyalty was essential. He feared nothing more than an uncooperative spirit guardian, which would feel like having an ancestor in one's presence. With a shake of his head, Qianye retrieved a 100,000-year red soul ring from his system space to absorb. The white dragon circled around him, her vigilance heightened by the prospect of a reward, demonstrating her newfound dedication. Indeed, it is true that great rewards inspire great courage. As Qianye observed the white dragon's focused protection, he settled into a meditative state. After half an hour, he successfully absorbed the first 100,000-year soul ring. Following a brief rest, he extracted the second 100,000-year soul ring to commence the absorption process. Another half an hour later, he completed the absorption of the second soul ring with precision. Host, Qianye. Gender, male. Age, 11. Constitution, 79. Non-standard, 100. Number of martial spirits, 3. Food martial spirit, carrot, awakened, with 7 soul rings. Purple, black, 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 red. Weapon soul, twin swords, awakened, soul rings, 7. Purple, black, 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 red. Divine weapon soul, 24 winged eternal angel, awakened, soul rings, 2. Crimson gold, crimson gold. Soul bones, 2. 100,000-year external soul bone, metamorphosis 1. 39,000-year external soul bone, 8 spider spear 1. Soul power level, 79, soul saint. Qianye glanced at his attribute panel, noting that his soul power had reached the impressive level of 79, marking him as a soul saint. Indeed, after absorbing 200,000-year red soul rings, his cultivation had skyrocketed by 9 levels. With a little more effort, he would soon attain the coveted level of 80. Smiling to himself, he stood up, contemplating that his stay at the academy would not last much longer, as Douluo would soon assign him to be an undercover agent in the Heaven Do Empire. This matter was likely known to Bibi Dong as well, for in the original narrative, she was clearly aware of Qianrenxue's undercover mission. Qianye thought it prudent for this cold woman to be informed. For now, Bibi Dong remained relatively rational and aligned with his interests. "Master, have you finished?" The white dragon approached, perching on his left shoulder, her big, watery eyes gazing up at him. Qianye cast her a glance, playfully scooping her into his palm and teasing her. Hee. The white dragon giggled uncontrollably. "Master, you are so naughty. If you keep this up, I might just become unhappy and refuse to protect you in the future." Qianye was unperturbed by her threats. "Rest assured, within a month, I will surely reward you." "That would be splendid." The white dragon chuckled, disappearing into his forehead, retreating into his mental space. As Qianye approached his dormitory, he noticed a girl clad in the academy's golden uniform sitting at the entrance, her head buried between her legs, completely still. Her flowing golden hair, snow-white skin, slender figure, oval face, and large eyes made her appear almost angelic, ethereal in her beauty. Instantly recognizing her as Qianrenxue, he silently approached from behind and embraced her. "Ah, brother Qianye, you startled me," she exclaimed. Qianye chuckled, finding delight in her adorable demeanor. "Xiaoxue, it's been a while since we last met. I've missed you." She did not push him away but retained her smile. "I heard from Renxue that there was a mistake with your mission information. Is that true?" "Yes. I suspect Renxue has informed you of the details." Qianrenxue nodded. Brother Qianye, even though everything is fine, I still worry about you. I understand. And I have been thinking of you while out here. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue's cheeks flushed, and she took his hand, urging him to follow her. Come with me. Where to? To see grandfather. He wishes to speak with you. Without further ado, Qianye silently followed her. It was not difficult to deduce what Douluo would want to discuss with him. Qianrenxue quickly led him to the Elder Hall's conference chamber, where they came to a halt. Seated above was the blonde gentleman, none other than Douluo. Grandfather Qian, did you seek me out? Qianye inquired, gazing at Douluo. Despite being over a century old, the man's appearance belied his age, presenting as if he were merely in his 30s. He bore no signs of aging. In fact, he resembled not the grandfather of Qianrenxue, but rather her father. Having been raised by her grandfather since childhood, Qianrenxue had never truly grasped the essence of paternal love. After all, her father, Qianrenxue, had passed away before her consciousness truly formed. Lacking a father figure, she could not fathom the depth of paternal affection. Perhaps she had subconsciously regarded Douluo as her father. Chapter 63. An engagement with Qianrenxue is successfully arranged. Xiaoyi, I heard about your recent wolf extermination mission, where you vanquished over 1,000 wolf bandits. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Douluo fixed his gaze upon him. It was a rhetorical question. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of a level 99 limit Douluo, Qianye felt no fear. Such an emotion was foreign to him. Armed with his own hidden strengths, he felt less intimidated, and his familiarity with Douluo alleviated the uncertainties that often breed fear. Indeed, Qianye chose not to elaborate further. To overshadow one's superior is rarely a commendable endeavor. Regardless of his prowess, Douluo was still a level 99. Respect was due. Qianye fell silent, opting to listen to Douluo's discourse before rendering judgment. After a brief pause, Douluo continued. Do you know why I summoned you today? I am not a mind reader. How could I possibly know? Qianye replied, unwilling to speculate on his intentions. Although he surmised it might pertain to a particular matter, he preferred that Douluo articulated himself. Standing to the side, Qianrenxue listened intently to their exchange, refraining from interrupting. However, her cheeks had begun to flush, for she was already aware of the conversation's direction. Well then, let me inform you. I have decided to arrange for you and Xiaoxue to become engaged. Xiaoxue has already consented. It is now up to you to clarify your feelings, Douluo stated directly. An engagement with Xiaoxue. Qianye had not anticipated that Douluo would proactively propose such a union. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. With his 24-winged, eternal angel martial soul, a union with Qianrenxue would render them invincible. Their offspring could potentially inherit even more exceptional and powerful angelic abilities. It was evident that Douluo had calculated this to his advantage. Otherwise, why would he have taken such an interest in him? After all, Qianrenxue was the young mistress of the Spirit Hall, destined to lead it in the future. Whether as a High Elder or the Pope, she was the inheritor of the six-winged angelic deity. Should he decline, Douluo would likely make his displeasure known. Nevertheless, for Qianye, this was not an unwelcome development. He harbored genuine feelings for Qianrenxue and admired her beauty and excellence. He had no reason to refuse. Even if Douluo opposed their union, he would still hold Qianrenxue's hand and walk alongside her. Although she possessed confidence in herself and in Chiba, the weight in her heart could not be alleviated until he provided a definitive answer. Douluo remained composed, squinting slightly, refraining from pressuring Chiba for a response. In his view, Chiba's feelings for his granddaughter were grounded, stemming from genuine affection. Given her identity, beauty, and excellence, it seemed unlikely that Chiba would be foolish enough to reject both her and Xiaoxue. Most importantly, Douluo believed that Chiba, being a person of gratitude, would not forget the kindness he had shown him throughout his upbringing and mentorship. Certainly, Chiba would not refuse. Yet, his assumptions were not entirely accurate. Chiba's affection for Qianrenxue was not rooted in her identity, her accomplishments, or her beauty, but rather in their professional compatibility. Love is often devoid of reason. As the saying goes, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Chiba's fondness for Qianrenxue was akin to that of a lover seeing their beloved as the epitome of beauty. There were no elaborate reasons behind it. She simply met his criteria and preferences. Even if Qianrenxue were not Douluo's granddaughter, he would still hold affection for her. Chiba's feelings were solely for Qianrenxue as an individual. Everything else was inconsequential. As for power, wealth, resources, or manpower, he had no need for concern at present. With a golden opportunity at hand, he could traverse the realms, effortlessly contending with formidable beings from Douluo continent and those of moderate strength from Douluo star domain. This was a resolution that brought great satisfaction to both the grandfather and granddaughter. At that moment, Qianrenxue was moved to tears, her crystalline tears cascading down her fair face as she covered her eyes with delicate hands. witnessing the tears on Qianrenxue's face. Chiba recalled the poignant scene in the original text where she wept, and his heart ached for her. He stepped forward, extending his hand to wipe away her tears. Xiaoxue, you're all grown up. Why are you still crying? Chiba and I. Qianrenxue suddenly embraced him, weeping sorrowfully. Chiba understood that her tears were not born of sadness, but rather of overwhelming joy. Very well, indeed. Chidaliu, observing the genuine love between the two, felt a swell of emotion within, and a smile graced his face. It had been a long time since he had felt such happiness as he did that day. Yet, for Xiaoxue and Chiba to truly come together, they would have to endure a series of trials. After all, being the son-in-law of Chidali was no trivial matter. After embracing for a while, Chiba and Qianrenxue eventually released each other, mindful that Chidaliu was watching and should not be treated as a mere bystander. Xiaoxue, now that your engagement has been established, you must not waver in your commitment. Do you understand? Chidaliu admonished. Grandfather, I will never waver, Qianrenxue assured him. Rest assured, grandfather. My love for Xiaoxue is sincere and unyielding, as steadfast as rock, Chiba earnestly promised. Chidaliu nodded. With your words, I can rest easy. He then presented a marriage certificate for them to sign. Xiaoya, do sign it, he prompted. Of course, grandfather. Without hesitation, Chiba took the certificate and with swift strokes inscribed his name. Thus, their engagement was officially sealed. Qianrenxue hesitated as she gazed at Qianye, contemplating leaving with him. Qianye, perceiving her thoughts, nodded in acknowledgement, aware that the decision was beyond his control. I will, he affirmed. Ultimately, her figure faded from the hall's entrance. Alone, Qianye faced Qiandaolu, and the atmosphere in the council chamber felt somewhat oppressive. Qiandaolu squinted his eyes and suddenly remarked, Xiaoya. The next matter at hand is your assignment as an undercover agent in the Tindo Empire. Qianye nodded, inviting him to continue. Rest assured, this has already been arranged by your grandfather. When you depart, we will have personnel there to assist you. You need only to prepare thoroughly, and success will be assured. Then, Grandfather Qian, when shall I set off? Qianye sought to ascertain the departure date to make early preparations. No more than 10 days, perhaps half a month. Your grandfather will notify you then. Understood. Exiting the Elder Hall, Qianye made his way towards the academy, contemplating bringing Qianrenxue and Renxue to the Spirit City's Great Soul Arena for a few matches before departing. The Great Soul Arena presented an excellent opportunity to enhance practical combat experience, albeit it also functioned akin to a gambling den. The distinction lay in the fact that bets were placed on battles between Soul Masters. The competition rules at the Great Soul Arena were generally confined to 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, typically involving around 7 participants. The Soul Master strengths were matched based on comparable soul power levels, or alternatively, they could negotiate terms for their duel. The Great Soul Arena was widespread across the Douluo continent. Its existence was unique as it was neither governed by the Spirit Hall nor the 2 great empires, but rather established by the continent's 7 most prestigious Soul Master families, wielding wealth that rivaled nations. Qianye had gained insights about the Great Soul Arena from the original text, and had also acquired considerable knowledge during his time at the Spirit Hall Academy. Chapter 64, The Great Soul Arena, The Betting Zone 11 Soul Battle begins. Brother Yi, where have you been? He turned to see 3 beautiful women trailing behind him. Fu Fei, Qin Xinyu, and Wang Yu, the female team members from the previous wolf elimination mission. At this moment, the 3 were gazing at him with eager expressions, their voices familiar. After all, during the last mission, Qianye had concealed his identity and appearance, wearing a mask, and Renxue had maintained a high level of confidentiality. Naturally, the trio was unaware that the youth before them was indeed Brother Yi. Renxue, you call him Brother Yi? Wang Yu inquired curiously, noticing his familiar stature. Fu Fei and Qin Xinyu also regarded him with a sense of recognition, albeit lacking the confidence to affirm their suspicion. Renxue chuckled, glancing at the 3 girls and said, Sister Qin, weren't you curious about who Brother Yi is? Far away yet close at hand. Allow me to reintroduce him. This is Brother Yi, whose true name is Qianye. Qianye, the one who possesses twin martial souls. Qin Xinyu gazed at him in disbelief. Qianye longed to clarify that he actually bore 3 martial souls, but reconsidered, knowing that his 3rd martial soul had yet to be publicly disclosed. As the gentle waters shimmered with a smile, Renxue spoke. Indeed, Yigu, Qianye, you can surely understand. Fu Fei circled around him, exclaiming, Qianye not only possesses twin martial souls, but also awakens with an innate spirit power that reaches level 30. He is undoubtedly the most exceptional talent in our Spirit Hall Academy, perhaps even across the entire continent. Wang Yu nodded. I see now, Yigu, Qianye. No wonder you are so formidable. You are truly extraordinary. Qin Qianyu's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Qianye from head to toe. Junior Qian, You have kept this secret quite well. Even your sister was deceived. Turning to Renxue, she admonished, and you, Renxue, since you've concealed this from your sister until now, I wondered when our academy would have a genius like Yigo. It turns out to be Junior Qian, which explains everything. Renxue playfully stuck out her delicate tongue. You cannot blame me for this. It was Yigo who asked me not to say anything, so I had no choice but to keep it a secret. In that moment, the three ladies surrounded him, akin to discovering a new world, drawing the attention of many fellow students. Qianye, wishing to avoid dawdling, turned to Renxue and said, I plan to engage in a few matches at the Grand Seoul Arena. Would you care to join me? If so, wait for me at the entrance while I fetch Xiao Shui. Absolutely. Renxue replied without hesitation. Yigo, I will wait here. Please hurry. Qianye then turned to summon Qianrenxue, considering it both a training opportunity and a form of amusement. After a brief discussion among Qin Qianyu, Wang Yu, and Fu Fei, they decided to accompany him to observe the soul battles. Once Qianye called Qianrenxue, the group made their way to the Grand Seoul Arena. On their journey, Fu Fei, Wang Yu, and Qin Qianyu showered Qianye with flattery, inciting jealousy from Qianrenxue and Renxue. However, Qianye remained unperturbed, which somewhat calmed the two lady spirits. The six of them soon arrived at the Grand Seoul Arena located in the northern district of Spirit City. As the premier arena of Spirit City, it boasted a larger and more luxurious expanse compared to typical city arenas. After all, Spirit City is the largest gathering place for spirit masters on the continent, rivaling the bustling cities of Tindo and Xinghua. The grandeur of this arena certainly matched that of the capitals of the two great empires. Wang Yu, Qin Qianyu, and Fu Fei were no strangers to the Grand Seoul Arena, having visited multiple times before, while Qianye, Renxue, and Qianrenxue were experiencing it for the first time. Yet, this was inconsequential to Qianye. Strength alone could yield a spectacular debut. Upon entering, under the guidance of Qin Qianyu and the others, they paid 10 gold soul coins to register their names. Subsequently, they proceeded to the waiting area to await the arrangement of their first soul battle. Qianye, along with Qianrenxue and Renxue, deliberated on commencing with one-on-one matches, followed by two-on-two, and culminating in group battles. For the group battles, Qianye had already coordinated with Qin Qianyu and the others to form a team for a 6-on-6 clash. The Grand Seoul Arena required spirit masters to register under real names, with each individual permitted only one registration. No matter which city's arena one entered, there was but a single opportunity for registration. The Grand Seoul Arena has implemented these measures to ensure fairness and justice, while simultaneously preventing certain individuals from taking advantage of the chaos for their own profit. Although this is Chiba's first registration, his soul power has already reached level 79. Thus, it is only natural for him to face opponents exceeding level 70 in the first round. The Grand Seoul Arena features 3 combat formats for soul masters: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. There are also gambling fights, life and death battles, and wagered contests. The gambling fights consist of matches where the outcome is merely a matter of winning or losing, akin to the 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group formats. The wagered contests involve spectators placing bets on which soul master will triumph. The house, of course, is the Grand Seoul Arena. The audience below, primarily local residents, have purchased tickets to witness the spectacle, seeking visual stimulation. Life and death battles, by contrast, are conducted between sworn enemies, where the outcome is a matter of life or death. On the one-on-one soul battle stage, a figure suddenly descended from the ceiling on a skateboard. The young man, whose hair gleamed with oil and whose face was adorned with a dusting of makeup, held a soul guide device and addressed the audience. Greetings, everyone. I am the host, Xiao Shui, of the first gambling area of the Soul Arena, and I am also your old friend. Welcome to the Martial Soul Grand Arena. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of applause, whistles, shouts, and various other noises, all blending into a vibrant atmosphere. Xiao Shui smiled and said, Please quiet down, for we are about to commence our first soul battle, which promises to be of high quality. You may be wondering why. So allow me to reveal that both competitors in today's first one-on-one duel are soul saints of level 70-something. Moreover, I will provide a spoiler. Both contestants are at level 79. The audience erupted in excitement. Xiao Shui continued with a slight smile. Now, let us welcome our first contestant, whom you all know well, Ma Xianjing. Ma Xianjing, a level 79 soul saint, has participated in 99 soul battles, with 39 losses and 60 victories, and has recently achieved an impressive 9 consecutive wins. It remains to be seen if he can secure victory against an opponent of equal caliber today. If he wins, that will mark his 10th consecutive victory. A fervent cheer arose from the audience at the mention of Ma Xianjing's name, clearly demonstrating that a significant portion of the spectators had become his fans. At that moment, A tall and handsome young man emerged from the left backstage and stepped onto the battle stage. Ma Xianjing, victory is assured. Ma Xianjing, victory is assured. The audience erupted in fervor upon his arrival, illustrating his significant influence within the Grand Soul Arena. Chapter 65, Shocking the Audience. A unique soul ring configuration. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully checking in at the Martial Soul Grand Arena. Reward, 2 10,000-year soul rings and 1 million-year soul ring. Chiba felt elated upon hearing the check-in system's notification of such generous rewards. Contemplate oneself, and upon ascending to the next level, one would reach the formidable 80, absorbing 3 soul rings, thereby unquestionably achieving the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo. The distance to the title Douluo would then be but a mere step away. For other soul masters, this step may represent an insurmountable chasm, yet for Qianye, it appears rather effortless, a trivial matter indeed. Silence, please. The charming host called out to the audience, and once tranquility enveloped the arena, he continued, Now, let us welcome our second contestant. His name is Qianye, a 79th level soul saint, with a historical record of 0 in the Continental Great Soul Arena. 79th level with a record of 0? Is that even possible? 79th level. And this is his first registration at the Great Soul Arena? A rookie at 79, I've never encountered such a rural novice before. He truly stretches the limits of my imagination. Indeed, though he too is 79th level, he remains a novice and is surely no match for Ma Xianjing. Absolutely. Ma Xianjing has already achieved an impressive 9 consecutive victories at the Martial Soul Arena. It would be a marvel if he were to be challenged by this newcomer. As the audience continued their discourse, Qianye approached the battle stage from the right corridor, standing before all the spectators. In contrast to the enthusiastic welcome Ma Xianjing received, Qianye was met with a chorus of boos. With a historical record of 0 in the Great Soul Arena, it was no surprise that he was regarded as a novice, and his masked visage rendered him unrecognizable. Casting a casual glance around the arena, Qianye noted its opulent and exquisite decor, resembling not a battleground, but rather a luxurious cabaret. In this grand arena, soul masters are akin to stars gracing the stage of a concert, highly esteemed by the audience. Currently, Qianye found himself akin to a martial arts celebrity, presenting a spectacle of combat for the viewers. Once both participants had taken their positions, the charming host declared, Everyone, please be quiet. We are about to commence the battle between our contestants, Ma Xianjing and Qianye. The audience erupted once more, their excitement palpable as they readied themselves for the ensuing duel. At this moment, Qianye turned to face his opponent, who appeared to be around 30, a strikingly handsome man standing over 6 feet tall, with a physique reminiscent of Dai Mubai, though his long black hair cascaded down his back. At merely 11 years of age and standing at just over 5 feet 7, Qianye was naturally dwarfed by his opponent. Ma Xianjing scrutinized Qianye with a gaze that radiated disdain and underestimation. Suddenly, a surge of soul power emanated from him, and a series of soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. The 7 soul rings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, were all released. Qianye cast a glance at him. His soul ring configuration was yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. It was a remarkably standard arrangement of soul rings, yet it paled in comparison to his own. At that moment, a green crocodile emerged from behind Ma Xianjing. It was then that Qianye recognized Ma's martial spirit was the green crocodile. Ma Xianjing proudly unleashed his soul rings alongside his martial spirit, exuding confidence as he pointed at Qianye, declaring, It's your turn, kid. Qianye found Ma's provocative gaze insufferable and resolved to teach him a lesson, reminding him of his own arrogance and lack of vision. The crowd erupted in chants of Ma Xianjing, unbeatable. Ignoring the audience's indifference towards him, Qianye was determined to change their perception swiftly. He was brimming with confidence in his own abilities. With a hum, Qianye's soul power surged, and a series of soul rings manifested beneath him. Purple, black, 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 black. Red, 7 soul rings appeared simultaneously. Suddenly, the arena fell into complete silence, as if the hundreds present had collectively ceased to breathe. In truth, the spectators were simply astounded by Qianye's soul ring configuration. This included the 5 young ladies, Renxue, Qianrenxue, and Qianyu, watching from the stands, who were bewildered by the revelation that he had absorbed a 100,000-year red soul ring. My goodness, am I seeing things? Or is this soul ring configuration truly extraordinary? They mused. It was unheard of. The first soul ring was 1,000 years, and from the second ring onward, it started at 10,000 years. With 5 consecutive 10,000-year rings, culminating in a 100,000-year red soul ring as the 7th. In all of the continent, they had never heard of a soul master possessing such a prodigious configuration. Finally, a voice from the audience broke the silence, exclaiming, I just want to say he's incredible. So powerful. Despite Ma Xianjing's 9 consecutive victories, facing a monster like Qianye, even as a novice participating in the Grand Soul Arena for the first time, his chances were slim. Indeed, the Real is often hidden behind a veil. Qianye might very well be a master from a prestigious sect or family. As for why he had only registered at level 79, there must be a reason behind it. Only this way can the competition become more thrilling. If Ma Xianjing defeats him, that would truly demonstrate real strength. It remained uncertain, however, as Qianye's prowess was evident. And until the final moment, no one could ascertain who the ultimate victor would be. The audience had gained a new perspective on Qianye's strength, and no one dared to underestimate him any longer. On the sidelines, the young ladies and elegant women couldn't help but swallow hard upon witnessing Qianye's soul ring configuration, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They found themselves enamored, completely captivated, unable to tear their gazes away from him. Qiba, undeterred, shed his clothing, revealing not only his robust and powerful muscles, but also the nascent perfection of his 8-pack abs. The audience gasped in astonishment, with several young ladies and elegant women shrieking, their mouths watering and noses bleeding in sheer disbelief. They had not anticipated that such remarkable treasures lay beneath Qiba's garments. Without his revelation, one could hardly discern his formidable physique. Chapter 66, Level 79 Soul Sage. With his 7th soul skill, the True Spirit Manifestation, Qiba surged forward, instantly becoming the focal point of the arena and the youngest soul master on the continent to possess a 100,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, Ma Xianjing stood before him, now overshadowed and dimmed by Qiba's brilliance. How could he be so powerful? Despite his inner turmoil, Ma Xianjing refused to concede. His overconfidence lingered, convinced that, although Qiba's soul rings were formidable, he was merely a novice at the Grand Soul Arena. He believed that his inexperience would prevent Qiba from showcasing his true prowess, leaving Ma Xianjing with a fighting chance. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, he activated his first soul ring. First soul skill, 10 crocodiles unforgiving. Suddenly, 10 green crocodiles appeared behind him, each stretching about 10 feet in length, their gaping maws revealing rows of menacing white teeth as they charged towards Qiba. To his surprise, Qiba did not expect Ma Xianjing's first soul skill to be so potent, summoning 10 formidable crocodiles. The sheer force of the attack was indeed impressive. However, he remained undaunted. There was no way they could harm him. With a swift motion, Qiba unleashed his twin-section staff, grasping it firmly. First soul skill, Staff Assault. With each strike, the twin-section staff launched a relentless barrage in all directions within a 100-meter radius, creating a tumultuous wind. Bang, bang, bang. The twin-section staff unleashed a whirlwind of strikes, obliterating the 10 crocodiles before they could close in. Simultaneously, Ma Xianjing found himself retreating in panic, clutching his head from the onslaught. Moreover, Qiba's 1,000-year soul ring vastly outmatched Ma Xianjing's mere 100-year ring. Soon, Ma Xianjing was left battered and bruised, his face showing the toll of the encounter. At that moment, Ma Xianjing's second yellow soul ring ignited, causing his body to swell, his skin transforming to a vibrant green, adorned with crocodilian scales. Qiba assessed him, recognizing this as Ma Xianjing's second soul skill, a defensive technique. Indeed, when Qiba's staff struck him now, it failed to inflict any harm. Suddenly, Ma Xianjing let out a fierce cry, charging towards Qiba with fists and feet flying. It was evident that he intended to engage in close combat, relying on his defensive skill. Yet, Qiba knew that his own defensive capabilities surpassed Ma Xianjing's. If it came to a brawl, he was woefully unprepared. Ma Xianjing. Victory was his only thought. I will prevail. In the audience, many spectators fervently cheered for Ma Xianjing, their enthusiasm palpable. Additionally, his illustrious 10,000-year soul ring was a coveted treasure among soul masters. With a series of resounding thuds, Ma Xianjing approached, launching a barrage of attacks with his fists and feet. However, Qianye chose not to retaliate immediately. Instead, he deftly evaded the strikes, opting to toy with him for the moment. After all, given Ma Xianjing's speed, it was nearly impossible for him to land a blow. Once Ma Xianjing grew weary, Qianye planned to unleash a fierce counterattack, catching him off guard. Ma Xianjing was perplexed. Despite his swift punches, he was unable to land even a single hit on Qianye. Even when he connected, Qianye effortlessly avoided the impact. Unbeknownst to Ma Xianjing, Qianye had mastered the 9th level of his snowless footsteps technique, achieving an unparalleled level of finesse, far surpassing the speed that Ma Xianjing could muster with mere soul power. Invincible golden body, Qianye proclaimed, as a radiant golden light enveloped him from head to toe, dazzling the audience. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as they beheld his sudden transformation. As Ma Xianjing struck him with a few punches, he quickly sensed something was amiss, internally lamenting his predicament. Not only did he fail to inflict any damage, but he also found his own strength rebounding against him. The more force he exerted, the greater the recoil he experienced, nearly causing him to stumble. Seeing Ma Xianjing in such a state, Qianye seized the opportunity, eager to exploit the full potential of his invincible golden body technique. With a swift motion, he appeared behind Ma Xianjing, who had only just regained his footing and was unprepared for the impending attack. Before he could react, a punch struck him from behind. He barely managed to gasp before being hit. What followed was a relentless onslaught from Qianye. The invincible golden body could be activated 10 times a day, each instance lasting 30 seconds, ample time to thoroughly pummel Ma Xianjing. Ma Xianjing's cries of agony resonated as his defensive skills proved utterly inadequate against the might of Qianye's assault. The barrage shattered his defenses, and with no means of physical protection, he was left battered and bruised. Blood streamed from his nose, several teeth were knocked loose, and after collapsing to the ground, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. He was far too powerful. Ma Xianjing realized he could hardly touch him and had already suffered significant losses. As he struggled to rise from the ground, he contemplated the arduous battle ahead. After achieving a hard-fought 9 consecutive victories, he had aspired to reach 10, only to encounter such a formidable opponent. It seemed fate was not on his side, and his hopes for a flawless 10-win streak were rapidly fading. Observing the peculiar nature of Qianye's abilities, he understood he could not afford to linger. He needed to end this quickly and unleash his most potent technique. 7th Soul Skill, True Form of the Green Crocodile. Ma Xianjing shouted, as the 7th Soul Ring illuminated, merging his body with the essence of the green crocodile spirit. At last, the fusion began. His body underwent a remarkable transformation, enveloped in a vibrant green hue, evolving into a true colossal green crocodile, approximately 10 zhang in length. Ma Xianjing had now completely metamorphosed into this gigantic green beast. The audience was ablaze with excitement, eagerly anticipating a captivating spectacle. 7th Soul Skill, True Form of the Twin Halberds. Without hesitation, Qianye unleashed his full power, his 7th Crimson Soul Ring illuminating brilliantly. The twin halberds seamlessly merged with his form, coalescing into unity. Subsequently, Qianye's body transformed into an elongated red twin halberd, dazzling as it made its entrance onto the soul fighting stage. The spectators erupted in astonishment as both competitors showcased their ultimate abilities, joy and screams filling the air. "Wow, did you see that?" exclaimed the charming host, who balanced on a flying board above. "Our contestants, Ma Xianjing and Qianye, have revealed their trump cards and summoned their true forms for this decisive battle. Who will emerge victorious? Will it be Ma Xianjing or Qianye? Let us watch closely." With that, the host fell silent. Ma Xianjing, victory is assured. Ma Xianjing, victory is assured. Qianye, victory is assured. Qianye, victory is assured. Finally, some supporters rallied for Qianye. "Prepare to meet your doom," bellowed the green crocodile, lunging towards him with ferocity. Chapter 67, Victory. Qianye, wielding his twin halberds, would not remain passive. With a swift motion, he evaded the crocodile's strike and positioned himself behind it. A powerful swing struck the tail of Ma Xianjing's green crocodile, causing it to writhe in pain. Enraged and wounded, the crocodile retaliated, using its formidable body to withstand the assault of the halberds. Yet, Ma Xianjing's green crocodile was still a fraction too slow. As it turned, it was met with another blow to the head. Dazed and suffering, the crocodile felt stars burst before its eyes, overwhelmed by the pain. In a frenzy, it charged recklessly towards Qianye. The twin halberds would not allow the crocodile to close the distance, deftly retreating with each advance. Despite its substantial physique, the crocodile found itself unable to approach, its strength rendered futile, growing increasingly agitated. Suddenly, the speed of the twin halberds surged, raining down relentless strikes upon the crocodile's head. The creature cried out in anguish, fleeing in all directions across the soul fighting stage. Qianye's halberds were unyielding, anticipating the crocodile's every move, locking onto its position with precision. At this moment, the crocodile's head bore numerous wounds, while Ma Xianjing's expression turned pale with disbelief at the formidable prowess of his opponent. Truly, the soul rings he had absorbed were as terrifying as they appeared. The heavens seemed to conspire against him, as it became clear that his streak of 10 consecutive victories in the soul arena was at risk of being shattered. Ma Xianjing sighed deeply. With a flash of inspiration, Qianye's body separated from the twin halberd soul, revealing his true self. A smile graced Qianye's lips as he swiftly approached the green crocodile, directly seating himself upon its back. The crocodile let out a cry of distress, its visage pale and powerless, thrashing desperately in an effort to dislodge Qianye from its back. Chiba could never extricate himself from the grasp of the green crocodile. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he simply could not dismount. Ma Xianjing, although exasperated, found himself powerless against him. After a while of riding, Chiba grew bored and finally dismounted from the green crocodile. Suddenly, Ma Xianjing realized that unleashing his martial spirit's true form to confront Chiba had been a grave mistake. His green crocodile spirit was no match for the true form of the twin blades. Humiliated before the audience, he had been reduced to a mere mount. With a flash of insight, Ma Xianjing separated himself from the green crocodile spirit, revealing his true self. Below, he found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed. Chiba stood nearby, observing this individual, fully aware that no matter how he fought, he would remain firmly in control. Sixth soul skill, green crocodile tide. Ma Xianjing roared, activating his sixth soul skill, summoning an overwhelming tide of green crocodiles, countless in number, surging towards Chiba with alarming speed. Yet, Chiba remained unfazed, calm, and unhurried. Retreating gracefully as he declared, sixth soul skill, stick, stick, stick. Twin blades, long and short, crushing sticks, one after another, leaving a path of destruction. Immediately, colossal twin blades, each measuring 10 zhang in length and 10 zhang in diameter, materialized around Chiba. These massive sticks spun and rolled forward, shaking the very ground beneath them. They crushed the incoming green crocodiles, leaving nothing but shattered remnants in their wake. Ultimately, they rolled directly towards Ma Xianjing. With no choice, Ma Xianjing leaped to evade the oncoming twin blades, narrowly avoiding being crushed beneath them. Meanwhile, his soul power was depleting rapidly. He had never anticipated that this soul duel would prove so perilous. Initially, he had believed that defeating Chiba would be a trivial task. Now, he realized how misguided that assumption was. Suddenly, a series of sounds emanated from Chiba's back as 8 10-meter-long, spear-like appendages sprouted forth. These were the external spirit bones of the human-faced demon spider, known as the 8 spider lances, cultivated over 39,000 years. The sight left the audience in awe. Is that a spirit bone? Yes, indeed. It was a spirit bone, resembling the long, slender legs of a spider. If I am not mistaken, these should be the 8 long legs of the human-faced demon spider, clearly showcasing the skill of the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. The revelation of the external spirit bone was astonishing, particularly that of the human-faced demon spider, renowned for its lethal defensive capabilities and skills. Observe the 8 spider lances, each extending 10 meters. This must be the spirit bone of a human-faced demon spider aged over 10,000 years. Such a formidable creature is a nightmare for both ordinary spirit beasts and spirit masters alike. It is shocking that he managed to hunt such a beast. Clearly, he is no ordinary opponent. Today, Ma Xianjing is truly at a disadvantage, confronting such a formidable anomaly. Even if he were to summon 10 more of himself, achieving 10 consecutive victories seems utterly implausible. There was nothing to be done. It was simply unfortunate for him. After arduous efforts, he had managed to achieve a remarkable streak of 9 consecutive victories, only to encounter such a formidable opponent, sealing his fate in defeat. The spectators buzzed with speculation regarding Chiba's external spirit bone, and concurrently conjectured that the outcome of this soul battle was undoubtedly in Chiba's favor. A flicker of trepidation arose in Ma Xianjing's heart. He had not anticipated that his adversary possessed not only a 100,000-year spirit ring, but also a spirit bone exceeding 10,000 years in age. It was evident that Chiba's background was extraordinary. Otherwise, he could not have acquired such remarkable assets. One could surmise that a mere youth like him could not possibly wield such power alone. No matter how hard he fought, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Even employing his 7th soul skill had resulted in his defeat. It was simply his misfortune to confront such an overwhelming behemoth. Chiba advanced with his 8 spider spears, moving closer to Ma Xianjing without a sound. This was the remarkable prowess of the man-faced demon spider. Once its cultivation reached over 10,000 years, it not only boasted incredible speed, but also the ability to conceal its presence and move silently. Chiba's external spirit bone, the 8 spider spears, possessed the same attributes, allowing him to approach stealthily. Ma Xianjing, already intimidated by Chiba, now contemplated surrender upon witnessing the silent approach of the 10-meter-long 8 spider spears, which sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. He feared that a mere prick from the 8 spider spears could lead to poisoning, and if pierced through and through, he would surely meet his demise. Ma Xianjing had no desire to forfeit his life over a soul battle. I concede. At last, under the pressure exerted by Chiba, Ma Xianjing shouted in surrender. Chiba paused momentarily. According to the rules of the Grand Soul Arena, unless it was a life-or-death battle, neither competitive nor gambling battles permitted harm to the opponent. Only in the event of an unforeseen circumstance could one verify the rights and wrongs of both parties. However, should one attack after the opponent had called for surrender, it would be deemed a deliberate act of harm. Now that Ma Xianjing had surrendered, Chiba stepped aside, awaiting the host to announce the outcome of the match. Chapter 68. The Duo of Duo, the Qian combination. The result was unequivocal. Chiba emerged victorious. The charming host, feigning astonishment, descended from the ceiling on his flying board and addressed the audience with a loud proclamation. I hereby announce that the ultimate winner of this soul battle is Chiba. Before the host could finish, the crowd erupted in chants of his name. Chiba! Chiba! The audience roared, their excitement palpable. Such a match was mere child's play for him. After all, among soul masters of the same rank, none stood a chance against him. Not to mention, he could easily dominate 3 or 4 opponents. The next to take the stage was Qianrenxue, who, in an effort to conceal her identity, did not directly utilize her 6-winged angel spirit in battle, but instead masqueraded with the spirit of the radiant peacock. Of course, this did not impede her performance in the slightest. In the presence of equally formidable opponents, she can almost effortlessly dominate them. This is the formidable prowess of a divinely ranked martial soul. Otherwise, Douluo would not have maintained his position as the paramount leader of the Spirit Hall. Not even Bibi Dong dared to challenge his authority. Before true power, all else is trivial. In another arena of the Soul Arena, Renxue participates in the Soul Duel competition. After all, the Great Soul Arena encompasses numerous subdivided arenas, allowing for simultaneous matches, thereby conserving resources. It also serves as a symbol of achievements and glory, among other records. Each victory accrues a point, while each defeat results in a deduction of 1 point. For Qianye to attain such accolades is undoubtedly within reach. Naturally, this represents the highest honor within the Great Soul Arena. Securing it essentially allows one to traverse the entire continent with ease. Qianye, along with Qinyu, Wang Yu, and Fu Fei, proceeds to the stands to observe Qianrenxue's duel. Below, a 2-on-2 match unfolds, and Qianye wishes to team up with Qianrenxue. Subsequently, they plan to invite Qinyu, Renxue, and Qianrenxue for a group duel. Brother Yi, your duel just now was truly spectacular, Wang Yu exclaims, gripping Qianye's hand with admiration. Qianye smiles silently, perceiving the warmth in Wang Yu's gaze, indicating her thoughts. Fu Fei quickly steps forward, seizing his other hand and deliberately leaning against him. Of course, if Brother Yi isn't impressive, who is? Qinyu rolls her eyes at her 2 junior sisters, then suddenly opens her arms to embrace Qianye's waist, pressing closely. Brother Yi, I adore such strong men. Ugh. Wang Yu and Fu Fei simultaneously cast a disapproving glance at Qinyu, turning away to ignore her. Qianye observes the girl's irritated expressions and chuckles softly. It seems his current charm has thoroughly captivated them. Although their abilities pale in comparison to his, among soul masters of the same rank, they are indeed among the elite. Soon, Renxue also secures a victory. Then, it is time for the 2-on-2 duel. Naturally, Qianye invites Qianrenxue to form a team for this match. However, team competitions require a name. After some contemplation, he decides on Qian Duo for its convenience and memorability. Before long, the staff registers their team name. The duo now awaits their turn to enter the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming match is a 2-on-2 team duel, announces the charming host as he flies to the duel platform. Please welcome our first team, the Xiongba Duo. The audience erupts in cheers. The host continues. The Xiongba Duo has a remarkable history in our Great Soul Arena, boasting 13 matches, 3 losses, and 10 victories, with an impressive recent streak of 7 consecutive wins. We hope they can continue their momentum and achieve an 8th consecutive victory. With that, a male and female soul master step onto the duel platform. The man appeared to be in his 50s, while the woman, exuding an enchanting beauty, seemed to be in her 40s, possessing ample bosom and voluptuous curves. One could easily imagine that in her youth, she must have been a stunning beauty. The audience erupted in cheers upon seeing the formidable duo known as the Xiongba combination. The charismatic host cast a glance at the 2 women and continued. The Xiongba combination is a sibling duo, with the elder brother Wu Xiao, a level 79 soul master of the 7 rings, and his sister Wu Niu, also a level 79 with a powerful martial spirit of a fierce bull. Those familiar with the Xiongba combination knew that the siblings possessed a unique martial spirit fusion technique, which was a significant factor in their strength against opponents of the same level. Curiosity piqued. The audience eagerly anticipated the identity and strength of the Xiongba combination's opponents. The host teased them, prompting a chorus of eager responses from the crowd. With a sly grin, he revealed, their opponents are the Qian combination. Although they are a novice duo, their prowess is commendable. Qianye, with a strength of level 79, and Qianrenxue, at level 44, were indeed formidable. Yet it was clear that Qianrenxue's cultivation fell short of the Xiongba siblings, casting doubt on their chances of victory. However, it must be acknowledged that the courage of the 2 members of the Qian combination was commendable. Laughter erupted among the audience, who believed that the Qian-Qian combination stood no chance against the Xiongba duo, particularly since Qianrenxue was only at level 44, significantly lower than the siblings who were both level 79 Soul Elders. Notably, Qianrenxue had recently advanced from level 33 to 44 through diligent training, which was a remarkable achievement, especially considering that she had only absorbed 2 fragments of an angelic legacy soul bone without any additional enhancements. In contrast, Qianye, though lacking the high-level Soul Elders, held the confidence to triumph over the Xiongba combination, embodying a certain prestige against Soul Masters of the same level. He believed he could emerge victorious even in overwhelming numbers, provided his soul power remained sufficient. Chapter 69. The Astonishing Pili Bala Team. As Qianye and Qianrenxue stepped onto the battle platform, the audience, which remained the same as before, recognized Qianye, who had already made his entrance. He cast a glance at his opponents, a man and a woman, both possessing tall and imposing physiques. The woman, in particular, was exceptionally alluring. Qianye felt a certain attraction towards such women. Now, let us invite the Xiongba combination and the Qian-Qian combination to commence their soul battle. As the announcement resonated, Wu Xiao and Wu Niu exchanged glances, their soul powers surging as they summoned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 soul rings beneath them. Qianye observed the configuration of their soul rings, which were uniformly yellow, purple, and black. It was unexpected to see that both members of the Xiongba combination were at the Soul Saint level, and both at 79, truly impressive. Suddenly, 2 fierce bull martial spirits manifested behind them. Chiba soon discovered that both he and Qianrenxue possessed the formidable martial soul of the fierce bull. Given their sibling bond and identical martial souls, such a phenomenon seemed quite natural. Chiba glanced at Qianrenxue, who returned his gaze, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Suddenly, a hum resonated as their soul rings emerged. Chiba boasted 7 soul rings, arranged as follows: purple, black, 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 and red. In contrast, Qianrenxue had 4 soul rings: yellow, purple, purple, and black. It was evident that their soul ring configurations surpassed those of the Xiongba duo, particularly Chiba, whose 100,000-year red soul ring was unmatched by the Wu Zhao siblings. The Wu Zhao siblings were taken aback upon witnessing Chiba's soul ring configuration, especially the striking red 10,000-year soul ring, which rendered them momentarily pale. "Sister, it seems that the young man opposite us is extraordinarily powerful," Wu Zhao exclaimed in awe. Wu Niu nodded in agreement, unable to refute the observation, not to mention that 10,000-year soul ring. Even his first soul ring is a 1,000-year one. The second has absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. His talent and strength are beyond ordinary comparison. Indeed, even without the little sister's intervention, that young man is impressively formidable. In a flash, Chiba activated his skills, Invincible Golden Body, Shadowless Kick. He swiftly maneuvered behind Wu Zhao, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, rendering Wu Zhao unable to unleash his soul abilities before he was sent flying. Wu Zhao cried out in distress as he was propelled off the battle stage and into the audience. Wu Niu, startled, was about to unleash her soul technique when Chiba was already upon her, launching her into the air with a powerful kick. Using the Shadowless Kick and Invincible Golden Body in conjunction with his nunchaku strikes, Chiba and Qianrenxue combined their techniques, and within less than a minute, they sent Wu Niu tumbling off the battle stage as well. Thus, the Xiongba duo faced utter defeat, while the Qianqian duo emerged victorious. In less than 3 minutes, the Qianqian duo triumphed over the Xiongba duo, winning the match. The audience erupted in cheers, celebrating the Qianqian duo's remarkable performance. Chiba grasped Qianrenxue's hand, standing before the audience as they awaited the host's declaration. "Spectacular! This is simply extraordinary," the charming host exclaimed as he descended from the ceiling. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that the ultimate victors of this match are the Qianqian duo." The crowd erupted in jubilant applause and cheers. Following this, Chiba intended to team up with Qin Xinyu and the other girls for a group battle. "Today's events have nearly concluded," he thought. "Brother Yi, your performance alongside Qianrenxue was truly remarkable. In under 3 minutes, you decisively defeated the Xiongba duo," Renxue praised as she approached Chiba. Chiba smiled modestly. "Indeed, given my strength, the Xiongba duo could hardly withstand my onslaught." Qin Xinyu stepped forward. "Chiba, do you still intend to form a team with us for a battle?" "Of course. I always keep my word," Chiba replied confidently, assuring them of his sincerity. Upon hearing his affirmation, Qin Xinyu's face lit up with joy as she rushed forward, embracing him and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. "I knew it. Brother Yi is the most loyal." Qianrenxue and Renxue exchanged eye rolls, disapproving of Qin Xinyu's proximity to Qianye, feeling that she was taking advantage of him. Wang Yu and Fu Fei also wore sour expressions. as they too harbored affections for Qianye, naturally experiencing jealousy. Their primary concern was not wanting to share Qianye's affection with another woman. Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming soul battle is a team showdown, with each side comprising 6 members, all possessing levels below the 70s, as announced by our charming host, Xiaoshui. Now, let us welcome our first team to the stage. They are the Rising Star Squad of the Spirit Arena, the Pili Pala team. With a flourish, 6 members, 3 males and 3 females, emerged from the left backstage corridor, taking their positions on the soul battle platform, forming a line as they playfully flaunted their charisma, blowing kisses and casting flirtatious glances, employing every tactic to engage the audience. Pila Pala team, victory is ours. Pila Pala team, victory is ours. Silence. Xiaoshui gestured for calm, interrupting the audience's cheers, and continued. The audience is aware that our Pila Pala team has achieved an impressive 13 consecutive victories in the Spirit Arena. Moreover, each member of the team boasts strengths ranging from the 60s to the high 70s, making them formidable competitors. Thus, I believe that the odds favor Pila Pala team in this match. The crowd erupted in excitement. Xiaoshui paused momentarily before announcing, next, let us welcome the 6 members of the formidable team, the Douluo team. This newly formed squad possesses levels ranging from 20 to 79. Although their average strength does not compare to that of the Pila Pala team, the captain, Qianye, has demonstrated impressive soul ring configurations, which we witnessed during the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles. His soul ring configuration consists of 1 purple, 5 black, and 1 red, beginning with a 1,000-year soul ring, and from the 2nd to the 6th, 10,000-year soul rings, culminating in a 100,000-year soul ring. Therefore, in the recent 2-on-2 battle, he triumphed over the 279-level soul saints of the Xiongba combination in under 3 minutes, indicating he should not be underestimated. Indeed, Qianye is exceptionally powerful, and not in an ordinary sense. Observing his soul ring configuration and soul bones, it is clear that he is not comparable to the average soul master. I am eager to see if Qianye can lead the Douluo team to victory over the Pila Pala team. However, this is no simple matter, as the average strength of the Pila Pala team members far exceeds that of the opposing team. The audience engaged in a comparative analysis of the strengths of both teams. Now, let us welcome our second team, the Douluo team, to the stage. Xiaoshui proclaimed. Chapter 70. First, eliminate the support-type soul masters. As Xiaoshui's words faded, Qianye, accompanied by 5 women, ascended the soul battle platform to greet the audience. Qianye walked with a steady gait, leading Qianrenxue and Qianrenxue, exuding an aura of a true king. Greetings, everyone. Qianye raised his hand in a welcoming gesture to the audience. Facing the opposing team, one could observe the Pili Pala squad consisting of 3 men and 3 women, the eldest around 50 years of age, while the youngest was in their 30s. It was evident that, apart from Chiba, a veritable anomaly endowed with extraordinary abilities, most soul masters did not possess the capability to reach level 60 or 70 without being around 30 years of age. As the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation, both sides unleashed their soul rings and summoned their martial souls, signaling the imminent commencement of battle. Chiba cast a glance at the 6 adversaries, offering a subtle smile. With his presence, their chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Golden Bell Shield. Chiba activated his protective barrier and directed it towards Qianrenxue and the other ladies, saying, "You all should take shelter inside. With the protection of the Golden Bell Shield, we can advance with confidence." Understood, Brother Yi. Qianrenxue and the others responded with elation, promptly retreating into the safety of the shield, rendering them immune to any attacks from the opposing team. They had already witnessed the formidable power of the Golden Bell Shield. Chiba strode towards them, surrounded by Qianrenxue, Wang Yu, and the others, ready to confront their foes with a relentless offensive. The 6 members of the Pili Pala squad unleashed a barrage of assaults against Chiba's Golden Bell Shield, employing their 1st through 7th soul skills, yet could not breach the formidable barrier. Chiba's Golden Bell Shield, at its 9th level, was a convergence of 9 golden bells, rendering it virtually indestructible. Before long, the spirit power of the 6 soul masters from the Pili Pala squad was nearly exhausted. Fortunately, among them was a support soul master, who could heal and replenish their spirit power. Otherwise, the team would have faced a devastating defeat. They had never anticipated such a formidable opponent, especially one with such robust defenses. Initially, they believed that Chiba was the only one at the 70+ level, and that the others, including Qianrenxue, were not particularly formidable, leading them to expect an easy victory. To their astonishment, they could not even breach Chiba's defense, leaving them bewildered about how to proceed. Fortunately, they boasted a level 78 support soul master, Zheng Yuyan. Otherwise, their spirit power would have been entirely depleted by now. Chiba took a moment to assess Zheng Yuyan from the Pili Pala squad. She had short purple hair and stood approximately 1 meter 69 tall. Her figure was strikingly elegant. Though her bosom was modest, her physique was undeniably flawless. As a 7-ring support soul master, her soul rings were arranged as follows: white, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 with the first soul ring being white. Although this first soul ring was merely a decade old, her 30-something status and level 78 prowess suggested that her absorption of the decade-old soul ring was fortuitous. Upon examining Zheng Yuyan's martial soul, it manifested as a purple plant adorned with 3 large blossoms at the top. Chiba recognized this martial soul as the 3 Lives Purple Orchid, a plant-type support martial soul. Despite its lack of renown, akin to Oscar's sausage martial soul, it was clear that it did not possess the fame of Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile from the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, or the formidable 9-heart begonia of Yilingling. However, Zheng Yuyan's extraordinary talent and her subsequent soul rings were of standard configuration. Even if her first soul ring did not compare to others, her later cultivation was sufficient to surpass the majority of soul masters. When it comes to the 9-heart begonia, it is undoubtedly the premier auxiliary spirit weapon soul in the realm of Douluo continent. However, despite its formidable strength, the 9-heart begonia possesses a critical flaw. Each generation of its inheritors can only be one, precluding the existence of multiple bearers simultaneously. Consequently, in terms of quantity, the 9-heart begonia is decisively outmatched by the 7-treasure glazed tile, which cannot be contested. The 3-life purple orchid serves as a healing-type plant spirit weapon soul. Thus, although several members of the Pai Pala team sustained injuries from the attacks of Qianrenxue and her companions, they were swiftly healed with the assistance of Zheng Yuyan. Therefore, the auxiliary soul masters are indeed the backbone of the Pai Pala team. A powerful auxiliary soul master is exceedingly valuable, although they lack offensive capabilities. They provide essential support to their combat-oriented counterparts. Primarily, the soul power of combat soul masters is finite. No matter how strong one may be, they are limited to 9 skills, and their soul power is not inexhaustible. Once depleted, it is gone. Furthermore, during battles, injuries are inevitable, rendering them unable to continue fighting without medical assistance. This is where the skills of auxiliary soul masters come into play. They possess abilities to replenish soul power and heal wounds. Additionally, they can enhance speed, alter forms, and replicate skills. Take Oscar's sausage spirit as an example. His flying sausage and replicating sausage skills are remarkably potent. Moreover, the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, 2 Super Douluo, have willingly submitted to Ning Fengzhi, clearly not out of allegiance to him, but rather due to the formidable power of the 7-treasure glazed tile spirit. "Brother Yi, my soul power is running low," Renxue suddenly exclaimed to him. Being only at the 23rd rank with 2 rings of soul power, it is entirely normal for her to exhaust her energy swiftly in battle. "Fear not, I shall conjure some carrots for you immediately," replied Qianye, who, with his carrot spirit, easily produced a dozen carrots and handed 2 to Renxue. She gratefully accepted and began to eat. Qianye also distributed 2 carrots each to Wang Yu, Fu Fei, Qianrenxue, and Qin Qinyu. Although the others still had some soul power left, they had utilized much of it, so preemptively replenishing and healing was prudent. After consuming 2 carrots, Qianrenxue and Fu Fei felt revitalized and launched a fierce counterattack against the Pai Pala team. Suddenly, Qin Qinyu turned to Qianye with a serious expression and said, "Brother Yi, look at the Pai Pala team. Their strength far surpasses our average. However, with your Golden Bell Shield skill for defense, they cannot harm us. And our soul power is merely being exhausted in vain. Yet, within the Pai Pala team, there exists a level 78 auxiliary female soul master, whose spirit is the 3-life purple orchid. She is responsible for healing and replenishing soul power. Thus, we must devise a strategy to incapacitate her first. Without this support, the Pai Pala team will not endure for long." "Consider it a trivial matter," Qianye responded confidently, prepared to take down Zheng Yuyan with ease. Qin Qinyu smiled, choosing not to contest Qianye's assertion. After all, his prowess had been demonstrated when he faced 1,000 wolf bandits at Baika Mountain. With him in action, the mere 6 members of the PLPL team were hardly a concern. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air as Qianye vanished from before Qin Qinyu. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Zheng Yuyan. The speed left Qin Qinyu utterly astounded. Zheng Yuyan, engrossed in assisting her teammates, remained oblivious to the imminent danger lurking behind her. Abruptly, she felt a tightening around her waist, and before she could utter a sound, her body felt weightless, vanishing from her original position. Chapter 71, Victory of the Team. Wow! Just moments ago, with a single move, Qianye executed the snowless step and positioned himself behind Zheng Yuyan. He did not strike nor intimidate her. Instead, he simply seized her and brought her to his side. When Zheng Yuyan finally grasped the situation, she was left in a daze, realizing that a young man had her waist firmly in his grip, rendering her unable to move. Qianrenxue, Qianrenxue, and Wang Yu exchanged amused glances. Qianye had effectively captured the opposing team's support soul master, delivering a resounding blow to their pride. Haha, it was indeed comical. The opposing support soul master had been captured by Qianye, leaving them in an awkward predicament. How amusing. I can only say that Qianye is truly formidable. The psychological impact on the PLPL team must be quite disheartening. Indeed, their average combat strength was already significantly overshadowed by the unbelievable team, and now, with their support soul master captured, their chances of winning had dwindled even further. The audience below, witnessing Qianye's capture of the PLPL team's support soul master, erupted in shock and discussion. They found it exhilarating. It can be said that Qianye's appearance had completely shattered their preconceived notions. Without a genius like Qianye, the unbelievable team would likely struggle to secure victory in this battle. Once Qianye took the stage, who could rival him? Now, with Zheng Yuyan, their steadfast support taken from them, the PLPL team faced an uphill battle to triumph. Moreover, they could not breach Qianye's impenetrable barrier, rendering it impossible to inflict harm upon him or his 6 companions. Thus, the PLPL team exchanged glances, retreating defensively and refraining from launching any attacks, opting instead to assess the situation. Observing their startled expressions, Qianye found it amusing. The PLPL team, despite being an experienced and well-coordinated squad, was caught off guard by Qianye, a peculiar anomaly who did not adhere to conventional tactics. Just moments ago, Qianye had silently maneuvered to their rear and captured their support soul master, leaving them in a state of alarm. They feared that with such speed, Qianye could similarly seize each of them, a feat they could not replicate. In an instant, the morale of the PLPL team teetered on the brink of collapse. Chiba cast a glance and immediately discerned that several members of the opposing team were stunned by his earlier maneuver. Let me go at once, or I shall not rest until I have my revenge. Zheng Yuyan writhed and struggled, a frigid woman who rarely smiled, unable to withstand Chiba's grasp. In her 30s, she was at the peak of her allure, yet she had always been aloof, preferring solitude over companionship, and had never entertained a romantic relationship. Although many men admired her, hewing in pursuit, she remained indifferent to their advances, regardless of their looks or intellect. Over time, she had become an aging singleton, having had little intimate contact with any man aside from her parents. Yet now, she found herself ensnared by a man from behind, which proved intolerable. Thus, she struggled fiercely. But no matter her efforts, she could not escape Chiba's hold. Being merely a support spirit master, she had no viable means of evasion against a battle spirit master like Chiba. Seeing Zheng Yuyan thrashing in his embrace amused Chiba. No matter how she fought, she could not break free from his grip. Suddenly, he locked his arm around her neck, maintaining a silent smile. An electrifying sensation coursed through Zheng Yuyan, rendering her limbs weak and limp, succumbing to his hold. Chiba chuckled softly, releasing her neck and turning her to face him, their eyes locking. Captivated by her crimson lips, he leaned in for a kiss. The entire arena fell into stunned silence, all eyes wide in disbelief at Chiba's bold action. Qianrenxue, Qianrenxue, Wang Yu, Renxue, and Fu Fei watched with expressions of jealousy, as if a pot of vinegar had been overturned. Zheng Yuyan offered no resistance, appearing both powerless and oddly enraptured by Chiba's kiss. After 3 seconds, he released her and pushed her towards Qianrenxue. Yu, restrain her. Yes. Qianrenxue rolled her eyes, annoyed by his audacity, and was in no mood to grant him a pleasant demeanor. Chiba, undeterred, viewed this as a strategic necessity. Conquering Zheng Yuyan was paramount. As for the other 5 members of the Pili team, he regarded them with indifference. In an instant, Chiba transformed into a fierce predator, charging towards the 5. Alarmed, the members of the Pili team activated their spirit rings in unison to confront him. With 2 members at level 70 and 3 in the 60s, they were formidable opponents. Qianrenxue and her companions swiftly joined the fray, engaging in intense close combat. The scene was thrilling, eliciting gasps from the audience, who finally witnessed what a comeback truly entailed. Chiba's performance had completely reshaped their perceptions. With a decisive kick, he sent 1 female member of the Pili team flying, rendering her unconscious upon impact with the ground. Only 4 remained: Qianye, Yizhan, Fu Fei, Wang Yu, and Qianrenxue. The delicate waters of their battle swirled around them. Qianrenxue clutched Zheng Yuyan, standing guard nearby. Suddenly, with a flurry of movement, 2 members of the Pili team, both in their 70s, were sent flying by Qianye, leaving only 2 struggling members in their 60s. Qianye shrugged, observing from the sidelines, as the presence of Qianrenxue and her companions rendered his intervention unnecessary. Before long, another member of the Pai Pala team let out a blood-curdling scream, having been kicked away by Qianrenxue. Ultimately, only one member of the Pala team remained in the fray. However, his soul power had been depleted, and Wang Yu and Fu Fei swiftly overwhelmed him, bringing him to the ground. Thus, Qianye's formidable team triumphed over the Pala team. Zheng Yuyan watched in disbelief as her teammates fell one by one, her eyes wide with astonishment. The Pala team's defeat by Qianye's team was nothing short of remarkable. Suddenly, from above, the voice of the charming host echoed, announcing, "I declare today as ultimate victor to be the unbelievable team." The cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating the victory of Qianye and his companions. Chapter 72. A beautiful visitor approaches. Reflecting on the day's events, Qianye reveled in the thrill of having won 3 consecutive battles in the soul arena, each victory exhilarating. Having wagered 100,000 gold soul coins, he had tripled his investment, yielding a substantial profit of 300,000 gold soul coins. Whistling contentedly, Qianye filled the bathtub with water and indulged in a long soak for nearly an hour before retiring to bed. Just as he lay down, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Curiosity piqued, he wondered who it could be. Possessing the Angel SI, Qianye could see through walls and closed objects, gaining a clear view of the outside world up to 790 meters away. Even the smallest ant within that range was visible in its movements. As his cultivation progressed, so too did the evolution of his Angel SI, allowing him to see further and with greater clarity. He estimated that with each increase in his soul power, the Angel SI could evolve by 10 points, enhancing his range and visual acuity by 10 meters. Thus, discerning the identity of the person outside was a trivial task for him. Using his Angel SI, Qianye peered through the door, quickly realizing that the figure outside was neither Qianrenxue, nor Renxue, nor Bibi Dong, but rather a stranger. Her short purple hair and perfect figure, standing at approximately 1.69 meters, seemed oddly familiar. Clad only in his shorts, Qianye rose from his bed, strode to the door, and opened it, facing the woman directly. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of delicate orchids, and realization dawned upon him. "You are Qianye?" the woman inquired abruptly. Qianye beheld her exquisite features, a heart-shaped face, adorned in a flowing purple lace gown and matching high heels, exuding both elegance and femininity. "And you are?" he asked. "I am Zheng Yuyan. We encountered each other earlier at the spirit arena," she replied. Qianye chuckled inwardly, recognizing her as the auxiliary spirit master from the Pala team. Zheng Yuyan maintained her frosty demeanor, scrutinizing Qianye from head to toe. "May I come in and sit?" she asked. Qianye pondered, "Are we so familiar?" It then struck him that several members of the Pala team were indeed disciples of the Spirit Hall, presumably from the Inner Academy, for he would otherwise be unfamiliar with them. As far as Qianye knew, students from the Inner Academy were exceptionally skilled, most boasting levels above 50. Zheng Yuyan, at level 78, was undoubtedly among the elite. "Are you from the Inner Academy?" Qianye sought to confirm, wary of admitting a stranger into his quarters. "Indeed," Zheng Yuyan affirmed with icy certainty. Her expression remained aloof. Qianye, perplexed by her chilliness, noted that it was not as frigid as Bibi Dong's demeanor. Casting a mischievous glance at her, he teased, "With just the two of us in this room, are you certain you wish to enter? Or else?" Zheng Yuyan replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the implication. Her frosty exterior could not conceal her striking beauty. Qianye felt a stir of attraction, recalling their intimate encounter at the arena, where he had kissed her lips. Was it possible that she harbored resentment for that kiss and sought vengeance? He pondered the likelihood, as many women in the academy, some well into their 30s or even 40s, remained single, absorbed in their cultivation to the neglect of romantic pursuits. Indeed, cultivation often consumed decades in the blink of an eye, transforming young girls into women in their 30s. While their peers had long since married and started families, they remained untouched by love. Zheng Yuyan, at 31, was still a maiden. Although spirit masters did not typically forego romantic endeavors, it was true that many married late. "Zheng, if you have something to discuss, let us do so here. It is late, and I intend to rest." "There is no need to go inside," Qianye suggested. Zheng Yuyan's expression darkened at his words, and with an irate glare, she pushed him aside and swayed her hips as she entered. "You take advantage of me and then deny it?" Qianye was momentarily taken aback, a paragon of manhood who felt no fear of this petite woman. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if she was unafraid of the potential consequences of her late-night intrusion into his space. Ah well, Chiba did not close the door. It was quite chilly at this late hour, so she curled up under the covers, allowing things to unfold as they may. After all, no matter what transpired, she would not suffer any loss. What did that mean? Chiba felt utterly perplexed. In that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew rather intricate. You must take responsibility for me, Zheng Yuyan stated with utmost seriousness. What? Chiba was genuinely bewildered by her words. She had merely embraced her and kissed her for 3 seconds. How could the other party demand that she take responsibility? Physical contact in a duel was a normal occurrence, and she had done nothing more to her, yet here she was, insisting on accountability? Zheng Yuyan gazed intently at her. Because you touched my body, and you have also claimed my first kiss. Shouldn't you be responsible for that? First kiss? Chiba truly never imagined that Zheng Yuyan, who appeared to be in her 30s, would still possess her first kiss. Are you serious? She asked. What? You did it and now wish to deny it. This revelation suggested that she had never been in a relationship before. Otherwise, she could not have preserved her first kiss until now. Chiba felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had indeed kissed her. Although it lasted only 3 seconds, it could still be considered as taking someone's first kiss. However, taking responsibility for her was clearly out of the question, especially since she was already engaged to Qianrenxue. How could she be accountable to Zheng Yuyan? Furthermore, it was merely a kiss. It hardly warranted a lifelong commitment. At least, Qianrenxue was destined to become his wife. Chiba sighed. Zheng, I acknowledge that I kissed you. That is a fact. Yet, I was unaware that this was your first kiss. So, when you say I should take responsibility, what exactly do you seek in compensation? Zheng Yuyan paused before replying. I wish to be your girlfriend. Upon uttering those words, her face flushed. Chiba found it amusing. He could hardly fathom that just moments ago, they had been adversaries in the grand duel arena. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, she was offering herself as his girlfriend. It seemed his charm was indeed formidable. Of course, if you wish to be my girlfriend, that is acceptable, but not as a wife. Do you understand my meaning? Zheng Yuyan looked at him, suddenly comprehending something. I will come find you again. With that, she turned and walked to the door, leaving. Oh, it seemed she was merely acting on impulse. After some time, she would likely come to her senses and forget this incident. Chiba shook his head, pulled the covers over his head, and resumed his slumber. Chapter 73, An Appointment with Pope Bibi Dong. Early in the morning, Chiba opened his eyes to find someone standing before him, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Douluo Yueguan. Taking a deep breath, he shot him a look that suggested he should reflect on his actions. I say, Yueguan, this is quite rude of you. You barged into my room without a word. One might think you were an assassin. Yueguan smirked devilishly. Enough of your prattle. If it weren't for His Majesty seeking you, I wouldn't have bothered to come. What business does Bibi Dong have with me? Chiba replied, exasperated. What does the Pope want with me? You'll find out once you go, Yueguan replied. There was no way out. The woman insisted on meeting him, and it was impossible to decline. Unable to resist, Qianye rose and followed Yueguan to the papal palace. Inside the council chamber, Qianye addressed Bibi Dong, who sat regally on the elevated chair. Compared to 5 years ago, she had matured significantly, her allure intensified, and her form possessed a captivating grace. Qianye, are you truly going to replace Qianrenxue as an undercover agent in the Heavendo Empire? Bibi Dong inquired. Is there any doubt? I am resolute, as you well know, Qianye replied, puzzled by her intent. Regardless, with Qian Douluo presiding over the matter, her journey could not be thwarted. Bibi Dong's expression suddenly turned icy. I know it's true, however, I do not wish for you to go. Do you understand? Oh. Qianye was taken aback by her concern. This matter is settled. I must go. Grandfather Qian has already consented, and there is no turning back. You acknowledge that you have a connection with him? Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted back to frostiness. She held disdain for the Qian family and was particularly averse to hearing Qian Douluo's name. Qianye smiled wryly. Bibi, there is no need to feign ignorance. You have known of my adoption by Grandfather Qian for some time. Whether I speak of it or not makes no difference. Considering the situation, she thought it might be better to break through this barrier, for in 3 days, she would depart for the Heavendo Empire. Bibi Dong suddenly bit her lip, falling silent. After a moment, she gestured to Gue Mei and Yueguan. You may leave. Yes, Your Grace, they replied and exited the chamber. Once the door to the council chamber closed, Bibi Dong rose from her seat. Qianye felt a twinge of apprehension, wondering if Bibi Dong intended to harm her. This woman, when provoked, was capable of anything. Qianye was not afraid of her. Rather, she feared the treachery that might lurk behind her smile. Bibi Dong was a woman whom no one understood better than herself. Anyone who defied her commands became a thorn in her side, destined for swift retribution. Even Qianrenxue was not exempt from her indifference, with the exception of Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong descended the steps, standing before Qianye, her gaze unwavering. Qianye felt a tinge of embarrassment under her scrutiny. It is said that women in their 30s are as fierce as wolves, and those in their 40s as tigers. If she truly wished to devour him, escape would be impossible. Suddenly, Bibi Dong broke into a confident smile, retrieving a box from her soul guide and presenting it to him. Xiaoye, This is a gift from your teacher. Please accept it. Oh, caught off guard by such generosity. Qianye realized that Bibi Dong had no intention of malice and was indeed trying to please him. Thank you. She could not refuse the gift. Accepting it and opening it to find 3 soul bones inside. It is well known that on the Douluo continent, what is most scarce is not soul masters, soul beasts, or soul rings, but rather soul bones. Even the spirit hall possesses few of these treasures. The fact that Bibi Dong, as the Pope, carried these soul bones with her underscored their immense value. Chiba closed the box with a smile, exclaiming, Teacher Bibi, this soul bone is exceedingly precious. Is it not a bit too much for you to give it to me? Bibi Dong rolled her eyes and replied, What? Are you turning your nose up at a soul bone? Or do you wish to refuse my goodwill? Chiba realized that refusing was not an option. Since you insist, I shall graciously accept it. In gratitude for Bibi Dong's gift, Chiba leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. Bibi Dong's face turned crimson, and she stammered. How audacious. Chiba, sensing the moment was ripe, feigned innocence. Well then, teacher, if you have no further matters, shall I take my leave? Not so fast. I still have questions for you, Bibi Dong replied, reluctant to let him slip away after finally having summoned him. Chiba felt that being alone with Bibi Dong, both of them solitary figures, might lead to unforeseen developments. What do you think? If you become my disciple, the position of Pope will surely be yours. What say you? Chiba understood that Bibi Dong's ambitions extended beyond merely the Spirit Hall. She aimed to conquer the entire Douluo continent, and even the Douluo star, establishing a spirit empire. Hence, once she ascended to the throne as Empress, she would need someone trustworthy to take over the role of Pope. Naturally, her most favored candidate was Chiba. Chiba smiled gently. Teacher Bibi, regardless of the outcome, I must first express my gratitude for your trust and affection. However, I have previously confided in you that I do not wish to become your disciple, nor do I aspire to be Pope. So please do not harbor any further intentions regarding me. However, you might consider Hulina. I believe she would be quite suitable for you. Why not take her under your wing? But I only wish to take you. Will you agree? Chiba was at a loss for words. Bibi Dong. The two stared at each other defiantly, neither willing to yield. 10 minutes later, Chiba finally conceded. Here, this is for you. He crafted 2 carrots for Bibi Dong, hoping to placate her. With a huff, Bibi Dong shot him a glare but accepted the carrots, taking a bite as she said, I understand. Relieved, Chiba turned and exited the room. Upon reaching the entrance of his dormitory, he was greeted by Qianrenxue, who appeared to have been waiting for some time. Senior Qian, you were looking for me? Chiba asked with a broad smile. Yes, I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Where have you been? Qianrenxue inquired with an authoritative air. I was just out for a stroll. What is the matter? Qianrenxue smiled slightly and extended her hand towards him, saying, This card contains 50,000 gold spirit coins, the reward from our previous wolf elimination mission. We collectively dispatched 1,000 wolf bandits, earning 100 gold spirit coins for each one slain, totaling 100,000 gold spirit coins in rewards, with 10 of us on the mission. And since you eliminated the most bandits, the team unanimously agreed that you should receive half. Thus, these 50,000 gold spirit coins rightfully belong to you. So please do not be modest. Chiba replied, Then I shall graciously accept. Unapologetically, Qianrenxue rolled her eyes, expecting a touch of courtesy, yet was taken aback by his decisive demeanor. Chapter 74, Companionship Before Departure. Qianye, what do you think of me? Qianrenxue intended to inquire. Do you harbor feelings for me? However, the words danced on her lips, and she veered off, expressing herself in an ambiguous manner. Qianye, perceptive as ever, grasped her implied meaning and suddenly extended his hands, kissing her tenderly on her slightly parted crimson lips. Actions speak louder than words. Qianrenxue did not resist. Rather, she relished the moment, harmonizing with him. This enchanting maiden. Qianye pondered the imminent departure to the Heaven Do Empire as an undercover agent in 3 days, realizing he ought to spend time with Qianrenxue. Stop right there. As Qianye approached a corner of the academy's playground, a voice called out from behind him. It was an unfamiliar woman, her mature and alluring visage leaving him at a loss. Do we know each other? Her aura resonated with soul power, and a bull spirit manifested behind her. Upon seeing the bull, Qianye suddenly understood her identity. You are the formidable bull duo from last night's dueling arena? Why inquire if you already know? The bull retorted, rolling her eyes in annoyance while puffing out her chest. Qianye's gaze inevitably fell upon her ample bosom. Impressive indeed. His composure held, thankfully avoiding any embarrassment. However, her striking figure was of such a nature that one would struggle to see their feet while gazing downward. He inhaled sharply, acknowledging her undeniably captivating physique. Yet, her name was rather peculiar. Bull? Why not something more graceful, like Black Blossom or Black Elegance? Oh, you must be an inner academy student to access the Spirit Hall, Qianye conjectured, his reasoning not without merit. Gaining entry to the academy was no trivial feat for outsiders. Of course, my brother and I are both inner academy students. Do you think I could sneak in otherwise? The bull replied, her words laced with indignation. Qianye, bewildered, thought to himself, I haven't wronged her in any way. We merely competed and parted ways. Why is she here? Moreover, he had donned a mask during the match. How could she recognize him? Had she been tailing him? That seems plausible. And what is your purpose in seeking me? Upon hearing his words, the bull's anger escalated. I want to know why you are so formidable. You, my brother, and I are all at level 79. Yet you defeated us in under 3 minutes without us even striking back. I refuse to accept that, hence my inquiry. Because I am simply superior to you. Qianye retorted before turning to leave, unwilling to engage further. The dueling arena demanded a clean and decisive contest. To intrude upon his life afterward was simply her misstep. The bull stood rooted in place, gazing at his retreating figure in a daze. Is this the extraordinary power of a twin martial soul? It defies logic that he could so easily overpower both me and my brother in less than 3 minutes. Indeed, her thoughts were accurate. If Chiba merely possessed a twin martial soul, he would lack the power to dominate them. However, Chiba wielded a triad of martial souls, including a supreme divine martial soul, along with a 100,000-year spirit ring and an array of extraordinary skills. Had she been aware of this, she would not have posed such inquiries to him. Chiba brother, please wait for me. I shall be ready in no time. The melodious voice of Qianrenxue resonated from within the room. Chiba, feeling warmth in his heart, replied, no rush, little Xue, take your time. Moments later, Qianrenxue emerged from her dormitory, looking exquisitely adorned. Clad in a yellow outfit, a short skirt, and high heels, her graceful figure appeared even more enchanting. Chiba brother, where shall we go today? She inquired, her face radiating affection. Unable to resist, Chiba gently tousled her golden hair and playfully pinched her delicate face. Let us go hiking. Sounds wonderful, Qianrenxue exclaimed with delight, as she was content to accompany him wherever he chose. With a beaming smile, Chiba took her hand and they ventured outside, attracting the attention of many students along the way. After all, Qianrenxue's beauty was well known throughout the academy. The boys harbored a mixture of admiration and envy towards Chiba, as they coveted his exceptional talent. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue maintained a singular connection with Chiba, consistently keeping others at bay, exuding an air of exclusivity. As for the girls, they admired Chiba's striking looks and abilities, yet he only engaged in flirtation with Qianrenxue, disregarding the advances of other girls. Over time, the students, both male and female, developed a complex blend of admiration and resentment towards him. Chiba remained unfazed by their sentiments, whether it was love or hate. It could not disrupt his bond with Qianrenxue. She, too, harbored only thoughts of him in matters of the heart. Of course, this was solely in the context of romance. Furthermore, the 9 elders of the Elder Hall regarded Qianrenxue with a protective affection akin to that of a granddaughter. Chiba brother, let us compete and see who reaches the summit first. Qianrenxue proposed cheerfully as they ascended. Little Xue, do you truly wish to compete? Chiba questioned, knowing full well that she lacked the means to outmatch him. Are you afraid? Of course not. Qianrenxue laughed. Then let the challenge begin. By the way, if you lose, you must gift me a present. What say you? Agreed, but what if you lose? I shall present you with a gift as well. Let us commence. Chiba dashed ahead. You are incorrigible, Chiba brother. Qianrenxue feigned annoyance before swiftly pursuing him. Though her speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to Chiba's. After a while, Chiba deliberately slowed his pace, ensuring that little Xue would have a chance to catch up. Qianrenxue soon surpassed him, reaching the summit of the 100-meter hill first, turning to smile at Chiba, who was still midway up. Chiba brother, you are so slow. I have already reached the top, while you remain halfway. Chiba chuckled and hastened his ascent. He deliberately indulged Qianrenxue, otherwise, he would have ascended the mountain long ago. Qianye climbed to the summit, where he and Qianrenxue lay on the grass, gazing at the sky. Is it happening so soon? Qianrenxue asked, disheartened. But little Xue doesn't want you to leave. Could you stay and accompany little Xue? However, brother Qianye, I still find it hard to part with you. I cannot bear to be away from you, even for a day. Rest assured, I will keep you by my side in the future. Qianrenxue said nothing more, rising to throw herself into his embrace, weeping softly. Chapter 75. Departure to the Heaven Do Empire. 3 days later, a grand horse-drawn carriage traversed the mountain path. Inside, sat a man and a woman. The woman, adorned in a flowing crimson robe, possessed a figure that was both curvaceous and slender, appearing to be in her 30s, with long ebony tresses cascading gracefully behind her. Embodying the essence of a mature beauty, she was none other than the 10th elder of the Elder Hall. The youth beside her, with his striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, was none other than Qianye. He had departed from the Elder Hall that morning, and now, at noon, they found themselves on this mountain path. He had accepted a mission from Qian Douluo to serve as an undercover agent in the capital of the Heaven Do Empire. The 10th Elder accompanied him, primarily to ensure his safety along the journey. Little Yi, what time is it now? The 10th Elder suddenly inquired, eyes closed. Qianye glanced at her, taking in her impressive figure. It is noon, he replied. The 10th Elder remained silent for a moment before stating, I am quite hungry. Let us find a place to have a meal. I shall follow your lead. Qianye readily agreed. Recognizing that their undercover mission would not conclude in a day or two, there was no need to rush. He could relish the beautiful scenery along the way. Casting a glance out the window, Qianye spotted a rocky clearing ahead, an ideal spot for a break. He turned to the driver. Old sir, please stop ahead. We shall have a meal. Qianye rose from his seat and alighted from the carriage, inhaling the fresh air by the roadside with a deep sigh. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms, a time of lush greenery and abundance. Little Yi, this place is indeed delightful, the 10th Elder remarked as she approached him, her voice tinged with drowsiness. Noticing her seemingly sleepy demeanor, Qianye smirked slightly. Very well, Elder. Let us prioritize our lunch. But what shall we eat? We are in this desolate wilderness, and I have not brought any provisions. Did you bring any? Indeed. Qianye had not prepared any provisions, having set out too hastily. Let me think. The 10th Elder seated herself upon a rock amidst the boulders. Qianye's eyes shifted, and he strode purposefully away. The 10th Elder watched his retreating figure, shaking her head. Though he has grown, he remains impolite, departing without even a word of farewell. Before long, Qianye discovered a nearby brook. The water was crystal clear and refreshing, a mountain spring that was not too deep. He managed to catch several fish from the deeper parts of the stream, exerting considerable effort. The largest weighed around 10 pounds, while the smallest was half a pound, totaling 5 fish, sufficient sustenance for the two of them. Xiaoyi, splendid. You have caught so many fish at once, and now I can indulge in a hearty feast. Observing the jovial demeanor of the 10th Elder, Qianye found herself at a loss for words. Sister, could you fetch some firewood? I shall prepare the fish for roasting. You can roast fish? Inquired the 10th Elder, her voice laced with skepticism. In her memory, Qianye was merely a person accustomed to being served, unversed in culinary arts. Wouldn't it suffice for you to collect some dry twigs? Qianye, uninterested in elaborating, chose to keep her secret as a time traveler to herself. She swiftly assembled a makeshift grill and skewered the fish, igniting a fire. From her soul guide device, she retrieved a pinch of salt and a proprietary spice blend, essentials she always carried for outdoor cooking. Within half an hour, the aroma of 5 grilled fish wafted through the air. The 10th Elder, enchanted by the scent, exclaimed, Xiaoyi, I must say, your fish is truly delightful. Sister, while this isn't my first experience with grilled fish, it is the first time I have encountered one that smells so exquisite. I wonder how it tastes. Well, you shall find out by tasting one, Qianye replied. Not one to be overly polite. She picked up a hefty fish and took a bite. The flesh was tender and fragrant, confirming her culinary prowess. In fact, across the entire Douluo continent, it was unlikely any chef could surpass her in grilling fish, especially with her exclusive spice blend. Xiaoyi, you are quite impudent. The 10th Elder huffed. I haven't even had a taste, and you are already devouring it. Do you not understand the distinction of seniority? Qianye merely smiled, taking a swig from her water flask, relishing the moment. Delightful. The 10th Elder, eyeing the 4 fish on the grill, apprehensively selected the smallest one to sample, fearing it might not be to her liking. However, that single bite left her utterly astonished. My goodness, this fish is exceptionally delicious. The 10th Elder quickly finished her piece, and, noticing only 3 fish remained, hastily took the 2 largest ones. With only 1 fish left on the grill, she winked playfully at Qianye and said, as an adult, I shall indulge a bit more. Qianye rolled her eyes, but humorously picked up the last fish to enjoy. By the way, elder sister, is everything settled on your end? The 10th Elder smirked. Rest assured, Xue Qinghe and his party have entered the Sunset Forest for hunting, and our people have been following them in secret. I suspect they have already apprehended him. That is splendid news, Qianye thought. Realizing with the Spirit Hall's involvement, she need not worry and could simply play her role as Xue Qinghe. Days later, on a narrow path in the Sunset Forest, a carriage suddenly halted by the roadside. Xiaoyi, this is it, the Sunset Forest? Qianye asked, glancing at the 10th Elder seated across from her. Indeed, the 10th Elder nodded, peering outside. After a moment, Qianye heard footsteps approaching and pulled back the curtain to see a group of masked individuals gathered by the carriage. These individuals exude a palpable aura of spiritual energy, unmistakably identifying them as soul masters. You remain in the carriage while I descend to investigate. Qianye, indifferent to these matters, seeks only results. The rest holds little significance. The 10th elder promptly disembarked from the carriage to converse briefly with those individuals. Shortly thereafter, another carriage approached. The 10th elder reboarded and took a seat opposite Qianye, reporting, "Our associates have accomplished the task. Xue was assassinated directly within the Sunset Forest." Qianye nodded, showing no concern for Xue demise. "What are the next step?" The 10th elder, without hesitation, retrieved a black cloth bundle from the soul guiding device and tossed it into Qianye's lap. "These are Xue garments and accessories. You may don them. Additionally, there is a notebook within, detailing his daily habits and connections. This information was gathered by our operatives. Peruse it, and you shall encounter no issues." "How splendid!" Qianye exclaimed, opening the bundle to inspect its contents. Chapter 76. Transforming into the Prince Xue. Arriving at the Imperial Palace of the Tindo Empire. "Elder sister, where is Xue body?" "It lies in the carriage outside. I shall take you to see it, so you may properly assume his appearance." Qianye nodded, donned Xue attire, and descended from the carriage. Before him stood the halted carriage. Qianye and the 10th elder climbed aboard to find Xue reclined within. One must concede that Prince Xue possessed excellent genes, with striking features. "Xiaoyi, this is Xue. Do you think you can transform into his likeness?" the 10th elder inquired. Qianye, preferring brevity, recognized his own prowess and thus felt assured. He assessed Xue's appearance and height, noting that he resembled a mere 12-year-old boy. Convinced of his ability, Qianye harnessed the transformative power of the 100,000-year external soul bone, and in no time, he fully embodied Prince Xue, appearing as if carved from the same mold. "Elder sister, what do you think of my transformation?" The 10th elder scrutinized Qianye, now indistinguishable from the true Xue. "Xiaoyi, I must say, you have mastered the art of deception to the point that the genuine Xue cannot be discerned from your imitation." Qianye smiled faintly. "Of course. If I lacked such capability, would Grandfather Qian allow me to take the lead?" "Indeed." The 10th elder chuckled heartily. Qianye then turned his gaze towards Xue's body. "So, elder sister, how do you intend to handle his remains?" "We shall find an isolated spot, dig a grave, and bury him. It is the least we can do for him." With that, Qianye departed from the carriage, feeling that such matters did not require his concern. Several days later, along the road outside Tindo City, a carriage came to a halt, and a youth clad in azure attire emerged. The youth was none other than Qianye. "Xiaoyi, elder sister shall accompany you only this far, until we meet again." The 10th elder leaned out to bid Qianye a final farewell. Qianye waved his hand. "All right, farewell." He watched the carriage disappear into the distance before turning and walking into Tindo City. As the capital of the Tindo Empire, Tindo City spans an extensive area and stands as one of the most vibrant metropolises, second only to Wuhuan City and Xinglua City. This year, at the tender age of 11, Qianye has arrived in Tindo City for the very first time. Strolling along the streets, he is greeted by the sight of broad roads paved with blue stones, flanked by bustling stalls and shops adorned with colorful decorations, radiating a lively atmosphere. The buildings here are notably tall, ranging from 2 to 5 stories high. As Qianye meanders through the city, he indulges in delightful treats, purchasing small bites to savor as he walks. With ample time on his hands, he is in no hurry to report to the prince's palace. However, amidst his exploration, a thought suddenly strikes him. Prince Xue is a student of Ning Fengzhi, which implies a close relationship between him and the Master Ning. As he is currently masquerading as Prince Xue, it is prudent to avoid revealing his true identity in the presence of Ning Fengzhi. After all, Ning Fengzhi is a shrewd and cunning individual, and should he unveil any inconsistency, suspicion would undoubtedly arise. After a leisurely stroll, satiated and refreshed, Qianye arrives at the central area of Tindo City, home to the Grand Tindo Palace. This magnificent palace is an imposing structure, surrounded by towering walls that enclose it entirely. Standing over 10 zhang high, these walls obscure the view from both the inside and outside. After circling the palace, Qianye finally reaches the entrance, where he presents his prince's insignia, successfully gaining entry. Assuming the identity of Prince Xue necessitates a demeanor befitting a prince. Although merely an undercover agent, he must play his part convincingly. Upon entering the vast palace, Qianye quickly loses his sense of direction amidst the maze of buildings and winding paths, struggling to locate the prince's quarters. Fortunately, a clever idea strikes him. He decides to seek the guidance of a palace maid. "Come here for a moment." Qianye calls to 2 passing maids. "Your Highness." The maids, recognizing Xue, promptly approach and bow respectfully. To navigate the sprawling Tindo Palace and find the prince's quarters, he must feign authority. "Indeed, Your Highness." The maids exhibit no suspicion, dutifully assisting him as they guide him towards the direction of the prince's quarters. Qianye feels a surge of satisfaction. His ingenuity proves effective. In the Tindo Palace, aside from the emperor, the prince wields the greatest authority. For an ordinary maid, their status is the lowest in the palace hierarchy. While they may occasionally catch sight of the emperor and the princes, they lack the privilege to converse with them. Thus, to engage with the prince is a source of astonishment for them. Approximately an hour later, the two maids escort Qianye to a grand courtyard. Upon glancing at the plaque above the entrance, which bears the inscription Prince's Quarters, he breathes a sigh of relief, grateful to have arrived at his destination. Your Highness, what troubles you? Two maids rush out from the courtyard, expressing their concern as they take hold of Qianye, offering him support with utmost care. I am fine. Just accidentally injured my foot. Chiba cast a glance at the two palace maids, each possessing exquisite beauty, surpassing one another in grace. He couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the imperial palace. Even the maids had been meticulously selected from all corners of the empire. Furthermore, it was required that they be maidens to gain entry. The selection of palace maids was even more stringent than that of consorts. After all, a consort could ascend simply by catching the emperor's eye, relying solely on her appearance. However, becoming a palace maid involved a rigorous process of extensive selection, followed by layers of elimination, ultimately resulting in a rare few being chosen to serve in the palace. Chiba then thought of the world of flight attendants, models, and beauty pageants, which also entailed a similar level of competition. Yet, the criteria for palace maids were far more demanding. Not only must they be beautiful, but they also had to be pure maidens. At the very least, models and beauty contestants were not subjected to such scrutiny, as long as they were unmarried. At that moment, he retrieved a handful of gold coins from his spirit guide device and presented them to the maids. Here are 20 gold coins as a token of appreciation. Please accept them. Thank you, Your Highness. The two palace maids exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply, each taking 10 coins and expressing their gratitude before departing. Oh, the crown prince is truly generous. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. It was a young woman, and upon glancing over, he realized it was the red-clad maid beside him. Chapter 77, Xiao Fong and Ding Xiang. The two maids promptly assisted Chiba into the inner chamber, settling him onto a chair in the grand hall. They served him tea and water, showering him with concern for his injuries. Chiba observed the two maids, one in red and the other in yellow, and recalled their names from his notebook. The maid in red was called Xiao Fong, while the one in yellow was named Ding Xiang. The name Xiao Fong resonated with him as he remembered a girl from his village with the same name. Chiba grinned mischievously at Xiao Fong and said, Xiao Fong, I brought you a gift from my outing. Would you like it? Your Highness, are you serious? Xiao Fong replied, somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated receiving a gift from the crown prince. Indeed, Chiba responded, retrieving a guitar from his spirit guide device. This guitar was crafted through the efforts of several artisans, which he then assembled himself. Though the Douluo continent had violins, it lacked guitars. Chiba had researched and drawn up blueprints, utilizing his knowledge from his previous life to source materials for its creation. While it may not have rivaled the quality of guitars from his former world, it was still commendable. He cradled the guitar in his arms as if it were a delicate beauty. What is this, Your Highness? It was evident that Xiao Fong had never encountered such an instrument. Indeed, no one in the entirety of the Douluo continent had. She examined it closely, noting its resemblance to a violin, yet distinctly different and larger. Your Highness, do you intend to gift this to me? Chiba shook his head. No. What I wish to give you is a song, for both the title and lyrics are connected to you. Oh, Xiao Fong hadn't expected it to be a song. Initially assuming the gift to be a tangible object, she was receiving a song, yet it was their first meeting. You too, do not move or speak. I shall now dedicate this song to you, Xiao Fong. Xiao Fong and Ling Xiang exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. Without further ado, Qianye positioned his guitar, and his fingers danced across the strings, producing a cascade of enchanting melodies. The tune flowed gracefully, rising and falling, intertwining high and low notes in a harmonious symphony, a vivid and melodious composition. Xiao Fong and Ling Xiang were left utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how such an unassuming instrument in the hands of the prince could yield such exquisite sounds. As the two ladies remained lost in the enchanting music, Qianye began to sing. In our village, there lives a girl named Xiao Fong, beautiful and kind, with lovely large eyes and long, thick braids. Thank you for the love you have given me. I shall never forget it in this life. Thank you for your tenderness, which accompanied me through those times. The two women were taken aback, not realizing that the prince could sing such a style of song, nor did they know that such melodies existed in this world. It was their first encounter with such a song, and they were captivated by the prince's beautiful rendition, particularly Xiao Fong, who felt deep within her heart that this song was crafted just for her. Once Qianye finished his song, he turned to Xiao Fong and Ling Xiang, only to find them still entranced by the music, unable to break free from its spell. This was hardly surprising. First, The song he had sung had already become a classic in another world. Second, the singing style was unprecedented in Douluo continent, making it all the more special. Most importantly, this song remained unique in Douluo continent. Prince, could you sing it again? I wish to hear it once more. Xiaofang suddenly snapped back to reality, her face filled with longing for another performance. Qianye smiled quietly, knowing that singing again would be somewhat exhausting. Since you have dedicated a song to Xiaofang. What about me? I too wish for a song from you, please. Lingxiang suddenly looked at him with pleading eyes. With a sigh, Qianye could not bear to refuse Lingxiang, especially given her pitiful demeanor. After all, both Xiaofang and Lingxiang were his attendants, and fairness was paramount. He pondered for a moment and realized there was indeed a song that suited Lingxiang perfectly. Very well, Lingxiang, I shall dedicate a song to you as well. Lingxiang immediately leaped with joy, clapping her hands in delight. This song also shares a connection with your name, Lingxiang. It is called Lilac Blossom. With that, Qianye began to strum another melody. Soon, the guitar resonated with a different tune, transporting Xiaofang and Lingxiang into another realm of emotion. Qianye then sang, "You say you love the lilac flower most, for your name is derived from her. Such a melancholic blossom, a person full of sentiment. When the flower wilts and the scene freezes, how delicate she is, yet cannot escape the storm's fury. Floating and swaying through life, how many beautiful dreams have been woven. Thus, you departed in haste, leaving me with a lifetime of longing. The grave before me blooms with flowers, a beauty you so dearly desired. Behold, the vast expanse of nature. Do you still feel solitude? Listen, there are voices singing your beloved song. Amidst the myriad distractions of the mortal realm, you need no longer worry. You profess your affection for the lilac flower, for it bears your name." Upon hearing Qianye sing the lilac song, the enchanting lilac could not contain her joy and fainted in ecstasy. Qianye stepped into the bathroom, reclining in the warm embrace of the water, while on either side, Lilac and Xiaofang attended to him with towels. After a long journey, Qianye intended to indulge in a bath and rest for a while, before rising to satiate his hunger and venture out to witness the nocturnal beauty of Tindo City. Furthermore, the Qibao Glazed Sect and the Lamba Academy established by Lu Erlong are located in Tindo City, providing an opportunity for a visit. Additionally, Tang Yuehua, who runs the prestigious Etiquette Academy, Yuexian, also resides in Tindo City. Qianye is well aware that Tang Yuehua is a stunning beauty, her grace rivaled only by Bibi Dong. Should time permit, he would indeed seek an audience with her. Moreover, there is Shueku, the youngest daughter of the Snow Knight Emperor, also a charming young lady and the sole princess of the Tindo Empire, second in status only to her brothers. Qianye certainly would not miss the chance to meet her. Although Shueku appears to be around the same age as Ning Rongrong, merely a year younger, so there is still time. Chapter 78. Rewards for visiting the Crown Prince's quarters. The Qian Martial Soul. The Nunchaku merges with the Qian to become the chaotic Qian Martial Soul. As for the Tindo Royal Academy, there are two other beauties. One is Yi Lingling, who possesses the 9-heart Begonia Martial Soul. She excels in martial soul, talent, and beauty. The other is Duguyan, the granddaughter of Dugubo, also a talented and alluring young maiden, though she is currently only 6 or 7 years old, just awakening her martial soul. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on checking in at the Crown Princess quarters. You are rewarded with a Qian Martial Soul. Note, it can merge with the Nunchaku Martial Soul, evolving into the chaotic Qian Martial Soul. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Qianye pondered. System Sister. If I merge them, will the soul rings be lost? Ding. Naturally not. Only the martial soul will change, nothing else will be lost. After careful consideration, Qianye deemed the evolution of his martial soul to be a fortuitous event. Very well, let us proceed with the fusion. Ding. Understood, Master. Your Nunchaku Martial Soul is currently merging with the Qian Martial Soul. Please hold on. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your Nunchaku Martial Soul has merged with the Qian Martial Soul, evolving into the chaotic Qian Martial Soul. Qianye rejoiced, realizing that possessing the chaotic Qian Martial Soul would render him even more formidable. Host, Qianye. Gender male. Age, 11. Physique, 79. Normal being 100. Martial Soul count, 3. Food Martial Soul. Carrot, awakened. Soul rings 7. Purple, black, 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 red. Beast Martial Soul. Chaotic Qian, awakened. Soul rings 7. Purple, black, 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 red. Divine Martial Soul. Awakened. Soul rings 2. Crimson gold, crimson gold. Soul bones 2. Soul power level, 79. Soul Sage. Chiba glanced at his attribute panel and confirmed that his dual-bladed weapon spirit had indeed merged with the Qian spirit, evolving into the chaotic Qian spirit. It could be deemed a divine beast spirit. The extent of its power remained uncertain, yet the capability for fusion and evolution was undoubtedly advantageous. After taking a shower, Chiba entered his bedroom and carefully surveyed the surroundings. One could hardly expect less from the princess quarters. The decor was exquisite, and every ornament and utensil was of considerable value. The bed was large and luxuriously soft, the silk sheets smooth to the touch. The floor was adorned with embroidered carpets. As Chiba settled into bed, Dingxiang assisted him in removing his shoes, while Xiaofeng helped him out of his clothes, attending to him with meticulous care. Xiaofeng lit incense, and Dingxiang fanned the air. Chiba soon drifted off to sleep. In the afternoon, at 5 o'clock, Chiba awoke to discover that his cultivation had reached level 80. With the absorption of another soul ring, he would ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo, merely a step away from becoming a title Douluo. After freshening up, Chiba entrusted his dressing and grooming to Xiaofeng, who ensured he appeared presentable. Your Highness, His Majesty has sent word for you to join him for dinner, Dingxiang relayed. Chiba was taken aback, just as he had assumed the role of Xue Qinghe, the Emperor Xue Yi had summoned him. Did the messenger say anything else? He inquired. Dingxiang nodded. It seems that the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengzhi, has arrived. His Majesty likely wishes for you to keep him company, considering that Ning Fengzhi is now your mentor. Ah, I see. Chiba acknowledged, pondering the significance of meeting the leader of one of the three great sects of the continent. Ning Fengzhi, father of Ning Rongrong, was now around 40 years of age. The Prince Xue Qinghe had already taken Ning Fengzhi as his teacher, which meant Chiba would have to refer to him as master as well. Without further ado, Chiba instructed the two women to keep watch over the residence while he made his way to the Emperor's palace. Suddenly, he found himself perplexed. Wandering through the vast imperial palace, he was unsure of the direction to the Emperor's chambers. In desperation, Chiba activated the angelic eye to locate the Emperor, swiftly pinpointing his location. With the Emperor in sight, Chiba proceeded towards him, soon finding him engaged in conversation with Ning Fengzhi in the Grand Hall. As Chiba entered, the two men halted their discussion and turned their gazes towards him. This was Chiba's first encounter with both Ning Fengzhi and Emperor Xue Yi. He had only gleaned bits of their private lives from the original texts and his notes. Chiba first scrutinized Ning Fengzhi, who appeared much as described in the texts, enjoying a life of luxury, exuding an air of nobility. He then turned his attention to Emperor Xue Yi, who stood tall, his hair and beard all white, adorned with a crown and dressed in imperial robes, his countenance serious and embodying the majesty of a sovereign. In the original story, due to the poison inflicted by Qianrenxue, who masqueraded as Prince Xue Qinghe, the emperor's health had been deteriorating, and he was aging rapidly. However, at this moment, Emperor Xue Yi had not yet been poisoned. He was robust and vigorous, embodying the strength of a tiger or wolf. As for Ning Fengzhi, he had reached the rank of Soul Sage at level 79. With his remarkable talent, he should have been able to ascend to greater heights. However, a similar issue persists. It is not solely the Nine Hearts sea-tangling martial soul that possesses its weaknesses. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul also presents a counterbalance dilemma. It is named the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile precisely because it stands at a mere 7 layers high, devoid of an 8th or 9th. Yet, the problem extends beyond this. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile inherently restricts the soul power level of its wielders, regardless of their training or innate gifts. Those who possess the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul can only attain a soul power level of 79, forever barred from the realm of 80. They are limited to absorbing 7 spirit rings, destined to become a soul sage, with little hope of ever reaching the ranks of a soul Douluo or a title Douluo, let alone the exalted realms of super or ultimate Douluo. The aspiration of divinity remains an unattainable dream. This is a profound regret for Ning Fengzhi and the lineage of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong transcended the limitations of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, evolving into the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile, capable of cultivating to levels beyond 90 and even achieving divinity. This transformation was primarily facilitated by the celestial herb bestowed upon her by Tang San. Had it not been for that herb, or if she had not attended Shrek Academy and formed a bond with Tang San, she would not have been able to break the confines of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul and evolve into the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile. Both the Nine Hearts sea-tangling and Seven Treasures Glazed Tile are among the highest tier of auxiliary martial souls in the Douluo continent. Yet, it seems that fate has woven a thread of destiny, as if the heavens intentionally impose limitations upon these two martial souls, preventing them from becoming too extraordinary. Otherwise, with the auxiliary power of the Nine Hearts sea-tangling martial soul, it would have long surpassed the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Father, Your Majesty, Qianye greeted the two. Although not Prince Xue Qinghe, he needed to fully embody this role. Qianye displayed a commendable proficiency in acting. Xue Go, indeed a petty person, was prone to reporting behind others' backs, attempting to undermine him. It must be acknowledged that the second prince is a scheming individual. In the original tale, after Qianrenxue assumed the guise of Xue Qinghe, she eliminated both second prince Xue Go and third prince Xue Rulai, ultimately leaving only the seemingly harmless, feigning madness and foolishness, Xue Bing, to reap the benefits. It must be said that Xue Bing is also quite ruthless. However, Qianrenxue failed to discern that Prince Xue Xing deliberately allowed Xue Bing to feign madness to deceive the crown prince. Qianye's purpose here is to engage playfully with this uncle-nephew duo, crafting a scenario of paternal benevolence that would render their facade unsustainable. Chapter 79, Benevolent and Kind Ning Fengzhi. Absorbing 3 spirit rings, reaching soul power level 88, Soul Douluo. Father, it is far more beneficial to venture out and experience the world than to languish within the palace day after day, Qianye remarked casually, perfectly embodying the persona of Xue Qinghe. Hearing this, Emperor Xue Yu was thoroughly satisfied. He rose and addressed Ning Fengzhi. Then, Sect Master Ning, let us proceed to dine together. Certainly, Your Majesty, Ning Fengzhi replied respectfully, following Emperor Xue Yi to the dining hall. Qianye stepped forward, catching up with Ning Fengzhi, and said with a smile, Teacher, I haven't seen Renxue for quite some time. How has she been lately? She is well, Ning Fengzhi replied, slightly slowing his pace. The crown princess often speaks of you. When will you pay her a visit? Indeed, I wish to see Renxue as well. However, I have been rather occupied lately and unable to leave. Upon hearing that he was busy, the Emperor of the Snowy Night revealed a satisfied smile. Qinghe, once you finish your tasks, you shall accompany Master Ning to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School tomorrow, correct? Qianye pondered for a moment. Yes, that sounds agreeable. Later, Qianye lay in bed, while Dingxiang provided a massage to relieve his stress, and Xiaofeng fanned him gently. In the Crown Prince's quarters, aside from the 2 close attendants, Dingxiang and Xiaofeng, there were 10 maidservants tasked with daily chores such as cleaning, primarily following the instructions of Dingxiang and Xiaofeng. Qianye did not awaken until the witching hour, and upon realizing he had reached level 80, he decided to absorb his 8th soul ring. Bailong, could you come out for a moment? For safety. He needed her protection while absorbing the soul ring. He locked the door to prevent any maidservants from barging in unexpectedly. In a flash of white light, Bailong emerged from Qianye's spiritual realm, looking at him with eager eyes. Master, what is your command? I am about to absorb a soul ring. Please provide me with protection, Qianye stated as he settled on the bed. Bailong revealed her small fangs, appearing somewhat vexed. But master, you have yet to fulfill the reward you promised me. It is merely a matter of a few spiritual herbs. When I have time, I will take you to collect as many as you desire, Qianye assured her. He recalled the celestial herbs found in the Valley of Ice and Fire, and sending a few to Bailong was no great burden. With a chuckle, he handed Bailong a small chestnut. Just stand guard at the door and prevent anyone from entering. Bailong pouted, reluctantly flying to the doorway to keep watch. Such a trickster, Qianye thought, amused by how obediently she complied. He then retrieved a 100,000-year soul ring and began to meditate and absorb it. He summoned his chaos Qian martial spirit, adorned with black and white scales that embodied the essence of chaos. The duality of black and white gives rise to all things, each possessing its unique hue. An hour later, Qianye successfully absorbed the 8th soul ring of the Chaos Qian. The dual-section staff martial spirit merged with the Qian martial spirit, evolving into the Chaos Qian, while the soul ring configuration remained unchanged. After resting briefly, he produced another 100,000-year soul ring and summoned his carrot martial spirit to commence absorption. Being system rewards, these soul rings were conveniently portable, facilitating the absorption process. Another hour passed, and he had absorbed the 8th soul ring of the carrot spirit. Qianye sensed his cultivation had ascended to the level of an 80 sum, officially becoming a soul Douluo. With a 1,000,000-year red gold soul ring in mind, he thought it prudent to absorb it simultaneously. Qianye released his 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit and began the process of absorption. The immense power of this martial spirit radiated an overwhelming presence the moment it was unleashed. After releasing the final 1,000,000-year soul ring, he commenced the absorption once more. Due to his prior experience, having already absorbed 2 1,000,000-year soul rings, Qianye was now well versed in the process. An hour later, he successfully absorbed the 3rd soul ring of the 24-winged eternal angel martial spirit. Host, Qianye. Gender male. Age, 11. Constitution, 88. Normal is 100. Number of martial spirits, 3. Food martial spirit. Carrot, awakened, soul rings 8. Purple, black, 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 red, red. Beast martial spirit. Chaos Qian, awakened, soul rings 8. Purple, black, 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 red, red. Divine Martial Spirit, 24-winged Eternal Angel Martial Spirit, awakened, Soul Rings 3, crimson gold, crimson gold, crimson gold. Soul Bones 2. Soul Power Level, 88, Soul Douluo. Qianye glanced at his attribute panel, noting that he had reached the level of an 88 Soul Douluo. However, in the presence of the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengzhi, he must conceal his true strength. The 10,000-year external soul bone, with its ever-changing forms, could serve as a disguise, allowing him to live a carefree life as a prince. Having attained the Soul Douluo level, the threshold to title Douluo was now tantalizingly close. However, the journey was not as straightforward as it might seem. The higher one's soul power level, the more arduous the task of advancing to the next tier became. Some soul masters might spend decades without achieving even a single level of progression. Others, having begun their training in their teens, could stagnate in their growth until death, failing to advance at all. Take the students of Nodding Academy, for instance. Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, who possessed extraordinary talents, students like Wang Sheng and Lu Long, despite being in their teens, had yet to reach even level 10. Xiao Qianyu, at 12, had reached only level 11. Most other students graduated from the 6th grade without attaining level 10, lacking even the qualification to absorb a soul ring. Once one reaches levels 70 or 80, each advancement could take several years or even decades to achieve 1 or 2 levels. Those with superior talent might only reach the upper 70s at best. Few reached level 80 or beyond. According to Qianye's understanding, there should be no more than 50 titled Douluos across the entire continent, and Soul Douluos would number less than 200. Soul Saints, too, would not exceed 500, making them exceedingly rare. The majority consisted of those below level 70, with the lower levels being the most populous. As dawn broke, Qianye rose to find the world outside bathed in light, allowing him to indulge in a brief rest. He noticed the white dragon had already dozed off. Shaking his head, he brought her over from the doorway and placed her on the bed before climbing in himself for a nap. Upon awakening, Qianye found it difficult to discern the time, but it was clear that the sun was shining brightly, illuminating the room. In the afternoon, Qianye and Ning Fengzhi traveled together by carriage to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengzhi spoke little, his countenance radiating kindness. In truth, he was a philanthropist. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was also the wealthiest sect in the entire continent. The reason was simple. The disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School inherited the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Spirit, which not only provided formidable assistance, but also possessed a unique ability for treasure detection, making it exceptionally potent. Often, with minimal expenditure, one can sense treasures worth dozens or even hundreds of times their value. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School thrives on this unique ability, feverishly uncovering hidden gems and amassing immense wealth. Coupled with the protection of the imperial family of the Heavendo Empire, they naturally find themselves with enhanced strength and a worry-free existence, allowing them to flourish with ease. Of course, the relationship between the Heavendo Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is also tied by mutual interests. There are no eternal friends, only enduring benefits. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul is renowned as the strongest auxiliary martial soul on the continent, capable of aiding soldiers in battle and possessing healing abilities. In times of war, the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School can serve as invaluable support for the army, achieving remarkable results with half the effort. This is the crux of the matter. Therefore, the camaraderie between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Heavendo Empire can be better described as a bond forged by mutual interests rather than mere friendship. The Bone Dalagu Rong and the Sword Doachin Qian were willing to serve Ning Fengzhi primarily because they recognized the resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, two super Douluos would hardly be content beneath Ning Fengzhi's leadership. Chapter 80. A visit to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As the carriage halted before the gates of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Qianye disembarked without attracting much attention. Perhaps due to Xueqing's frequent visits to the school and his status as Ning Fengzhi's student, the disciples within had grown accustomed to his presence. Ning Fengzhi engaged in casual conversation with Qianye, refraining from introducing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although Xueqing was well acquainted with the institution, Qianye, masquerading as the disguised prince, was unfamiliar with it on his first visit. To avoid raising Ning Fengzhi's suspicions, Qianye pretended to be quite knowledgeable about the school, feigning indifference to his surroundings. He spoke little, with most of the dialogue coming from Ning Fengzhi. Upon entering the conference hall, disciples served tea and pastries. Halfway through their conversation, Ning Fengzhi had other matters to attend to, leaving Qianye within the school as he went about his duties, treating him as one of their own. It appeared that Prince Xueqing had already been regarded as a guest or disciple at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Naturally, as Ning Fengzhi's disciple, he was not treated as an outsider. Qianye, on the other hand, was eager to escape Ning Fengzhi's watchful eye and explore his surroundings. Within the school, Qianye did not spot Gu Rong and Qianrenxue, likely because they were engaged elsewhere. Taking a piece of pastry, he made his way outside. Intent on observing the general appearance of the Seven Treasures, glazed tile school, and checking on Ning Rongrong. At just over a year old, Ning Rongrong should still be learning to walk. Exiting the conference hall, Qianye followed a small path toward the inner courtyard. There was a large training ground in the center, bustling with disciples of the school engaging in various activities. Men and women of all ages could be seen, and it was clear to Qianye that these individuals were soul masters with soul power. Some even unleashed their martial souls and soul rings to spar, as he understood the necessity of training before battle. Under the guidance of Ning Fengzhi, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is undergoing expansion, enhancing its influence and welcoming a multitude of disciples. After all, the clan's own members are merely capable of assisting with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, lacking any combat prowess. Therefore, in order to ensure their self-preservation, it is imperative to recruit talented individuals from outside, bringing in formidable soul masters. Gu Rong and Qianrenxue have already attained the status of elders. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, grand in scale, is nestled amidst mountains and rivers. Qianye meandered for quite some time before finally surveying the establishment thoroughly. Naturally, the Ning family possesses an ancient castle, seemingly a legacy passed down through generations. It is evident that the Ning family has always been a prominent and affluent household. After leisurely exploring, Qianye found himself in the grassy expanse of the backyard, intending to rest for a moment. Just as he settled down, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from his left. Turning his head, he observed a small girl, barefoot, dashing toward him. Upon closer inspection, she appeared to be around a year old and already capable of running. Indeed, the inhabitants of the Douluo continent mature at an astonishing pace, a fact Qianye could personally attest to. As the little girl approached, she leaped into Qianye's arms, calling out, "Brother, brother." This affectionate address led Qianye to believe that she must have known him previously. Otherwise, such familiarity would be unlikely. However, he soon recalled that he was currently embodying the role of Princess Weeking, who frequently visited this place, making her recognition entirely plausible. Qianye lifted her up, noticing her chubby form and the lingering scent of infancy. He took a moment to observe her features. Her blue eyes struck him as remarkably distinct, and he immediately thought of someone. Indeed, this little girl could very well be Ning Rongrong. Although at her tender age, she likely did not even comprehend her own name. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for checking in at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reward: Universal Divine Physician Skill. Note: can be learned. Would you like to learn it? The Universal Divine Physician skill piqued Qianye's interest. After considering the opportunity, he resolved that with such a valuable skill available, it would be foolish not to learn it. Learn. Ding. Master, you are now learning the Universal Divine Physician skill. Instantly, a multitude of golden runes flooded Qianye's mind as he began his studies. These medical skills encompassed healing ailments, identifying medicinal herbs, alchemy, and even poison crafting, covering a wide array of knowledge. Not only did it include the medical practices and herbal knowledge of the Douluo continent, but also insights from other realms. Ding. Master, you have successfully learned the Universal Divine Physician skill. A faint smile graced Qianye's lips. Indeed, soul masters can fall ill, and when afflicted, they require treatment, especially for intricate and challenging conditions that cannot easily be remedied by supportive soul masters. Take Douluo, for instance. He suffered from a congenital toxin due to a flaw in his martial soul, ultimately leading to poison infiltrating his very marrow. Had he not encountered Tang San, who assisted him in detoxification, he would have succumbed to his ailments in his later years. Similarly, his granddaughter, despite her youth, also suffered from toxins due to her martial soul, enduring immense suffering. With the medical knowledge he had acquired, coupled with the appropriate herbs, Qianye could provide treatment for them. 5 years later, in the imperial palace of the Tindo Empire, within the prince's chamber, a handsome young man lay on a grand bed. He possessed striking sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his physique robust and muscular, standing approximately 6 feet tall. He is none other than Chiba, who, after 5 years, has now reached the age of 16. As he gazes at the ceiling, he reflects on his own journey in the Douluo continent, which has also spanned 16 years. At this tender age, he has already acquired the allure and charisma of a man. Having been an undercover agent in the Tindo Empire for 5 years, he has perfected his role as Prince Shueqinghe to an artful level. Prince, a woman's voice calls from outside the bedroom. Recognizing the voice as that of the maid Xiaofeng, Chiba responds, "Is there something you need?" He opens the door to find Xiaofeng waiting at the threshold, her appearance more enchanting than ever. "What is it?" He inquires. Tears well up in Xiaofang's eyes, and she suddenly bursts into sobs. Chiba instantly grasps that something must have gone awry in her family, prompting such sorrow. If you have something to say, please do. Even if it is difficult, you can share it with me. Oh, Xiaofang looks up at him. Where do you live? In the countryside, over 500 miles from Tindo City. Is it just your father at home? Yes. My mother fell ill after giving birth to me and eventually passed away due to our family's poverty, leaving my father and me to rely on one another. Recently, I received a letter from a fellow villager, revealing that he is gravely ill. Chiba strokes his chin thoughtfully. Xiaofang, bring your father to the city. I will arrange for a house for him here, making it easier for you to care for him. He had initially intended to mention his ability to heal, but reasoned it best to wait until Xiaofang brings her father before offering to cure him, avoiding unnecessary explanations. Is what you say true, Your Highness? Xiaofang's disbelief is palpable. Chiba nods. Is the travel fare sufficient? If not, you may go to the treasury to collect 100 gold soul coins. I have enough money. You need not worry, Your Highness. Very well, then off you go. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiaofang beams as she steps outside. Oh, and please summon Ding Xiang. Your Highness, did you call for me? Ding Xiang enters the room. Chiba appraises her. After 5 years, her physique has blossomed. Have a few people go outside and inquire about available houses for purchase. Acquire one for me. Ding Xiang hesitates. What prompted you to consider buying a house? Do not ask. Understood. Ding Xiang pouts slightly but turns to carry out his command. Chiba ponders for a moment before exiting his quarters. It is high time he visited Lu Erlong at the Lamba Academy. Assuming the identity of Prince Xueqinghe, he proceeds to meet Lu Erlong as a prince. Over the years, Chiba has become well acquainted with the location of the Lamba Academy, and soon he arrives at its entrance. Riding his dedicated steed, clad in royal attire, Chiba stands out remarkably as he walks through the streets, with passers-by recognizing his princely stature from afar. Upon reaching the academy's gates, Chiba is stopped by a guard. The Lamba Academy, founded by Lu Erlong, is an esteemed institution for soul masters that shuns the influence of the powerful, catering solely to the common folk. Thus, all visitors must announce their presence before entry. Who goes there? The guard inquires. Without hesitation, Chiba presents his royal insignia. Your Highness. The guard is momentarily taken aback before asking, whom do you seek? Chiba glances inside. I wish to meet your director Lu. The gatekeeper, realizing the identity of the visitor as the crown prince, refrained from treating him lightly, for after all, the Blue Tyrant Academy was established in the capital of the Heavendo Empire. Please wait a moment while I notify the relevant parties, he said. Qianye nodded. Casting a glance at the picturesque scenery of the Blue Tyrant Academy, the academy was built against the mountains, nestled within the largest urban forest in the entirety of Tindo City. The gatekeeper swiftly entered to deliver the message. Not long after, he emerged accompanied by a woman. Qianye quickly assessed her. She appeared to be in her 40s, with an average appearance, yet possessing an exquisite figure. Dressed in a flowing purple robe, she exuded a voluptuous charm. If Qianye's assumptions were correct, her name was Infiltration, a formidable soul master of the assault system at level 54. In the original narrative of Douluo continent, it was she who had received Flinder, Yu Shaojing, Tang San, and the other esteemed teachers and students of Shrek Academy, escorting them to meet Lu Erlong in the academy's backyard. Having met the crown prince before, Infiltration approached with familiarity. I am Infiltration. May I inquire what brings the crown prince to our Blue Tyrant Academy? Qianye scrutinized her once more and replied, I merely wish to discuss a matter with your principal. Could you kindly inform her? Then please follow me. Infiltration considered briefly before leading the way. Lu Erlong, being the illegitimate daughter of Yu Lumyan, the second heir of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, naturally commanded a degree of respect within Tindo City due to her connections. Otherwise, given her defiance against the powerful and her academy's policy of admitting only commoners while excluding nobility, she might have faced difficulties from the influential figures of the Tindo Empire and been expelled from the city long ago. After all, the scale of Blue Tyrant Academy had reached 1/3 that of the prestigious Royal Academy of Tindo and was qualified to participate in the continental competition for advanced Soul Master Academies. Infiltration continued to navigate through the academy, leading Qianye along a wide pathway that extended into the heart of the institution. On either side, verdant trees provided shade until they reached a playground that exceeded 200 meters in diameter, surrounded by 3-story buildings. Upon reaching the playground, Infiltration pointed to one of the 3-story structures and said, Your Highness, this is our academy's administrative building. However, our principal does not usually work here, so we must proceed elsewhere to meet her. Feigning surprise, Qianye's mind was as clear as crystal. Typically, Lu Erlong remained secluded in the small woods behind Blue Tyrant Academy, uninterested in worldly affairs. No problem, he responded. Infiltration nodded, having heard tales of the crown prince's understanding and amiable nature. Indeed, you are as kind as rumored. Please, follow me. Very well. Infiltration resumed her lead, guiding him along the path toward the small woods at the back of the mountain. Qianye closely followed. After walking several hundred meters, he noticed the trees ahead becoming sparser. Suddenly, a particularly robust tree stood out, adorned with a large sign. What amused Qianye most was the inscription on this sign, which read in bold letters, "Restricted area of the Academy. Entry by invitation only." Qianye let out a sigh, nearly unable to suppress a chuckle. The scene before him was strikingly similar to that depicted in the original narrative of Douluo. Lu Erlong, yearning for Yuxiaojing, remained haunted by the memories of the night they were to wed, only to be interrupted by her biological father, Yulian, who harshly severed their union. Yuxiaojing, the second son of the Blue Electric Tyrant sex leader, and Yulian, his uncle, had a complicated familial bond, as Lu Erlong was the illegitimate daughter of Yuxiaojing's uncle, making them blood relatives. On the night of their wedding, Yuxiaojing had secretly invited his uncle Yulian to attend the ceremony. Upon discovering that his nephew was marrying his illegitimate daughter, Yulian erupted in fury, berating Yuxiaojing mercilessly. Overwhelmed by the situation, Yuxiaojing fled, and since that moment, 2 decades had swiftly passed without a single encounter between them. Qianye was aware that currently, Yuxiaojing resided in Tindo City within the Fengzhi province, serving as a guest master at the Tindo Academy of Soul Masters. Infiltration observed Qianye's expression and offered a wry smile, pointing to a sign on a large tree. "Your Highness need not be astonished. This is the residence of our esteemed dean." The dean had placed the sign to deter students from wandering here and disrupting her meditation. Qianye nodded in understanding. As Infiltration continued onward, Qianye soon noticed the area ahead widen, free from the cover of the trees, revealing a flat expanse. Before him lay a small lake, approximately 50 meters in diameter. A stream, about 3 meters wide, flowed from the opposite side of the woods into the lake, creating a picturesque setting. Qianye stroked his chin, affirming that the back mountain of the Blue Tyrant Academy indeed harbored hidden wonders. Before long, Infiltration led Qianye to a quaint wooden cabin. Qianye surveyed the cabin's thatched roof, a stark contrast to the more formal buildings of the Blue Tyrant Academy, embodying simplicity in its purest form. "Miss Infiltration, has the dean always resided here?" he inquired. Infiltration offered a bittersweet smile. "Yes, the dean has always lived here." Internally, she was puzzled as to how such a mature and strikingly beautiful woman could endure solitude in this secluded place for nearly 2 decades. While Infiltration remained unaware, Qianye not only knew but possessed a deeper understanding of Lu Erlong's choices than even Master Xiaojing. Within the fenced yard, various flowers and potted plants bloomed vibrantly, reminiscent of springtime. "Dean, are you present?" Infiltration approached the fence and, seeing no sign of Lu Erlong, called out. A frosty voice from within responded, tinged with impatience, clearly irritated by Infiltration's unannounced intrusion. "Infiltration, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Infiltration's words, silence enveloped the room, and the two were left in anticipation. Seizing the moment, Qianye took the opportunity to further admire the scenic beauty surrounding the lake. It was undeniable, with its lush woods and tranquil waters. It was indeed an idyllic location for contemplation, and its proximity to the bustling city made it a perfect duality of seclusion and accessibility. Chapter 82. The Blue Tyrant Academy Check-in, Lu Erlong. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on checking in at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Reward, Compendium of Advanced Technology. Note, available for study. Would you like to learn it? Advanced Technology? Qianye felt somewhat bewildered. Ding. Master, the Compendium of Advanced Technology encompasses knowledge in various fields, such as electronic research and development, astronomy, machinery fabrication, firearms, ammunition materials, and more skills. I see. Qianye was well aware of what advanced technology entailed. He merely sought confirmation from the system. He perceived that acquiring this knowledge would indeed be beneficial. I shall learn. Ding. Master, you are now studying the Compendium of Advanced Technology. Instantly, Qianye felt an influx of countless golden runes flooding into his mind. As these runes entered, they blossomed like flowers, triggering a technological epiphany. A plethora of advanced technological knowledge was stored within his consciousness. Truly a remarkable treasure. Qianye smirked mischievously, realizing that with such knowledge, he could not only become invincible in the Douluo continent, but also alter its current state. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared before the fence. Qianye turned to see a woman, approximately 30 years of age, clad in a flowing azure dress. Her alluring figure stood at around 1 meter 80, with features that were captivating and delicate, her pallid complexion failing to diminish her elegance. A piece of cloth held her hair in a bun atop her head, while her large, dark eyes scrutinized him intently. Qianye's gaze traversed her long legs, ultimately resting upon her pronounced curves. Indeed, the strength of her parental lineage was evident, although Qianye had never encountered Lu Erlong's mother. It was clear that she was no ordinary beauty to have caught the attention of the esteemed Yuena of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Furthermore, Lu Erlong's mother was reputedly a renowned courtesan, certainly not lacking in grace and charm, fitting to be supported by Yulian. Are you Prince Xueqinghe? Lu Erlong did not regard his royal status with any elevated esteem, nor did she offer him a warm demeanor. Lu Erlong was not one to seek favor from the powerful, nor did she aspire to curry favor with the elite. Otherwise, the Blue Tyrant Academy she founded would not have championed the motto of accepting only commoners and rejecting noble students. Thus, it mattered not if it were Prince Xueqinghe or even the Emperor Shui himself, she would maintain her stance. Indeed, seeing is believing. Lu Erlong was as formidable as her reputation suggested. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on checking in with the goddess Lu Erlong. Reward: 1,000,000-year crimson gold soul ring. Qianye was overjoyed. His visit to the Blue Tyrant Academy had yielded bountiful rewards. I am, he replied gently, though merely masquerading as a prince. He felt it necessary to play the role convincingly. Qianye believed his acting skills were quite adept. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, particularly incensed when she noticed his gaze lingering on her curves. Sound the notice, show him out. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward and gestured for Qianye to leave. Your Highness, please. If you ignore me, I shall compel you to seek me out. Ha ha. Qianye suddenly burst into a raucous laugh, his mirth resonating with an almost enchanting allure. In Lu Erlong's ears, the words sounded like mockery, steeped in arrogance. Qianye maintained his smile. Are you unwell? Oh. Inshu's expression changed dramatically. She never expected that the crown prince would dare to speak to the dean in such a manner. She was acutely aware of Lu Erlong's volatile temper. She would not hesitate to strike anyone who showed her disrespect, regardless of their status. Inshu genuinely feared that if Lu Erlong lost control, even the crown prince could be in danger. I said you are unwell. In truth, he was correct. Lu Erlong was indeed suffering, and gravely so. Say that again if you dare. You are unwell. Qianye spoke honestly, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. Seeking death. At last, Lu Erlong exploded. With a swift motion, she seized Qianye by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Her eyes turned bloodshot, radiating a murderous intent. Inshu's face turned pale as she cried out in alarm. After all, this was the crown prince of the Tindo Empire. If he were harmed or killed, no matter how formidable the dean's background, it would spell her doom, hunted by the empire. Dean, please remain calm. He is the crown prince. You cannot act against him. Yet Lu Erlong paid no heed to Inshu's words. If she were a coward, she would not have lashed out. Dare to utter another word, and I shall snap your neck. Do not presume that just because you are a prince, with the imperial family of the Tindo Empire backing you, I would hesitate to take your life. In my eyes, whether it be an emperor, a prince, or a noble, I treat them all equally. Whoever provokes me shall pay with their life. You are unwell. Qianye reiterated, remaining steadfast in his words. Why could she not believe him? Was speaking the truth a crime? In that moment, Qianye truly felt the tempestuous nature of Lu Erlong was not mere hearsay. It was a palpable reality. This aspect of her character was intertwined with her origins, as well as her connection to Yu Xiaojiang. Of course, one could not dismiss the influence of her martial spirit. Lu Erlong's martial spirit bore the lineage of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, yet it was not a pure manifestation. It had morphed into a variant fire dragon spirit. The fire dragon spirit, characterized by its fiery essence, likely contributed to Lu Erlong's temperament. Once her internal flames of rage were ignited, control became elusive. It was akin to one's innate disposition, predisposed to anger. Once such a person's fury was kindled, it was nearly impossible to restrain. Indeed. Lu Erlong was thoroughly provoked. With a fierce cry, she hurled Qianye into the air and leaped after him, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his midsection. Her foot was infused with a significant portion of her soul power, the force reaching its zenith. Had an ordinary person been struck by that kick, their spine would undoubtedly shatter. In that moment, Lu Erlong was consumed by the need to vent her fury. Utterly disregarding the fact that her target was the crown prince of the Tindo Empire, striking with lethal intent. Chiba recalled that in the original text, when Lu Erlong accompanied Tang San and others to hunt soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, her mood was quite dismal. In a fit of rage, she unleashed a barrage of attacks, swiftly eliminating the Earth King, who had cultivated for thousands of years, without a trace of hesitation. If the person before her was indeed the true prince of the Tindo Empire, Xueqinghe, then he was surely in grave danger. After all, Lu Erlong had already attained the formidable rank of 78, and the four-winged swan spirit inherited by Prince Xueqinghe was hardly a match for her prowess. However, she was contending with Chiba, whose strength eclipsed even Lu Erlong's. Though Lu Erlong was at level 78, Chiba had reached the pinnacle of level 90, and upon absorbing another soul ring, would ascend to the status of a title de law. No matter how powerful Lu Erlong was, she could not withstand Qiba's might. With a graceful aerial spin, Qiba evaded Lu Erlong's attack, which struck nothing but air. Yet, upon landing, Lu Erlong's foot created a substantial crater in the ground, a testament to her immense power. Renxue, witnessing Qiba's narrow escape and scathe, patted her rapidly beating heart in relief. Otherwise, the Blue Tyrant Academy would have faced dire consequences. Chapter 83. Lu Erlong's Inner Turmoil. Principal, please cease your attack, or we shall truly damage our relations. Renxue interjected hastily. Stand aside. Lu Erlong forcefully pushed Renxue away, her fury far from quelled. To her surprise, Qiba had demonstrated a swiftness that outpaced her own. Lu Erlong believed that her previous strike was certain to connect, yet it had failed. Given her understanding of Qianye, he was merely around 16 years of age, likely possessing no more than 20 levels of power. Such an unexpected occurrence was inconceivable. Qiba, however, was fully aware of Lu Erlong's thoughts, yet would never disclose the truth to her. The swan spirit of the Tindo Empire's royal family was an agile battle spirit, notable for its ability to fly. While its speed was impressive, its combat prowess was relatively weak. Thus, the royal swan spirit of the Tindo Empire was scarcely known throughout the continent, with many unaware of its existence. In comparison to the white tiger spirit of the Xinghua Empire, it fell far short. Yet, ironically, this unassuming spirit had propelled the Tindo Empire to remarkable heights, allowing it to contend with the Xinghua Empire for dominion over the Douluo continent, shrouded in its own mysteries. On another front, while the Tindo Empire and Xinghua Empire appeared to be at peace, beneath the surface, tumultuous currents surged. The Xinghua Empire sought to annex the Tindo Empire, aiming for complete unification of the Douluo continent. Likewise, the Tindo Empire harbored ambitions of its own to engulf the Xinghua Empire and establish supremacy. However, a formidable barrier stood between these two colossal empires, a stone tablet that neither dared to cross. The existence of this monument represented an insurmountable chasm between the two great powers. Unless they could topple this stone tablet, the prospect of annexation would remain a distant dream. This barrier was the Spirit Hall, an organization represented by soul masters, standing apart from both the Tindo and Xinghua empires. It functioned as a third-party force, its power overshadowing that of both empires, compelling them not only to refrain from attacking the Spirit Hall, but also to submit to its authority. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would have long been dismantled by the two great empires. The Spirit Hall's most formidable asset is the celestial angel lineage, the illustrious six-winged angel spirit, bestowed upon humanity by the angel god. This spirit not only endows its possessor with extraordinary talent and rapid cultivation speed, but also facilitates an effortless ascension to the rank of title de law. A soul master bearing such a spirit is assured of their innate potential. Even with modest skills, reaching the status of title de law is almost guaranteed. More importantly, these individuals find it significantly easier to transcend to the ranks of super de law, surpassing level 96 and achieving the pinnacle of level 99. Furthermore, they possess 6 divine soul bones inherited from the angel legacy, which is akin to adding wings to a tiger. There exists another secret. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants of the Douluo continent, in a certain region of the Elder Hall lies a hidden domain, the Angel Sanctuary. Within this sanctum, inheritors of the six-winged angel spirit can undergo the 9 trials of the angel and ascend to godhood, even if they do not attain divinity. Emerging from this sanctuary guarantees one's status as a formidable powerhouse. However, there is a caveat. The inheritors of the angel spirit are few and far between, with only one successor per generation. This means that should a generation be extinguished, the lineage of the six-winged angel spirit would be severed. Perhaps this is fate. Despite the strength of the six-winged angel, its singular lineage is a limitation. This is also why inheritors of the angel spirit are not as numerous as those of the Qian hammer. No matter how formidable an individual may be, they are still but one person, whereas the Qian sect is a collective of many. In a scenario where both are titled Douluos with comparable strength, the disparity becomes evident in a one-on-two confrontation. It is akin to Tang Sen facing insurmountable odds, only to have his father Tang Hao, grandfather Tang Chun, uncles, and aunts, along with the 10 elders of the Tang family, rally to his side. Conversely, the angel spirit is forever represented by a solitary warrior. As Lu Erlong charged once more, Qianye deftly evaded her attack. Frustrated, Lu Erlong persisted, yet every strike of hers met with emptiness. Qianye skillfully dodged each of her assaults. After a while, Lu Erlong found the endeavor unfulfilling and unbecoming of her stature, prompting her to withdraw. The issue, however, was that she could not land a blow. Qianye, you may leave. Lu Erlong issued her final decree. Yet Qianye had no intention of letting her off so easily. You dictate when to fight and when not to. This is quite humiliating for me. I assent it. What do you desire? Lu Erlong inquired coldly. Were it not for her inability to strike him, she would not relent. On the sidelines, Infiltration observed the prince's antics with a mix of admiration and exasperation. Clearly no match for the principal, yet he sought to provoke her. Was this not courting disaster? However, one was her superior, and the other was the current prince, leaving her powerless to intervene, only able to fret in silence. Qianye smirked mischievously. I desire nothing more than to cure your affliction. He spoke, and she remained skeptical. Qianye shook his head. You bear a heart ailment, a yearning sickness, a lament of regret. Am I mistaken? Lu Erlong gazed at him, speechless. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Xiao Gang's name. Qianye smiled and said, Director Lu, surely you must know Yu Xiaojing? Who is Yu Xiaojing? Infiltration inquired, perplexed. Lu Erlong remained silent. Qianye continued, Yu Xiaojing, also known as Master Xiao Gang, is the youngest son of Yu Yuenzhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. He is a rank 29 soul master and is 50 years old this year. 50 years old and only rank 29. How is that possible? Especially for a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Infiltration expressed skepticism, as it seemed inconceivable for a descendant of such a prestigious lineage to be so lacking. Moreover, he was the sect leader's son. Indeed, it should be otherwise. But Yu Xiaojing has faced some issues that caused complications during his martial soul awakening, resulting in a mutation, Qianye explained. What kind of issues? Infiltration's curiosity was piqued. Qianye glanced at Lu Erlong and remarked, Infiltration, you ought to know that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul is inherently formidable, typically granting innate soul power of at least rank 3 upon awakening. However, Yu Xiaojing possesses only half a rank of soul power, which adversely affected his martial soul's awakening, causing it to mutate into a rather unorthodox form resembling a pig-like creature. Master Xiao Gang himself named it Luo San Pao. I see. Infiltration nodded, beginning to comprehend why Yu Xiaojing, despite being a scion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, was only ranked 29 at the age of 50. But, Your Highness, what connection does this Master Xiao Gang have with our director? Ah, that connection is quite significant. Qianye replied with a playful tone. Oh, Infiltration glanced at Lu Erlong, whose expression was one of stunned disbelief, indicating that there was indeed a connection. He then turned back to Qianye, eager to hear the rest of the story. Qianye continued. Because your director's first love was none other than Master Xiao Gang. Ah, Infiltration's mouth fell open in astonishment, entirely unprepared for the revelation of his director's past. Chapter 84. Master Xiao Gang has arrived? So, Your Highness, what happened next? Infiltration pressed on. There was no next. Qianye replied, unwilling to divulge more of another's private matters. Infiltration pouted, feeling unsatisfied. Lu Erlong, relieved that the conversation had not continued, interjected, Your Highness, this is my personal affair. It would be best if you refrain from discussing it outside. And if I choose to speak, will you stop me? Qianye teased, not wishing to dishearten her. By the way, how do you know all this? Lu Erlong mused. Have you met Xiao Gang? Qianye queried. Indeed, Lu Erlong replied, her interest evidently piqued once more. Qianye smiled slightly and explained, I am aware of him because he has recently been at the Heavendo Royal Academy to visit his nephew. These details were shared with me directly by him. If you truly wish to meet Master Xiao Gang, I could certainly convey a message. Xiao Gang is at the Heavendo Royal Academy. Lu Erlong's expression brightened with excitement. Your Highness, will you take me there right now? Qianye feigned reluctance, secretly amused. After all, the truth was that Yu Xiaojing was merely languishing at the Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy, hardly in a position to be found at the Heavendo Royal Academy. With the ability bestowed by the external soul bone, one could transform into the likeness of Yu Xiaojing, thereby meeting Lu Erlong and allowing her to relinquish all hopes for him. Simultaneously, it is evident that Yu Xiaojing does not genuinely love Lu Erlong. There is no reason to prolong her heartache. Qianye, feeling a sense of injustice for Lu Erlong, wishes to assist her in breaking free from Yu Xiaojing's shadow, preventing her from succumbing to the poison of his affections. What, are you unwilling? Lu Erlong grasped Qianye's hand with great force. Even if you are reluctant, I will storm into the Royal Academy of Heavendo and find Xiaojing myself. Qianye shook his head. Erlong, it's not that I am unwilling. Rather, Xiaojing has expressed that he does not wish to see you again. What did you say? Lu Erlong's eyes reddened. After waiting for Xiaojing for over a decade, he now claims he does not want to see her? Qianye feigned a sigh. Erlong, to be frank, upon hearing the tale of you and Xiaojing from Master Xiaojing himself, I informed him that you are now the head of the Blue Tyrant Academy. At that moment, I intended to bring Master Xiaojing to meet you, but he declined and specifically mentioned. Qianye paused deliberately. What did he say? Lu Erlong's eyes grew even redder, tugging at Qianye's hands. Quickly tell me, what did Xiaojing say? Erlong, it is not that I do not wish to share, but I fear that the truth may be too much for you to bear. Qianye pretended to wear an expression of distress. One could not deny his acting prowess. The onlookers, witnessing the unusual interaction between the two, were at a loss for words. As for Master Xiaojing, they had never heard of him either. Yet, observing the headmaster's fervent demeanor regarding Xiaojing, it was clear their previous relationship was anything but ordinary. Lu Erlong remained undeterred. Rest assured, Your Highness, I fear nothing. Just relay Xiaojing's words to me, verbatim. Qianye sighed again. Very well, Erlong. Since you are so eager to know, I cannot bear to withhold the truth from you. However, I implore you to remain composed and refrain from confronting Master Xiaojing. I believe he possesses his own burdens, so do not harbor resentment towards him. What did he say? I am listening. Lu Erlong felt a foreboding sense of dread. Although apprehensive, she could not resist the urge to hear. After waiting for over a decade, receiving news of him was too precious to disregard. This was the day she had long awaited. Even if they could not be together, she needed closure. Love or indifference hinged upon a single statement. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's declaration, Qianye dispensed with formalities. Erlong. Master Xiaojing stated unequivocally that he never harbored any feelings for you. The reason he was with you was merely a fade, he maintained. He urged you to cease waiting for him. Even if you were to wait until old age, he would not wish to see you. He implored you to let go of your affections and seek someone else to marry. Ah! Lu Erlong suddenly screamed, her temper flaring, her heart exploding with disbelief. I refuse to believe it. What you say cannot be the true words of Xiaojing. You must have fabricated this. Although it is fabricated, it is intended to save you. Enduring prolonged pain is worse than a brief sting. I am saving you. Ere long, remain calm, although reality is harsh. Is it truly worthwhile to deceive yourself in this manner? No, I cannot believe it. At this juncture, Lu Erlong is beyond heeding the counsel of others. Your Highness, take me to meet Yu Xiaojing. I must clarify matters with him face to face. Qianye finds it amusing. Even if I were to escort you to Yu Xiaojing, you would ultimately be meeting yourself. Such truths, however, I shall keep to myself. Otherwise, what role would I play? Yet, ere long, Master Xiaojing does not wish to see you. It is rather inappropriate to disrupt his life in such a manner, is it not? If you do not take me, I shall go on my own. Lu Erlong, undeterred, turned and strode away. Observing her urgency, Qianye could not help but chuckle inwardly, masking her amusement with a facade of sympathy. It is often said that a woman in love may find her intellect compromised, and there exists merit in that notion. For your profound affection towards Master Xiaojing, I shall reluctantly facilitate a conversation between you two. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong halted, casting a grateful glance towards her. Despite her tempestuous nature, her devotion to those she adores is unwavering. The tenderness with which Lu Erlong treats Yu Xiaojing, never daring to express anger towards him, vividly illustrates this point. Conversely, her demeanor towards those she does not favor is strikingly different, as evidenced by her interactions with Flander. Soon enough, Qianye and Lu Erlong departed from Lanba Academy, making their way to the Royal Academy of Tindo, leaving Inshu standing alone, bewildered as she watched their retreating figures. From this day forth, she gained a deeper understanding of her esteemed head of the academy. It became apparent that the dean was not a heartless individual, but rather a woman deeply ensnared by love, who had steadfastly rejected the affections of all men for many years due to her profound feelings for that man. The Royal Academy of Tindo, the premier institution of the Tindo Empire, is home to many talented students, such as Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin, among others. Naturally, the academy predominantly comprises noble students, including offspring of the Tindo royal family, children of the affluent, as well as descendants from prominent sects like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The eldest nephew of Yu Xiaojing is also among the students there. Occasionally, Ning would accompany the children of her clan to frolic at the gates of the Royal Academy of Tindo. Some collateral relatives of her family also participate in studies there. Ning has several brothers, though they have yet to be introduced in the original narrative. Over the years, Qianye has become well acquainted with them at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Chapter 85, The Conclusion. The Royal Academy of Tindo is not situated within the city of Tindo, but rather in the outskirts of the capital, approximately 20 kilometers from the city. Nestled at the foot of a majestic mountain amidst picturesque woodlands. It must be said, students learning within such an academy are truly fortunate. Beneath the towering mountains, where trees stand tall and the air is filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, one is enveloped in a sense of paradise. At the mountain's base, a grand edifice rises majestically. Above the imposing gate, a plaque bears the inscription Heavenly Royal Academy. At this moment, Qianye and Lu Erlong have arrived at the academy's entrance in a carriage. Once the vehicle comes to a halt, they disembark together. Qianye casts a glance at Lu Erlong and notices her reddened eyes, stirring a pang of sympathy within him. After all, she is someone dear to him, and he cannot bear to see her in sorrow. Shaking his head, he reassures her, Erlong, please wait here for a moment while I go inside and fetch Master Yu Xiaojing to meet you. Lu Erlong steadies herself, her heart a tumult of nerves and excitement at the thought of soon meeting Yu Xiaojing. After waiting for so many years, the anticipation is overwhelming, and she cannot quite articulate the feelings swirling within her. Her heart is a blend of emotions. Just moments ago, Qianye had doused her hopes with cold water. Now, Lu Erlong feels a flicker of fear, apprehensive that after waiting for over a decade, their meeting might end in heartbreak. What difference does it make whether they meet or not? Perhaps it would be better to remain apart. Yet, despite her trepidation, her longing to see him remains fervent. Before long, a tall middle-aged man with a crew cut emerges from the academy's gates. Lu Erlong, who is peering anxiously from the entrance, recognizes him instantly. It is none other than Yu Xiaojing, and her composure begins to unravel. As he steps out, she rushes forward, throwing herself into his embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, this man, although bearing an uncanny resemblance to Yu Xiaojing in demeanor, attire, and solemnity, is not Yu Xiaojing, but Qianye. Thanks to the transformative capabilities of his soul bone, Qianye can not only disguise himself as the Prince Xueqinghe, but can also flawlessly assume the appearance of Yu Xiaojing. Coupled with Yu Xiaojing's voice, the illusion is seamless. The figure Lu Erlong believes to be Yu Xiaojing is, in fact, Qianye's recent transformation. The real Yu Xiaojing is still far away in the nodding academy. In her embrace, Lu Erlong's grip is firm, her form pressed against his chest, feeling soft and warm. Qianye takes a deep breath. At this moment, he is in the prime of his youth. Being held by such a mature and enchanting beauty as Lu Erlong is undeniably stirring. This sensation is mutual, as Lu Erlong, though appearing to be in her 30s, is not significantly younger than Yu Xiaojing. Qianye calculates that Yu Xiaojing is around 50, while Lu Erlong, though slightly younger, must be in her 40s. As the saying goes, at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as formidable as a tiger. Lu Erlong, having maintained her beauty, still resembles a woman in her 30s, embodying the essence of a timeless beauty. With her presence, despite being in her 40s and having never borne children, she remains single. More precisely, at this moment, Lu Erlong cannot be considered a woman in the truest sense. She has yet to engage in that intimate relationship with a man, thus retaining her maidenhood. In truth, she is merely a large, innocent girl. In order to avoid revealing her true identity, Chiba had just entered, liberally applying perfume to mask her own scent. Otherwise, Lu Erlong would undoubtedly detect the unmistakable similarity between the fragrances of the man before her and Chiba's own. Of course, she would not think to delve into that notion. Moreover, Chiba is well acquainted with the intricacies and conduct of Yu Xiaojing, making it effortless to impersonate him. Chiba pushed Lu Erlong away, questioning, Erlong, what brings you here? Lu Erlong gritted her teeth in anger, exclaiming, Xiaojing, do you not desire me? Chiba replied, it is not Yu Xiaojing who yearns for you, but rather me. Why would I wish for you? Our relationship was concluded over a decade ago, was it not? Lu Erlong's eyes reddened. Do you understand how I have endured these past 10 years? Chiba, at a loss for words, responded, Erlong, you know that my heart harbors no feelings for you, but only for her. My relationship with you was merely a consequence of my lost hope with Bibi Dong after she married Qian Xuanji. However, just days before our wedding, I received news that brought me immense joy. Qian Xuanji had died. This meant I still had a chance with Bibi Dong, which is why I had no intention of marrying you, yet I could not find an excuse to reject you. Thus, I invited my uncle. For only his arrival could provide the pretext to prevent our union, and you would not blame me, allowing me to extricate myself from your life without any debts owed to one another. In truth, I never loved you. I merely took advantage of your kindness for companionship. Lu Erlong stood there, mouth agape, utterly incredulous, struggling to accept the truth of Chiba's words. I refuse to believe you. Tell me, you cannot mean what you say? Lu Erlong insisted, still unwilling to accept that Yu Xiaojing had never loved her. Erlong, you are painfully naive. Do you not realize how alarming your innocence is? Xiaojing, did you know from the very beginning? It was not that I was unaware at first. I only came to realize it later. Lu Erlong was bewildered, completely unprepared for the revelation that the one she loved so deeply had been deceiving and toying with her affections. A surge of anguish coursed through her. Chiba scoffed, Erlong, your navet is astonishing. You are no longer a girl. You are in your 40s. Why do you still behave like a child, so oblivious to reality? Although you are not recognized by your family and cannot enter the sect, I speak to you today for your own good. Furthermore, Erlong, I must be candid with you. From this day forth, let us not interfere in each other's lives. Please, Take care of yourself. It is best to leave matters as they are. She lamented her own worthlessness, yet there was no remedy for her regrets. Chiba entered the academy, stepping into the dormitory where she had spent countless days, and removed Yu Xiaojiang's garments. By the time Chiba emerged, Lu Erlong had already vanished from the entrance of the academy. However, a sense of unease lingered within her. After all, she had waited for Yu Xiaojiang for nearly 2 decades, and this recent blow might lead him to despair. Reflecting on this, Chiba resolved to visit Lu Erlong's residence in the coming days to keep her company, as she could not bear the thought of Lu Erlong succumbing to a moment of weakness and making a regrettable decision. Chapter 86. The Holy Spirit Village. The blacksmith boy Tang San. The Holy Spirit Village, situated in the southwest of the Douluo continent, within the Ning City of the Fengzhi province. Ning City, a trading hub between the Tindo Empire and the Xinghua Empire, has flourished despite its remote location. Although the local populace remains impoverished, they manage to sustain themselves through agriculture, exchanging vegetables and grains in the market, thus gaining some economic strength. The lives of the nearby residents and commoners are relatively better compared to other regions. Suddenly, a carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the Holy Spirit Village. The middle-aged driver called out, "Sir, we have arrived at the Holy Spirit Village." Inside the carriage sat a striking young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, none other than Chiba himself. His purpose for coming here was threefold: to check in, to witness the birthplace of Tang San, and to meet Su Yuntao. This was indeed the Holy Spirit Village. Alighting from the carriage, Chiba surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a quaint village nestled against the mountains, a picturesque haven teeming with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Surrounding the village were fertile farmlands, lush with greenery and abundant with various fruits and vegetables: cabbages, radishes, watermelons, sweet potatoes, and corn. Chiba had gleaned some knowledge about the Holy Spirit Village from the original text. Originally, it was not named the Holy Spirit Village. However, a century ago, a soul sage emerged from this very place. In tribute to this illustrious figure, the village was renamed in his honor, and the villagers took immense pride in their connection to this esteemed soul master. It is noteworthy that soul masters are a rarity among common folk. Even those who awaken a martial soul often lack the soul power necessary to become a soul master. In the original narrative, among the children of the Holy Spirit Village, only Tang San awakened with soul power. Yet, he was not a native of the village, but rather the son of Tang Hao from the Haotian sect. He inherited the Haotian hammer martial soul, which, despite being of lower rank, certainly possessed some levels. Moreover, he was a dual martial soul possessor, and as a transmigrator, he had cultivated the Xiantian skill brought from his previous world. As Chiba approached the open space at the village entrance, his eyes were immediately drawn to a fallen statue. The statue, approximately 10 feet tall, was quite imposing but had succumbed to the ravages of time, now cloaked in dust and remnants of months past. Chiba could no longer discern its original form. It was not inconceivable to deduce that a soul sage had once emerged from the Holy Spirit Village. The existence of the statue indeed attests to this fact. One can easily imagine that a remote village like Holy Spirit Village would not erect such a grand statue at its entrance without reason. Moreover, the absence of such a monument in other villages, coupled with its presence in Holy Spirit Village alone, serves as compelling evidence that the legends surrounding this village are not mere fabrications. However, for Chiba, the truth or falsehood of these legends holds little significance. What truly matters is that he is in Holy Spirit Village. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on checking into Holy Spirit Village. Reward: 100,000 years of red soul rings. Chiba was overjoyed, having successfully checked into Holy Spirit Village and received 2 red soul rings. With his current level at 90, absorbing these 2 soul rings would elevate him to the rank of Title Douluo. A rhythmic clanging sound echoed from a thatched cottage behind Holy Spirit Village. Inside, a small boy wielding a hammer was diligently forging iron. He possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, with large eyes and stood just over a meter tall, appearing to be around 6 years of age, with an utterly unremarkable appearance, one that would be lost in a crowd. Yet, his strength was astonishing, as if he wielded not a heavy iron hammer, but rather a hollow vegetable. His forging was swift and steady, showcasing the skill of an experienced craftsman, indicating that he had been honing this craft from a young age. As Chiba approached the cottage, drawn by the sound of metal striking metal, he soon discerned the small boy laboring diligently. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the boy as Tang San. At 6 years old, Tang San already exhibited some muscle, a testament to years of forging. Chiba understood that Tang Hao, his father, had been hunted by the Spirit Hall and shunned by his sect, seeking refuge in this secluded village to raise his son. They had lived in Holy Spirit Village for 6 years, and now Tang San had reached the age of 6. "Who is there? Show yourself." Tang San suddenly paused his work, calling out toward the unseen presence behind him. His formidable spiritual awareness had detected an unfamiliar gaze upon him. Indeed, Tang San was the prodigious child who bore the golden hand, unmatched by any other in Holy Spirit Village. Chiba stepped forward without hesitation, scrutinizing the boy from head to toe. This stranger was unfamiliar, and Tang San's wariness heightened, although he appeared merely as a 6-year-old child. Beneath that facade lay a 30-year-old soul possessing memories of a past life, endowed with a maturity and composure that set him apart from the other children of the village. This was precisely why he seldom engaged in play with the village's adults or children. Typically, he mirrored his father, Tang Hao, in his reticence. The duo, aside from forging for the villagers, largely kept to themselves. Consequently, despite residing in Holy Spirit Village for 6 years, neither father nor son had forged a single friendship. As for Tang Hao, he toiled at the forge to sustain them, often drowning his sorrows in drink, sleeping late by day and laboring through the night, upending the natural order of day and night. Thus, he dared not sleep at night, opting instead to rest during the day. I heard from my cousin that there is a young boy in Holy Spirit Village who can forge metal. At first, I was skeptical, but I came to see for myself, and indeed, the rumors were true, Chiba remarked with a smile. Who is your cousin? Tang San inquired earnestly. He was not fond of interruptions while working and preferred to avoid interactions with villagers, deeming them a waste of time. Ernyo, Chiba replied. Ernyo? Tang San pondered. So, is Jia Ernyo your cousin? Yes, a distant cousin, Chiba clarified. Of course, this was a ruse. Chiba didn't even know who his own parents were, let alone have a cousin residing in Holy Spirit Village. He had merely spent a bit of money to stay at Jia Ernyo's home. No wonder he had never been seen before. He was merely a distant cousin of Jia Ernyo. Tang San relaxed his guard and resumed his work. Although he did not play with the village children, the villagers were familiar with him. After all, the residents of Holy Spirit Village and the farmers from nearby villages often brought their broken tools to his home for repair, allowing the adults to know the names of the children accompanying them. Chiba had no intention of leaving. Instead, he slowly approached Tang San, standing behind him and intently watching him forge metal. He found an unprecedented joy and satisfaction in observing Tang San at work. Chapter 87. Teaching Tang San to Forge. Noticing that the visitor had not left, Tang San furrowed his brows. Yet, feeling too awkward to ask him to leave, he persevered with his task. Chiba naturally noticed Tang San's demeanor, which was less than welcoming. Amused, he thought to himself, we are both travelers from another world. What is there to be proud of? Initially, Chiba wished to engage Tang San in a friendly manner. However, seeing his attitude, it seemed that would not be possible. Thus, he decided to take a different approach. With a mischievous smile, Chiba stepped from behind Tang San to stand before him. By the way, little San, at what age did you begin forging? Tang San responded with the sound of metal striking metal. Chiba understood that Tang San was unwilling to converse with him. He was treating Chiba like one of the villagers, dismissing him like a child, which did not impress him. Activating his angel's eye, Chiba immediately sensed a pair of eyes observing him from within the room. It was less about sight and more about a mental presence emanating from the interior. A quick glance revealed a middle-aged man, unkempt and bearded, lying on a large wooden bed. This man was robust and of ordinary appearance, yet his disheveled attire and tousled hair belied a formidable power. His gaze was directed towards the shed, and Chiba understood that the man had noticed him. However, he had completely masked his presence, rendering the man unaware of his identity as a spirit master, let alone that he had reached an alarming level of rank. Chiba quickly recognized that the untidy man was Tang San's father, Tang Hao, a titled Douluo of considerable strength. In the original narrative, Tang Hao had been capable of defeating Qianrenxue. Yet, Chiba felt no fear. If he was unafraid of Qian Douluo, how could he possibly fear Tang Hao? At present, it is not yet time for Tang San to confront Tang Hao. Little 3, that is not how one forges iron, without any strength. How can one possibly create good steel? What are you doing? Tang San was immediately incensed. Throughout his life, only Tang Hao had the authority to reprimand him. No one else could. Yet today, a distant cousin of Jia Ernyo dared to come and lecture him, and naturally, he would not take it lightly. When it comes to blacksmithing, Tang San believed that no one within a 10-mile radius was more skilled than Tang Hao. Therefore, there was no need for outsiders to offer their guidance. The blacksmithing shed was just outside, separated from the bedroom by a mere wall, and Tang Hao had undoubtedly overheard their conversation. He did not take it to heart, assuming that Qianye, having just arrived in Shenghun village, was merely curious about his son, who could forge at the age of 6, and had come to witness this marvel. Little did Tang Hao know that the youth before him would become their future nightmare. What are you doing? Qianye was taken aback. What could I possibly do to you? Tang San found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, what could he do to himself? After pondering, he concluded that he was far more powerful than Qianye. despite the latter's greater stature. With his own strength, even if 10 such individuals came at him, they would not pose a threat. Tang Xin thought this, and his mindset calmed somewhat. Then why are you hugging me from behind? Qianye promptly delivered a light smack to his head. You cannot forge iron. I will teach you hand in hand, and yet you find it offensive? Let me tell you. Little 3, when others ask me to teach, I am not inclined to do so. Don't overestimate your value. Moreover, this is a free trial. Miss this opportunity, and it may never come again. But do you really know how to forge? Tang Xin remained skeptical. You, little 3, so young, why are you so suspicious? Whether I can forge or not, you can find out by trying. Qianye seized Tang San's right hand from behind. After all, as a time traveler, he appeared only 6 years old, but was far more cunning than an adult. Tang San, half convinced, thought, all right then, I will temporarily trust you. In his heart, he mused. If you dare to deceive me, just wait and see how I deal with you. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Tang San's eyes. He had prepared for both possibilities. If Qianye displeased him, he would take action against him. Qianye, eyes closed, was already aware of Tang San's thoughts. With a mere crouch, Qianye could predict Tang San's intentions. Based on his understanding of Tang San from the original text of Douluo, he knew that Tang San would typically approach a confrontation with courtesy, regardless of whether the person was a friend or foe. After a smile, conflict would inevitably follow. Qianye had long been prepared for this tactic and could easily counter it. At present, Tang San had yet to awaken his martial spirit. Although he had been cultivating his Xian Tiangong internal technique for 6 years, he had only reached the first level. As for his Xian Yu hand, the techniques of capturing and controlling, and the lightness skill of Ghost Shadow, they were all of a low tier. Qianye could restrain him with ease. Furthermore, concerning hidden weapons, Tang San currently only knew one technique, separation of swallows and swallows. He had yet to forge other hidden weapons, such as silent sleeve arrows or dragon whisker needles. Only stones could serve as substitutes for hidden weapons. Employing the technique of parting ways like the laboring swallows, Qianye grasped Tang San's small hand tightly, striking a heavy blow against the iron pillar. Sparks erupted instantly from the iron block. Tang San frowned, feeling the pain radiate through his palm from the force of the strike. He had not anticipated such strength. It seemed he had underestimated him. Clang, clang, clang. Qianye's right hand accelerated, hammering away in rapid succession. After several hundred strikes, the iron block above was finally forged. Although it had diminished in size, it had merely shed its impurities through the hammering process, leaving behind pure iron. However, Tang San's expression grew increasingly grim, his face reddening. Though his soul was formidable, his physical body was ordinary, unable to withstand such forceful blows. Consequently, his palm had turned a deep shade of blue. Qianye released Tang San and presented the egg-sized piece of pure iron before him, urging him to take a look. Now, do you believe I can forge? Tang San nodded slowly. I believe you, but Qianye, is that what you call me? Qianye interjected, playfully slapping him. Call me brother Yi? Tang San replied. This cousin of Qianrenxue is rather arrogant, but don't blame me. Qianye sensed the underlying murderous intent in Tang San's silence. As a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San excelled in ambushes and hidden weapon techniques. Naturally, he would not announce his intentions to confront Qianye, but would instead strike unexpectedly. Qianye had already detected the shift in the air, instinctively preparing for an attack. Suddenly, Tang San's figure flickered and vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared behind Qianye, employing a grappling technique to subdue him. His light-footed method, Ghostly Shadow, rendered his speed akin to a shadow, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to react. However, before Qianye, Tang San's grappling technique was as ineffective as wielding a broadsword before Guangong or crawling before Duanyu. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of the Angel, Tang San's ghostly movements appeared in slow motion, each of his actions meticulously dissected. Clearly, his attempt to ambush Qianye using his light-footed technique was a grave miscalculation. This was merely one aspect of the situation. Qianye's strength surpassed that of Tang Hao by several hundred, even thousands of times. Even if Tang San successfully launched an ambush, he would not budge Qianye in the slightest. Chapter 88. A single blow is insufficient. Host, Qianye. Gender male. Age, 16. Physique, 90. Non-normal 100. Number of martial souls, 3. Food martial soul. Carrot, purple, black, 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 red, red. Beast martial soul. Chaos Qilin, purple, black, 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 red, red. Divine martial soul. 24-winged eternal angel martial soul. Crimson gold, crimson gold, crimson gold. Soul bones, 2. Soul power level, 90, half-step title Douluo. Qianye glanced at his attribute panel, realizing he was but one ring away from becoming a title Douluo. He needed to hasten the absorption of his final soul ring. Chiba stood there, unmoving and unflinching. Tang San summoned his Xiantian Gong inner strength, employing techniques such as Qian Control Crane, and Capture Dragon, and Ghostly Shadow, yet was unable to affect him in the slightest. It dawned upon Tang San that his Xiantian Gong inner strength was utterly powerless against him. He realized that his current cultivation had made little to no progress. Having trained diligently for 6 years since birth, he had only reached the first level of Xiantian Gong. When would he attain the 9th level? It seemed that this particular realm was ill-suited for the cultivation methods from his past life, completely suppressed by the natural laws of this world. Otherwise, Chiba would certainly not have been his match. It appeared that he would need to rely on hidden weapons from now on. My turn, Chiba declared. Almost instantaneously, he swept Tang San off the ground, lifting him above his head and spinning him around. Little San, dare to ambush me? This is the consequence. Tang San's face turned pale with fear. Throughout his life, apart from Tang Hao, he had never regarded anyone else with such significance. The adults and children of Holy Soul Village and the surrounding 10 miles paled in comparison to him. Yet, unexpectedly, he discovered that Qianrenxue's distant cousin was remarkably formidable. Tang San realized his error and understood the truth that there are always greater heights and more capable individuals beyond one's own understanding. Although he could not discern any other powers from Chiba, he could sense that he was far from ordinary. Please put me down, Tang San genuinely pleaded. It's a joke. You struck first, and if you dare to act, you must bear the consequences. Chiba executed a swift throw, pinning Tang San to the ground. Then, he seized his hands and pressed them forcefully downwards. Little San, do you yield? Not a chance. Although Tang San had lost, his pride remained intact, as a fellow transmigrator. Surrendering easily was not an option. Chiba grinned wickedly. If you refuse to yield, I have plenty of methods to make you submit. With a flick of his wrist, a silver needle appeared in his hand, silently darting toward Tang San's laughter point. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Soon enough, waves of laughter erupted from Tang San, his body writhing uncontrollably with mirth. Chiba finally released him, stepping aside to observe. Little San, do you now acknowledge my prowess? If you don't yield, I will subdue you. Tang San rolled on the ground, unable to extricate himself from the laughter. He could not fathom why he was laughing. Had he been tricked? With Tang San's mindset, he couldn't grasp that it was Chiba's clever tactics at play. He concluded that the young man before him was not a simple individual, but a master. Thus, he pondered whether he truly was Qianrenxue's distant cousin and resolved to verify it. Of course, upon entering the village, Chiba had sought refuge with a household, specifically with Qianrenxue's family. He had settled this matter with a gold soul coin, ensuring that even if Tang San were to investigate, the outcome would remain unchanged. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, who had been sleeping on his bed, was abruptly roused by his son's incessant laughter, rendering him unable to return to slumber. He arose from his bed and approached the window, witnessing his son rolling on the ground in laughter. It was evident that he sensed something was amiss with his son's mirth. However, he refrained from intervening immediately, fleeing from the Soul Hall. He concealed his identity in this place, determined not to reveal his true self. Not even his son was aware that he was a soul master. The villagers of Holy Soul Village, including village chief Jack, were oblivious to his status as a soul master, let alone that he was a titled Douluo. Soon, Tang San found himself laughing uncontrollably, to the point of losing control, as a yellow liquid trickled down. He wished not to seek help, yet he could no longer endure the laughter. With each chuckle, he felt himself on the brink of madness. Brother Qianye, spare me. Tang San finally relented. Considering his hard-earned rebirth, it would be foolish to lose his life without even leaving the village. Qianye could have easily ended Tang San's existence, eliminating any future troubles. However, the thought of killing him outright seemed rather dull. It would be far more entertaining to keep him alive, at least for the time being. Have you realized your mistake? Qianye inquired. I have indeed. Tang San had no choice but to concede temporarily, knowing he would one day challenge him again. He recalled that his Xiantian skill was merely at the 1st level, making it understandable that he could not defeat Qianye. Once he could advance it to the 9th level and create those formidable hidden weapons, he would be worthy of a contest. Are you submissive? Qianye was unwilling to let him off so easily, intent on making Tang San thoroughly compliant. I am submissive, completely submissive. Though Tang San uttered these words, his heart harbored resentment, accompanied by a hint of murderous intent. Yet, continuing to laugh was truly unbearable for him. Perhaps it would be better to end it with a single stab. Qianye smiled slightly, drawing the silver needles from Tang San's body with a swift motion. Instantly, Tang San's laughter ceased, replaced by astonishment. What technique had Qianye employed to induce such laughter? The silver needles he had used were exceedingly fine, nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. With the manipulation of his soul power, they moved with great agility and speed. Only a high-ranking soul master, or one with formidable spiritual strength, such as Tang San with his purple extreme magic eyes, could possibly perceive them. Yet, even Tang San's current purple extreme magic eyes were not particularly strong. Climbing to his feet with a look of trepidation, Tang San regarded the youth before him with heightened vigilance, shedding any previous disdain as he no longer viewed him as an ordinary villager of Holy Soul Village. Qianye approached, looking down upon him. Little San, shall we visit Renxue's house and talk face to face? Desiring to avoid him entirely, how could he consider such an invitation? Qianye did not genuinely wish to engage in camaraderie. Upon Tang San's refusal, he simply waved his hand. Little San, see you tomorrow. Never to be seen again. Tang San retorted, though he had no say in the matter. Renxue, only 6 years of age, had lost her father a few years prior. Now, her household comprised her and her sister, living together with their mother and grandmother. 6 months ago, her mother had been bitten by a venomous snake while on the mountain, resulting in paralysis due to delayed treatment. Fortunately, her grandmother was still young enough to care for both her mother and herself. Now, at the age of 6, Qianrenxue is already capable of assisting her family with chores, planting vegetables to sell in Tindo City to supplement their income. However, it is indeed a rarity for a family that has lost its primary labor force to thrive. Upon leaving Tang San's residence, Qianye sensed that someone was covertly following him, though he feigned ignorance. He was well aware of the identity of his pursuer, aside from Tang Hao. Who else from Shanghun village would engage in such antics? Qianye chose to disregard him, thinking that if he wished to follow, so be it. For now, he had no intention of confronting him, opting instead to bide his time until an opportune moment to teach him a lesson would arise. After all, Tang San, Tang Hao, and Yu Shao Gang were all well within his grasp. The poverty of Qianrenxue's household was dire, with barely a few opportunities to enjoy meat throughout the year. As Qianye stayed at her home, he could not survive solely on radishes and cabbage. With resources at his disposal, he decided to help elevate their standard of living, which would also benefit him in the long run. Chapter 89. Treatment for Paralysis. It was only then that they believed Qianye to be Qianrenxue's distant cousin, as he exhibited no trace of soul power, dispelling any lingering doubts. Tang Hao's anxiety stemmed from the fear that Bibi Dong might send someone to uncover his whereabouts. He could escape, but Tang San could not. Furthermore, Tang Hao had no intention of re-entering the world of soul masters, nor did he wish for Tang San to become one. Over the years, he had never once mentioned the term soul master in front of his son. Yet old Jack, the village chief, frequently spoke of soul masters, especially the legend of Shanghun village, which had become almost a catchphrase for him. He yearned for a soul saint to emerge from Shanghun village under his stewardship, and he would be content with that. However, after waiting year after year, the flowers were nearly withering. Each year, 6-year-old children in Shanghun village underwent their martial soul awakening, yet none possessed any soul power. Wonderful, Qianrenxue exclaimed. Leaping with joy, their family rarely indulged in meat, and after half a year without it, she was already longing for a taste. She quickly took the meat from Qianye's hands and headed to the kitchen. Qianye glanced around, but did not see Qianrenxue's older sister or grandmother. Where have your sister and grandmother gone? He inquired. Oh, Qianrenxue quickly replied. Grandmother took my sister to the fields to pick vegetables, so they can sell them in Tindo City tomorrow morning. Qianye nodded, realizing that the villagers of Shanghun were managing to sustain themselves through vegetable farming. And your mother? He asked, peering into the bedroom. My mother is inside the room. Why? Qianrenxue responded. Qianye pondered that, with his medical skills, he could examine whether Qianrenxue's mother's foot could be healed. Qianrenxue, how long has it been since your mother was bitten by a poisonous snake? Qianrenxue thought for a moment. It's been over half a year. Since then, she has been paralyzed and unable to walk. With that, she began to cry. Qianye gently patted her head. Qianrenxue, I am actually a doctor, and perhaps I can treat your mother's foot, helping her to stand again. Really? Qianrenxue's eyes lit up. Qianye nodded, but don't get too excited just yet. I must first diagnose her condition before proceeding with treatment. That would be splendid. Qianrenxue swiftly grasped his hand and proceeded toward her mother's bedroom, fervently wishing for his ability to restore her mother's foot. In fact, Qianrenxue was the same little girl from the original tale who, like Tang San, awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul. However, unlike Tang San, who awakened with a natural soul power of level 10, she possessed none. Her soul power stood at a mere 0. The absence of soul power meant she could not become a soul master, nor could she qualify for enrollment in a soul master academy. The children of Holy Soul Village generally awakened their martial souls without possessing any soul power. Each year, they merely experienced the awakening of their martial souls. Nonetheless, following the awakening, they did gain a slight increase in strength. For instance, those who awakened agricultural tools like hoes, axes, or sickles found their labor more efficient. Thus, The villagers remained quite enthusiastic about the martial soul awakening process. After all, it incurred no fees, as it was conducted by the personnel from the various branches of the martial soul hall who personally visited the villages. Upon entering the room, Qianye beheld a woman in her 20s lying on the bed. She was tall and slender, yet her complexion was pale and somewhat gaunt. This pallor could be attributed to her bedridden condition, which deprived her of sunlight, coupled with a melancholy disposition. "Brother Yi, can you truly heal my mother?" Qianrenxue asked, her eyes filled with hope. Qianye gently patted her head and approached the bedside, his gaze resting on her mother's right foot. Qianrenxue's mother, having previously met Qianye, needed no introduction. "Little Yi, what is it?" "Mother, Brother Yi says he is a doctor and can treat your foot injury." Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue's mother looked at the young man before her with joy. If this were true, it would be wonderful. Who would wish to remain bedridden, unable to move? At such a young age, she had not even stepped outside her door. Yet, observing Qianye's youth, she doubted his medical expertise. Soon after, her expression darkened. "But little Yi, my sister's family is too poor. We cannot afford any medical expenses." Qianye acknowledged the truth in her words. Healing others entails risks and costs, and one cannot simply engage in a loss-making venture. It is only fair to charge something for his services. "How about this, Aunt? Since I am currently residing in your home, and you have spared me the cost of lodging, let us consider that as payment for your treatment." "Really?" Qianrenxue's mother was taken aback. Although she was unsure whether this young man possessed the ability to heal her, there was no harm in trying. After all, she had nothing to lose. Her condition was already dire, and it could hardly worsen. Qianye smiled gently, striving to instill confidence in her. "Indeed, you must have faith in both yourself and me. I can heal you. I believe you. Please, treat my mother." Qianrenxue could hardly contain her eagerness for him to begin. In reality, Qianrenxue's mother was merely 4 years older than Qianye, making the term aunt seem somewhat inappropriate. Elder sister would have been more fitting. Qianye nodded and approached, pulling back her covers and lifting her black skirt to reveal her legs. Qianrenxue's mother blushed, turning her head shyly. Qianye felt a tinge of embarrassment as well. But her ailment resided in her lower body, and it was impossible to administer treatment without exposing her legs. Chiba activated the angel's eye and examined the internal condition of her legs. Indeed, the nerve tissues in her lower body had been tainted by the poison and were necrotic. It was no wonder she had lost all sensation. After contemplating for a moment, Chiba swiftly recalled a method of treatment. He hurriedly retrieved a pack of silver needles and began to insert them into the legs of Qianrenxue's mother one by one. Infusing his spiritual energy, he directed it into her legs to aid in the repair of the damaged nerves. Before long, 12 silver needles had been inserted into Qianrenxue's mother's legs. He then infused more spiritual energy around the needles, creating a network of silver needles for comprehensive restoration. After a while, Qianrenxue's mother's feet began to feel a gentle warmth coursing through them. It seemed she was regaining sensation. A glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. If he could truly heal her feet, she would be free to move about. She could resume her work, and her mother-in-law and 2 daughters would enjoy a better life. Half an hour later, "Dr. Xiaoyi, will I be all right?" Qianrenxue's mother could not help but ask. Yet her legs had already begun to regain some sensation and warmth. She felt his grip on her right foot and experienced a ticklish sensation, flushing with embarrassment. "Yes, you are almost healed." Chiba examined her several times before withdrawing his hands, stating, "Andy, after 3 treatments, you should be able to get out of bed and walk."